Chapter 5802 Alpha Lifeguard 5802 Alpha Lifeguard. The bubble storm invited a more intense amount of competition from people with more money and resources at their disposal. However, the defensive properties of its Azure energy shields were not comparable to top-tier products. It was only because of its gimmicks and its excellent quality that it became a compelling product for many galactic citizens. Sold to Mr. Terry Zuko for 75 kilograms of phase water. That was worth around as much as a top-tier first-class multipurpose mech. Vase personally did not think the bubble storm merited that much money, but he could understand why it was interesting to certain parties. It did not escape his notice that Terry Zuko was apparently a local politician. He could get his hands on plenty of decent personal shield generators, but he lacked access to the more exclusive stuff. It was actually a pretty reasonable decision to pay a premium in this grand auction to ensure he got his hands on a more effective personal shield generator. With that out of the way, the next auction item showed up on the main stage. It soon became clear why the upper hall was so large and spacious, with additional space reserved for the stage. An actual mech emerged from the side. The first-class multipurpose mech clearly wasn't designed for underwater operations, but its excellent construction showed that it had no problem with navigating in a submerged environment. Vase stood up straighter as he quickly realized that this was anything but an average first-class multipurpose mech. The machine was clearly a masterwork mech. This was expected as Esteban Leeds only added the very best products to its grand auction. What caused him to take note was that he recognized the mech type as well as its mech designer. Vase had spoken to the man fairly recently. The master mech designer showed off one of his designs and shared various tips about the mech archetype. "You knew about this, didn't you, Jovi?" The reality trickster smirked. "Surprise. I hope you like it." Master Viro Goldstein normally never bothers to place any of his works in a third-party auction, but he has made an exception this time. You will still have to pay if you want to obtain this work of his. Be warned that masterwork mechs tend to be valued much higher than usual. Though Orion Leeds was not a mech designer, he was sufficiently versed in every product category to be able to give his own impressions of the first-class multipurpose mech. The Alpha Lifeguard is a unique and notable masterwork mech developed by Master Viro Goldstein of the Red Association. Orion explained as he looked remarkably small in front of the tall machine. It is a first-class multipurpose mech that is an adaptation of the Master's earlier works. It lacks certain proprietary materials and high technologies that are exclusive to the Red Association. Several weapon systems have also been removed. While that has made the modified design weaker, it has also become much more affordable and easier to maintain. Its controls are also simplified to enable mech pilots to pilot the support-oriented mech without requiring as much specialized training. In other words, the Alpha Lifeguard was a clear downgrade from a proper raw first-class multipurpose mech. On the surface, Alpha Lifeguard is a first-class multipurpose mech that is characterized with modest offensive and defensive performance. Its mobility is more up to standard, but it will not win any races. Master Goldstein has purposefully stripped its less important functions as it normally shouldn't be necessary to use it as an assault mech. Rest assured that its key support functions are nearly fully preserved. Just because the Alpha Lifeguard did not excel in many areas did not mean that it was a pushover. The plasma sword, plasma rifle, micro-missile launcher and radial EMP pulse generator allowed it to fight like a well-equipped hero mech. The machine was also able to withstand a respectable amount of damage with its serviceable transphasic armor system and decent Azure shield generator. While a typical raw first-class multipurpose mech could still beat the Alpha Lifeguard in a straightforward duel, that was never the point. The name already said it all. The Alpha Lifeguard was solely designed to protect others. Orion Leeds grinned when he finally addressed the signature features of Master Goldstein's work. The Alpha Lifeguard is not the best fighter, but it is an excellent supporter. It is outfitted with hardened sensor systems that excel at overcoming strong jamming at short to medium ranges. This is necessary to increase the accuracy of its primary module, the Saran long-range one-way Azure Shield projector. The view of the Masterwork mech changed as a projection highlighted the external parts of this obvious support module. The Saran is capable of projecting a remote Azure energy shield to a person, shuttle, mech or other targets of comparable dimensions at an effective distance of up to 80 kilometers away. While I am obligated to warn you that the strength of the remote Azure energy shield drastically weakens at longer ranges, it still offers significantly superior defenses than any personal shield generator. What? Vase truly became impressed by the Saran at this time. Others were no exception. The Alpha Lifeguard was one of the perfect bodyguards and lifesavers. Vase might have been able to defend himself a lot better during the Face Shaper contest if he had this impressive first-class support mech by his side. He understood a bit better why Master Goldstein submitted this masterwork mech to this grand auction today. The Saran can be employed on targets that are in motion relative to the Alpha Lifeguard. The auctioneer continued to explain to an intrigued audience. The main requirements are that the Saran has a clear sensor lock on the target and is able to follow its trajectory. Extreme speeds and unpredictable evasive maneuvers significantly increase the difficulty of maintaining an accurate lock. The effectiveness of maintaining a remote shield on an erratically moving target is ultimately determined by the skill of the mech pilot. That made it really important that the mech pilot assigned to the Alpha Lifeguard knew his business. Orion Leeds continued to highlight other features of the masterwork mech, but Vase quickly studied the projected spec sheet in order to form a price estimate. Given its technical performance, the approximate market price for a standard copy of this design should be around 60 million MTA credits. He analyzed. That is actually not a strong first-class multi-purpose mech. However, the fact that it has become a masterwork should easily make it 10 times more expensive, if not more, depending on the scarcity of its functions. Jovi smirked. There are many participants in this grand auction that can already obtain comparable first-class support mechs, but there are also those who have never come as close to this kind of machine in their lives. You will have to dig deep into your pockets if you want to win this machine. Think carefully whether you or your clan needs this masterwork. While Vase always insisted on relying on his own works whenever possible, he recognized that this was not always the correct approach. He was still a newcomer when it came to working with first-class mechs. He also had no chance of designing a support mech equipped with such an exaggeratingly effective long-range one-way Azure Shield projector. There were so many ways he could make use of it. He could assign it to his escort mech force so that it could protect himself and his immediate family. The fact that the Alpha Lifeguard was able to shield mech-sized objects meant that it could also offer effective protection to his true body up to a certain scale. If Vase no longer needed the Alpha Lifeguard's protection, then he could always transfer it to a military unit where it could save the lives of mech pilots whose machines were on the verge of breaking. With an effective range of up to 80 kilometers, the Alpha Lifeguard could cover a significant chunk of a typical space battlefield. Vase snapped his attention back to the auctioneer and finally ended his fairly extensive introduction. Now that we have granted you enough time to evaluate the Alpha Lifeguard, you may begin to place your bids. The floor price is set at 50 kilograms of phase water. That was over 180 million MTA credits, which was grossly overpriced if the Alpha Lifeguard was a normal machine. No one was stupid enough to treat it like an ordinary mech. Masterworks were worth a lot more due to the much higher propensity for its mech pilots to break through. The Red Association normally showed little restraint in snatching up the masterwork mechs produced by third parties. The only masterwork mechs the association did not take by force were expert mechs and so on, but that was little consolation to most parties. There were plenty of rich and powerful people who wanted their potentate offspring to have a good career. Letting them pilot a masterwork mech when they were still weak was a good way to transform them into individual powerhouses. The only fly in the ointment was that the Alpha Lifeguard was largely defensive and supportive in nature, but that was not a deal-breaker. The bids immediately began to fly from almost every part of the upper hall. 60 kilograms of phase water. 100 kilograms. 150 kilograms. My son has always dreamt of piloting a masterwork mech. Give this mech to me. 200 kilograms. 300 kilograms of phase water. A prominent shipwright from a Terran ancient clan bid. That was already over 1 billion MTA credits. 320 kilograms. 375 kilograms. 400 kilograms. 410 kilograms. 415 kilograms. The bidding had only started to slow down when the price surpassed 400 kilograms. This indicated to Vase that the current bids had exceeded the estimated fair price of a masterwork support mech with excellent bodyguard functions. Vase actually agreed with this valuation. Despite the obvious gaps and shortcomings of the Alpha Lifeguard, the benefits were extremely attractive. Its masterwork properties and its primary function were so desirable that they massively inflated the price of this castrated first-class mech. Are you going to place a bid anytime soon, Vase? Jovi inquired. Vase still felt a little conflicted about paying an astronomical sum to purchase a mech from another professional. There was still a part of him that insisted that he should lift up his sleeves and design his own version of a remote shield mech. However, He was more than aware that his own attempt would turn into a poor imitation of Master Goldstein's earnest effort. It was not a shame for Vase to admit that other mech designers could do better in other areas. Once he made this realization, he no longer held himself back anymore. He pressed a button and publicly announced his bid, 430 kilograms of phase water. The entire auction venue suddenly fell silent. It couldn't be helped. There was no one in the upper hall who forgot the voice of the infamous devil tongue. Many bidders immediately gave up their attempt to compete over the Alpha Lifeguard. Others seemed to struggle with their decisions. A few of them chose to remain silent, but a handful of them valued their lives so much that they continued to make their own bids. 432 kilograms, 434 kilograms. Vase respected their determination, but he was about to give up either. 440 kilograms. This time, no one spoke anymore. The current price level had already blown past the estimated fair value of the Alpha Lifeguard. Anyone who continued to place higher bids would just get increasingly more ripped off at this point. Combined with the fact that no one wanted to get on the bad side of the man who tore apart Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson's scheme, no more voices sounded out anymore. Going once, going twice, sold to Professor Vase Larkinson 440 kilograms of phase water. Vase let out a deep breath. He didn't exactly know how he was going to pay for it, but he still felt it was worth it to exchange so much value to acquire a mech that increased his personal security by an enormous degree. Of course, Vase did not just pay so much just to make use of the Alpha Lifeguard in its base configuration. The real reason why he wanted to take ownership over it was because he wanted to tinker with it until it became alive. Chapter 5803 Vase the Desecrator 5803 Vase the Desecrator The Alpha Lifeguard officially became his possession. It was by far the most powerful mech that had fallen under his command. It may have been one of his stupidest decisions in the grand auction. There were plenty of reasons to malign his choice. He did not design the Alpha Lifeguard from beginning to end. He possessed little familiarity with Master Viro Goldstein's design principles. He did not possess sufficient knowledge and depth to manipulate the advanced high technologies that made up the first-class mech. The style of masterwork that made the machine so extraordinary diverged from his own approach. The Larkinson clan had no mech pilot on hand that could pilot this complicated machine. At most, he could hire a skilled first-class mech pilot with the right qualifications and assign it to the Alpha Lifeguard right away. That was certainly a viable and sensible option. Vase believed that this may have been Master Goldstein's original intent when he consigned the Alpha Lifeguard to the grand auction. He did not like it. There was an obvious air of manipulation surrounding this sequence of events. Tech like the Saran remote shield projector was extremely 1204 Tech like the Saran remote shield projector was extremely rare and difficult to procure, yet it was exactly what he needed to protect himself and his immediate family. Not much time had passed since Master Quan brilliantly exploited several small security vulnerabilities to make a credible attempt at his life. His recent performance during the public inquiry had painted such a big target on his back that he even needed to be vigilant towards the Red Fleet. In short, it was truly not a bad idea to acquire another type of insurance. While the Red Association was due to reinforce the Blue Jay Fleet, Vase still found it frustrating that he did not gain full ownership or operational control over this mecha force. So long as the warships and mechs fell under Rear Admiral Gory Tenson's command, they could always be commanded to stop protecting Vase whenever they received instructions from above. In the worst-case scenario, his former guards and protectors could even turn against him. No amount of camaraderie and relationship building would stop them from doing their oath-bound duties. This was why the early acquisition of the Alpha Lifeguard mattered so much to Vase. Its absurd protection range and its first-class combat power filled up an essential gap in the combat power that he could claim full control over. The grin on his face did not go unnoticed. His friends and advisors sensed an unusual vibe from Vase. It was the kind of vibe that usually preceded a crazy outburst. "Sir." "Yes, Kelsey. May I ask a question?" "Go ahead, Kelsey. I hired you because you have a head on your shoulders. Is it worth it for you to purchase the Alpha Lifeguard for 440 kilograms of phase water? You have spent an astronomical sum of wealth on a single machine. Its features are rare, but I can easily design a mid-range first-class multi-purpose mech that can match its fundamental combat performance myself with a budget that is equivalent to just 15 kilograms of phase water. You don't even need to buy a masterwork mech that badly because you are already famed for producing multiple of them with your own hands." His latest hire raised a lot of good arguments. Money is not as difficult to obtain for me as before. Vase calmly replied. I am aware that I incur a sizable opportunity cost by spending money on a single mech that I could have otherwise spent on building up my clan, but this is not a wasteful expenditure to me. The Alpha Lifeguard does not only present a source of protection to me, but also serves as a good example for me to study a damn good mech designed by a renowned master in our industry. More than that, it can also serve as an excellent experimentation platform. Are you thinking of modifying the Alpha Lifeguard? Duh, I'm a mech designer. You are one as well. What did you think I would do? I am not a consumer. I am a producer. We treat mechs differently. Several people frowned when they heard that statement. I have not studied the mech in detail, but I have no confidence that my proficiency in first-class mech design will allow me to make meaningful improvements to the Alpha Lifeguard. The Rubarthan mech designer plainly said, if I cannot do it, you certainly will not be able to. You may have become a senior, but your expertise is primarily based on second-class mech design. A deep understanding of advanced technologies is essential to maintain the quality and excellence of this masterwork mech. If you make too many inappropriate changes, you will ruin its quality. That was a serious issue. Vase was an experienced masterwork mech designer, so he understood quite well that mechs of this quality imposed high demands on maintenance, modifications and upgrades. It was part of the baggage that came with a mech that surpassed the extraordinary threshold in terms of quality. While Vase knew his way around with masterwork mechs of his own design, that did not necessarily mean he could manipulate Master Goldstein's masterworks the same way. It was similar to how two genius painters of radically different schools would not be able to replicate each other's exceptional art styles. Vase did not look too concerned, though. I am not in too much of a hurry. If I can't modify the Alpha Lifeguard without ruining it as a masterwork, then I will keep it in its original state for the time being. Its main purpose is to act as a protector. I can also study it extensively to gain a better understanding of a highly skilled mech designer's design approach and design solutions. I think I have made enough progress in my design philosophy for me to harvest meaningful gains from studying the earnest work of one of the best masters in the Red Ocean. I think that Goldstein can teach me a lot about the nuances of designing a support mech. The fact that it was a masterwork mech turned it into an even better object for study. Every mech that had reached the second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship was already alive in a small sense. Even if it was only the equivalent of a weak first-order living mech, that provided Vase with enough of an opening to connect with the little thing and gain a deeper insight into the essence of the Alpha Lifeguard. Jovi also had a lot of concerns. Master Goldstein is one of the Red Association's foremost authorities on support-oriented mechs. He has accumulated so much experience in this field that all of his serious mech designs are optimized to the point where every piece of material and equipment is utilized to the greatest degree. The high technologies utilized by our association are also the most advanced and therefore difficult to learn. There are good reasons why our mech designers have earned the highest regard in the mech industry. Our mastery of technology has put us ahead of others since the beginning of the rise of mechs. That was a more legitimate concern. Vase did not feel as confident in his ability to meaningfully tinker with all of this super advanced tech. You are right to point this out, but I am not planning to reinvent the Alpha Lifeguard. I used to start my mech design career with modifying existing mech designs. The difficulty threshold of designing successful variants, especially ones where I am merely attempting to apply my own design philosophy to an existing mech, is not as complicated. I can start out small and slowly work to deepen my influence as time goes by. I have a lot of ambitious ideas in mind for this powerful mech. I am dead set on turning it into a genuine living mech. After that, I plan to deepen its connection with its assigned mech pilot. Kelsey Ampatok did not know what Vase was talking about, but Jovi and Vector were different. Both mechers widened their eyes as they realized what Vase wanted to do with the Alpha Lifeguard. Modifying the Alpha Lifeguard to such a degree is a major undertaking. Jovi said with a frown. You will have to rearrange the configuration of the support mech because every volume of space inside its frame is already optimized to remove any wasted space. It is impossible to redesign a mech as complex and demanding as this without ruining the qualities that made it a masterwork. Vase nodded in agreement. I am aware of this. I did not say that I intend to complete this transformation quickly. I think I will just treat this as a long-term hobby project. I will work on it when I have nothing pressing on my agenda. Anytime I have improved my skills to the point where I can make meaningful changes to the Alpha Lifeguard, I will work on the machine just enough to satisfy my needs. I don't have to do everything in a single continuous sequence. They understood his intentions a bit better after hearing that. It was a more logical approach. If you do this, you will be perverting Master Goldstein's work. Jovi pointed out, do not forget that the Alpha Lifeguard is a masterwork mech, meaning that he has put genuine care and attention in the design and the creation of this machine. In our industry, it is disrespectful to modify the exemplary examples of the visions of other colleagues. You should at least ask for his permission and input before you go ahead and implement your own plans. He may even offer you guidance on how to best work around the most difficult aspects of his own work. Peef, why do I have to ask permission when the mech is already mine? Vase scoffed and crossed his arms. From the moment I pay for my winning bid, the Alpha Lifeguard is mine to use as I see fit. If I want to drench it in exo-beast blood or toss it into a black hole, Master Goldstein has no right to stop my actions. He has already transferred ownership from the moment the transaction has been concluded. I have a lot of interesting ideas in mind that I want to try on this exquisite machine. All of his friends looked concerned. Even Lucky did not think that Vase could work on the Alpha Lifeguard before screwing up somehow. The memory of the disastrous elemental lord came to mind. Minutes passed by as Orion Leeds continued to present one valuable curiosity after another. The Alpha Lifeguard may have sold for an eye-watering sum, but Esteban Leeds soon brought out other items that sold for even greater sums. The recovered alien dark beam ray gun is sold for 650 kilograms of phase water to President Jerzy Wenkeler of the Wenkeler Development Company. The deed that grants full ownership to the famous Anastasia Hotel on Vullet 14B is sold for 800 kilograms of phase water to Mr. Ricardo Takamoto of Heelson Holding Group. Of course, only a few items put on auction ended up getting sold for 100 kilograms of phase water. Many of the powerful galactic citizens who attended this grand auction had a lot of assets on hand, but not as much liquid assets at their disposal. While they always had the option of selling their real estate to Esteban Leeds in a hurry, this was a stupid measure that was only reserved for the most desperate of occasions. This meant that a lot of participants were mostly willing to bid a few dozen kilograms of phase water at most. As Vase continued to devise a plan to shape the Alpha Lifeguard into a more extraordinary machine, Lucky suddenly jerked as he rested on his shoulder. Meow. What is it, Lucky? Meow meow meow. It appeared that a particularly interesting material had appeared on stage. Any material that elicited such a strong response from a gem cat had to be special. Chapter 5804 ATC Series Alloys 5804 ATC Series Alloys Orion Leeds assumed a much more respectful demeanor as he presented the latest consignment to the auction participants. The charismatic man's shift in attitude was so abrupt that many of the distinguished guests stopped their low conversations to pay more attention to what appeared on stage. The radiant fish that dragged the transparent box in view did not put in too much effort. The alloy bar that rested in the middle of the container was not large or dense. It definitely was not suitable to be used as the primary material for a powerful mech component. Even so, Vase did not underestimate it at all. The materials needed to fulfill the mech designer system's supply missions had already introduced him to transcendent materials that far surpassed the properties of the goods he worked with on a daily basis. Orion Leeds smiled with pride as he presented the latest item. What you see before you is a consignment of the great and generous Resonance Smith. That simple sentence immediately raised people's interest in the alloy bar by an order of magnitude. An alloy developed by the foremost material scientist in the Red Ocean definitely merited their full attention. It was no surprise that Lucky developed such a keen interest in this new artificial material. The fact that the Resonance Smith led the unruly Unbound Humanity faction did not even disturb anyone. His political views were definitely controversial, but that had nothing to do with his works. Even the Fleeters were willing to set aside their objections to the Resonance Smith in order to make good use of his inventions. The Star Designer's work was just that good. Pleased that he managed to attract the full attention of everyone seated in the upper hall, the unnaturally handsome auctioneer did not keep everyone waiting. The alloy bar contained within this container is a prototype exotic alloy named ATCA. It is a product of a research project that is meant to bestow humanity with an effective material that can be used to bypass transphasic energy shields. The Resonance Smith is not the only scientist to work on this problem, but the ATC series alloys that he is trying to develop possess numerous advantages that promise to turn them into the most preferred shield bypassing materials. The mention of shield bypassing properties caused Kelsey Ampetok to jerk. He had recently won the Phase Shaper contest by developing the incredibly promising shield infiltrator Phase. The ATC series alloys could either make his proud product redundant or amplify their effectiveness. They needed more information in order to determine how this ATC series alloys fit in their respective works. All ATC series alloys share a number of common traits. The most important one is that they can all be produced by combining raw materials that are prevalent in human-occupied space. Resource shortages should not be an overwhelming concern as long as red humanity does not lose too many territories. They are all relatively costly, but not to the point of being prohibitive regardless of class. Finally, their properties can also be modified in many different ways by pairing them up with different hypermaterials. These were all highly desirable properties. Vase immediately understood that the resonance smith sought to increase red humanity's performance against the native aliens by developing a cost-effective means of bypassing energy shields. Unlike the shield infiltrator Faye developed by Kelsey Ampatok, the use of ATC series alloys allowed for attacks and maybe mechs to directly pass through transphasic energy shields as if they did not exist. However, Vase did not dare to get too excited. There had to be limitations to this material. Nothing was perfect. Not even a star designer could defy reality to this extent. Do note that the ATC series alloys, including the best ATCA version that we have presented before you, is only effective up to a certain degree. The materials alone have a high chance of failing to breach absurdly strong transphasic energy shields that are typically produced by alien capital ships or formidable phase whales. The stronger the individual shield, the lower the ability for an ATC weapon to slide through them. ATCA is generally effective against moderate first-class transphasic energy shields. ATCB is designed to penetrate the equivalent of typical second-class transphasic energy shields. The much more economical ATCC can only penetrate the weakest transphasic energy shields. 3 versions, each designed to cater to a different class of customers. Vase and many other people actually felt a little disappointed at the effectiveness of these 3 alloys. Orion Leeds chose his words carefully. He made it clear that even the most effective ATCA alloy was unable to punch through transphasic energy shields of higher strength levels. Orion smirked. Do not dismiss the usefulness of ATC series alloys in their ability to pose a threat against powerful alien hulls. Many advanced alien warships are protected by segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields. The total protection offered by splitting and stacking all of these energy barriers are formidable when taken in their totality, but their common weakness is that every discrete transphasic energy shield is individually weak. The native aliens have developed their transphasic energy shield technology in a direction that allows them to increase their redundancy and reduce the consequences of failure if any individual shield generator fails. This is a prudent and sensible development strategy, but this has inadvertently made most advanced alien warships vulnerable to ATC weapons. He was right. A lot of people became buoyed at the thought of employing these so-called ATC weapons against the warships employed by the major races of the Red Ocean. Their warships were much harder to fell due to their expansive array of transphasic energy shields. Most of them did not settle for a single layer. They always wrapped themselves up with at least 3 annoyingly difficult layers. Combined with segmenting a whole radial energy shield into dozens of different slices, a lot of alien warships possessed so much redundancy that they became outright invincible if their opponents did not bring enough attack power. It had always been lack of offensive power that held most human forces back from wiping out alien incursion forces with ease. Mechs constantly fought an uphill battle against warships due to the enormous differences in scale. Before the bidding can commence, the resonance smith has attached a notice that it may take several more years before he is ready to present his ATC series alloys to the public. There are many areas that he needs to improve upon. Reducing the production cost and rare resource requirements while retaining the effectiveness of the alloys are his main concerns. The current ATCA alloy bar on auction is a relatively early prototype that is notably effective at bypassing transphasic energy shields, but is comprised out of much more expensive composition of high-grade exotics. It is difficult to reproduce, so do not bid on it with the expectation of mass-producing this alloy formula in your own production facilities. The disclosures served to temper the crowd's enthusiasm for the resonance smith's work. The fact that the resonance smith would probably publish his vital work and make it possible for many companies to produce ATCA alloys by themselves meant that the alloy bar put on auction would not remain unique for long. The fact that its current formula was not even the final version meant that there was a possibility that it could be outshined by a superior variant despite being cheaper. In other words, the current item was just one of the resonance smith's disposable experimental samples. There were still benefits to obtaining it early, but many people had tempered their expectations. Meow meow meow. Lucky didn't care about that, though. The gem cat couldn't wait 3 years, let alone 3 days. He had to obtain this delectable prototype ATCA and stuff it inside his bottomless stomach as soon as possible. Okay, quiet down. I'll fight for it. You can devour all of it, I promise. Meow. Lucky cutely nuzzled his head against Vess's cheek. The bids already started to fly, though they were relatively low at this time. 5 kilograms of phase water. 5.2 kilograms. 5.5 kilograms of phase water. 6.7 kilograms of phase water. 7.5 kilograms. 10 kilograms of phase water. Vess's voice suddenly cut through the noise. Again, the devil tongue managed to sap the energy from the upper hall. It couldn't be helped as the memories of his latest feats were still fresh on everyone's minds. Though Vase did not set out to intimidate everyone else into silence, he did utilize a more domineering cadence to express his determination to win this bidding process. It looked like it succeeded. Vase had made sure to jump to 10 kilograms of phase water right away in order to surpass the estimated fair cost of this prototype material. While ATCA promised to bypass the transphasic energy shields of formidable alien warships, the quantity put on auction was simply not enough. There was only enough ATCA to construct a human-sized sword at best. There was not enough alloy to produce a complete mech, let alone a Fey. All of these factors combined made it so that no one bothered to fight for the ATCA alloy anymore. Vase did not relax, though. He briefly swept his gaze towards Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson and a few other identifiable opponents. They could try to mess with him by attempting to drive up the cost. Fortunately, they did not exhibit any intentions on bidding on the item for the express purpose of forcing him to pay more. They were more clever than that. Their previous gambits had failed. There was no need to exacerbate hostilities at this point. Any dishonorable and objectionable behavior on their part would only tarnish their damaged reputations even further. Going once, going twice, this ATCA alloy bar is sold to Professor Vase Larkinson for 10 kilograms of phase water. Vase effectively squandered approximately 30,650,000 MTA credits for this expensive snack. It better be worth it. Lucky would pay if it ended up making no difference. Meow meow meow. The gem cat already started to drool as he dreamt about devouring the alloy bar whole. Vase reached out with his hand and patted Lucky's head. Be patient, we won't get the stuff we've won until the grand auction has concluded. Vase was incredibly eager to see whether ATCA would allow Lucky to pass through transphasic energy shields more easily than before. This would remove one of his most restrictive constraints and turn him into a much more effective infiltration unit than before. While a pair of glowing fish dragged Vess's latest prize from the stage, another item took its place. This one looked highly unusual, but elicited many interested reactions from those in the know. Vase was one of them. He could feel the extraordinary power infused within the rather old but well-preserved book. Esteban Leeds is proud to present the first cultivation tome in this grand auction. Orion Leeds said as he strengthened his handsome demeanor. This book is of an indeterminate age, but you can expect it to be at least several thousand years old. Its contents are remarkable, but it is penned in an extinct language that you will need to translate yourselves. What is special about this tome is that it features a mystical form of copy protection. Its pages appear blank to anyone but the holder. That is not all. Those who read the book cannot recite its contents, whether they use the book's original language or any translations. It works on intent as well as other criteria according to our tests. This ensures that only those who physically possess the book can ever learn from the methods contained within its pages. Secrets were very important to ancient cultivators. They hoarded their precious knowledge and methods to such an extreme extent that cultivators failed to progress as quickly as modern humanity due to forgetting so many nifty solutions upon the death of highly renowned experts. Vase wondered what sort of secrets merited this kind of treatment. Chapter 5805A Terran Delight 5805A Terran Delight. People's interest in the cultivation tome peaked as soon as Orion Leeds finally described the method that it purportedly taught. According to multiple experts who have examined the contents of this old book, it is capable of teaching humans who possess at least a moderate affinity to the fire element how to absorb the flames of heaven, to refine and temper his mortal body. If a cultivator practices the right techniques and employs adequate support measures, it can transform a practitioner into a superhuman furnace that can potentially survive falling into stars and unleash flames that can burn entire cities. That was an absurdly powerful outcome. Though Vase already lost interest as he was not exactly short on cultivation methods, he could understand the attractiveness of this particular method. Being able to forge a strong body that possessed as much combat power as a warship used to be a silly dream to most people. Now that red humanity entered the Age of Dawn, it had turned into a plausible option. A lot of people, both young and old, expressed intense desire towards the cultivation tome. Who didn't want to become a superhuman powerhouse? Even mech designers weren't able to resist the temptation. Vase inwardly shook his head. If the method contained within the book was so great, then its current owner would have never put it up for auction. Just as expected, Orion Leeds mentioned the complications of practicing the method. Be warned that the ancient cultivation method associated with this remarkable book promises great power, but only through great effort. Its demand on talent is not too high, but it will take a practitioner many years to pass through every stage. It may take centuries if not far more time than anyone's lifetime to reach the highest stage as described in the book. Superior talent, helpful resources and good comprehension can accelerate your progress, but it will take multiple generations to make drastic progress. Any errors made during your practice can exacerbate your personality flaws and make you more vulnerable to self-immolation. The people who were familiar with cultivation such as Vase already expected as much. The most promising and powerful cultivation methods always came with greater risks due to their propensity to resort to extremes. Nothing came without a price. Those who were not familiar with cultivation or the Five Scrolls Compact became a lot more discouraged, though. Just the possibility that their bodies could spontaneously combust if they made a mistake was far too risky for them to engage in this cultivation stuff. The auctioneer mentioned one more variable that might sway their opinions. We have also verified that the method taught by this ancient book can gradually extend a human's lifespan by progressively greater years. It does not excel in this aspect, but as long as you are able to reach the middle stages, you can expect to gain at least 2 to 3 centuries of additional life. You will be able to spend much of that time in peak physical and mental condition so long as you have not made any errors. Do you have any questions? A master mech designer sitting in the common seating space raised a hand. Yes, Master Ditwall, can mech pilots and mech designers practice this cultivation method without any adverse consequences? We have investigated this as well. We have found that there is definitely conflict with both professions. We do not recommend for any mech pilot or mech designer to practice the method taught by this ancient book. This applies to most other cultivation methods as well. There may be ways for experts to modify the method to remove this shortcoming, but success is anything but guaranteed. After that, the bidding commenced. Vase got an immediate sense on how much people prized this ancient tome by the numbers shouted in the submerged hall. 10 kilograms of phase water. 50 kilograms of phase water. 75 kilograms. 125 kilograms. 200 kilograms of phase water. 300 kilograms of phase water. 320 kilograms of phase water. You do not understand the forces you are toying with, Director Ural. Leave this book to the Church of the Rising Sun. 350 kilograms of phase water. 370 kilograms of phase water. I know more than what is kept in your dusty library. My assistants and I shall modernize the secret method contained within this book. Not a lot of people dared to bid on a cultivation tome they did not understand, so only a small group of more knowledgeable people actively fought for this item. They occasionally bragged about themselves and belittled their rival bidders in an attempt to claim the tome for themselves, but it did not appear to work. 400 kilograms of phase water. 410 kilograms of phase water. 425 kilograms of phase water. Give up before you bankrupt your entire church. 450 kilograms of phase water. Thank you for your concern, but I have enough access to credit to keep going. 455 kilograms of phase water. 460 kilograms. 470 kilograms. This exchange went on and on. Vase continued to remain fascinated as he observed several stubborn holdouts trying to push away their rivals without paying an excessive amount of money to secure this prize. What is your opinion, Vase? Vector Loban inquired. You are a known expert in this field. Do you believe that this ancient book is worth as much as a squad of first-class multipurpose mechs? Vase shrugged. There is no single answer to this question. It is worth it for norms who have no easy way to extend their lives through other means. It is a possible lifeline for people who are insecure about their chances of survival. It is of great research value for cultivation experts who seek to develop more modern and optimized cultivation methods. I am not willing to pay the equivalent of several hundred kilograms of phase water for this single book, but there are plenty of people who have much more money at their disposal. In the end, the man who led a church of all possibilities had won this prize. This ancient cultivation tome is sold for 560 kilograms of phase water. Vase thought that was way overpriced, but then again he already had access to a modest collection of cultivation methods, courtesy of his mother. The only issue was that most of them were rather average and basic. That was not necessarily bad because it made them a lot less dangerous than the one that was probably taught by the auction book. Their simplicity also made it easier to use them as building blocks for the creation of his own composite cultivation methods. However, not everyone possessed the insight and understanding that he possessed. It was therefore worthwhile for people to invest a lot of money into reasonably verified end products. The auction moved on as Orion Leeds introduced the next item. This is a rare mural that was painted by an Orvan artist over 3 millennia ago. A mercenary fleet managed to retrieve it from the quarters of a high-caste Orvan captain during a raid on a crippled Orvan battleship. The artwork is of great value to the native aliens but specially the Orvan race because the artist has actually managed to transform into a phase lord. It is said that he has left behind this mural in order to teach the secrets of his ascension. Many different Orvans have acquired it but failed to discern any relevant patterns in the brush strokes, the subject matter or the underlying materials. The Orvans have eventually debunked the rumors, but there are still rumors that its secrets remain undiscovered to this day. What a mysterious treasure! Neither Vase nor Blinky sensed anything special about the aging but well-preserved mural, so the chances were great that it was just a hoax. Many others thought so as well. They did not show any of the enthusiasm they displayed a few minutes earlier. Vase couldn't help but notice that dozens of people briefly looked at his private box. This was not a surprise as he had recently exposed the fact that he had become a phase lord somehow. If these people wanted to uncover any clues from him, then tough luck. Vase had no intentions of giving away any hints. Once the bidding began, people tepidly began to try their luck. 1 kilogram of phase water, 2 kilograms, 4 kilograms, 4.5 kilograms, 5 kilograms. Just as Vase expected, the bidders did not think the story surrounding this old relic was credible. They mostly treated it as a pure alien cultural treasure and adjusted their bidding strategies accordingly. Sold for 18 kilograms of phase water. That was approximately 66 million MTA credits. Vase could have used that money to fund a massive expansion of the expeditionary fleet, or a minor addition to the premier branch. Instead, some rich planetary governor squandered much of his disposable budget on an alien artwork that did nothing more than showcase the Orvan race's crooked aesthetic sensibilities. What a waste of money. Vase quietly shook his head in disapproval. Art can sell for higher sums than this, Kelsey Ampatok said. As long as it has a good story and a reputable artist behind it, a work can exceed the value of a first-class fleet carrier. Granted, I have only seen that happen back in the new Rubarth Empire in the old galaxy. The more successful princes have so much wealth at their disposal that they can buy out entire star systems if they want. The grand auction continued as Esteban Leeds continued to bring out a succession of goods with cheaper or more expensive valuations. This kept the place rather lively. Vase did not feel the need to add to his art collection or acquire a random exotic material that no one heard about, so he refrained from making any further bids. There were cases where he developed a mild interest towards a product, but held back anyway. He knew that he could sap most people's desire to compete as soon as he spoke up, but that trick would only work a few more times. Sooner or later, people would lose their vigilance towards him and compete like usual. It was better for Vase to save up this superpower until he truly needed it. That opportunity came quite soon as Orion Leeds presented a much more special item this time. 3 shark-like fish dragged in a container that held a remarkable-looking mech module. It did not take long for Vase to recognize the most iconic weapons utilized by Terran mechs. A destroyer mech spear. Depending on the concentration of destroyer particles, the spectacular weapon could punch through virtually every sort of material defenses. While destroyer weapons were not compatible with phase water technology, they were also quite effective against energy-based defenses, though to a lesser degree. Destroyer weapons were the primary reasons why the Terrans possessed a distinct advantage in melee combat. Their destroyer weapons could only be somewhat effectively be resisted by more expensive destroyer-proof alloys, but few mech models enjoyed this luxury. This Terran weapon needs no introduction, Orion Leeds proudly said, The shaft of this mech scaled spear is made from a resilient alloy that can resist other destroyer weapons up to a limit. The tip of this spear is what truly makes it power. It is infused with enough destroyer particles to raise this weapon to a Tier 3 destroyer weapon. Normally reserved for Terran Junior Ace mechs, the Dermont Ancient Clan has made the rare decision to consign it to our auction house, along with the right for a single mech pilot to wield its power. A mech designer from the Dermont Ancient Clan will accompany this potent weapon until it has been permanently locked to a designated mech pilot. We highly recommend that only Ace pilots with Ace mechs harness this weapon, because it will annihilate anyone and anything weaker. A Tier 3 destroyer weapon was so dangerous that it could only be tamed by a powerful Willen mech. Despite the well-known dangers of wielding such a weapon, few people wanted to miss out on the opportunity to acquire it. Vase had a feeling that it would be a lot harder to claim it for himself and his clan this time. Chapter 5806 Psychological Bottom Line 5806 Psychological Bottom Line The atmosphere, metaphorical of course, in the upper hall of the auction house had become a lot more charged. The presentation of an extremely dangerous Tier 3 destroyer mech spear excited a lot of people. Many of the guests were leaders or high officials of major powers. From the leaders of different states to the patriarchs of old family organizations, each of them relied pretty heavily on the strength of their armored forces to project their power and maintain their high standing in society. Now that the Red War exerted an increasingly greater pressure onto Red humanity, the importance of relying on military might as opposed to leaning upon the protection of greater institutions had increased dramatically. It was not as if people had lost faith in the might of the Red too. Their last major offensive operation had proved that humanity's best could still deal a painful blow against the greatest of the Red Cabal. A war that spanned an entire dwarf galaxy was not as simple, though. So many pieces danced across the board that it was normal for the mechers and fleeters to overlook a few threats. Plenty of colonists who had taken the risk to settle in the border regions personally learned this painful lesson. A lot of forces therefore invested a lot more resources into building up the quantity and quality of the mech forces at their disposal. They not only needed to fortify their key strongholds in order to repel any possible incursions, but they also had to form more offensive units in order to participate in the crucial New Elites program. The former served to secure their current gains while the latter fueled their future ambitions. One of the lessons that many players learned over the course of deploying their mech forces to the front lines was the importance of fielding expert mechs and ace mechs. The opposing aliens experienced great difficulties in defeating these powerful human champions. Many expert mechs and ace mechs possessed so much combat power that they could defeat alien warships or even entire fleets by themselves. Their value and strategic importance increased enormously as a result. Relying on high-ranking mechs was the best and most efficient way to secure plenty of victories while reducing casualties to a more sustainable level. The Red War was already shaping up to become a long and arduous war of attrition. The loss of experienced personnel, valuable mechs and irreplaceable starships took a toll on many mech forces. High-ranking mech pilots served as the bright spots in this conflict. Their superhuman skills, their condensed willpower and their amazing machines always enabled them to pull off victories in impossible situations and at least guarantee their survival if the enemy forces proved too much. It became clear to an increasing number of powers that their reliance on high-ranking mech pilots would only increase as the war dragged on. Not only did they need to produce as many of them as possible, they also had to pair them up with the strongest possible machines. This was why the destroyer weapon put on auction had become such a prized item to many of the gathered high-tier galactic citizens. The Terrans had always used destroyer weapons as a means to emphasize their superiority. It set them apart from other groups who lacked the ability to infuse melee weapons with extremely finicky destroyer particles. The Terrans clearly recognized the desirability of their unique weapons, which caused them to employ these rare and coveted armaments for another purpose. Diplomacy. Everyone aside from the Rubarthans desired destroyer weapons. They were the premier melee weapons that could cut through nearly anything. Every other object that managed to withstand the initial blows would not be able to maintain their resistance for long. The Terrans recognized this huge demand. They made the strategic decision to selectively gift or sell their weaker destroyer weapons in order to establish alliances, bribe important leaders and deprive lucrative business opportunities from other rival first-raters. Of course, the Terrans weren't stupid enough to hand away their most powerful destroyer weapons to outsiders. Even though many people suspected that destroyer weapons may magically malfunction once they were used to attack Terran assets, it was still important for the original masters of this offensive technology to maintain their competitive advantage. This was why most of the destroyer weapons that ended up in the hands of other parties amounted to Tier 10 to Tier 6 destroyer weapons. They were only suitable to be wielded by ordinary mechs. While they conveyed huge advantages to any third class, second class or first class mech, handing out these relatively cheaper destroyer weapons did not damage Terran interests. It was much rarer to find destroyer weapons of higher tiers in private hands. They held much greater concentrations of destroyer particles, making them a lot rarer and more difficult to produce. The Terrans almost always kept these weapons in their own possession because they had a lot of high-ranking mech pilots that could make fantastic use of these weapons themselves. Demand always outpaced supply, especially now that the Red Ocean got cut off from the Milky Way. Rumors had started to swirl around that the only human left who could produce destroyer particles was a certain cat-loving god pilot from the Rubarthan Pact, but the Terrans vehemently squashed all talk that came even close in this direction. Whatever the case, the Terrans had almost ceased to give away any of their coveted destroyer weapons since the start of the Age of Dawn. This was why Vase and many other leaders almost couldn't believe that the Dermont ancient clan was willing to give away a Tier 3 destroyer weapon. Even if the weapon came in the form of a spear with a rather small and slender tip that was clearly designed to lower the amount of destroyer particles needed to construct the weapon, it was still the real deal. Combined with the fact that the Terrans rarely auctioned any Tier 3 destroyer weapons during the Age of Mechs to begin with, this was probably the only time that outsiders could get their hands on a melee weapon of this caliber. Many parties believed that this may be the only time that they had an opportunity to obtain a coveted Tier 3 destroyer spear in an auction. The Terrans would most certainly cease to part with them for any other reason because they were so damn difficult to produce. This practically ensured that the upcoming round of bidding would become heated. More and more heated eyes stared at the dangerous weapon. It had been safely encased in a reinforced transparent cage. Its destroyer speared IP occasionally flared with destructive power, but the Terrans safely managed to contain these outbursts to prevent the weapon from killing everyone in the auction hall. Vase had no doubt that Esteban Leeds prepared a lot of other security measures such as Azure energy shields and first-class multipurpose mechs to take action if the destroyer weapon ever went out of control. The fact that the weapon was almost too powerful to contain did not reduce people's enthusiasm for this object. It inflamed their desires because they often associated dangerous destroyer weapons with invincibility on the battlefield. Orion Leeds smirked as he let the facts sink into everyone's minds. Now that you have been introduced to this unimaginably powerful weapon that can amplify the lethality of any ace mech strong enough to control its unruly might, let the bidding begin. It took less than a second for a wealthy shipbuilding magnate to break the silence. 1,000 kilograms of phase water. Several gasps erupted from the submerged room. That was not the highest bid that had been placed during the grand auction. There were many people who had access to more disposable wealth. Yet to start with this enormous sum right away signaled that the destroyer spear would probably get sold for a much higher sum. Vase understood this rationale very well. Tier 3 destroyer weapons were only 2 steps removed from the most powerful Tier 1 destroyer weapons that were exclusively wielded by Terran god mechs. It was the best that any third party could obtain. Its value already exceeded that of a first-class fleet carrier as far as many people were concerned. In fact, Vase wouldn't be surprised if it ended up costing more than a first-class ace mech. 1,500 kilograms of phase water. Another first-rater announced a bid. 1,700 kilograms of phase water. 1,850 kilograms of phase water. 1,900 kilograms. Despite his desire to compete for the destroyer spear, Vase hesitated when he heard the astronomical amount of sums. This was far more money than he ever dealt with in the past. Vase truly gained an understanding of the extravagance of a grand auction today. Despite the fact that the bids were already approaching 2,000 kilograms of phase water, there were plenty of players that still looked determined to claim the weapon for themselves. While the pace of the bidding war was remarkably slow, the progressively more ridiculous sums made every new bid more impactful. 2,000 kilograms of phase water. 2,100 kilograms of phase water. The Knights of Res Perdance shall claim this righteous tool. 2,200 kilograms of phase water. I have never heard of your knights. Go away and play with your swords. This spear is a real man's weapon. 2,300 kilograms of phase water. Who says this weapon can only be wielded by a woman? Our dynasty has birthed a new female ace pilot. This spear shall propel her to greater heights. The amount of people who actively placed their bids showed that the price still had a lot to go before it reached their psychological bottom lines. The problem was that the current bids already exceeded Vess's own psychological limit. "What is wrong, Vase?" Jovi asked. "You are clearly interested in this spear. Don't you have a high-tier expert pilot who excels at spearmanship? This Tier 3 destroyer spear can serve as the perfect complement to her expert mech. As long as she manages to break through to ace pilot, she will become unstoppable at closer ranges." Vase grimaced. "I know, but is it really worthwhile to invest so much money in a single mech weapon? Venerable Rosa Orphan has not yet broken through to ace pilot yet, so acquiring this weapon is a little premature. I suppose I can save it up for another Larkinson ace pilot, but it wouldn't be as good of a fit. I don't like to waste so much money just to improve the combat power of a single machine." "You are still thinking like a second-rater, Vase. You ceased to be one a long time ago. This is the world you live in now. You should get used to it as soon as possible. You're not only a first-rater, but one that has become wealthy and influential enough to attend a grand auction. Your recent successes should have given you the financial strength to bid on this destroyer spear. Maybe. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. I will probably be able to earn a lot of money and concessions back when the LMC's shares get sold, but is it really a good idea to forego other strategically important acquisitions for this single spear? No one can make that decision except for you, Vase." Vase turned to Jovi. "What do you think, then? Would you bid on the spear if you were in my place?" Turning this question back to Jovi threw the mecher off guard. "My perspective is different from yours. The Red Association has mastered a huge variety of powerful offensive high technologies. While there are limitations to all of them, some of the better ones come close to matching the impressive performance of destroyer weapons. They are also considerably cheaper and more accessible." Vase nodded. "I believe you. What concerns me is that, almost, is not good enough. I have no doubt that my clan will confront many powerful enemies in the future. The difference between victory and defeat can hinge on our champion's ability to penetrate through the thick spatial barrier and flesh of a powerful phase lord. I don't know if I can stomach the idea of failing my troops just because I wanted to be a cheapskate." He still remained conflicted over this decision. Chapter 5807 Big Money 5807 Big Money. Jovi was right. Vase still thought like a second-rater for the most part. He was born as a third-rater, but spent a decade or so adjusting to the reality of second-class society. Even then, he still retained a fair number of sensibilities as a third-rater. He abhorred waste and usually tried to avoid it. While it became increasingly harder for him to maintain tight control over his spending, he liked to think he was doing better than others. His wife made for a nice contrast of how much worse he could become if he did not exert enough discipline in his spending strategy. First-raters and especially powerful first-raters weren't nearly as frugal. Vase already had a glimpse of how these wealthy bastards showed so little regard for life-changing sums of wealth when he occupied the mind of a much younger Axelar Strian a long time ago, yet he still grew dizzy as he witnessed this happening on a much wider scale. It was not as if these first-raters were bad with money. They did not climb their way to the top of high society by being incompetent. They possessed a fantastic understanding of their financial strength. They knew how much money they could afford to spend without too many adverse consequences, and they also knew how much more money they could pull that came with greater costs. Each wealthy bidder committed increasingly astronomical sums of money because they truly had so much money to spare. Perhaps this was why Vase felt ambivalent about this entire show. He had spent much of his years looking up at these high and mighty first-raters that he never really considered the possibility that he could become like them, especially in a short time frame. In other words, his mentality had not caught up with his current reality as of yet. His reluctance to adapt to his latest circumstances was holding him back. It did not help that Vase had no idea whether it was a good decision to fork over wealth that was equivalent to over 2,000 kilograms of phase water on a single mech weapon, 2,500 kilograms of phase water, 2,600 kilograms of phase water, 3,000 kilograms of phase water. An important military official of a first-rate state voiced, "This destroyer spear shall be ours, 3,100 kilograms. The spear's ownership is still in contention. Nobody here is afraid of your state, 3,150 kilograms of phase water." Vase grew dizzy as he imagined how much wealth this represented. In terms of money, he was pretty sure he could buy a basic fleet carrier at vastly inflated prices. In terms of phase water, This amount was enough to raise an entire first-class mech regiment or second-class mech division. Vase let out a frustrated grunt as he still failed to make up his mind. What do you guys think? You can afford it, Jovi said. As much as the Red Association does not like the Terrans for keeping their destroyer technology for themselves, we are not afraid to admit that it is superior in terms of destructiveness. You cannot go wrong with bestowing your clan with this powerful spear. You can hand it over to the first Larkinson ace pilot that breaks through. Kelsey Ampatok shook his head. I can think of more than a dozen alternatives that do not cost nearly as much. The Rubarthan mech community has always been jealous towards Terran destroyer technology and tried to develop alternatives for a long time. While we have failed to produce an equal or superior weapon, we did not come away empty-handed. There are other options, each of which come with their own pros and cons. The fact that destroyer weapons are not the most efficient solution to employ against transphasic energy shields is important to keep in mind. He was right, but that did not turn destroyer weapons useless against alien warships. Mechs just needed to watch the energy defenses of alien vessels a few more times in order to move forward. Destroyer weapons are domineering pieces of mech equipment according to our studies. Vector Loban said, what I mean by that is that they are so powerful that they threaten to overpower every other aspect of a mech. The destroyer particles of a higher-tier destroyer weapon require a lot of active management in order to keep in line. Any mech pilot that eventually gets to wield a weapon as strong as the one put on auction will acquire more violent and combative tendencies. Even strong-willed pilots are not immune to this effect. They become more effective killing machines at the cost of downplaying any other strengths they possess. That was what Vase really needed to hear. Vase could easily imagine why destroyer weapons had a corrupting effect. It all came down to their destroyer particles. It was as if they were living forces that only sought to destroy as much as possible. Was this downside enough for Vase to give up on this destroyer spear? Not quite. It did help to put the destroyer spear into perspective. Vase mentally set a limit and decided to just stop bidding if the price rose above it. Having an all-powerful weapon in his possession was nice, but it would not be the end of the Red Ocean if he let it slip from his grasp. At least he hoped that was the case. Vase briefly paid attention to the ongoing exchange of bids before he finally pressed a button and opened his mouth. 3,500 kilograms of phase water. The entire upper hall froze yet again. The momentum of all of the prior bidders had been sapped as soon as Vase made it clear that he was not willing to sit by this time. Unfortunately, the silence did not last for long. 3,600 kilograms of phase water. 3,650 kilograms of phase water. 3,700 kilograms of phase water. 3 different voices spoke up in quick succession. None of these individuals demonstrated any visible sign that they were deterred by the participation of the Devil Tongue. They certainly feared what he could do to them, but they did not believe Vase would resort to dishonorable behavior just to deter his competitors in a grand auction. Besides, they all belonged to major forces that possessed strong foundations in human society. They were more than capable of standing their ground. 3,800 kilograms of phase water. Vase spoke again. Though the sum far exceeded what any average first-rater would ever be able to earn in a single life, this did not apply to upper society. 3,900 kilograms of phase water. 4,000 kilograms of phase water. Vase shot back. The bidding war continued. Several figures that previously showed their determination to flaunt their wealth had gradually fallen silent as they were unwilling to spend past this point. However, there were still a dozen or so major players who did not show any signs of stopping soon. Occasionally, other voices joined the party as well, but it was questionable whether they were willing to hang around for long. 4,800 kilograms of phase water. 4,810 kilograms. 4,850 kilograms. 4,900 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms of phase water. Vase straightforwardly spoke. The upper hall fell silent for another moment as the price for the destroyer spear had reached an insane height. A wealthy woman spoke up again while directing a challenging stare towards Vess's private box. 5,050 kilograms of phase water. 5,100 kilograms of phase water. Vase shot back. Many more people began to doubt whether they should proceed. It became clear that they had reached their respective bottom lines and dared to go no further. 5,150 kilograms of phase water. A different leader spoke. 5,200 kilograms of phase water. Vase said right away, he really hoped that the bidders did not try to surpass 5,500 kilograms of phase water. He originally wanted to set the limit at 5,000 kilograms, but he felt that would have made him way too predictable. He had raised the limit to 5,501 kilograms of phase water for that reason. If the bids exceeded this amount, Vase was ready to pull out regardless of whether he could afford to do so due to various factors. 5,300 kilograms, 5,400 kilograms of phase water. Vase replied. He hoped that a more decisive approach might deter the remaining handful of holdouts. 5,450 kilograms of phase water, 5,500 kilograms of phase water. Vase said without giving out any further hints. Privately, he hoped that the remaining bidders would give up at this point. Trying to obtain a destroyer spear for 6,000 kilograms of phase water or whatever was so exaggerated that Vase would rather work with Keddies to develop a first-class mech spear from scratch. Nobody spoke. Despite the extreme desirability of a Tier 3 destroyer spear, the weapon frankly did not merit that much attention at this point. It was unreasonable to hand a powerful mech weapon to a junior ace mech that did not cost nearly as much. Of course, senior ace mechs were entirely different beasts. They were more designed and built to serve as potential candidates to transform into god mechs, so pairing them up with destroyer weapons was not necessarily a waste of money. Vase felt tense as he waited for any person to place a slightly higher bid. Meow. Even Lucky felt the tension in the air. It soon became clear that all of these people did not fall silent for no good reason. Vase suspected that they were all contacting each other or their superiors for further instructions. While the continued silence made the grand auction more compelling, Orion Leeds still needed to do his duty. The Tier 3 destroyer weapon can still be yours if you place a higher bid. Let me remind you of one of our relevant services. You can promise to exchange any fixed assets to us for MTA credits or CFA credits. If you fail to place a winning bid, you have the right to cancel the planned transaction at the cost of paying a modest and reasonable penalty fee. This was a clever solution that hit multiple birds with a single stone. Esteban Leeds could massively improve its real estate portfolio by taking the houses, factories and other structures across the upper zones. It also increased the liquidity of individual participants, enabling them to spend sums that were far in excess to their prior cash reserves. However, was it really worth it to give up prime real estate just to get a single destroyer spear? It did not even come with a powerful machine that could make effective use of this weapon. Going once, Vase stared carefully at the members of the crowd, but he was unable to glean anything more complex than a few vague sensations. Going twice, 5,600 kilograms of phase water. A female general spoke as she politely turned towards the private box. My apologies, Professor Larkinson, but one of our newest guardians of our state needs this boost in firepower. That caused Vase to look dismayed. He could still spend more, but that would cause him to break the rule he set for himself. He could not give in to irrational behavior. If you really want the spear, go take it. Jovi encouraged Vase. Do not worry too much about how you will raise the necessary funds. At worst, you temporarily go into debt and earn back the money later once you have achieved greater business success. Though Vase heard this once before, saying it again during this sensitive moment caused Ves's limit to snap. Fine, I will. Stop thinking about limits entirely. I hope I don't regret it. He grumbled under his bet. 5,700 kilograms of phase water. His confident declaration increased his momentum and made it a lot more difficult for anyone to exceed his bid. 5,750 kilograms, 5,800 kilograms. Vase said. At this point, the female general and the other remaining holdouts kept themselves mum. Going once, again, people looked around to see whether anyone had the courage to commit a greater sum. Goins twice, Vase almost prayed that no one would spoil his party and force him to spend more money that he was pretty sure he did not possess at this moment. Sold for 5,800 kilograms of phase water. Orion Leeds decisively declared, Congratulations, Professor Larkinson, you are the latest owner of one of the most powerful mech weapons in the Red Ocean. This Tier 3 destroyer spear is yours to do as you see fit. Chapter 5808 Specific Demands 5808 Specific Demands Vase did not feel relieved when Orion Leeds officially determined that Vase had won the Tier 3 destroyer spear. He felt as if he had put a huge burden on himself. Neither he nor the Larkinson clan had a whopping 5,800 kilograms of phase water stored in their vaults. Furthermore, they did not possess any freely available cash that was equivalent to the value of so much phase water. Though Vase could heavily go into debt in order to finance this transaction, Doing so came with a lot of other consequences. Not only would he become beholden to the institution that loaned him the money, but he would also have to pay huge sums on interest payments until he managed to pay off the entire loan. Even if Vase was confident that he could continue to rely on his routine mech design activities to slowly earn enough money to cover this debt, he would rather get rid of it sooner rather than later. This could go very wrong if he did not handle this situation properly. Are you pleased, Jovi? Pleased by what? You got me to adopt the mentality of a wealthy first-rater. Vase explained in a cynical tone. I know that I need to think bigger nowadays, but this is a really big jump. I fear it will become a lot easier for me to spend 21 billion MTA credits in the future. 5800 kilograms of phase water equated to at least 21 billion MTA credits according to the current market price. However, trying to procure this much phase water at once would definitely cause it to rise in price, making it so that Vase would have to spend $1 billion or $2 more money to complete such a transaction. Fortunately, Esteban Leeds did not limit the possible means of payment to phase water, or else a lot of different groups would have to buy a lot of phase water from every possible source, thereby causing the market price to skyrocket in the process. Even so, Vase felt as if he had put Gloriana to shame in terms of profligacy. Her casual decision to spend millions of MTA credits in luxuries such as first-class clothing and perfume seemed trivial in comparison to how much money he squandered on a single mech weapon. This Tier 3 destroyer spear better be worth the money, he whispered to himself. He needed to urge Venerable Rosa Orphan to break through to Ace Pilot and earn the qualifications to wield the powerful weapon. The longer she remained stuck as an expert pilot, the longer the spear remained unused, unless the Larkinson army decided to hand it over to another ace pilot. That would likely lead to a lot of discontent. If someone like Uncle Ark or Grandpa Benjamin managed to break through and subsequently earn fantastic achievements with the help of the destroyer spear, they would probably hate it if they would have to hand the weapon over. Orphan would also feel resentful for others making use of the weapon that was reserved for her use. She was the only dedicated spear wielder among the champions of the Larkinson clan. Letting others handle her destined weapon would be a major affront to her pride as a warrior. Vase knew he needed to discuss these possible issues in extensive detail with Commander Casella Ingvar. She might have a good idea on how to prevent the powerful spear from turning into a source of conflict. I think I have spent enough today, he said. Unless this grand auction presents a lot that I deem essential, I think I will abstain from placing any further bids. Nobody disagreed with him. None of them had ever handled this much money in their lifetimes. They could not imagine what kind of pressure he had taken upon himself. There will be other grand auctions in the future. Jovi consoled his friend. Every auction of this kind presents numerous items that are bound to be of great value to you. Just because you are missing out on numerous desirable goods today does not mean you can compensate for it later when you are more financially secure. You only need to remain apprised of the dates and locations of future grand auctions and decide whether you want to participate in them. That said, investing in a Tier 3 destroyer weapon is a smart choice. It is unlikely that the Terrans are willing to trade away such a powerful specialty product anytime soon. Kelsey Ampatok added his own insight. The Dermont ancient clan is probably pleased that you managed to purchase it in the end. Otherwise they wouldn't have consigned it to Esteban Leeds in the first place. The Dermonts probably don't even care all that much about the 21 billion MTA credits. It is clear they want to build a connection to you by earning their gratitude. Well, they are doing a swell job at that by making me pay an astronomical sum of money for this spear. Vase scoffed. Why can't they approach me in private and offer me this destroyer weapon in exchange for more reasonably priced concessions? That would be too utilitarian in the eyes of the Terrans. Kelsey shook his head. They are too pretentious for that. They do not want to develop a transactional relationship with you. They want to make you feel emotionally indebted to them. By making you pay a great sum to acquire the destroyer weapon, you will most definitely treat it like a precious heirloom treasure. Once your chosen champion puts the famed weapon to good use, each time he or she defeats a powerful opponent, you will feel more grateful that your overpriced weapon is earning back its cost and more. That will also make you look at the Dermont ancient clan in a more favorable light. I see. It sounded rather convoluted, but Vase could easily accept that the Terrans were willing to engage in this kind of social engineering. What if I refused to compete any further for this spear? Then the Dermonts would just adjust their target to whoever managed to win the destroyer weapon instead. Any party who has the capacity to finance this purchase is worth befriending to an ancient clan that clearly seeks to expand its network. What a clever gambit. Perhaps Vase should employ this strategy as well. Wait, he already intended to employ a similar strategy by auctioning out his shares. The biggest difference was that he was being a lot more blatant about it, as giving others partial ownership in his mech company turned them into long-term stakeholders. That was the only subject on his mind right now. He no longer expressed as much interest in the other items that appeared in the grand auction. People fought over dozens of expensive goods, each of which promised to enhance the power of an entire group or enrich the lives of those who already lived in splendor. The greater benefit to just standing aside and watching the proceedings was that Vase got a much better sense of what people who occupied the highest layers of society still competed over. While these people still showed plenty of appreciation for exquisite artworks and real estate, they forked over the greatest sums for cultivation methods, powerful mechs, starships and powerful materials. Clearly, these people could read the winds blowing through the new frontier pretty well. There was never a time where they enjoyed enough security. That was not necessarily good news to Vase, as it would make it harder for him to gain the concessions he truly sought. By the time many people started to grow tired and less attentive, Orion leads finally came to the final lots of the grand auction. Thank you for your patience. The handsome auctioneer seemed to glow as he smiled at the participants. Now that we are nearing the end of this grand auction, we have saved the best for last. Instead of introducing the final lots, I believe it is best to invite Professor Vase Larkinson to the stage himself so that he can give you an explanation himself. Vase did not look surprised, as he had arranged this move beforehand with the auction house. It did not happen often, but Esteban Leeds typically agreed to implement this break from tradition if it formed the centerpiece of the entire event. Let's go, Lucky. Meow. Vase left the private box and navigated through the submerged hall until he floated next to Orion Leeds. Everyone paid attention to him and the archimetal cat sitting on his shoulder. This was not the first time that Vase had become the center of attention. He did not feel fazed at all, despite the fact that the net worth of all of these big shots could crush him many times over. Hello everyone, Vase said in a calm and composed voice. I am sure you are already familiar with me, so I will skip the introductions. Today, I invite you to invest in my first and most important company, the Living Mech Corporation. I am sure that many of you have already studied it in advance, so I will not bother to explain its profitability, its long-term prospects or its placement in the mech market. Your business analysts are probably a lot better than mine. No one laughed, but that was not important. Let me explain what I seek from auctioning out 25% of all outstanding shares in the LMC. I am not in dire need of cash. I can obtain it easily enough through other channels. What I seek are strategic partnerships, ownership of military infrastructure such as orbital shipyards and more. The plain truth is that my status has risen far too quickly. My foundation is sorely lacking, and I seek to remedy that as much as possible. This is why I am willing to give you an opportunity to become my partner and maybe even ally in my future ventures. It was not difficult for all of these clever people to figure out the reasons why he was willing to open up the LMC to outside investment, but it was best to make his priorities clear. The bidding will proceed like this. We will auction out 5% of shares in the LMC at a time. We will still use kilograms of phase water as a measure of the value of your bid, but I am not interested in getting a huge bag of phase water or MTA credits unless I say otherwise. I would vastly prefer it if you are ready to offer more material concessions of military value. In other words, I want to trade a part of my long-term economic prosperity for more short and medium-term security. That caused a lot of potential bidders to hesitate. They might be willing to invest a hefty amount to acquire the LMC shares, but was it worth it for them to surrender a part of their military assets or infrastructure? Don't bother to offer anything that does not help my forces prepare for battles ahead, such as civilian enterprises or luxury goods. Vase clarified in order to make sure that there were no misunderstandings. Also, please refrain from promising intangibles such as tutoring sessions, branding deals, protection guarantees and so on. Verbal promises alone carry much less weight unless I know you can be trusted. Vase mentioned a few other rules and preferences to guide people in the right direction. It might be rather cumbersome and limiting, but he was confident that there were enough interested parties left that were willing to commit. Finally, let me reiterate that acquiring real shipbuilding infrastructure is one of my highest priorities. He stated at the end, I will value a first-class orbital shipyard much more than anything else that you can give me. My clan urgently needs it to service our own demand for first-class starships. I do not intend to leave this auction house without becoming the owner of at least one new first-class shipyard. It does not have to be located here in the Ector system, so feel free to offer ones that are located further away. With that, the most important phase of the grand auction had begun. Chapter 5809 The Octera Kingdom 5809 The Octera Kingdom The format for the grand auction had changed. Instead of bidding with cash or phase water, the participants needed to offer more substantial concessions in order to obtain what they needed. Value was no longer strictly measured by concrete numbers, but by the subjective opinion of the current owner of the much-coveted shares. As Vase swept his gaze across the submerged upper hall, he gained a good impression of how the gathered leaders and elites regarded this situation. Many of them displayed clear interest in obtaining shares. Even if the LMC in its current stage of development did not merit their attention, its future potential was limitless with a highly promising mech designer like Vase in charge. However, these greedy figures were in the minority. Many more enlightened individuals understood that the point of investing in the LMC was not to earn huge dividends, though it was certainly a nice bonus. Their real motivation was to develop a strong, long-term relationship with the most talented mech designer of his generation. Given his extraordinary feats and his much more impressive background than anyone previously realized, Vase turned out to be a lot more remarkable and promising than anyone realized. It no longer became crazy talk to consider Vase to be a star designer candidate. His history so far contains so many crazy turns of events that he already experienced far more successes and upheaval in his life than any star designer at his age. Vase did not just match the template of a star designer in the making, he exemplified it, so much so that the betting platforms judged that his probability of advancing to the highest rank was higher than numerous renowned master mech designers. Who wouldn't want to befriend a mech designer with such fantastic future prospects? Even if the chance was great that he would stagnate, get assassinated or otherwise fail to reach his potential, it did not hurt to make a modest investment in exchange for a possible future payout. In other words, the way that many powerful players regarded him was like he was a particularly attractive lottery ticket. It was definitely worthwhile for them to participate in this special auction so long as the cost of purchasing the lottery ticket did not harm their own strength and financial position too much. The only problem was that far too many players made the same conclusion. The intense competition for ownership stakes in LMC meant that only the wealthiest and most optimistic ones would be able to get away with a solid connection to Vase. Vase smiled as he completed his quick survey. Interest in his shares was great. Enough for him to decide to push for his main objective anyway. There will be 5 rounds of bidding in total. Each round will allow you to contest the ownership of 5% of all outstanding shares in the Living Mech Corporation that are currently under my name. You may call out a concession and perhaps an official valuation in phase water, but it will be up to me to accept or deny that your bid has exceeded the value of the previous one. Do note that I am not too rigid with the rules of this special auction. If you happen to offer such a major concession that 5% ownership in the LMC does not cut it anymore, I may agree to increase the share I am willing to transact with you. I have already given you an explanation for what I seek. It is up to you to figure out how you wish to satisfy my needs. He raised a warning finger. Since I am determined to come away with full ownership in at least one orbital shipyard, you may only offer shipbuilding facilities in this inaugural round. I will not accept any other kinds of concessions this time. Leave that for the subsequent rounds of bidding. Vase nodded towards Orion Leeds, who promptly clapped his hands. Let the first round of bidding as specified by Professor Larkinson commence. Please speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel one at a time and give time for our consignor to accept or reject your bid. A few seconds of silence ensued as many people wanted to wait and see. They were not quite clear what Vase wanted to hear. Soon enough, an older and distinguished-looking gentleman rose up from his seat. It is an honor to meet you, Professor Larkinson. I am Elijah von Revus, a first-generation Duke of the Octera Kingdom and its defense minister. The young king has instructed me to invite you to become a royal advisor and hereditary noble in our court. Before you object, let me inform you that we do not demand you to pledge any oath of fealty or submission to His Majesty. We only ask you to befriend us and be honest in your dealings with our kingdom. We are willing to gift you partial but controlling interest in one of our royal shipyards. The strange noble's offer took many people by surprise. Instead of offering a shipyard outright, Duke Elijah von Revus instead tied it into a more elaborate package that clearly sought to bind Vase to the Octera Kingdom. This was a rather clever way of getting more out of a transaction. The Duke's transparent ploy clearly inspired a lot of other potential bidders into cooking up similar offers. Vase curled his lips downwards. He had little interest in burdening himself with useless obligations. While it was best if he and his clan maintained a cordial relationship with the government of the star system where his new shipyard resided, that did not mean that Vase wanted to become a vassal. Perhaps sensing that Vase was not taking his offer too well, the Duke of the Octera Kingdom quickly clarified his offer. If at any time you wish to end your relationship with our court, you may do so as long as you are willing to follow orderly procedures. We do have to ask you to relinquish your majority stake in our royal shipyard. I can promise you that you may use our royal shipyard as long as you do not excessively damage or degrade its operational capabilities. We offer you full access to our logistical network, allowing you to source the large quantities of bulk exotics and hypers needed to construct first-class starships under a cost-plus pricing scheme. So long as our Octera Kingdom prospers, so shall your royal shipyard, which will always enjoy the protection of our system defense forces. Vase smiled. Now that sounded more to his liking. The Duke was not that stupid after all. Turning his offer into a loose commitment where Vase could pull out at any time did much to bolster the attractiveness of this bid. I accept your bid, Your Grace. Vase calmly spoke. If none of the subsequent bids gives me reason to favor them over yours, I would be happy to accept your terms. Just make sure that the final contract closely matches your description. I do not tolerate deception. The Duke looked scandalized. We would not dare to engage in such dishonesty, Professor. Vase was not so sure about that. He had never heard of the Octera Kingdom before, so he utilized his cranial implant to discreetly look it up on the galactic net. What he managed to read was not impressive. It turned out that the Octera Kingdom did not start out as a serious colony founded by ambitious pioneers. The origin of this relatively small first-rate state was actually a lot more banal. Back during the age of Mechs, there existed a couple of extremely wealthy leaders. They had a 15-year-old son who behaved a bit like a spoiled brat to the point where he started to slip in his studies. Instead of trying to correct the behavior of their son the normal way, this power couple instead did something extremely outrageous. They formed a powerful pioneering fleet, dumped their son onto the flagship, sent the vessels through the Greater Beander Gate and commanded the new arrivals to found a kingdom in an upper zone. That was how the Octera Kingdom came to be. The pioneering fleet succeeded in carving out a fairly small but resource-rich chunk of territory in the Vivan upper zone and started to build up an entire colonial state from scratch. Even though the ultimate owners of the pioneering fleet did not style themselves as royals or nobles, they purposefully forged the new colonies into a feudal kingdom for the sole purpose of turning their son into a real king. This was the most extravagant combination of a punishment, an exile, a practical teaching experience and a birthday present that Vase had ever heard of. How could these parents be so out of touch that they did not even take the founding of a first-rate colonial state seriously? Many lesser but much more hard-working individuals would have taken this venture 100 times more seriously. In any case, the Octera Kingdom was never supposed to be a serious state to begin with, and many people knew that. Everyone from the young king himself down to the commoners who emigrated to the new kingdom in exchange for rich compensation all treated it as one giant amusement park. If not for the fact that the Octera Kingdom was mainly run by a large and professional civilian administration, the immature king and his extensive court of partying nobles would never have made it last longer than a year. It was pretty clear that the young king was not just supposed to enact his fantasies as an absolute monarch of his own private kingdom. He was supposed to learn how to handle responsibilities and run an actual state by throwing him off the deep end. It did not matter if he fumbled or failed, because his parents back in the old galaxy would always ensure that the young king would always receive the support he needed. If everything proceeded as planned, the young king would have meandered about as a sovereign for a couple of decades before gradually maturing and becoming more accustomed to acting as serious ruler. By that time, the colonization of the Red Ocean should have reached a much more advanced stage. The parents of the young king would have been able to organize a more ambitious pioneering fleet that was capable of colonizing the more attractive territories that were closer to the center of the Red Ocean. In other words, the Octera Kingdom was supposed to be a practice run. The reality was very much different. As soon as the Great Severing occurred, a lot of plans got disrupted, including the playtime for the young king. Now that he had suddenly been bereft of contact and any form of support from his parents from the old galaxy, the young king had been forced to sober up quickly, as did everyone else from his isolated kingdom. While the Octera Kingdom was actually doing pretty decently despite what had happened, its biggest problem was that it was located in the Vivan Upper Zone, which happened to be located very close to the front lines. Given that all of the states of the Vivan Upper Zone fell under the Red Ocean Union, the Octera Kingdom could not count on strong support to help defend its territories. It did not help that the Octerans spent so much time partying and playing around instead of engaging in actual diplomacy. They had few allies to begin with, and their prior conduct left them with a bad relationship that they had yet to fully rehabilitate. This put the bid of Duke von Revus into perspective. The Octera Kingdom was desperate for friends, and was willing to place a serious bet on Vase. Interesting. While Vase did not mind the dubious history of the Octera Kingdom, he was a lot more concerned about its perilous location. How much value did an orbital shipyard possess when it was located a bit too close from the front lines? Chapter 5810 Starfarer Berth 5810 Starfarer Berth Obtaining a shipyard that was located awfully close to the front lines of the Red War sounded anything but ideal. However, the easy access to raw materials along with the other favorable conditions offered by the Octera Kingdom made up for this very obvious downside. Another factor that earned his appreciation was that any orbital shipyard that received the Royal designation was definitely among the largest and most productive of its kind. According to the fact sheet transmitted by Duke Elijah von Revus, the specific shipyard that the Octerans were willing to gift to Vase was capable of constructing capital ships up to a maximum length of around 3 kilometers. That was a huge luxury as first-class capital ships were always impressive. The capacity for the Larkinson clan to design and construct its own first-class fleet carriers was so valuable that Vase was willing to put up with the very real risk that an alien incursion might one day invade the Octera Kingdom and destroy the royal shipyard. He wondered whether it was possible to break the shipyard into pieces and ship them over to a safer location where the orbital construct could be rebuilt anew. While many people became preoccupied with weighing how much they needed to offer in order to beat the Octera Kingdom's bid, another individual rose up from her seat. "Greetings, Professor Larkinson. I am Master Francesca Castillo, but you may know me as the Adaptive Scale. I am a lifelong servant of the Red Association, and I have represented the Guidance faction on many occasions. I am not approaching you as a representative of either of these groups, but instead wish to offer a partnership in my personal capacity." Vase had never heard of the Adaptive Scale before, but a quick search on the galactic net told him that she was an RA Master Mech designer of decent renown. The woman activated a projection that displayed a relatively small but much more advanced orbital shipyard. "This is the Starfarer Berth, a small but modern first-class orbital shipyard. I am the sole investor and owner of this facility. It was initially rated to construct civilian sub-capital ships such as logistical and industrial vessels, but it has recently completed an upgrade that enables the construction of military hulls such as combat carriers and armed cruisers." Starfarer Berth was truly a lot smaller than the royal shipyard offered by the Octera Kingdom. There was no contest when it came to scale. However, despite the huge difference in size, Vase had a feeling that Starfarer Berth was actually just as valuable if not more due to its much more advanced tech. The Adaptive Scale smiled with pride. "Starfarer Berth is capable of constructing the highest specifications of sub-capital ships designed by the shipwrights of the Red Association. It is equipped with full materialization and fabrication suites that are fully capable of producing all of the components in-house. Unless the design of a starship demands the inclusion of exotic components, my shipyard can fully convert raw materials into complete first-class sub-capital ships in a matter of months." This was powerful tech. While the royal shipyard from earlier also possessed decent production facilities, it was not exactly meant to operate independently from the regional economy. Vase knew that if he wanted to obtain a powerful fleet carrier, the royal shipyard would have to place many different orders from a lot of third-party producers in order to obtain specialized high-tech parts such as superdrives and Azure Shield generators. This shouldn't be a problem most of the time, but Vase did not like it that the royal shipyard was at the mercy of other people. Granted, Vase should be able to develop friendly relations with these contractors easily enough, especially the Octera Kingdom bestowed him with official positions. Was it really worth it for Vase to play along with this charade just so that he could guarantee the smooth operation of the royal shipyard? Vase much preferred to obtain an orbital shipyard that could minimize any entanglements with external parties. He only needed to arrange a sufficient supply of raw materials to keep a cozy facility like the Starfarer Berth running. "Where is your orbital shipyard located, Master?" "Good question, Professor Larkinson. I believe you will be especially pleased to know that Starfarer Berth is located in the Urnstall star node. A lot of people who hadn't bothered to look up information about the orbital shipyard reacted with surprise. Xianxia star node. Every central star node was a stronghold that was jointly colonized and managed by the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The initial attraction to Xianxia was its powerful blue supergiant star. When the Big Two wanted to establish additional strongholds in the rim of the Red Ocean, they chose to construct an immense Dyson sphere around the powerful blue sun in order to channel almost all of its immense output into a huge supply of energy. The massive undertaking was mind-boggling and expensive beyond belief, yet the MTA and CFA at the height of their power easily managed to complete this titanic construction effort. Of course, it helped a lot that the Big Two constructed most of the semi-autonomous modules of the gigantic Dyson sphere in the old galaxy. They only had to ship the finished modules across galaxies and put them in the right places. Capturing the energy of an entire blue supergiant fully transformed the Xianxia star node into a location with great economic development. Out of all of the central star nodes, the biggest and most important one of them all was Bridgehead 1. Xianxia star node happened to rank second on the list. It was a star node that was fully dedicated towards servicing the needs of first raters. Initially occupied by the Mechers and the Fleeters, it soon opened up for business and welcomed any first-class visitors who were wealthy enough to pay the extremely high fees. After the opening of the Red Ocean, the Xianxia star node quickly rose up to become an economic pillar due to the huge influx of Terrans, Rubarthans and the citizens of other first-rate states. The fact that both Terrans and Rubarthans flocked to the same star system was remarkable and made Xianxia all the more special. Vase could think of few places in the new frontier that were safer than the Xianxia star node. Not only had the Mechers and Fleeters fortified the star system to a nigh unbreakable stronghold, Xianxia also happened to be located far to the rear of human-occupied space. Many colonial states and zones would have to fall for the alien invaders first before Xianxia was ever exposed to serious enemy incursions. Vase expressed a lot more interest after he learned where the orbital shipyard was located. Master Castillo's bid became a lot more competitive due to this crucial factor. I am offering you an 80% stake in Starfarer Berth in exchange for your company shares. The adaptive scale straightforwardly said, letting me retain the remaining 20% will allow the orbital shipyard to retain its personnel, contracts, permissions and suppliers. You will be able to take operational control over a hypermodern shipyard that can produce the most advanced human starships imaginable. It is well staffed with elite association-trained personnel who value their current employment because it allows them to live in one of the richest and safest star systems in the new frontier. Even if Starfarer Berth was a little small, it was still a dream come true for many shipwrights and naval engineers to work at this orbital shipyard. The Xianxia star node was such a popular and desirable place to live and work that it had put up a lot of barriers. Just like the Vullet central star node that Vase was familiar with, ordinary visitors had to pay exponentially more money or merits in order to stay in a place that would probably be among the last human strongholds to fall if the Red War turned against human civilization. If nothing else, Starfarer Berth might serve as an emergency fallback point if the Larkinson clan ever suffered a devastating blow throughout the new frontier. In any case, Vase did not have to worry too much about running into personnel shortages or experience any difficulties in hiring qualified personnel. Every job opening probably attracted thousands of applications from people eager to enjoy the best possible protection from the Mechers and the Fleeters. I take it that operating Starfarer Berth must not be cheap, Vase remarked after he thought about how much people complained about the cost of everything in this central star node. The adaptive scale nodded. Xianxia is one of the most developed high-tech hubs in human-occupied space. Its inconvenient location and high price levels makes it difficult to earn a profit by producing low-margin products. Starfarer Berth is still able to maintain its profitability by targeting the upper segment of the first-class starship market. Its speed of production is not high compared to other shipyards, but its quality and technological sophistication ranks close to the top. Only the shipyards operated by the Red Fleet are superior in this regard. Interesting. Vase could readily believe this boast because Starfarer Berth truly looked like it could back up all of these boastful claims. I take it that Starfarer Berth excels at constructing a specific type of starship in order to maintain its competitiveness. He guessed. Correct. Starfarer Berth is configured to maximize the production of my signature ripple-energized armor systems. My armor systems excel at becoming more effective at resisting specific damage types that strike at them progressively more. In the most ideal conditions, my best ripple armor can resist up to 70% more damage from the same weapons. That sounded impressive. You can apply your ripple armor to both mechs and starships. That is the case, though I have to warn you that the ripple-energized armor systems designed for starships are less effective because they are optimized for bulk and economies of scale. Starfarer Berth is the best orbital shipyard to fabricate and install ripple armor to the hulls of starships. If you accept my bid, I shall grant you permanent access to all of my ripple-energized armor systems with the notable exception of highly classified versions. You may use my technologies as you see fit, but as you are already aware, the price will not be cheap. That caused Vase to frown. How much does it actually cost me to operate Starfarer Berth if I stop all commercial production and dedicate its output for my own purposes? Your install is an expensive star system. It is at least several times more expensive to construct starships in this central star node than in the Ector system. Master Castillo honestly replied, there are few orbital shipyards in orbit of this planet that can construct sub-capital ships as advanced and resilient as Starfarer Berth. They are all owned by entrenched groups that are unlikely to sell their strategically valuable military production facilities. I am one of the few who are capable of doing so because I chose to concentrate my investment in a wholly owned orbital shipyard. I see. This turned out to be an intriguing bargain. The offer of gaining 80% ownership in a small but extremely high-tech orbital shipyard located in one of the safest star systems imaginable sounded attractive as hell. The only sticking points were the extravagant production costs and the shipyard's limited scale. Vase did not regard the cost of operating Starfarer Berth to be an insurmountable problem. He just had to do well in the mech market. Besides, the shipyard was incapable of producing big and expensive capital ships, so that also played in his favor. That last point also served as one of the biggest shortcomings of Starfarer Berth. The inability to produce capital ships of any kind almost served as a deal-breaker to Vase. As it was, all of the other selling points successfully compensated for this critical weakness. Chapter 5811 E66 Experimental Yard 5811 E66 Experimental Yard. There was one other potential complication to embracing the adaptive scales bid. Master Francesca Castillo already made it clear that she was a part of the Raw Guidance faction. The Guiders were known as meddlesome mechers who strongly advocated that the Red Association take over the autonomy of individual states. They were basically the polymath's strongest cheerleaders outside of the survivalist faction. The Guiders would love it if human civilization melted all of its internal divisions and united in a single cohesive group that obeyed all of their instructions. While there was a certain logic to their ideology, Vase personally found it reprehensible. That was a problem, because he was pretty sure that the adaptive scale was mainly willing to offer her orbital shipyard in order to pull him into the orbit of her faction. Still, Vase believed he could manage this situation if it ever occurred. He disagreed with the Guiders on plenty of subjects, but there were still a couple of areas where they could cooperate, especially in relation to the Red Collective. It was not a bad idea for Vase to make more friends and allies among the mechers. He still depended heavily on the protection of the Red Association to keep him safe and support his many business ventures. In any case, now that the adaptive scale had completed her pitch, Vase wanted to hear other offers. I have to admit that I find it difficult to rank the two bids. He told the auction participants. The offers made by Duke von Revus and the adaptive scale both have their pros and cons. For now, I am inclined to judge them of roughly equal value. Unless there is a bid that clearly exceeds their value, I will choose to accept one of them. I apologize that I cannot offer any further clarity at this time. That was the trouble with trying to judge different proposals. The lack of an objective measuring stick made it a lot harder for him to make up his mind. He needed to evaluate each offer according to his personal circumstances and needs. Vase sought to buy more time by soliciting additional bids from the gathered players. Nothing happened for half a minute. It appeared that people were reluctant to give up their orbital shipyards. Their value was a lot more tangible and concrete than obtaining a 5% stake in the mech company of a promising senior mech designer. That caused Vase to inwardly frown. The willingness for people to part ways with their orbital shipyards was a lot lower than he anticipated. The lack of enthusiasm signified once more that powers valued their starships and the capacity to build them over almost anything else. Finally, a third figure stood up to make a pitch. The man bowed towards Vase. It is an honor to address the favored of the Destroyer of Worlds. My name is Robin Terrier. I serve as a senior aide to the Inferno Spear Prince of the Rubarthan Pact. After much consideration, my liege has decided to offer you full and unrestricted ownership of the E-66 experimental yard that is located in his principality. Robin Terrier projected a map of where the shipyard was located before it changed to show the facility itself. It became clear to Vase that E66 was not as big as the Royal Shipyard, but it was not nearly as small as the Starfarer berth either. Though Vase only got a brief glimpse of its location, he became a little reassured that it was not located too close to the front lines. That did not mean that E66 was unlikely to be safe from alien raids, but it was located in the heart of the Inferno Sphere Principality. The E66 experimental yard was originally built to produce starships up to 2.3 kilometers in length. It is not the most efficient orbital shipyards in our possession. In fact, it is the opposite, as it is not a standard facility. It is part of a larger R&D initiative that was originally designed to develop an experiment on new ship classes. It features an expansive suite of tools and production facilities that enable the construction of a wide variety of starships, including ones that incorporate limited alien technologies. The Rubarthan aide quickly differentiated the E66 experimental yard from the other ones. Vase loved to engage in experiments, so the function of this orbital shipyard immediately appealed to him in an intimate fashion. The Royal Shipyard from the Octera Kingdom was a pretty standardized production facility that did not leave as much room for experimentation. The Starfarer berth was even more limited due to the fact that it was already optimized to construct starships clad with ripple-energized armor systems. While Vase was sure his shipwrights could still build a wide variety of starship classes in both of those facilities, none of them were able to offer as much help, freedom and support as the E66 experimental shipyard. Our orbital shipyard employs a top team of shipbuilders and R&D personnel who have graduated from renowned technical universities. Robin Terrier continued with a smile. They are long accustomed to working together on many different research projects. Each of their employment contracts are included in our offer. That was an important concession. The E66 experimental yard wouldn't be nearly as useful to Vase if he lost the services of all of those top naval researchers. How efficient is this facility? He asked. I am told that the E66 experimental yard does not score high in efficiency, but makes up for it with greater research, improvisation and upgrade capabilities. It is one of the best shipyards you can choose from if you wish to upgrade your existing starship hulls. It is possible to increase its efficiency in constructing a single ship class by adding or removing specialized shipyard modules. Due to frequently changing demands, E66 possesses a highly modular structure. You can easily add specialized production facilities that can introduce specialized functions that are not available in standardized shipyards. The senior aide to the only ace pilot among the Rubarthan princes in the Red Ocean continued to explain a few more interesting details. For example, the Inferno Sphere Principality was willing to give Vase access to all of the material suppliers that were currently supplying the input to the E66 experimental shipyard. The downside was that he could only pay the going market rates for these raw materials unless he formed more favorable agreements with the relevant Rubarthan material suppliers. We are also willing to exempt your shipyard from paying most of the fees and taxes that we subject to our shipyards. Robin Terrier added as an extra incentive. E66 already does not pay most of them because it is an indirect possession of Prince Antonius. Granting you these privileges can easily reduce the cost of production by at least 30%. That was generous and substantially made up for the facility's lower efficiency. Does the Inferno Sphere Prince impose any other conditions or obligations? None aside from the standard ones. His Highness does not like to engage in trickery. When we say that you will gain full and unrestricted possession over the E66 experimental yard, we mean it. We do not forbid you from mismanaging, destroying or attempting to relocate the orbital shipyard wholesale. It is for you to do what you will. The 2016 Prince hopes that you can still serve as a responsible steward to this facility. Its existence grants Red humanity another source of vitally important starships. The Inferno Sphere Prince was willing to grant a lot of trust towards Vase. By relinquishing all shares to the E66 experimental yard, the Prince could no longer exert direct control over the operations of this innovative facility. Of course, that did not fool Vase into thinking that the Inferno Sphere Prince or the Rubarthan Pact could no longer touch it anymore. So long as the E66 experimental yard operated within the territories of the Rubarthan Pact, it still had to abide by many of its laws. Still, the Inferno Sphere Prince granted Vase far more control than the other ones. The man was an ace pilot, so he conducted business a lot differently than duplicitous profiteers. Vase knew without a shadow of a doubt that the Inferno Sphere Prince would never stab him in the back. If the Rubarthan Prince ever found it necessary to become an enemy, the honorable ace pilot would at least give prior notice. That already made Vase inclined to accept this offer on principle. Is the E-66 experimental yard capable of constructing dedicated first-class warships? The aide nodded. It is theoretically possible, but it has yet to be done. Our highly educated personnel have all studied the theory behind them. They have also practiced on how to design and construct them in virtual training programs. This is why you can count on them despite their lack of real experience. Vase was not sure whether he would be able to take advantage of this capacity. It still remained difficult for most people to obtain warship tokens, especially ones that corresponded to capital ships. He had to settle for constructing more mundane unarmed starships. E-66 was a decent place to churn out fleet carriers up to 2.3 kilometers in length like a slow but enormous conveyor belt. However, it would be a huge waste of time and other resources to forget about the word experimental in its name. This kind of place truly thrived when it was allowed to deviate from the rules and experiment with their heart's content. Vase could easily imagine he and his shipwrights, both old and new, joining hands to design the most radical new ship concepts. Most shipbuilders could not tolerate too many changes at a time. They preferred to stick to a stable routine and develop incremental and predictable changes to their products. Any radical shift would force every shipwright to redesign their works and calculate the huge ripple effects that cascaded from a singular powerful change. The personnel working at this facility would not be as close-minded. They were accustomed to experimenting with radical new technologies, so they should be able to embrace and master disruptive inventions a lot faster. This was crucial if Vase ever wanted to realize his own living ships or other special ship concepts. It would be so liberating for Vase to be able to order the research and development of crazy new starships without needing to earn other people's permissions. Since he would be in full charge of E-66, he could do whatever he wanted. Is there anything else, Mr. Terrier? Nothing further. Thank you. Let me think for a second. Vase actually spent several more seconds on evaluating his choices and deciding on how to go forward. Unless any of you are prepared to present your own bids, I will likely choose among the 3 current bids. No one showed any willingness to do so. The powerful groups clung to their orbital shipyards so tightly that they were even willing to forego an easy opportunity to build a relationship with Vase. That disappointed him. He knew that these groups were more than ready to offer other concessions such as fully constructed starships and so on, but that was not what he set out to obtain. The lack of other bids showcased the value of the ones made so far. The respective parties who made these bids were remarkably generous and willing to place a heavy bet on Vase. It would be great if he could absorb all 3 shipyards offered to him. He had the option of doing so by giving them 5% shares in the LMC each. However, Vase was wary of biting off more than he could chew. Each of these bids came with strings attached that forced him to build relationships with those who sought to profit from him one way or the other. Even the Inferno Spear Prince's bid was not that completely clean, as it would definitely force Vase to depend on the Rubarthan Pact to keep his E-66 experimental shipyard operational. Considering his current situation, he felt it was a bit too much to absorb all 3 shipyards at the same time. He was open to accepting 1 or 2 bids. He just needed to decide which ones he could afford to reject. Chapter 5812 Political Objectives 5812 Political Objectives. Vase had spent years dreaming about owning a shipyard. He found it rather funny that despite founding a thriving mech company and becoming increasingly more competent in designing new mechs, he still yearned to build his own starships. Vase did not even harbor that much of a passion for warships in the first place. Sure, they formed a vital component in the lives of every human, but Vase mostly regarded them as tools, homes and combat platforms. Aside from the spirit of Bentime, Vase did not regard starships as anything more or less. As far as he was concerned, he preferred to stick to his own lane by working on mechs and rely on other partners to supply him with the starships he and his clan needed. It was a lot more efficient to simply keep doing what he did best and rely on specialized shipbuilders to excel in their own areas of expertise. Alas, this scheme was anything but perfect. In an ideal society filled with honest people, Vase could easily purchase reliable starships he needed at fair prices on the open market. These conditions did not exist in the current climate. The market for starships had already become a lot less open after the opening of the Red Ocean. The Great Severing exacerbated the problem by at least an order of magnitude, making it so that only the groups that owned their own shipbuilding companies could satisfy their needs. This was the biggest reason why he wanted to obtain an orbital shipyard so badly. The small class of ship producers effectively held the reins of power in the new frontier. Without enough starships, mech forces lost their mobility and would not be able to advance or retreat as freely as they wanted. This was a death sentence in a dangerous galaxy. While it was somewhat possible for Vase to keep sticking to his old approach by begging other parties to sell their starships to his clan, it was not a viable long-term solution. Vase could read the trends as well as anyone. There was no way that ship production could increase without limit. More shipyards were still getting built, but they had begun to outpace society's ability to keep them fed with quality materials. The only way for humanity to obtain more starships was to skimp on quality and materials. Despite all of the technological advancements introduced by hyper-technology, it was highly likely that an increasing proportion of hulls built in the coming decade would become a lot more fragile than the ones built during the previous mech generation. This was unacceptable to Vase. He understood the value of having sturdy warships very well. A solid hull and powerful energy shield generators could mean the difference between incurring no damage to getting completely crushed when the aliens focused their fire on a vulnerable starship. Ultimately, the best way for the Larkinsons to ensure that he could fulfill his requirements and exert enough quality control over ship production was to do it themselves. This was why this moment was so significant to him. He initially thought it would have been a lot more difficult for him to persuade other parties to sell their strategically valuable shipyards to him. Vase was lucky that he had raised his reputation to the point where 5% ownership of his mech company could be exchanged for at least a controlling stake of a shipyard. Every offer came with strings attached, but all three of them were pretty nice. Vase glanced as Duke von Revus, the adaptive scale and Mr. Robin Terrier. They were three completely different people who represented different interests. Though Vase did not look forward to getting entangled in the affairs of other powers, he could not afford to isolate himself either. One of the reasons why he became a lot more willing to sell portions of shares of his mech company was to forge new alliances with powerful players. Just like with the survivalist faction, the transhumanist faction and the destroyer of worlds, having friends he could count upon could solve or mitigate a lot of problems in society. From the perspective of forging new alliances that could provide greater cover for Vase and his clan, the choices were pretty clear as far as he was concerned. The E66 experimental yard did not yield as much improvement to him as the other two deals. It brought him closer to the Inferno Spear Prince, but that was not a massive difference. Vase already built up a good relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. The Inferno Spear Prince might not be her direct subordinate, but he was practically her chief cheerleader in all but name. Vase was pretty sure he could count on Prince Antonius to have his back and support his ventures just to make sure he remained in the good books of his favorite god pilot. In contrast, the royal shipyard granted him an immediate entry into the aristocracy of the Octera Kingdom. Even though it started out as an extremely expensive puppet show, the new reality forced the Octera Kingdom to turn into a real state. Its playful customs and traditions became a lot more serious as the Octerans desperately sought to strengthen their unity and their ability to withstand adversity. Did Vase look forward to becoming a court official or landed noble or anything? Not really. He had no intentions of playing along with the increasingly more serious charade of the Octerans. What he did care about is establishing friendly territory for his clan in an actual first-rate state. By opening the Octera Kingdom up for the Larkinsons, his first-class clansmen would be able to operate more freely and even settle their roots within its territories. Sure, the Octera Kingdom may be weak relative to other modest first-rate states, but that granted the Larkinson clan a greater opportunity to become a big shot within the local scene. It would be a lot harder for Vase to build up the huge amount of soft power and influence he currently held in the Hex Federation in much wealthier and more powerful first-rate states. Vase believed it would take a long time to have the Octera Kingdom eating from the palm of his hand. This was despite the fact it would be easier for him to accomplish this due to the kingdom's weak foundation. Vase did not mind this too much. He was willing to settle in for the long haul. The more powerful he became, the more the young king and his court were inclined to defer to a foreign mech designer. As for the third orbital shipyard, the Starfarer birth would not allow him to subsume an entire faction. The Guidance faction and the Red Association as a whole were simply too big and powerful for Vase to gain a lot of sway over them. Just the fact that he would have to compete against god pilots and star designers already turned this into a hopeless venture. What Vase did expect to get out of selecting the Starfarer birth was to build a relatively solid alliance with the Guidance faction. Even if Master Francesca Castillo kept the LMC shares to herself, it was impossible to treat her as a neutral and independent entity. She represented the Guidance faction, which was solely led by Kevlar Arenstein, the Missile Messiah. As far as star designers went, Kevlar Arenstein was a bit quirky but impressive nonetheless. He was really good at creating explosive superweapons, and his missile weapon systems added a lot of punch to his mech designs. He also happened to be friends with the Destroyer of Worlds, which made it easier for Vase to entertain cooperation with the Missile Messiah. Even if Vase did not agree with most of the goals and principles of the Guidance faction, he did not believe that would pose a serious obstacle as long as they maintained an appropriate degree of separation. The rise of the Red Collective would inevitably weaken the Red Association, but that did not mean that the latter was on the verge of breaking apart. Besides, there was a strong possibility that a lot of Guiders would go on to take important positions within the newly founded organization. The Red Collective's principal mandate was to regulate and supervise the practice of cultivation in human society. This was practically a dream job of many ardent members of this faction. In short, Vase believed it was inevitable for him to cooperate more extensively with the Guiders going forward. If that was the case, it might be better if he played nice with them and gave them the illusion of control over him. Once they obtained a minority stake in the living Mech Corporation, they could become a permanent fixture in his orbit. Vase already made similar arrangements with the survivalists and the transhumanists, but it was always better to have another set of friends and supporters on his side. His only regret was that the Guidance faction was weaker than the other two factions. Not only were the Guiders strongly opposed by the Terrans and the Rubarthans, but they were also only led by a single star designer. The lack of other powerful leaders had caused the faction to lose a lot of power and deference compared to what it enjoyed during the height of the Age of Mechs. The biggest shortcoming was the lack of a supporting god pilot. It would be difficult for the Missile Messiah to push through his own proposals when many other factions led by god pilots could easily dig in their heels and refuse cooperation. However, that made the Guidance faction a lot safer to befriend as a consequence. Vase already had a taste of what the opposite was like when he conducted his first exchange with the Evolution Witch. He doubted that the Missile Messiah could browbeat him in the same way. While that discounted the help he could expect from the Guiders, that was not a big deal. So long as he had an additional raw faction on his side, it became a lot harder for the Mech supremacists and other potential adversaries from messing with his affairs. That settled his choices as far as politics went. He shouldn't fixate entirely on his political objectives, though. Another major goal was to supply his clan with first-class starships. The survival of himself, his family and the rest of his clansmen were at stake. Fortunately, the calculus was a lot more straightforward. If he wanted to accrue a huge fleet of big starships, he should settle for the Royal Shipyard and the E-66 Experimental Yard. Vase was not stupid enough to obsess over big starships. Not only were they incredibly expensive to build and burdensome to remain, but they could not fulfill many essential roles. Subcapital ships performed many functions ranging from scouting, planetary drops, rapid transit, covert operations and more. A proper fleet consisted of a solid core of capital ships and an extensive screen of flexible escort vessels. While it was possible for larger shipyards to construct subcapital ships, it was a huge waste of capacity for them to do so. It would be a lot better to acquire the Starfarer berth and utilize its excellent facilities to pump out strong and highly effective subcapital ships. Sure, the Starfarer berth mostly emphasized quality over quantity, but the Larkinson clan's premier branch did not need 100 first-class combat carriers right away. If Vase solely wanted to meet the Larkinson clan's evolving demand for first-class starships, then he would pick a smaller shipyard and a larger shipyard. The Starfarer berth had to be in his possession no matter what. The only difficult choice that remained was which capital-grade orbital shipyard he should add to his possession. Vase furrowed his brows. He had already considered all of the arguments, but that still did not give him a clear direction for him to go forward. The Royal Shipyard was capable of constructing capital ships that were up to 3 kilometers long. While the maximum length was a bit excessive for most purposes, it was still nice to make this option available to him and his clan. The E-66 Experimental Yard could only construct capital ships up to 2.3 kilometers in length. That did not sound like a major difference, but it was actually incredibly consequential. The upside was that E-66 was a lot better at incorporating new and unfamiliar advanced technologies into starships. This also included alien technologies, which gave Vase the hope that it might be able to construct imitation archships as long as he bought the right hardware modules. Chapter 5813 Expanding Capabilities. 5813 Expanding capabilities. Having big capital ships would be really nice. The Royal Shipyard was substantially bigger than the E-66 experimental yard. The former was a fully fledged military production facility. The latter was an oversized R&D facility. That meant that the Royal Shipyard was not only able to construct bigger capital ships, but complete them at a faster rate so long as it remained well supplied. What was also important to note was that the Royal Shipyard's internal construction space was not only longer, but also wider. That meant that it could make thicker and fatter capital ships that offered a lot more internal volume than was normally the case. If Vase wanted to cram as many mechs and other stuff inside his hulls, then the Royal Shipyard was the best choice without a doubt. However, the E-66 experimental yard's shipbuilders and other scientists were much smarter and more creative than the professional staff over at the Royal Shipyard. There were major differences in terms of training, experience and expertise. From what Vase was able to surmise based on the information he had available to him, the Octaran shipbuilders excelled at working quickly and efficiently. They were good at following instructions and could easily interpret completed blueprints of existing ship classes. The possibility of effectively incorporating more exotic or even outright alien technologies into his starships was a huge attraction point to Vase. Standard human starships were fine, but they did not bestow any substantial advantages over other rival groups. If Vase wanted to build a fleet that was unique of his own, then he needed to take risks and be willing to experiment on starships a lot further than anyone was comfortable with. This was a lot easier to accomplish if he took possession of an experimental shipyard that was already engaging in similar activities. The flip side was that the more experimental and research-oriented Rubarthan shipbuilders were not too accustomed to working on tight deadlines and strict budgets. They were used to enjoying significant allowances in both, so Vase did not expect the nerds who worked over at E-66 to be as tight and disciplined in their work as the ones working for the Royal Shipyard. It ultimately came down on what Vase wanted more. Did he want to field a large fleet of big, fat 3-kilometer capital ships, or would he be content with owning a smaller fleet of faster, tougher and more specialized 2.3-kilometer capital ships? Vase found it incredibly hard to make up his mind. Both strategies had their merits. There was a strong sense of simplicity and practicality for going with the more straightforward option. The Royal Shipyard would always be able to churn out sizable capital ships so long as the Octara Kingdom remained standing. When survival was the overarching priority, it helped a lot if the Larkinsons could carry more mechs, shuttles, supplies, spare materials, personnel and other goods. However, the E-66 experimental yard presented Vase with riskier and more exciting options. No two starships produced from this Rubarthan facility would be identical to each other. Even if its output rate was inferior, every hull that flew out of this facility would possess a special charm that set it apart from all of the other human starships in the Red Ocean. Vase thought back on the political gains he could make with either choice. Gaining a lot of influence in a small first-rate state that possessed weak institutions would allow him to subsume it, especially if he managed to gain control over the young king. He was not sure how useful it would be to have the Octara Kingdom in his pocket. Its location was a bit too close to the front lines than he was comfortable with. All of his schemes as well as his Royal Shipyard could go up in smoke if the aliens managed to make substantial gains. Vase had less concerns about losing the E-66 experimental yard. The entire Rubarthan Pact was highly invested in persevering its territory. The Inferno Spear Prince was one of the superstate's most powerful ace pilots after the god pilots and could defeat damn near anything short of ancient phase whales. While it was nice to be able to lean on the potent protection of the Rubarthans, it would be hard for him to gain more influence over them because they were already powerful in so many ways. In short, if Vase acquired the E-66 experimental yard, he should not expect to make too many diplomatic and political gains. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. The entire upper hall had descended into silence as they wanted for him to make up his choice. In an ideal situation, he would have preferred to throw this problem to his analysts and have them calculate every possible factor that they could imagine. It would be a lot easier for him to make up his choice if he had detailed data and recommendations in his hands. The downside of conducting these transactions in an auction house of all places was that many decisions had to be made on the spot. It was part of the experience. Vase needed to make up his mind quickly. Since that was the case, he primarily needed to make a decision with his gut rather than with his mind. His lips curled into a smile. "Thank you for your patience. I am ready to announce my choices." Earlier, I announced slight changes in the bidding process. The 3 bids offered for my company shares are all compelling enough to earn serious consideration. After I have carefully weighed every choice, I have chosen to embrace 2 of them, thereby rejecting the remaining bid. He turned towards Duke Elijah von Revus of the Octera Kingdom and made a slight bow. I am honored by your kingdom's trust and willingness to cooperate with me, but I am afraid that your offer does not entirely align with my priorities. I must regretfully inform you that my clan and I are unable to cooperate with the Octera Kingdom to the extent that you have proposed. My clan is unable to undertake the burden of managing a 3rd shipyard, and a big one at that, at this time. The Duke did not display any strong reaction to this response. He merely dipped his head in understanding. That is regretful to hear. We are more than willing to keep our royal shipyard in reserve until your clan's conditions have improved to the point where it is able to accept our original offer. The young king is a great admirer of your spirit, and wishes to be your friend as well as ally. Vase smiled back. We may just take you on your offer in a few years. It depends on how the future will unfold. Let us exchange contact information so that we can remain in touch. Once Vase handled the representative of the Octera Kingdom in a gracious manner, he turned to the other representatives who looked a lot happier that their bids got accepted. Master Castillo, Mr. Terrier, I have decided to accept your respective bids. I have judged that the Starfarer berth and the E66 experimental yard will both serve my clan well in the coming years. I would be happy to take ownership of your shipyards in exchange for minority stakes in the LMC. Neither the adaptive scale nor the Rubarthan senior aide made any attempts to pull out at this junction. The 2 would have to pay a huge penalty if they placed bids that turned out to be fraudulent, but it was always possible for people to second-guess themselves. That did not take place this time. The Inferno Spear Prince does not take action without fully committing to it. Robin Terrier assured Vase, we have every intention of concluding this transaction without delay. Our staff have already begun to draft the relevant contracts under the supervision of the lawyers working for Esteban Leeds. Full operational control of the E-66 experimental yard can be transferred within 3 months at the earliest. It must still complete its remaining secret project and make preparations for a transfer in ownership. I have no objections to that. Please give my compliments to the Inferno Spear Prince for his cooperation. I would like to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to him after this grand auction to discuss further cooperation in relation to the E66 experimental yard. That can be arranged. The 2016 Prince has informed me that he is able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel at a time at your convenience for the remainder of the day. Vase nodded and turned to the adaptive scale. Master Castillo, how soon will I be able to gain effective control over the Starfarer berth? My shipyard is also working on an ongoing order, but it will only take 20 days to complete it. If you have no objections to keeping on its original staff, then the Starfarer berth can quickly begin production of a sub-capital ship based on one of the many ship classes on archive. If you are not satisfied with our existing range of ship classes, you can task our shipwrights to design or modify other ship classes, but it may take months to complete the work depending on the nature of your requests. That made sense. Vase was not sure whether he was willing to stick to producing standard combat carriers with little flavor to them other than their special hull plating. He wasn't sure whether he could afford to incur delays just because he insisted on pushing through changes. He would have to make that determination later. I would like to know more about your staff and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them if possible. That will not be a problem. The adaptive scale smiled. Do not hesitate to request technologies and features that are exclusive to the Red Association. As an honorary member as well as a Tier 3 galactic citizen, you have extensive access to our exclusive ship-based solutions. If we have a capability that you currently do not have access to, then you always have the option of spending large amounts of MTA merits to unlock permissions to have Starfarer berth include the relevant tech in your future starships. That was actually really useful. Vase had been accumulating a lot of MTA merits, but was reluctant to spend them because he had already grown to the point where he could spend MTA credits to obtain much of what he needed. However, Vase could not spend money to gain access to a lot of perks offered by the Red Association. He would have to make actual contributions in order to gain access to much better tech. Does this include access to support link technology? Yes. The adaptive scale smiled. It is a standard feature on many starships built for the Red Association. Do keep in mind that the modules are expensive and impose a serious burden on the power generators and energy infrastructure of any vessel. The smaller the starship, the greater the relative strain. A typical first-class combat carrier will not be able to support the operation of as many Azure Shield generators. First-class starships are not exempt from limitations. That was an important factor to keep in mind. It made sense that support link technology would drain a lot of energy. It was not easy to transfer so much stuff across larger distances in space. Vase was incredibly glad that he was finally on the cusp of building up a first-class fleet that was able to employ shield link technology. The inclusion of this high technology alone would definitely increase the survival of his people and assets to a massive degree. Vase did not even consider first-class fleets or mech forces that lacked the benefit of shield link technology to be all that strong. This was a clear indication of the importance of the signature works of the web mistress. Her efforts to improve and popularize support link technology had saved more lived and delivered more victories than almost any other singular high technology. Chapter 5814 Sweetening the Offer 5814 Sweetening the Offer. Vase let out a deep breath. The future of the Larkinson clan had changed forever. For the first time in its short history, the young organization was on track to gain near complete possession of 2 different orbital shipyards. This meant that the Larkinson clan had taken a major step towards entering the big leagues. It still had a long way to go before it could be regarded as a proper first-rate power. It needed to hire a lot more first-raters. It had to take over actual territory, and not rely solely on occupying space on other people's turf. It also had to build up a complete and fully functioning first-class mech force. However, all of that could be accomplished with enough time and effort. Obtaining first-class starships and more importantly the capacity to build them was one of the most difficult goals to complete, and he had just managed to fulfill it. That was why he felt so happy at the moment. No longer would the Larkinson clan become bottlenecked by its inability to procure first-class starships that were powerful and resilient enough to keep up with the highest level of warfare. So long as all of the deals went through without issue, Vase knew for certain that his clan would enjoy a smooth growth trajectory for multiple years to come. He had effectively solved the persistent challenge of procuring enough first-class starships to prepare his clan for future struggles. Of course, it would be even better if he could acquire a number of second-class shipyards. The Larkinson clan maintained a strong presence in the second-class community. It would be a shame to throw away this advantage by over-prioritizing the premier branch of his clan. In any case, he could think about this later. He still had an auction to conclude. He clapped his hand to signal a resumption of the process. All right, now that I have fulfilled my main objective, I am much more open to other bids for the remaining 15% of shares in my mech company. There are 3 lots remaining that hold 5% of outstanding stock in the LMC each. We shall follow the regular process this time. Let the second round of bidding commence. Many people had been waiting for this. They previously remained silent and refrained from placing bids because their respective groups weren't willing to give up their precious shipyards for just 5% ownership in the LMC. They still had a lot of other stuff that they would be glad to exchange instead. This was the time for them to shine. A Terran representative immediately rose from his seat. The Shuku Ancient Clan is willing to bid a 51% stake in Rotaran Security, a first-class mercenary company that is able to field over 1,200 first-class multi-purpose mechs at maximum. Rotaran Security maintains a small fleet that has recently suffered losses due to its latest mercenary contract, but is still able to convey roughly 400 first-class mechs into battle. Its remaining mechs have largely been allocated to training or lengthy defense missions. There was no better way to bolster his security by acquiring a readily available first-class mech force. Perhaps it might not sound like a good deal for him to trade a lot of future wealth for a first-class mech force that Vase should be able to raise himself over a span of a few years. The question was whether he would remain safe enough for the foreseeable future. Vase did not dare to make too many assumptions about how much of a danger he was in right now. The Blue Jay fleet was already powerful enough, and would become even more capable of fending off threats after reinforcements had arrived. Whether that was enough for him to fend off every threat remained uncertain, but Vase did not feel inclined to accept this bid. Not enough. He shook his head. 51% ownership is nice, but that still leaves a large voice in the company. We are willing to raise our bid to 75%. That sounds better, but it is barely acceptable in my opinion. Move over, Shuku. Your defeated and demoralized mercenaries are no good in battle at the moment. A woman interrupted. The Nyald Ancient Clan is ready to offer an entire planet within our territory in the Caesarian Upper Zone. We have an ample number of unoccupied planets within the region of space that we have claimed for ourselves. We are willing to grant you the privilege of choosing any planet from any star system that has not yet been developed by our ancient clan and partners. You may do as you wish and build any kind of base or settlement as you would like. We will also include discounted access to terraforming and colony development services on top of an interest-free loan of 1 trillion MTA credits to our offer. Vase blinked. He was not sure what to make of it. He already expected that someone would offer him an entire planet, but he did not think it would happen straight away. Still, he needed to offer a proper response to this remarkable bid. Rejected. Vase said, even if I started off as a pioneer when I entered the Red Ocean, I am not too keen on investing huge amounts of funding and resources into building an entire colony settlement from scratch. I am aware of how lucrative this can be as there are enough resource-rich planets available in the upper zones, but I have just accepted 2 different bids that entail taking possession of 2 expensive orbital shipyards. I cannot in good conscience accept any further bids that will impose even greater strain to my clan's finances. As much as I am willing to consider the offer made by the Nyald ancient clan, the initial burdens are too great and it will take too long to turn this colony into a profitable asset for my clan. Vase was not sure, but he guessed that a sizable majority of colonies in the new frontier still hadn't become profitable up to this point. There was just too much stuff that people needed to build in order to establish enough housing, industry and defenses. The higher the class, the more expensive it became. It was really cheap to build third-class colony settlements on an unremarkable planet, which was why there were so many of them in the lower zones. First-class colony settlements occupied the opposite end of the spectrum. Their capital requirements were so enormous that only the larger players of the old galaxy could fund them on a wider scale. Vase had a strong suspicion that the dividends earned from isthmus manufacturing would not allow him to cover the enormous cost of building a proper first-class colony in an upper zone. The only way to make this viable was to dedicate the Starfarer berth and the E-66 experimental yard to commercial production and to go deep into debt. While Vase might have considered this approach if Red humanity was relatively secure, he could not go through with this course during a time of war. Besides, the Caesarian upper zone is not exactly secure from what I have heard. Vase added in order to offer more clarification. I am well aware that the reason why this upper zone still boasts a decent amount of free real estate is because it is vulnerable to alien incursions. Unlike the risky zone's Rubarthan Pact, which at least enjoys the protection of 2 god pilots, the border regions of the Terran Alliance can only count on the light of Sol. A lot of Terrans did not like it when Vase openly exposed this vulnerability. That did not make it any less true. The cold hard reality was that the Terran Alliance was arguably the weakest of the 4 big human powers. The Red Association took on a lot of responsibilities, but enjoyed the services of multiple god pilots and star designers. The Red Fleet fielded 8 dreadnoughts and did not have a lot of real estate to protect. The Rubarthan Pact not only enjoyed the protection of 2 powerful god pilots, but also possessed a more unified defense against alien incursions. Unlike the Terran Alliance, which largely inherited the decentralized nature of the Greater Terran United Confederation, the Rubarthan Pact was supposed to be ruled by a single star emperor. Just because the Rubarthans in the Red Ocean had become leaderless due to the Great Severing did not mean that their centralized institutions fell apart. Despite the ongoing struggle between the Rubarthan princes, they weren't stupid enough to splinter their colonial superstate apart even further. Their military mech armies still maintained their cohesion and coordinated extensively with each other in order to fulfill their common objectives. All of this caused the Rubarthan Pact to suffer comparably less losses than the Terran Alliance up to this point. As nice as it was for the Terrans to reject the notion of taking orders from a single tyrant, the age-old rivalries between their ancient clans had always caused them to be responsible for their own defenses. That was good news for the ancient clans that fielded larger mech armies or occupied more secure territories. It was a pity that the Nyald ancient clan was not in a secure position. Its circumstances were comparable to that of the Devos ancient clan, which also worried about whether a strong enemy offensive might sweep away its vulnerable star systems. In short, taking over an entire planet to do as he wished did not sound as attractive as it appeared on the surface. The huge interest-free loan certainly made it a lot more economical to found a decent first-class colony on an empty planet, but it was a giant decoy as far as Vase was concerned. He had to admit that he was a little tempted to accept the offer anyway. Interest-free loans pretty much translated to free money because they implicitly did not come with the expectation of ever paying back the entire principal. If neither Vase nor the Nyald ancient clan kicked up a fuss, they could just remain silent and pretend that it didn't exist in the first place. This happened so often in these kinds of circles that even he knew about these shady arrangements. In case Vase and the Nyald ancient clan ever fell out and became enemies for whatever reason, he could always default on the loan, though he would incur a large hit to his reputation and credibility if he went through with this decision. He shook his head. This was inconsequential because he did not intend to found an expensive first-class colony on a planet that was located close enough to the front lines to become vulnerable to alien incursions. The representative of the Nyald ancient clan frowned for a time, but did not sit down. She was probably communicating with a more senior Nyald leader. We would like to revise our offer. Our ancient clan maintains the prior terms, but you may gain ownership of an entire star system within our territory as long as no other party has occupied it in a permanent capacity. Furthermore, our ancient clan is also ready to offer you 1.5 trillion MTA credits in the form of an interest-free loan. This is the highest that we can go. You will also be able to call on our local patrols to pass by your star system more often for the ensuing 5 years. These were powerful sweeteners. The Nyalds had shown a lot of sincerity by making its terms a lot more attractive. The Terrans were really clever. They had made their bid so much more attractive that Vase could not readily dismiss it anymore. Vase furrowed his brows. Owning an entire star system was a welcome step up from owning a single planet. The larger interest-free loan meant that he would not have to burden the finances of his clan to build an expensive colony. Additional patrols from the armed forces of the Terran Alliance should hopefully reduce the risk of suffering catastrophic losses due to incidental alien raids. In short, the cost and risks associated with building a genuine first-class colony for the Larkinson clan had fallen within a range that Vase could tolerate. Even if he did not have a strong need to build such a colony, Vase would be a fool to turn down such a profitable offer. I find your bid acceptable. Chapter 5815 Killing Many Birds with a Single Stone. 5815 Killing many birds with a single stone. Nobody was stupid enough to throw away an astronomical sum of 1.5 trillion credits. Even if the Nyald ancient clan of the Terran Alliance had a lot of spare cash in reserve, it would have been smarter to invest all of that cash into its own civilian or military infrastructure. Why did the Nyalds insist on giving Vase a huge bag of cash and an invitation of founding an entire first-class colony within their territory? He knew that people who operated at this exceedingly high level rarely made their intentions clear on the surface. They also had a habit of killing a lot of birds with a single stone. The more birds they managed to fell with a single toss, the more profit they harvested at the end. This was how winners separated themselves from the losers. The groups that tended to be more successful than others had merely gotten really good at translating modest effort into massive gains. This was exactly the mode of operation that the Terran ancient clans excelled at. Many of them were so old and ancient that they managed to maintain direct continuity dating back to the age of stars and before. For organizations to be able to weather so many storms, survive so many setbacks and remain at the top of their society took a lot of practice and intelligence. It was impossible to see this invitation to colonize a star system as a simple transaction. Vase already figured out that the main reason why the Terrans bid so aggressively this time was because they needed to counterbalance the Inferno Spear Prince's moves. The Rubarthans had managed to sink another teeth into Vase by persuading them to exchange his company shares for the E-66 experimental yard. So long as the orbital shipyard remained in Rubarthan space, Vase and his clan would always have to cooperate with the locals on a frequent basis. It was impossible for the facility to operate in complete isolation with the regional economy, after all. The frequent transactions and interactions would allow the Rubarthans to develop stronger relations with the Larkinsons over time. The Terrans clearly recognized this ploy, and sought to exceed it by stepping up. Founding a massive colony well within the Nyald ancient clan's territory would practically force the Larkinsons to cooperate a lot more actively with the Terrans in the neighborhood to get stuff done. Compared to constructing a single starship every few months, building up an entire first-class colony settlement from scratch happened on a much bigger scale. This was a much more effective way to push the Larkinson clan into developing more solid relationships with the Terran Alliance. It might even lead to the partial integration of the Larkinson clan, or at least the relevant branches, into the first-rate colonial superstate. All of these potential gains made it a lot easier to stomach the cost of 1.5 trillion MTA credits. It was not as if the Nyald ancient clan gained nothing in return for this massive investment. First, Vase suspected that the Nyalds were not operating by themselves. The entire Terran Alliance had a vested interest in pulling him closer to their orbit. It would not be surprising if the other Terran ancient clans each pitched in a few billion MTA credits to sweeten the deal to this extent. Second, the Larkinson clan needed to spend all of that money somewhere in order to build a colony. The clan could not build up a complete colony from scratch. It did not have the manpower, resources and other assets required to do so. This was why the clan needed to spend that 1.5 trillion MTA credits on a lot of raw materials and high-tech construction machines in order to get started. The Larkinsons clearly could not do all of this work alone. They would definitely have to recruit a lot of first-raters who could do many of the essential jobs required to build a complete settlement in a matter of years. Even then, it would never be enough. It was impossible to make a colony settlement completely self-sufficient. Before the Larkinsons ever made landfall on a chosen planet, they needed to hire a lot of employees, contract a lot of construction companies and invite a lot of entrepreneurs to set up their business in a newly settled star system. Additionally, the Larkinson clan needed to form a huge amount of supply agreements to keep the rapidly growing colony settlements supplied of food, construction materials, advanced machinery, system-locked spaceships and more. Where would his clan purchase all of these goods and services? It did not make any economic sense for Vase to acquire them far away from Terran space. Not only was it prohibitively expensive to purchase a lot of bulk hardware from the Rubarthan Pact and ship them all the way to the territory claimed by the Nyald ancient clan, the political storm ignited by this insulting move was not worth all of the hassle. The most logical choice for the Larkinson clan was to spend much of the allowance it gained from this deal right inside Terran space. In fact, a lot of shipping costs and delays could be delayed if the Larkinsons simply purchased what they required from the businesses operating under Nyald ancient clan itself. From that perspective, the 1.5 trillion MTA credit interest-free loan did not seem so absurd anymore. It was merely a convoluted way of transferring a huge pile of cash from the left hand to the right hand. Sure, the money would follow a circuitous route, but as long as it was spent on real infrastructural development of a star system that was slated to directly contribute to the Nyald ancient clan's economy, the clever Terrans actually stood to earn a profit in the end. This was especially the case when Vase added up all of the intangible gains made by the Nyalds. Befriending the Larkinsons and integrating a part of them in their community would allow them to benefit from Ves's many unique services, either directly or indirectly. Vase narrowed his eyes. He did not feel particularly pleased about getting taken advantage of. The main reason why he was barely able to stomach this deal was because he and his clan clearly stood to take advantage of the Nyald ancient clan's generosity. Vase did not feel particularly enthused about building a serious colony, but he knew that a lot of Larkinsons thought otherwise. This may be a good way for them to do more than settle on a relatively isolated branch on a planet owned by other groups. By having an entire star system for themselves, the Larkinsons could freely indulge in their own dreams of building their own communities. Of course, doing so also came with the obligation to defend the colony when it came under threat. This was a burden that Vase was least enthusiastic about. It was one of the main reasons why he always refrained from colonizing a planet in the past. Although his stance had softened due to the Larkinson clan's prolific habit of setting up a lot of planetary branches, the level of commitment expected from him was much greater this time. The Caesarian upper zone might fall under the protection of the Terran Alliance, but the fact that it was rather close to the frontlines did not bode well for every colony. Vase clearly sensed that one of the reasons the Nyalds wanted to pull the Larkinson clan into their orbit so badly was to gain his friendship and benefit from his protection. They had made a good calculation as far as he was concerned. Vase always tried to do right by his friends and allies, but the premise of that was that they showed enough sincerity towards him. It was not so easy to earn his true friendship. Though Vase had no particular reason to trust the Nyalds, he was willing to give them a chance on account of the generous terms of their offer. When Vase had announced his verdict, numerous people looked surprised. It was no secret that he had tried to evade the act of founding his own colony in the past, so the unexpected break from his established pattern invalidated a lot of people's calculations. Tough luck. Vase had already grown sick and tired of people like the polymath who thought that they could anticipate everything by crunching a lot of numbers. He couldn't help but admit that he took a vindictive amount of satisfaction in breaking the predictions of others. The moment people figured him out was the moment he lost his touch. There should never be a time where Vase lost the ability to exceed or circumvent people's expectations. Is there anyone here that is willing to override the bid made by the Nyald ancient clan? Orion Leeds spoke up when no one took the initiative to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel out anymore. The silence was understandable. It was hard to cough up 1.5 trillion MTA credits in capital, even if much of it would gradually flow back into the regional economy. However, only the wealthiest powers could match or exceed the benefits offered by the Nyald ancient clan. Only other Terran ancient clans possessed this capacity, but they had little reason to do so. The current bid was already sufficient to pull the Larkinson clan closer to their superstate. There was no need for the Terrans to compete against themselves. Going once, going twice, when no one displayed any intention of supplanting the current bid, the auctioneer closed the current round. Sold. I congratulate the Nyald ancient clan for exchanging a subsidized colonization opportunity with a 5% stake in the living Mech corporation. This concludes the second round of bidding. Of the shares that Professor Larkinson has made available, 15% have already been committed to numerous transactions. There are only 2 more opportunities left to buy a stake in the future of the most prominent Mech designer of his generation, so advise you to make your offers before it is too late. A lot more people looked sharper after Orion Leeds reminded them of the stakes. A lot of players had held back during the last round because they intelligently recognized that the Terrans demanded an opportunity to catch up to the Rubarthans. Now that Terran Alliance satisfied its needs, it was finally time for the remaining groups to compete for the remaining 2 lots. Let the third round of bidding commence. A government official immediately rose to his feet. On behalf of the Chromo Republic of the Liebhard Upper Zone, I have been empowered to convey an offer to grant the Larkinson clan full control over an entire province of one of our newer but settled planets. This is an excellent location to build up a large industrial agglomeration that can not only satisfy the demand for goods from the Chromo Republic as well as the surrounding first-rate colonial states, but also fulfill the highly lucrative orders from the nearby Xianxia star node. Vase looked impressed at this offer. While the Chromo Republic did not offer the entire planet or star system at this time, prime real estate in the rear of human-occupied space was already worth a huge premium. Unlike the previous offer from the Nyald ancient clan, the one offered by the Chromo Republic was not as risky as the native aliens would have to overrun a lot of zones before Liebhard ever became subjected to serious threats. However, Vase was not sure whether the Larkinson clan could still muster enough money to invest in building up a serious industrial complex in one of the most expensive regional economies in the new frontier. The prior commitments already imposed a huge burden on the clan's finances and operations. Still, the Larkinsons could always decide to take it slow. The rather basic offer did not mention any deadlines. Since that was the case, there shouldn't be much harm in saying yes. I find your bid acceptable. Vase nodded to the representative of the Chromo Republic. Chapter 5816A Big Stick 5816A Big Stick. The offer made by the Chromo Republic sounded quite attractive as it gave the Larkinson a huge fallback point. Setting up in a star system that was located a stone's throw away from the Xianxia central star node was almost as good as establishing a presence directly in one of the centers of human civilization. Vase easily understood the overall benefits. The Chromo Republic functioned like a really high-end version of Cloudy Curtain to Xianxia, which took on the role of a much wealthier version of Bentime. The positioning was nearly perfect. The star systems of the Chromo Republic had become prime real estate for being located in a safe territory in the rear. While it was expensive to live in the first-rate state, the cost wasn't nearly as extravagant as living in Xianxia directly. This turned the Chromo Republic into a perfect site to set up a large number of industries to meet the voracious demand for expensive, high-margin products from Xianxia and other nearby economic engines. The competition was high, but the huge profit potential made it worth it for the Larkinson clan to establish a strong industrial presence in the hinterland of human space. Vase also did not overlook the fact that setting up a lot of industrial works in the Chromo Republic could facilitate the operations of the recently acquired Starfarer berth and vice versa. There was a natural synergy between the two that promised to strengthen the Larkinson clan's foundation in this critically important region of space. He smiled. Although the amount of land that the Chromo Republic was willing to bequeath to the Larkinson clan was rather minuscule compared to the previous bid, there was no way for him to expect anything better. The land prices in the rear of human space had skyrocketed to such an extent that Vase would not be surprised if the total value of this land concession already exceeded 1 trillion MTA credits. The huge disparity truly put the impact of the Red War into perspective. Any territories that were close enough to frontlines became so undesirable that groups such as the Nyald ancient clan had to offer subsidies in order to encourage pioneers to develop their territories. In contrast, even a small factory-sized plot in the rear of human space could already bankrupt typical pioneers many times over. Even if Vase originally did not plan to invest in a large industrial complex in the hinterland of red humanity, he was more than willing to grasp at an easy opportunity. It would have been a lot more difficult for him and his Larkinson clan to start a similar initiative through regular channels. There was only one issue with the Chromo Republic's bid that he was dissatisfied with. He quickly swept his gaze across the submerged hall. While the representative of the Chromo Republic has made an acceptable bid, I would like to remind you all that I prefer to obtain benefits that can easily be translated into strengthening my force of arms. I have already obtained more than enough economic and industrial commitments from the previous winning bids. My concern with the current valid bid is that it is mostly an escape hatch. It provides me with a way to mitigate losses if red humanity ever suffers a major string of defeats. I am not looking for insurance. Not specifically. What I am actually looking for is a means to defeat more powerful opponents, secure greater victories and increase our survival in a dwarf galaxy that is spiraling into total war. The expressions of a few faces grew severe after they heard that. Vase had made his demands clear, but he also reminded everyone of the value of their military assets. It was not easy to make the decision to sacrifice their military potential in order to build up a relationship with Vase. However, there were many ways to meet Vase's demands without sacrificing too much in return. A female senior mech designer stood up at this point. I am Professor Eustacia Lott. I have been tasked with relaying an offer from the Evolution Witch of the Red Association. In exchange for shares in your mech company, she is willing to grant you an immensely large gift as well as a permanent exemption that will grant you and your clan the right to utilize it in battle under reasonable circumstances. Everyone wondered what she was talking about. The envoy from the transhumanist faction did not keep everyone waiting for long and activated a projection that displayed an astonishing sight. That is a juggernaut. Though Vase did not have frequent encounters with them, he still remembered them as if he had seen them yesterday. Juggernauts deserved all of his attention. As slow and impractical as they may be, scaling up the size of mechs until they matched the size of sub-capital warships was a surefire way to produce a machine with an enormous amount of brute force under its command. The one depicted in the projection seemed a little tame compared to the likes of Special Project Uranus. The specs accompanying the awe-inspiring sight of a machine that could tower over an entire city showed that the Juggernaut was only 350 meters tall. Its immense mechanical construction made it clear that its designers sought to reduce a few of the well-known disadvantages of juggernauts by slimming them down. The result was a rather skinny and less armored juggernaut that looked as if it could sprint across the ground. Its defenses had clearly taken a backseat, which granted it a lower fault margin. However, its superior mobility would allow it to evade significantly more attacks than usual and prevent it from becoming a sitting duck. The lack of a flight system was a painful limitation, but that also freed up a lot of room for extra modules and weapon systems. So long as the Juggernaut fought on land, it could probably defeat larger monstrosities. As far as tech went, the Juggernaut was both powerful but also frustratingly inadequate. Vase did not need to access any specific design files to conclude that it was an old machine. Based on the visible tech and clear signs of wear and tear, he loosely guessed that it was constructed over 60 years ago. The Red Association definitely was not responsible because it lacked all of the exclusive high technologies that the mechers frequently utilized during that period. However, Vase was able to determine that it was designed and built by first-raters who had too much money on their hands and not enough sense to spend it on more cost-effective solutions. The Juggernaut may be 3 or 4 mech generations out of date, but it should still be combat effective after receiving an extensive round of maintenance. The lack of phase water technology and hyper technology did not even bother Vase. So long as the Juggernaut was combat effective, it should not be difficult to upgrade it to modern standards. The biggest downside to this was all of the design and refit work required to turn the machine into a modern powerhouse. It would take multiple years of focused work to properly fix and upgrade a Juggernaut that had likely remained in storage for over 6 decades. Why did the Red Association take the trouble to import an outdated Juggernaut to the Red Ocean? Vase curiously asked. Professor Lott twitched her lips. I do not dare to speculate on the motives of Her Holiness. The Juggernaut known as the Odilon Sprius is mainly regarded as her personal trophy and possession. In other words, this was probably just a toy that the Evolution Witch brought to her new home in the Red Ocean along with the rest of her personal collection. Why she decided to take possession of it and bring it over to her new galaxy was anyone's guess. All that mattered was that the god pilot was willing to grant the Larkinson clan an actual first-class juggernaut. More importantly than that, the evolution which was also willing to grant an exemption to the rules that prohibited private parties from fielding any war machines that vastly exceeded ordinary mechs in scale. The former solved his short-term needs while the latter satisfied his long-term demands. Vase could immediately ship the strangely named Eidolon Sprius over to the newly acquired territorial holding in the Caesarian Upper Zone. Once the Juggernaut dropped onto the planet that the Larkinson clan intended to colonize, the Eidolon Sprius would be able to offer a huge amount of protection and deterrence while it remained stationed on the surface. Its warship-grade cannons should easily pose a serious threat to any enemy vessels in orbit. Not even the main cannons of the Ultimatums or the Transcendent Punishers could match the raw firepower of the Juggernaut's enormous first-class weapon systems. Once the newly established colony started to acquire enough defenses to fend off most threats on its own, Vase planned to start an extensive upgrade process that would make it multiple times deadlier than before. Facewater technology, hyper-technology, luminaire crystal technology, e-technology, support link technology, all of these technologies combined and more should turn a fairly average Juggernaut for its size into a top powerhouse that should probably be able to overpower ace mechs in raw firepower. Of course, that did not mean that the Eidolon Sprius would be able to beat an actual ace mech. The latter possessed a lot of other advantages that could not be matched through mechanical means. That was fine. Ace pilots did not grow on trees, and there were certain measures that even ace mechs were unable to match. Size mattered. As much as the more rational part of Vase recognized that maintaining and fielding such an enormous first-class Juggernaut would impose a huge drain on the Larkinson clan's resources, the temptation of owning a big stick in the form of a genuine Juggernaut in his possession was too much for Vase to resist. Vase instantly forgot about the Chromo Republic's offer. How could a bunch of factories in the rear of human space compete against a real Juggernaut? Even if the outdated Eidolon Sprius came with a host of problems that made it difficult or impractical to pilot, there were always solutions for everything. The mech designer in his heart strongly urged him to obtain it as soon as possible and explore it so that he could fix it up himself. It would be an affront to his pride as a mech designer if he did not seriously work on at least one actual Juggernaut in his lifetime. His only regret was that the Juggernaut was 150 meters too short to satisfy all his desires. The Uranus had made an unforgettable impression earlier in his career. Ever since he survived its cataclysmic rampage, Vase secretly desired to design and build a superior version based on his own style. Vase narrowed his eyes as he continually studied the projected Juggernaut. If I accept this bid, how extensively am I allowed to modify the Eidolon Sprius? Vase inquired. Is it possible for me to increase its length and scale? The transhumanist mech designer already anticipated this question. The permissions extended by our association will grant you the right to upgrade your Juggernaut as you see fit. However, you are not allowed to increase its current length. You may alter its design and configuration to increase its mass and volume, but only up to 20% from its current parameters. Her Holiness is already stretching the rules by granting your clan an exclusive right to own and field this Juggernaut in actual battle. Do not expect to receive any further allowances. That was a clear enough answer. Vase grew a little disappointed. The Eidolon Sprius was not only not that tall, but he couldn't add too much bulk. The Eidolon Sprius would always remain a fairly lean machine if that was the case. Still, having a Juggernaut in his pocket was better than not having one. Vase could hardly think of better ways to persuade alien raiders to turn around and plunder another human settlement by placing a well-equipped Juggernaut on defense. Chapter 5817 Zeta 65 5817 Zeta 65, going once. Going twice. Sold. On behalf of Esteban Leeds, I would like to offer my sincere respect and gratitude for the evolution which partake in this grand auction through her agent. Congratulations for winning the third round of bidding. Our legal team along with its counterpart from the Larkinson clan shall endeavor to expedite the transaction and complete the extensive procedures before the end of the standard day. Professor Eustache Laud responded with a mild smile. Her Holiness does not insist on haste. It would be better to handle the legal requirements needed to complete the transaction over the course of a week. The rules and regulations surrounding the use of Juggernauts in the modern era are much more demanding than in the past. There are members of the Red Association who may take issue with certain oversights and provisions that were not correctly handled. Understandable. I have no objections, though please keep in mind that my lawyers are already swamped with work. Vase responded. He could barely contain his excitement. Though a few more bidders had issued other attractive offers, they were not as powerful as the evolution witch. Only a Tier 1 galactic citizen could get away with bestowing an actual juggernaut of all things to Vase. Even though the practical value of a juggernaut might not be 1209 as much as a warship to most people, Vase did not care. Even though the practical value of a juggernaut might not be as much as a warship to most people, Vase did not care. It was a juggernaut. It was a mech that was scaled up to such an exaggerated degree that it fought like a warship with limbs more than a more nimble mech, but who cared? Vase could do so much fun stuff with a juggernaut as a platform that his mind was already brimming with ideas. If not for the fact that he already bought the Alpha Lifeguard, he would have dedicated much of his available free time on upgrading the Eudolon Sprius in the next half-decade. Of course, just because he had become unreasonably fixated on the juggernaut did not mean he lost all of his perspective. Just like the previous deals, this one came with a lot of strings attached. The evolution witch had already betrayed her nature as an intelligent schemer who was not hesitant about taking advantage of his vulnerabilities. Vase was pretty sure that the evolution witch wanted him to build up a lot more experience in working with juggernauts. These titanic mechanical monstrosities were so immensely big and heavy that they operated on substantially different rules than more reasonably sized machines. Theory alone was not enough for him to master all of these nuances. What happened after Vase gained a much better understanding of how juggernauts worked? Would the evolution witch issue a directive for him to design living juggernauts? That sounded rather dangerous to Vase, especially if the ambitious god pilot insisted on implementing experimental and untested technologies in the design. However, this was mostly a problem for the transhumanist rather than Vase. If his work ended up causing an accident, then he would make sure that everyone knew that it was not his fault. Vase believed that there was more behind this deal than increasing his familiarity with juggernauts, though. The initiative shown by the god pilot had improved his impression of her and told him that he would probably cooperate more extensively with her in the long run. The two were not enemies and shared enough goals in common to foster a productive and mutually beneficial relationship in the years to come. He also did not forget about the evolution witch's secret dealings with his mother. Cynthia refused to divulge why the god pilot sought her cooperation, but it must be a big endeavor for his mother to take it so seriously. Vase also suspected that the transaction was a fantastic publicity stunt. Nothing grabbed people's attention more than Titanic-sized mechs. If it became known that the evolution witch was responsible for granting Vase and his Larkinsons the right to own and field a juggernaut, then she would enjoy a substantial boost in popularity. A final factor that concerned Vase was why exactly the evolution witch bothered to add the Eudolon Sprius to her private collection. The fact that it was a trophy signified that it was not an ordinary juggernaut. God pilots possessed a lot of pride, and they would never waste their time on collecting ordinary junk. Vase wanted to scratch his head. The Eudolon Sprius did not look that special on the surface. It lacked the obvious malice radiated by the Uranus, and also did not look especially cared for, so it was clearly not a priceless treasure. Who designed the Eudolon Sprius? Who built it, and what purpose did it serve? Vase wanted to figure out the answers to all of these questions and more. This old juggernaut was like a giant mystery box that was just waiting for an eager mech designer to uncover all of its secrets. He inwardly shook his head. He could wonder about the juggernaut later. He still had one more round of bidding to go before he could enjoy the massive gains he made today. There is only a single lot left before we can conclude this grand auction. Orion Leeds spoke with a smile. Professor, Vase Larkinson has already accepted 4 winning bids in exchange for a sum of 20% of stock in his Living Mech Corporation. Only 5% remain in contention. This may be your final chance to invest in a mech company led by the brightest prospect in the mech industry. Make your bids. Buy his favor. Secure your future. Let the final round of bidding commence. Since this was everyone's last chance to forge a solid connection with Vase and his clan, the enthusiasm was much higher this time. We are willing to offer you 3 of our finest fleet carriers. The Smokestack Prince is willing to bestow you with a 70% stake of one of his mining conglomerates. My superior, a master mech designer of high renown, is willing to tutor you and teach you all of his trade secrets related to the material sciences. Take over our mech company. We are more than willing to fold our headquarters and factories into your Living Mech Corporation in exchange for a modest proportion of shares. Commodore Pritchard Vaudeville of the 2nd Main Fleet owns a mansion in the Urnstall Central Star Node. It is located in one of the most expensive residential districts in one of the safest star systems in human-occupied space. There is no better home for you and your family to ride out the Red War. Vase received a diverse range of bids, many of which would never be available on the open market. Despite the considerable value of these unique offers, Vase found himself rejecting many of them because they did not fulfill any pressing need. For example, Vase had little desire to secure a palatial mansion in the Xianxia Central Star Node. While it would definitely be nice for him to live in one of the greatest centers of human civilization, Xianxia was so damn safe and prosperous that Vase feared it would cause him to grow too comfortable in his own skin. The Red War turned into a very distant affair if Vase remained too far from the conflict. It would be so easy for him to ignore the harsh realities of the ongoing struggle. Vase already recognized that he had started to grow out of touch with his own customers. The last thing he needed was to compound this problem and move even further away from the front lines. As a professional mech designer, he felt it was his duty to continue to remain a bit closer to the action. Occasional visits to port systems where a lot of mech forces operated from would allow him to directly appraise the mechs and the circumstances surrounding the mech forces that fought the good fight. It would be a lot harder if Vase had to make this trip when he resided in the rear of human space most of the time. In fact, it would actually be more ideal if Vase lived in a place that was a bit closer to the front lines, such as a new colony settlement located within the Caesarian upper zone. So long as he had a fully upgraded juggernaut within the vicinity, Vase believed he could cope with the idea of living on a planet that would never be too far removed from the Red War. Ahem, my compliments to Commodore Vaudeval, but I am afraid that I have to reject your bid. Vase responded to the RF officer who spoke up last. I am not lacking in homes. I am more interested in strengthening my defenses by any means possible. No amount of homes have any value if I do not possess the means to protect them against my enemies. It took a minute of entertaining a couple of weak and irrelevant bids before Vase finally received a more compelling offer. A mech designer wearing the uniform of the Red Association rose up from his seat. Our association has recently developed a defensive countermeasure that may be of interest in you, especially given your renewed enthusiasm for colonization. The Polymath, in cooperation with the Spacelock, has jointly developed an improved version of a warp interdiction module. They have named their work the Zeta-65 Warp Interdictor. It not only incorporates hyper-technology to a far-reaching degree, but also benefits from a range of other technological innovations developed by the Polymath. Vase understood the importance of warp interdictors. They ensured that hostile alien fleets did not try to escape a losing battle. They also suppressed the powerful abilities of phase leaders to an extent. For the Polymath and the Spacelock to team up to develop a new take on warp interdictors was serious business. As much as he disliked the ideological and political beliefs of the Polymath, he never once saw reason to disparage her technical work. Her brilliance in her main field of expertise was undeniable, and there were good reasons why everyone praised her diverse inventions. Please explain what distinguishes the new Zeta-65s from older warp interdictors. Her Excellency specifically devoted time in this project in order to arm Red humanity with a more effective means of suppressing phase whales without relying on the power of high-ranking mech pilots. The Mecher explained. She has persuaded the Spacelock to contribute to this cause in exchange for giving him a small share of the profits and other rights. Together, they have applied an extensive range of improvements with the express goal of making them more effective. The Mecher activated a projection that displayed a range of different Zeta-65 variants. They mostly differed by size and power. The Zeta-65 models are much stronger than other warp interdictors. The largest model is rated to inhibit the warp travel of the most powerful alien warships as well as adult phase whales and greater phase lords. In other words, only ancient phase whales possess the raw strength to overpower the Zeta-65 warp interdictors. What is the effective range? It is 2,000 kilometers for the largest model. The smaller ones are much less effective, but can more easily be mounted on smaller starships. Please take note that every Zeta-65 warp interdictor is expensive to build. They will need to integrate at least 40 kilograms of phase water for the smallest model and 200 kilograms of phase water for the largest model. They also require a strong dedicated power source in order to operate at their highest settings. Vase almost choked when he heard how much phase water it took to build these warp interdictors. The Polymath truly went all out in prioritizing strength over cost effectiveness. I see, Vase said. So what does this offer entail? Will my clan gain a license to build the Zeta-65 warp interdictors? The Mecher shook his head. That is not possible. The Zeta-65 can only be produced in a specialized production facility due to the use of special technologies. The Red Association is willing to grant you the unrestricted right to purchase and utilize the Zeta-65 warp interdictors and any updates to their models. Vase frowned at that. He could certainly recognize the value of the Zeta-65s, but he was questioning whether it was worth trading 5% of his company's shares just to gain purchasing rights. What else was special about the Zeta-65 warp interdictor that could persuade him into accepting this bid? Chapter 5818 The Real Functions 5818 The real functions offers rarely seem what they appeared on the surface. Everyone who attended the grand auction was clever enough to estimate the value of their own bids. Vase seriously doubted that the mecher who rose up from his seat and presented the Zeta-65 warp interdictor was stupid to misjudge its value. This was especially the case given that he was not making this offer on behalf of himself, but rather two very powerful figures. Vase did not have a problem with the spacelock. The aristocratic god pilot was not exactly the most approachable sort, but he could always be counted upon to remain professional in his interactions with others. One point in the spacelock's favor was that he had joined most of the other god pilots in supporting the establishment of the Red Collective. Perhaps what happened a few days ago may have given him a reason to favor greater cooperation. If I agree to obtain the right to buy and utilize the new Zeta-65 warp interdictors, who will receive my company shares? Vase asked. The polymath and the spacelock have already agreed to a profit-sharing arrangement. Her Excellency is entitled 4.5%. His Holiness shall receive the remaining 0.5%. The man readily answered. Interesting. And concerning. Of all of the possible shareholders that Vase sought, he did not look forward to having the polymath looking over his shoulder. Gaining 4.5% ownership in the LMC did not give her any real control, but it did give her the right to poke into the books, express her demands to the board of directors and meddle into his affairs. How did this even work? Hadn't the survivalists told him that the polymath relinquished most of her power and authority in order to pay the price of her transgressions? She shouldn't even be capable of sending an envoy to participate in this grand auction on her behalf. It seemed the Red Association needed her so much that the polymath had already started to loosen the restrictions imposed by her peers. Not that it would have been all that difficult for her to do so. She was incredibly smart and understood the mentality of her fellow mechers far too well. She may have fumbled during her failed coup, but once she operated in an environment where she was able to account for all of the variables, she truly possessed the capacity to shine. If Vase had to make a choice, he would rather develop a closer relationship with the spacelock. He was much more comfortable dealing with god pilots. They all possessed a willful and maybe even tyrannical streak, but they were also honest and straightforward. So long as he understood them well enough, he could predict their responses and behavior, thereby making it easier to stay in their good graces. There was no way for him to do the same for star designers like the polymath. They were far too smart for their own good, and they were clearly not above resorting to duplicity. Whatever the polymath had in store for Vase was a mystery. Vase at least acknowledged that she wasn't an enemy, but she certainly wasn't his friend either. The blasted woman had her own agenda, and trying to guess the master plan of a star designer was an exercise in futility. He inwardly shook his head. There was no point in wasting so much processing power on trying to discern the polymath's motives. All that mattered was that she remained cordial enough towards Vase to make greater cooperation viable. It was better to have the polymath on his side than not. If he had to give her 4.5% of his shares to make sure she retained a vested interest in his future, then so be it. At least she wouldn't be wasting too much effort on plotting his downfall. Still, if the polymath wanted a piece of him so badly, she needed to work for it. He was not that cheap. I find it strange that you or your principals are under the assumption that the Zeta-65 warp interdictors are worth 5% of my mech company's shares. Vase spoke. I have the feeling that you have yet to explain the full value of these upgraded warp interdictors. Sure, they are a lot more powerful and far-reaching than anything I have heard in the past, but they require an astronomical amount of phase water to function so well. What else have the polymath and the spacelock done to make them so valuable? The mecher smiled at Vase. Her Excellency expected you to ask that question. She would have been disappointed in you if you failed to inquire further. My apologies for withholding relevant information from you. I am operating under strict instructions. That elicited a scowl from Vase. He knew it. The polymath was playing games with him again. She just couldn't resist the temptation to mess with him yet again. Get on with it, please, he said as he ceased all pretense of politeness. The mecher was really good, but he remained completely unfazed. The Zeta-65 warp interdictors possess two applications that lesser versions of warp interdiction modules are unable to perform. The polymath's primary objective in developing the Zeta-65 is to increase our civilization's ability to attack and raid alien space once the Deep Strike plan has reached the next phase. The new warp interdictors can function well in a defensive capacity, but they are actually meant to be utilized in an offensive capacity. By helping human forces pin down alien warships and phase leaders. Partially, but that is not what justifies the development of the Zeta-65. The reason why she solicited the aid of the Spacelock is because he possesses the greatest understanding of the fundamental principles of pocket spaces. With his assistance, Her Excellency succeeded in tuning her Zeta-65 for a specialized task. Vase quickly connected the dots. Are you saying that the Zeta-65 warp interdictors can destabilize phase whale enclaves? They can do more than that, Professor. To be more precise, most if not all variations of the Zeta-65 warp interdictor are able to detect hidden phase whale enclaves within their effective radius. If the field projected by them encompasses the coordinates where a pocket space is anchored, the latter will exhibit slight signs of instability. These spatial fluctuations can easily be detected by any sensor that is sensitive to spatial activity. He finally understood why these Zeta-65s were a big deal. Phase whales occupied the Red Ocean for so long that they had littered phase whale enclaves in many different places. No one knew how many of them were out there, but it had to be a large figure. The incident that took place in Davut a few years ago clearly taught Red humanity that there were a lot of hidden pocket spaces in human-occupied space. Many of them were probably empty and abandoned, but that was not always the case. Who knew whether these phase whale enclaves were filled with weapons of mass destruction, toxic substances, hibernating phase whales, or entire armies of killer robots? The Red 2 along with many other powers invested a large amount of effort into sniffing them out and eliminating them, but they were far too difficult to find. Not even ace pilots with their Saint Kingdoms could detect a phase whale enclave if there was no activity. At most, a sharp ace pilot might have a slight hunch that something was off, but what then? The effort required to precisely locate a phase whale enclave and break it open was not small. It was still possible to pin down pocket spaces on the surface of human-occupied planets and other places frequented by people. Yet what about asteroid fields? What about obscure moons that were devoid of any resources? The phase whales loved to play hide and seek. They had an annoying habit of creating phase whale enclaves in the strangest of places, up to anchoring them right next to a blazing star. While the major powers most definitely possessed the means to detect and breach these pocket spaces, the biggest problem was that there were too many of them. This was a numbers game, so it was impractical to rely on god pilots and other exotic measures to solve this problem. From what he could gather, the Zeta-65 warp interdictor neatly solved this problem because it was reliable tech that could be mass-produced. Sure, the amount of phase water required to build them was a bit prohibitive, but that would not stop the likes of the Mechers and the Rubarthans from mass-producing these fancy new modules and making full use of their main function. What else can these Zeta-65 warp interdictors do? Vase pressed on with another question. Can they actually destroy a pocket space? Not unless the pocket space in question has already deteriorated to a point where it is only a handful steps away from collapsing. The Mecher shook his head. The phase whales are known to be thorough in their work. Their pocket spaces are highly robust. We suspect they put in great effort into making their spaces enduring because they want to rely on their work for thousands if not millions of years without any concerns about stability. The fact that the phase whales often reside in their own pocket spaces gives them a strong incentive to strengthen their stability. That made sense. So there is no way for the Zeta-65 warp interdictors to break a pocket space no matter how many of them are active. That is not an absolute, Professor. If you can truly bring an excessive number of Zeta-65s to bear on a single pocket space at closer ranges, then it is theoretically possible to destabilize a pocket space to the point where it unfolds back into real space, thereby violently disorging everything that used to be hidden out of sight. However, it is not necessary to go this far unless you wish to eliminate a potential security risk. What do you mean by that? Vase raised his eyebrow. As long as the Zeta-65's effect is strong enough, it can forcibly induce a phase whale enclave to open a passage. This will allow anyone outside to send in their forces. It will also allow anyone hidden inside to exit the pocket space. This is the second main function of the new warp interdictors. We expect that many important star systems held by the aliens may have hidden their most important facilities inside pocket spaces created by phase whales many years ago. We cannot effectively raid alien planets and plunder much of their phase water reserves if we do not have an effective means of detecting and breaching these dimensional bunkers. It was only now that Vase understood the true significance of the Zeta-65 warp interdictors. He no longer believed it was a bad decision to accept this bid, but that was contingent on one more factor. How do the Polymath and the Spacelock plan to distribute their Zeta-65 warp interdictors? They shall remain exclusive to the Red Association and the Rubarthan Pact for a duration of at least 10 years. Their availability will remain limited and only a select group of subjects that have been handpicked by the Polymath and the Spacelock will have access to them. If you accept this transaction, you will become one of the few who have earned this privilege. After a decade has passed, the initial versions of the Zeta-65 warp interdictors will become more widely available, but it will cost third parties at least double the amount of phase water needed to construct them to obtain their own copies. You and the other early adopters will not only have access to updated models, but can continue to purchase them from us without needing to pay any premium on phase water. That actually sounded pretty reasonable so long as the Polymath and the Spacelock maintained their monopoly on pocket space busting. While Vase was not sure whether that would remain the case in the long term, he was inclined to believe in this ploy. Chapter 5819 The End of the Grand Auction 5819 The End of the Grand Auction Vase saw no reason to refuse the Zeta-65 warp interdictors. Their real functions were just too good to pass up. In his previous expeditions, Vase and his expeditionary fleet made exciting discoveries. Every hidden phase whale enclave was a potential treasure vault. Those long-lived aliens tended to accrue a lot of good stuff, and they always needed a good place to stash their hoard. However, it was difficult for Vase to judge whether the potential gains his clan could make by utilizing the Zeta-65 warp interdictors could surpass the value of 5% of his company's shares. Vase only had a limited amount of shares that he could afford to trade away like this. He needed to make every transaction count, and that made him hesitant on whether he should embrace this offer. If his forces encountered a lot of bad luck and traveled to star systems that were devoid of phase whale enclaves, then the Zeta-65s clearly wouldn't be able to earn a satisfactory return on investment. Not that it would deter him. The potential gains were just too great for him to pass off the opportunity to gain early access to this exclusive tech. The fact that accepting this deal would also save him a lot of phase water by skipping the usual rule concerning the procurement of phase water technology also made a difference. Vase hated the industry standard of charging double the amount of phase water needed to construct anything transphasic. The main reason why so many companies got away with this exploitative rule was because no one among the competition wanted to start a price war. That would mean that all of the regular clients who wanted to get their hands on the Zeta-65 warp interdictors would have to pay a massive price once they became available a decade later. The largest and most powerful model was so resource-intensive that it took 200 kilograms of phase water just to produce a single copy. Vase would rather command Lucky to conduct a manual carpet search rather than give the Mechers 200 kilograms of phase water for free. After thinking over this decision a bit further, he eventually decided that it was worth it for him to make this gamble. He had more confidence in his ability to leverage the Zeta-65s than anyone else. He had plenty of bags in his tricks that could synergize with these modules. "I find your bid acceptable," he told the Mechers who conveyed the Polymath's offer. "If there is no one else who can exceed your offer, then I would be happy to conclude this transaction." The bidding continued, but it was clear that the momentum had turned against them. There were not many people who possessed the ability or the willingness to exceed an offer made by a star designer. It did not make everyone give up. There were still hopefuls who wanted to secure their last chance of gaining a real stake in Ves's Mech company. It was a pity that none of the offers sounded particularly attractive to him. He had no real need for any further real estate. A couple of fleet carriers or other combat assets sounded largely redundant to him as his clan had just gained the capacity to produce its own starships. Sure, it would take a lot of time and an even greater amount of funding to build up a sizable first-class fleet, but Vase would rather wait than get ripped off. His company's shares were worth way more than just a couple of fleet carriers. Seeing that no one managed to come up with bids that gained greater appreciation from Vase, Orion Leeds finally ended the bidding. Sold. The gracious Polymath and the Honorable Spacelock have become the latest shareholders of the Living Mech Corporation in exchange for granting the Larkinson clan early access to their exclusive Zeta-65 warp interdictors. This concludes the final round of bidding and signifies the end of our grand auction. Esteban Leeds thanks you for your participation, and hope to see you again in our next scheduled auctions. While the auctioneer wrapped up the event, Vase floated back to his private box. The gem cat hanging on his shoulder showed greater signs of impatience. Meow, meow, be patient, Lucky. I know that the last phase of the grand auction dragged out a bit, but I haven't forgotten about your prize. It won't take long before we can finalize the easiest transactions. When Vase returned to his friends and advisors, everyone looked rather impressed. The present estimated value of your living Mech corporation is much lower than the sum of offers you have received for the shares that you have exchanged. Jovi stated first. The fact that you have made the likes of the evolution which and the polymath offer concessions of greater value is a testament of your present and future worth. Word about this grand auction will spread out. Those with the right connections will hear that multiple Tier 1 galactic citizens have proactively decided to invest in you because they believe in your work. Vase did not know how to feel about that. On the one hand, borrowing the reputation of the evolution witch and the polymath was a fantastic way to boost his reputation and credibility. The more Tier 1 galactic citizens vouched for him, the easier it became for him to make his voice heard. On the other hand, neither of these two women were on his side. They all possessed their own schemes and agendas, and they had both demonstrated a capacity to prioritize their own interests above all other concerns. I appreciate their support, Vase politely spoke. I hope that having them as my shareholders will deter other people from pulling the same kind of stunts as my previous adversaries. He should have done this sooner. Vase figured that people such as Admiral Amelie Jameson never would have bent or broken several taboos if several powerful star designers and god pilots partially owned the company that made his living mechs. Perhaps the public inquiry would have never taken place to begin with. These powerful figures usually preferred to settle their differences behind closed doors. Take good care of the Eidolon Sprius. Vector Loban cautioned Vase. As a juggernaut that the evolution witch deemed acceptable enough to become her trophy, it must hold both practical and sentimental value. Just because Her Holiness has transferred ownership to you does not necessarily mean she will stop paying attention to it. You can technically do what you want with your new juggernaut, but if you ruin it or abuse its power in unacceptable ways, she may feel compelled to take action. That was an unwelcome message. Vase felt considerably less pleased about this deal than before. He had a lot of plans in mind for the Eidolon Sprius. Many of them were risky, so he could not guarantee that they would work out as he envisioned. Understood. Am I at least allowed to rename the juggernaut? Eidolon Sprius doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. I don't even know what it means. It is named after a deceased individual. Oh, that is clarifying. Anyway, once I have reinvented my new juggernaut, its overall design and configuration will definitely diverge from its current condition. I will do my best to replace the touch of its original makers with my own. That should be more than enough justification for me to bestow it with a new name. Don't you agree? Vector did not look so certain. It is best to ask for input from the evolution witch before you go through with this decision. That generated a spike of annoyance from Vase. She is not my mother. A deal is a deal. The juggernaut is mine, so I can do what I want with it as far as I am concerned. I am definitely going to apply my own style to it. Whoever designed this juggernaut is pretty decent, but his aesthetic style is a bit too plain. A juggernaut is a monster of a machine. It should look the part. The Uranus looked exactly as intimidating as it behaved. Now that was a true juggernaut. I am happy that you have seen fit to strengthen your cooperation with the Rubarthan Pact. Kelsey Ampatok mentioned, I may not be a Rubarthan citizen much longer, but that does not mean that I dislike my former state. Obtaining a shipyard that is located in the heart of the Inferno Spear Principality will strengthen your ties with Prince Antonius. It may cause you to become more embroiled in the current succession crisis, but this will grant greater benefits if he has defeated the other princes. I do not intend to meddle in this silly battle for the throne. Vase disapprovingly said, I am too busy to waste my time on this. Whoever ascends the throne is unlikely to sever cooperation with me, especially given that I am bound to become an instrumental part of the Red Collective. That did not mean that there were no consequences. The Smokestack Prince and the Inferno Spear Prince were so radically different that they had very different plans in mind. You may be right, Kelsey said in realization. Although small, the last round of bidding bestows 0.5% of your mech company to the Spacelock. Do you understand what this means? The Smokestack Prince or anyone else who finally ascends to the throne will not dare to retaliate against you for failing to lend your support. You have already received the favor of the Destroyer of Worlds. Combined with this related development, you can already be regarded as an honorary Rubarthan. No, it can easily be argued that you are a Rubarthan in heart and soul due to your patrilineal ancestry. Vase almost sputtered when he heard that. Let's not go too far, Kelsey. When my ancestor left the new Rubarth Empire a long time ago, he and his family had nothing to do with his home state anymore. Don't forget that I have forged a lot of deals with the Terrans. I don't want to spoil these arrangements by joining the Rubarthan Pact. Ah, forgive me then. The Larkinson clan does indeed benefit from maintaining a neutral position. However, that will only remain the case if a sufficient number of allies are willing to protect you and guarantee your independence. It is good that you count on the Rubarthans to come to your aid. Vase wondered what all of the new shareholders intended to do with their latest gains. Would they try to change the way the living Mech Corporation operated, or would they just sit back and allow their influence to fade to the background? There was not much that an individual shareholder could do, but they would gain significantly more sway if they set aside their differences and formed a united bloc. Fortunately, Vase already accounted for this possibility. There were good reasons why Vase only traded away 25% of his Mech company at most. He still retained an absolute majority of shares in the LMC, which meant he could still operate it like the company was his own fief. The change that worried him the most was that all of the laws and regulations imposed by the Red Association granted several rights and privileges to the new shareholders. Vase would just have to deal with this complication while also making sure to take advantage of his new ties to these powerful groups and figures. All in all, Vase fulfilled all of his objectives and more today. The grand auction had been a huge success to him. All he needed to do after this was to digest his enormous gains. It would take years if not decades for him to upgrade the Odilus Sprius and build up a first-class colony from scratch, but Vase could afford the wait. The only concern right now was that all of these activities required enormous sums of money. Short of taking a huge amount of loans, Vase needed to step up on his studies and finally begin to design his own first-class mechs. Chapter 5820 Preferred Planets 5820 Preferred Planets. Vase had to remain in the auction house for the rest of the day in order to handle and supervise the massive transactions. The legal department of the Larkinson clan had to work at full capacity in order to tackle the enormous workload, and even then it was not enough. The Larkinsons had to enlist the aid of additional law firms in order to comply with all of the laws of different states and organizations. The work was incredibly tedious, but necessary. Everything had to be exactly correct in order to transfer ownership of billions if not trillions of MTA credits worth of stuff. No one involved wanted to suffer unexpected losses or get dragged into disputes due to ambiguity and mistakes. Fortunately, a lot of the first-class legal experts were fully up to the task. The lawyers in the employ of Esteban Leeds had facilitated a lot of similar transactions in the past, so they were able to speed up the process by a huge extent. Of course, not all of the deals could be closed so quickly. Multiple parties had to file a lot of paperwork at many different government institutions. It could take days if not weeks for these offices to process everything and give out their seal of approval. There were instances where these administrative steps could not be sped up no matter the circumstances. There were also cases where people were willing to set aside every priority and complete a week's worth of paperwork in a couple of hours just because a god pilot or star designer was involved. Vase grew incredibly envious whenever that happened. He wanted to receive this kind of treatment as well one day. In any case, Vase settled in for a long day. His cat on the other hand grew ecstatic now that he could finally sink his teeth into a bar of ATC, a exotic alloy. Since Vase only paid the equivalent of 10 kilograms of phase water for this bar of metal, it only took a short amount of time for Esteban Leeds to hand it over to his possession. Meow meow meow. Go ahead, Lucky. Consider it your birthday present. Meow. Vase found it amusing how Lucky turned from a cute archimetal cat into a voracious metal devourer. The cat utilized his phasing power to pass through the transparent composite container that protected the ATCA alloy and kept it dry from the submerged environment. Once inside, Lucky threw aside all propriety and began to feast on the alloy with great satisfaction. After the first few bites, the gem cat slowed down his pace and actually attempted to savor the novel flavor of this brand new alloy. Vase observed his mechanical pet carefully, but failed to discern any useful clues. The resonance smith's work promised to pass through transphasic energy shields without needing to break them or figure out their pattern, but it was still a work in progress. Whatever it did to Lucky, the new alloy was evidently not significant enough to trigger a visual transformation. The only way for Vase to find out if Lucky became a lot better at bypassing strong energy shields was to test his capabilities in practice. Eat well, you're going to do a lot of work for me after you are done. Meow. As Vase spent hours on handling all of the necessary steps, of which far too many required his signature for one asinine reason or another, he occasionally entered into interesting discussions with the representatives of the counterparties. For example, the envoy of the Nyald ancient clan gave Vase a few tips on which star systems he should choose to plant his flag. As agreed, it is fully within your right to claim any star system that is not already permanently settled, the Terran lady reminded him. However, I must inform you that all of the port systems as well as any other star systems with significant deposits of phase water are already occupied. That still leaves many fairly resource-rich star systems in the Caesarian upper zone, but it will take considerable time and effort to build up large-scale mining operations. The prevalence of high-grade exotics and more recently hypers has generated hazardous environments that are unsuitable for human habitation. I fear that much of your initial capital must be spent on pacifying the planet. That caused Vase to frown. How expensive can this get? It is more efficient in the long term to terraform and pacify a hazardous planet as a whole. However, this can not only take years, but also impose a far greater upfront cost. You can choose to set aside terraforming and only do the minimum required to pacify a dangerous landmass or region in order to build a colony settlement as quickly as possible. This will allow you to preserve the original ecosystem and hostile environment as much as possible, but it will heavily limit the scope of human development on the surface. You will need to be ready to weigh your decisions and adopt the appropriate strategy. There was not one correct choice. Terraforming an entire environment was usually the best choice to convert lifeless rocks into livable planets. Preserving existing alien environments usually took place if there was a lot of value to doing so. This often happened with untamed planets whose surface was filled with unique exobeasts and exoplants. When Vase thought about what kind of planet he wanted his Larkinson clan to settle upon, he immediately developed a clear preference towards untamed planets. His visit to Okanan V had renewed his appreciation and enthusiasm for planets that were filled with alien organisms. However, Vase did not ignore the fact that dangerous species that grew up in environments that were abundant in high-quality materials usually evolved into absurdly strong creatures. It might not be viable to ask his clan to colonize a planet that was already filled with bloodthirsty monsters that could overpower typical second-class mechs. Are there any untamed planets available within the territory of the Nyald ancient clan? Vase inquired. Our survey vessels have discovered several ones. The woman replied. We have not scouted them for an extended period of time, so our observations are already out of date. We can still give you the relevant reports in order to give you an impression. We do not advise you to found your colony on any of them, though. The risk that your colony will continually provoke attacks from the local exofauna is too great. I'm counting on it. Vase grinned. That is not to say that I am willing to allow all of the EOX beasts to roam free. Who knows how many of them will evolve into mutated beasts and calamity beasts if we don't do anything to control their population. However, I have always been a big believer in growth through shared combat experiences. No amount of simulation training can ever beat actual battle. I think I can provide my mech pilots with the perfect training by subjecting them to battle against all manner of exo-beasts and mutated beasts. The Nyalder furrowed her brows in thought. If you insist on colonizing an untamed planet for the express purpose of supplying your clansmen with an unending supply of dangerous sparring partners and hunting targets, then you may consider the Nero Alabaster system. A projection appeared that displayed an old snapshot of the star system. It was a binary star system centered around the dance between a yellow dwarf star and a white dwarf star. The white dwarf was one of the odder stars in the cosmos. It was not a real star per se, just the core of one that had already died. Despite being considered a star, a white dwarf did not actually undergo any significant fusion processes and therefore did not emit heat or light. It was just a piece of giant stellar junk that gradually cooled over many eons until it theoretically turned into a black dwarf. It was highly unusual for an old white dwarf to occupy the same system as a much younger yellow dwarf. This signified that one of them had randomly drifted in the other's neighborhood and got captured without somehow merging with each other. The result was a typical yellow dwarf system that was plagued by more violent and complex gravitic tides. The lack of any other activity from a dead white dwarf likely prevented the fourth planet from the star system from becoming devoid of life. Zoom in on Nero Alabaster IV. Vase commanded. There were 13 planets in the star system in total. Each of them promised to offer valuable resources, but Vase did not really care about them unless they contained phase water. Since the Terrans had already claimed all of the star systems where phase water was ripe for the picking, Vase did not hold any expectations about finding any hidden stashes. Perhaps the Terran surveyors hadn't been through enough, or perhaps there were still hidden phase whale enclaves that just happened to store thousands of kilograms of phase water, but Vase did not obsess over these kinds of gains. He cared a lot more about the wildlife of an untamed planet. Nero Alabaster IV is not the stablest of planets. The Nyalder admitted. It has a 35.3-degree axial tilt, which means that its seasons are more extreme. Many exobeasts and exoplants have evolved to cope with radical changes in temperature and weather phenomena. Aside from that, the planet is orbited by 3 fairly large moons, each of which induce tidal phenomena that are very difficult for the local wildlife to predict in advance. High tides can flood entire marshes while entire sea regions can become almost dry for a few hours. Combined with interactions between multiple high-grade exotics with high reactivity properties, it is a miracle that life has managed to evolve on this planet at all. Every organism that has emerged from this globe is much more resilient than usual. The more he learned about the planet, the more he felt attracted to it. That did not mean he refused to consider other possible candidates, but he couldn't help but feel that the Nyalder had intelligently picked a star system that just happened to fulfill his strongest desires. What are the dominant organisms on this planet? Vase asked. That depends on your definition of dominant. The most prevalent large terrestrial exobeast species that can be found in a wide variety of landmasses is the Zarian. It is a species of quadruped-scaled reptiles that are noteworthy for their strong mineral-rich scales. They have proven to be highly resilient towards environmental changes as their scales can effectively protect them against shifts in temperature and radiation. On top of that, the scales of older Zarians have proven to be highly effective against physical and energy damage. The Zarians are communal in nature, so they have a habit of fighting against each other to establish dominance in their hierarchies. All of that sounded good. The Zarians were a little bit smaller than Vase liked, but he could still imagine them giving a good fight against mechs, especially if they had the advantage of numbers. Harvesting their scales should also yield valuable materials that would make the hunts worthwhile. Interesting. I will keep an eye on this planet. Can the Nyald ancient clan send its surveyors to Nero Alabaster and other star systems with untamed planets? I would like to obtain more up-to-date data on how their ecosystems have adapted to the Age of Dawn. I am not sure if Nero Alabaster IV is still suitable for limited colonization. It is best to make sure. We can do that, the female Terran readily said. May I interest you in other star systems? There are many other locations that possess resources that are in moderate demand in the Terran Alliance. They may not have any planets that bear any existing life, but that is what terraforming is for. You can even transplant Zarians and other exobeasts to a planet of your choice. There is no need for you to limit yourself to the circumstances set by nature. Chapter 5821 Flapping Limbs 5821 Flapping Limbs. His visit to Hector V had come to an end. When Vase looked back at the aquatic-themed city, he certainly did not intend to go back anytime soon. A lot of stuff had happened while he stayed on the planet. While the sum of it all resulted in a clear net positive gain to his interests, Vase actually preferred it if he hadn't been put on the spot. Was the Red Collective necessary? Yes. Did he have to be the one to stick his neck out and propose its formation? No. Vase missed the days where he could still somewhat fly under the radar. All of the fame he earned from designing excellent second-class mechs never generated much of a storm in the past because all of the high and mighty mechers and fleeters never paid that much attention to space peasants in the first place. It was only after the survivalists forced him to become a first-rater and adopt a high-profile development strategy that he turned into the most famous and notorious mech designer of his generation. Even now, Vase constantly felt as if there was a target on his back. The longer he stayed in a city filled with lots of people and mechs that were outside of his control, the greater the chance that stuff could go wrong. Perhaps that was partially the reason why he jumped at the opportunity to colonize a planet. If the Larkinsons had a star system of their own, then they could control the environment a lot better. The best solution was to simply go back to living inside a starship like he did in the past. There were even more reasons for him to stay mobile than before. Now that he had gained 2 immensely valuable orbital shipyards, His dreams of forming a first-class expeditionary fleet were no longer fantasies anymore. Together with the captured archeship, the upgradable spirit of Bentime and the fleet carrier pledged by the eternal Vulcan Empire, Vase would finally gain a measure of true safety and independence in a dwarf galaxy besieged by alien foes. Goodbye Hector V. Meow. Lucky appeared to be in a much better mood. Eating a chunk of ATCA alloy satisfied him more than eating literal tons of other exotics. It was clear that he was becoming a lot pickier with his meals. Vase reached out and patted his cat on the head. I'm glad you enjoyed your last feast, but don't expect to obtain similar stuff anytime soon. I paid 10 kilograms of phase water to get my hands on that prototype alloy. I hope that you have truly improved your ability to phase through energy shields. Meow meow meow. Oh, really? Let's put that to the test, shall we? He utilized his phase lord powers to project a simple spatial barrier in front of him. Although its principles were different from a transphasic energy shield, there were enough similarities to serve as a viable test case. Meow. Lucky arrogantly lifted his head before he tried to phase through the spatial barrier. The good news was that he did not crash into the spatial barrier. The bad news was that he somehow got stuck midway. Meow. The cat looked incredibly pathetic as he somehow got tangled up between folded dimensions to the point where he couldn't squirm his way out anymore. His limbs ineffectually slapped around as if that would help him gain more purchase. It looks like your new ability either needs a lot more work, or you haven't eaten enough ATCA to upgrade your entire body. Meow. Vase reduced the strength of his spatial barrier until Lucky finally managed to push his body all the way through. The gem cat looked both defiant and embarrassed. His tail squirmed as if he would rather never boast about his new abilities in the first place. What do you have to say for yourself? Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. I will test you again in a month. If you claim to be able to fully master your new capabilities by then you should be able to pass through my spatial barrier. I am not sure how strong it is, but I am sure that it is at least comparable to a segmented transphasic energy shield of a typical alien warship. If Lucky couldn't get past his spatial barrier, then he sure as hell wouldn't be able to infiltrate an alien warship that had fully activated her energy shields. An alert sounded. Vase braced his body even though it was not necessary and soon found himself and his cat teleported to the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. Welcome back to the Tarask. Jovi Armelon greeted. We are ready to begin our departure. How are the new reinforcements? They have joined up with our fleet without issue. 3 additional light cruisers will give us more punch while also allowing us to scout further. The 2 combat carriers are very welcome. Each of them carry 20 first-class multi-purpose mechs based on combat-tested models that are renowned for their versatility and customizability. Each of them are capable of equipping a wide variety of loadouts that allows them to excel in different missions. I see. Vase was familiar with the concept as his Bright Warriors and his Fae Fianna adopted similar concepts. The new raw mechs probably did not excel in any mission, but their amazing versatility meant that they could fare well against any enemy, regardless of whether they were human mechs, alien warships or phase whales. I'd like to take a look at them myself if possible, he requested. I have no intention of spoiling the work of other mech designers. I just want to get a better understanding of how the Red Association approaches its own mechs. I also want to know what sort of machines I am entrusting my life to. Are they equipped with support link technology? Jovi smiled and nodded. We wouldn't dare to skimp on that. The new combat carriers are designed around this high technology. It is one of several major reasons why their mech capacity is so small. First-class mech combat has always revolved around quality over quantity. The two continued to chat as they made their way out of the teleportation chamber. Lucky scurried off to do who knew what. Nobody was concerned about his activities as he knew better than to take a bite out of the heavy cruiser's superdrive. Instead of visiting the lounge, Vase and Jovi entered a large office space where dozens of staffers working for the Larkinson clan and the Red Association threw themselves into their work. The latest acquisitions came with so much paperwork that it would take months to handle all of the administration. Not just any ordinary person could set up and operate an orbital shipyard in the Yernstal star node in the middle of the Inferno Spear Principality. Vase did not worry about whether anything would happen that would abort the transactions. A deal was a deal, and there were too many powerful individuals and groups that would take offense if anything went wrong. Hello, sir. Good morning, Professor. Vase greeted his staffers and briefly inspected their progress. He did not understand all of the administrative requirements that he and his clan suddenly had to meet in order to operate a shipyard and such, but it was not necessary for him to delve into the minutiae. It was enough for him to know that his people had a firm grip on the situation. "Sir, one of the secretaries working for the evolution which is asking us where you want to ship the Odilon Sprius. Should we request the Mechers to withhold it until we have founded a new colony, or should we tell them to transfer the Juggernaut to D&D base on New Constantinople 8? That was a difficult question. A part of Vase wanted to get his hands on the Odilon Sprius right away. However, doing so would not only add a huge distraction in a period where he was already swamped with work, but also make his ostentatious Juggernaut vulnerable to theft and sabotage. Please tell the secretary that we are not in a hurry to take the Odilon Sprius in our possession." Vase quickly decided. He understood his tendencies well enough to know that he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to obsess over the Odilon Sprius. It was a first-class Juggernaut that was packed with outdated but still powerful technologies. He had a powerful hunch that once he sank his teeth into it, he would become beset by so much inspiration that he would not hesitate to set aside all of his other priorities until he reshaped the entire Juggernaut into a living monstrosity. While Vase had plenty of reasons to look forward to this fantastic outcome, this was not the right time for him to tackle such an immense project. His comprehension of first-class mech design was not yet up to standard, and he needed to clear up his schedule before he could fully devote himself to this ambitious endeavor. There was no pressing need for a Juggernaut at the moment. The Odilon Sprius was a land monster, so it was only really useful once the Larkinson clan finally built a colony settlement in the Caesarian upper zone. Wait, Vase suddenly paused. Who said that Juggernauts were only useful when deployed on land? While Juggernauts were typically associated with surface combat as warships largely outclassed them in space combat, that did not make the humanoid titans useless in vacuum conditions. The new technologies that came out in the last few mech generations had the potential to radically boost their combat effectiveness in space. A full-sized superdrive not only granted them the ability to speed up their infamously slow traversal in space by generating a warp bubble, but also granted them the ability to travel to other star systems without needing to get carried around by a cargo hauler. Azure energy shield generators massively increased the survivability of Juggernauts that had little hope of evading attacks by utilizing their limbs. Transphasic hyper-weapon systems increased their lethality by so much that the upgraded Odilon Sprius could probably crush any alien sub-capital ship by itself. All of this and more promised to turn a Juggernaut that was originally designed to operate exclusively on land into a much more fearsome space monstrosity. Vase clamped down on all of the wild ideas that sprung from his imagination. This was not the time for him to indulge in his Juggernaut fantasies. He shook his head to clear his mind and tried his best to focus on other matters. Is the fleet ready to traverse the route that I have specified? Every ship is ready to leave the Ector system and head closer to the front lines. Jovi said, but soon began to frown. Is it truly necessary for you to venture closer to the border regions? We may not arrive at the hotspots, but we will make ourselves much more vulnerable to ambushes, especially if our route has been leaked to malicious parties. Vase smirked. Our enemies will regret it. Relax. I have a deal with the Red Fleet. This is important for both of us. I am not allowed to tell you what is going on, but I need to reach the destination quickly in order to conclude my deal with the fleeters. The survivalist mech designer stared at Vase for a moment before reluctantly nodding. We are not your parents, so we will trust you to know what you are doing. The primary mission of the Blue Jay fleet is to protect you against any threats, so if the fleeters attempt to make a move on you, our troops will do their duty without question. I only hope that your actions do not lead to an outcome where we are forced to send them to their deaths. Vase shook his head. Don't bother. None of your mechs and warships can make a difference at the place where we are going. Not that anything will ever happen. I'm too important to the fleeters nowadays. This trip will prove my worth. Chapter 5822 The Limitations of Destroyer Weapons 5822 The limitations of destroyer weapons. As the Blue Jay fleet departed from the Ector system and traveled in the direction of the border regions, Vase split his time between his routine work and his administrative duties. It was times like these when he missed having Gavin at his side. His capable assistant was just about to complete a life-changing operation that would make him better than ever, but the downtime still brought a lot of inconvenience to Vase. No matter. There were other assistants who stepped into Gavin's role, and Vase could always do stuff himself. He still found himself with less free time than he was comfortable with. He had reduced his daily sleeping hours in order to get more work done. He was not sure how long he could sustain this pattern, but his mind, spirit and physique had become so powerful that he had yet to experience any significant consequences. In between the periods where he performed essential work, Vase made sure to spend a bit of time inspecting his new acquisitions. For example, Vase could only resist the temptation to stay away from one of the cargo bays of the Tarrasque for an entire day before he made his way over. Jovi, Vector and Kelsey all accompanied him this time. It did not surprise Vase at all that his fellow mech designers failed to resist the temptation. "Did you already take a look at it?" Vase asked. "No, it is your possession. It would not be right for us to peek at it first." When the hatch slid open, Vase and his small procession entered a cargo bay that had clearly been emptied of all other spare cargo. What remained was a singular long and thin armored crate. The black construct occupied the center of the compartment and seemed to dominate the entire space despite the lack of activity. When the group moved closer to the center, they met up with a Terran engineer who wore the badge of the Dermont ancient clan on his uniform. Professor Larkinson. The engineer made a formal bow while holding a secure datapad. "I expected you to come sooner. Are you here to inspect your new mech weapon?" "I am. Is it safe to crack open this container and take a look at the Tier 3 destroyer spear?" "That is highly inadvisable." The Dermonter immediately shot down that idea. "It is clear that you still lack a proper understanding of destroyer weapons and especially those of the higher tiers. A Tier 3 destroyer weapon is a force of destruction that has been compressed in the form of a weapon. Its concentration of destroyer particles is so high that it has a compulsive need to destroy everything around it. If not for the fact that we have enclosed it in a specialized destroyer container that is expressly designed to suppress its activity, it would have already eaten its way through the deck." Vase grew a little alarmed. "I have heard that destroyer weapons can destroy stuff endlessly without being actively powered, but this is ridiculous. There is no need for you to feel concerned as long as it is properly stored. The destroyer container is not cheap, and it can only resist the weapon's activity up to a limit, but it can safely contain the spear as long as it is not being actively stimulated." "How?" "The primary function of the destroyer container is not to resist the damage it can inflict. It is primarily designed to blind the concentrated destroyer particles so that they are under the impression that they are surrounded by empty vacuum. These particles have an overriding urge to destroy matter. Fooling them into thinking that there is nothing for them to work on is a good way to reduce their activity to a state of relative dormancy." That caused Vase to look both impressed and puzzled. "You are talking about destroyer particles as if they are alive. They are not alive," the Terran engineer emphatically stated. "The simplest analogy that I can use is a virus. Destroyer particles exhibit a handful of traits that can also be found on living organisms, but they also lack other traits that make up true life. Perhaps it is better if you can take a look at them yourself since you are an authority in this field. Is it truly possible to look at the weapon without inducing it to destroy the cargo bay?" The engineer smiled with pride. "Our advanced containers can turn semi-transparent without giving the destroyer particles any ideas." The man unlocked a few settings on his datapad before activating the most important command. Just as promised, the black container became partially see-through. Though the view was not great, Vase and his fellow mech designers all gasped as they laid their eyes on the first Tier 3 destroyer weapon that they managed to see up close. "So this is one of the trump cards of the Terran people." Kelsey whistled. "It is no wonder that not many Rubarthan mech pilots are eager to duel against Terran mechs up close. The destroyer spear was a force onto its own. Even if the container isolated a lot of the activity, just being able to see it gave Vase a good idea of the destructive prowess contained within the spearhead. It is like compressing water into a container that is too small to fit it all." Vase whispered as he and Blinky carefully observed the weapon, mindful of incurring a backlash if they peered too closely. "I don't know how the Terrans managed to stuff so many destroyer particles in this spearhead. There is nothing about it that gives me confidence that it is up to the task of holding all of this volatile stuff." "That is an astute observation, Professor Larkinson. The weapon you see before you is already using the strongest grade of destroyer materials at our disposal. We do not have any better materials on hand that can stably store a higher concentration of destroyer particles. This is what separates Tier 5 and higher destroyer weapons from their lower-tiered counterparts. So this instability is a feature rather than a flow. More or less, Tier 6 destroyer weapons and lower can safely contain their destroyer particles, so they are safe enough to be utilized by standard mechs. Once the concentration grows higher, the particles cannot be fully contained anymore, hence their spontaneous destructive manifestations. Such weapons are practically unusable by all but high-ranking mech pilots. Expert pilots, ace pilots and most magnificently god pilots can utilize their willpower to make up for the inadequacies of destroyer materials. The higher the concentration of destroyer particles, the more dangerous but also volatile the weapon becomes. It takes a much stronger will to channel all of the concentrated power so that it only harms enemies. These were useful insights, especially to an owner of a power destroyer weapon. Vase never knew that the materials the Terrans used to contain their destroyer particles weren't actually that good. Their limitations had been reached a long time ago, so the only way to make the weapon substantially more powerful was to exceed safety limits and go over the edge. When he observed the destroyer spear, he could clearly feel now that it was a few steps away from exploding and engulfing the entire area with concentrated death and destruction. Due to their high concentration, the destroyer particles seemed to agitate against each other so much that bursts of destruction energy frequently flared from the speared IP. If not for the fact that the destroyer container was rated to resist these occasional flare-ups, it would have been breached already. Vase found it rather fascinating that the destroyer particles truly gave the illusion that they were alive. They jostled against each other like angry pigs that had been stuffed in a pen that was too small to contain them all. The lack of room frequently caused them to grow so frustrated that they regularly lashed out in every direction. However, Vase ultimately determined that the destroyer particles were not actually alive due to the lack of emotion and consciousness. The virus analogy was aptly chosen. There was nothing deliberate about their behavior. The exceptionally dangerous and destructive particles merely acted in their nature. They sought to destroy everything they touched, just like how fire burned anything flammable. There was nothing good or evil about it. Morality held no meaning to particles that only existed to annihilate matter. Observing the Tier 3 destroyer spear was endlessly fascinating to Vase. He could spend hours gazing at the random flare-ups and imagine what it would be like for this weapon to unleash its immense destructive potential against real adversaries. Vase already started to entertain strange ideas, most of which were not practical. He did not think it was a good idea to siphon away a few destroyer particles and study them with the goal of trying to develop an imitation product. Using destroyer particles as the basis of a new design spirit sounded even crazier. He tried his best to set aside any unrealistic expectations in order to focus on more practical uses. I have been told that this spear can only be utilized by a single mech pilot that is keyed into the weapon. Is this the case for all destroyer weapons? Yes, Professor. You cannot believe how many forces have attempted to steal our destroyer weapons back when our protections were less robust. These days, every destroyer weapon can only become safe to use when wielded by a mech that is piloted by a recognized individual. Only special engineers such as myself are able to establish a bond between a destroyer weapon and specific mech pilots. What are the limitations? Destroyer weapons can only be bonded to a single pilot at a time. You must sternly warn your troops not to lend the destroyer weapon to any other combatant. Anyone that holds the weapon without authorization will cause it to go berserk and channel much of its destructive power against the offending party. The weapon can only be made safe to use by another mech pilot by establishing a new bond. Do note that this is not part of your agreement with the Dermont ancient clan. You must negotiate a separate agreement to formally transfer usage rights to another mech pilot of your choosing. Vase frowned at that. This was a lot more restrictive than he expected. What if the original bonded mech pilot has become incapacitated in battle? Are we just supposed to allow the volatile destroyer spear to float around without any way to bring it back? It would be best if you bring out this container and put the spear back inside. The Terran engineer pointed his thumb behind his back. If that is not possible, then you can utilize gravitic modules or other forms of exerting physical force that do not require proximity contact, though be warned that the destroyer particles are partially resistant to such measures. There are even cases where mechs have fired kinetic rounds at loose destroyer weapons in order to move them in the right direction. That sounded incredibly troublesome. The point of the story was that the wielder of the destroyer spear better not falter during a battle. Understood. I will be sure to pass on these warnings. Vase said in a serious tone. If the weapon ever becomes damaged for whatever reason, can we repair it in-house, or do we have to take it back to you guys? The guest aboard the Tarask actually laughed at that. Ha ha ha. Destroyer weapons are built to resist some of the most destructive forces that our civilization can command. If their integrity has been compromised, it is highly unlikely that they shall remain in one piece for long. The destroyer particles are voracious. If they detect any vulnerability, they will take advantage of it and escape their vessel. You do not want to be nearby when that happens. The more Vase learned about destroyer weapons, the more he regarded them as weapons of mass destruction that were barely contained in their metallic shells. Anyone who had the privilege of wielding them gained power beyond measure, but always had to pay attention whether the destructive particles did not turn against their own wielder. Chapter 5823 Workforce Issues 5823 Workforce Issues. As much as Vase wanted to drool over the destroyer spear, it remained completely useless so long as there was no ace pilot to wield it in battle. Vase did not have a candidate in mind at the moment. The Larkinson clan had yet to welcome its first ace pilot. Though Venerable Rosa Orphan was his most favored choice to wield this powerful spear, who knew how long it would take for her to break through her bottleneck, especially when she was piloting an expert mech that had fallen behind the times. The only other way he could make immediate use of the destroyer spear was to spare it with one of the ace pilots loaned by the Hex Federation. However, it would be a considerable waste to pair the weapon up with the likes of Saintus Ulrika Vraken or any other Hexer ace pilot. Vase did not promise to pay the equivalent of 5800 kilograms of phase water just to benefit the Hexers. Thinking about the massive sum of money that he owed for this impulsive auction acquisition gave him a headache. Money did not grow on trees. The only reason why Esteban Leeds authorized the exchange despite all of the burdens that Vase took on was because the Yemtar Trade and Commerce Bank fully vouched for his clan's ability to service the humongous debts. Even so, it was rather reckless for him to take on a huge amount of loans without even presenting a proper plan on how to pay them all back. Part of the reason why his staff had become so busy all of a sudden was because they needed to satisfy the demands of the bank. Vase did not anticipate any immediate problems, though. The Red Ocean branch of Yemtar was run by the Red Association. The debt wouldn't pose a serious problem unless he fell out with the Mechers. He set this matter aside and focused on his other priorities. He had several important appointments on his agenda. As he left the secure cargo bay, Vase turned to his friends. I will be off on my own for a while. I need to inspect my new shipyards remotely. I have a lot of plans in store for them, but I need to see how the facilities are run. I have only heard descriptions and seen snapshots of them, but that is not enough to know what I can do with these new assets. Enjoy your time. Try not to spend too much money. Vase ventured to a private office compartment and waited for the right time. A remote connection eventually formed. His entire surroundings changed until it looked as if he had appeared in the middle of a large and high-tech reception hall. Please welcome our new owner. Thousands of employees raised their fists at once. Welcome to Starfarer Bay. The entire personnel base of the small but highly advanced orbital shipyard had presented themselves to Vase. The sight was impressive and immediately caused him to develop a sense of appreciation towards his new employees. Although the transfer of ownership was not yet official due to administrative hurdles, it was already set in stone. The shipbuilders might as well treat Vase as their new boss right away. Once this brief spectacle had served its purpose, many of the workers went back to their shifts if they had any. Meanwhile, a small group of executives approached the physical projection of Vase and introduced themselves. Though Vase politely shook their hands and registered their names, he immediately threw this information to the back of his cranial implant. At his level, there was no need for him to know any of these people on an intimate basis. It was the responsibility of the individual in charge of this facility to do all of that work. Vase merely needed to get along with this fellow in order to effectively control Starfarer Berth. So you are the man who is ultimately responsible for the success and failure of shipbuilding projects around here? Vase said in a deliberately casual tone. He was not a first-rater born from a privileged background and never made any pretenses about being anything else. He couldn't stand all of the formal customs and ceremonies that made people sound more sophisticated. Fortunately, no one minded his tone. Being a Tier 3 galactic citizen had its privileges. The man with a distinguished and neatly groomed white beard bowed in respect. Eric Poterin, I am the Chief Executive Officer of this fine shipyard. I have worked as a shipwright for 2 centuries before the adaptive scale selected me to lead the operations of Starfarer Bay. Under my leadership, our shipwrights, naval engineers and other specialists have quickly mastered the use of our state-of-the-art production facilities. We have access to some of the best instruments, but their learning curves are steep. Our hiring policies have ensured that all of our essential positions are filled by the most qualified workers that we can find. We have also hired interns and rising talents who not only look at starships from different perspectives, but have also mastered emerging new developments in phase water technology and hyper-technology. Starfarer Berth had the capacity to build some of the most advanced sub-capital ships of the Red Association. Vase would have been disappointed if the personnel was less than stellar. My new shipyard has an unusually large number of people under its employ. Shouldn't a modern facility like this rely a lot more on automation? The chief executive gently shook his head. Our workforce is divided into multiple shifts that rotate on a daily basis. Only a third of them are usually active at a time. Automation is vital, but many high technologies are so delicate and demanding that they require manual oversight by qualified experts. The Red Association has developed many exclusive high technologies that should not be entrusted to exploitable machines. A fifth of our regular workforce are comprised of RA contractors who are only here because they possess the right permissions to work on support link technology and Master Castillo's exclusive Ripple energized armor systems. Vase looked surprised. I would have thought that an orbital shipyard that is owned by an RA master mech designer and is operating deep inside the Yernstall star node is completely run by mechers. That is not the case, sir. Eric Poterin denied. The Red Association maintains a firm separation between its own activities and operations conducted by its members outside of any official mandate. You will have to ask a lawyer to obtain a proper explanation, but the summary is that Starfarer Bay is a private venture that just happens to be owned by an upstanding member of the association. This is also why the adaptive scale was able to put it up for auction. If it was a more integral part of the association, then she would not have been able to transfer 80% of it to you. The fact that she retains 20% ownership allows us to continue our current arrangements with all of our external specialists. The legal considerations surrounding the use of advanced technologies were more complicated than Vase thought. So does that mean that Starfarer Berth cannot operate without all of these mechers in my facility? The CEO gave Vase a helpless smile. It is possible to operate Starfarer Berth without raw assistance, but that will deprive us of the right and the ability to implement many proprietary technologies that set our starships above those produced by lesser shipyards. I do not advise you to reject Shield Link technology. It is such a force multiplier that it is much easier to hire experienced and qualified spacers for starships that are equipped with this high technology. That made sense. Starships that could transfer energy shields between each other always lasted longer in the field. I get it. Vase let out a sigh. I will not ask you to push away the mechers. That still leaves me with a lot of concerns about their trustworthiness. I do not like it when outsiders have intimate access to the starships that will form a part of an important new fleet for the Larkinson clan. Do you have any suggestions on how to minimize their ability to sabotage or infiltrate the systems of my new vessels? The former shipwright frowned in thought. Aside from practicing stricter information security, it is not possible to rule out any possibility of such actions. All of the proprietary tech that I have referred to earlier are not isolated. They are all connected to the vessel herself. To isolate them completely is to cripple the powerful modules, thereby depriving us their use. This is counterproductive. The only other solution is to build starships that do not contain any of this potentially dangerous tech at all, much to the detriment of their performance. It became clear that Starfarer Bay had no good solution against this problem. The Red Association had an incredibly annoying habit of planting bugs and listening devices everywhere. The mechers had most definitely infiltrated all of his starships to hell and back. They listened to every conversation and collected every scrap of sensor data to keep track of what Vase and his Larkinsons were doing at all times. Vase was tired of having his privacy violated all of the time, so he expected to be able to produce clean starships from his new shipyards. It turned out that he was too naive. Whether deliberately or coincidentally, Starfarer Berth was locked in a state where it had to invite mechers to work on proprietary tech. What about the workers on our payroll? Vase inquired. Are they mechers or directly related to them in any way? Part of our workforce consists of a mix of naval engineering experts who have grown up among the mechers but decided to enter the private sector. Poterin confirmed. They are not officially mechers, but they grew up in the same community. I see. What about the remainder? Starfarer Berth hires highly qualified shipwrights and engineers from every upper zone in the Red Ocean Union. We do not hire anyone with Terran or Rubarthan backgrounds, but those who have grown up in more typical first-rate states are more than adequate enough to work in our shipyard. These were the workers that Vase held the highest expectations towards. I am not sure what you have heard about the Larkinson clan, but we have a policy of entrusting any important responsibilities to people who have joined it. One of the first actions I want to take after gaining majority control over this shipyard is to invite as many of the workforce to join my clan as possible. It doesn't matter if they used to be Mechers or citizens of other first-rate states. As long as they meet all of my criteria, I would be happy to welcome them into my growing family. This caused serious consternation among the executives. Is this a mandatory measure? Not immediately. Vase shook his head. I know that transitions like these can take time. It is not my intention to give our current workforce an ultimatum. Let us see how many of the current workers join my clan. There are many benefits to becoming Larkinsons which I will make clear at a later date. If there are workers who still reject my conditions, then you should start with finding replacements who do not take issue with my demands. That pretty much sounded like an ultimatum to the top management of the orbital shipyard. Each of them had mixed feelings about this demand. They were smart enough to understand that they would have to find another job as well if they refused to join the Larkinson clan. You cannot simply swap personnel as if they are simple parts. Eric Poterin said, we have spent years turning our relatively new workforce into a well-oiled machine. There are many critical leaders and engineering talents who are linchpins of their departments. I know for certain that several of them are bound to leave. Even if we can fill up their positions with their deputies or outside experts, the newly appointed leaders will need to acclimate to their new responsibilities. Our productivity will drop by as much as 50% in the following half year, and will never fully recover until 2 more years have passed. Only 50% in the first half year. That is quite impressive, Mr. Poterin. I don't care if production is halted for a year. I will not entrust a job as important as constructing starships for my Larkinson clan to outsiders with unclear loyalties. Let's take this discussion elsewhere so that I can explain how much of a difference it makes when the majority of the workforce have become my clansmen. Chapter 5824 Vase the Human Resource Manager 5824 Vase the Human Resource Manager Outsiders had difficulty understanding the significance of joining the Larkinson clan. Mere descriptions did not suffice. Ordinary folk either lacked comprehension or completely misunderstood what it meant to become connected to the Larkinson network. Vase believed that people's tolerance towards metaphysical weirdness would definitely become a lot firmer once the Red Collective got up and running. The claims he made would gain official validation and certification, thereby making his kinship network seem a lot safer and more credible. Until then, Vase had to live with the fact that he could never fully convey his meaning to those who had spent all of their lives in a society where science and technology dominated their understanding of reality. At least the members of the Mech community were already accustomed to a certain degree of metaphysical oddities. Their exposure to mechs that did more of the sum of their parts and god pilots who flat out defied the laws of physics caused them to already become primed to even more extraordinary phenomena. As Vase continued to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to Eric Poterin. He gained a good understanding of the overall mindset of the shipwrights and naval engineers who worked at Starfarer Bay. Materialistic. That was the best word that described their perspectives. They had grown up their entire lives studying the sciences and applying what they learned in various ways. While that did not sound so much different from the perspective of a mech designer, what distinguished the two was that shipwrights were not only a lot less self-centered, but also more focused on keeping their work grounded in the known sciences. It should not be a surprise why this was the case. Starships were much harder and more laborious to design and build. No single individual could do all of this work by themselves no matter how much they relied on automation. Due to the exponentially greater amount of parts and people involved, it became critically important for everyone to share a common understanding of the language, the sciences and the direction of a shipbuilding project. Misunderstandings and differences in opinion could easily lead to errors and mistakes. Even if modern starships were designed with plenty of redundancy in mind, the reality was that a few critical errors could cause faulty vessels to crash, fail or otherwise malfunction when they incurred damage that the ships should have been able to shrug off under other circumstances. Too much was at stake to allow for any sloppiness and spontaneity. As Vase quietly utilized his spirituality to perceive the overall mood among the executive and workers of the orbital shipyard, he gained the impression that everyone had been carefully forged into a clockwork machine of notable complexity. Even if Starfarer Berth was only capable of producing sub-capital ships at best, their technological complexity was so close to the peak of what human civilization could produce that their intricacy was incredibly high. The orbital shipyard truly did not hire more core specialists than was necessary. Every single shipwright and engineer played an essential role in the lengthy and complicated production processes of different high-tech starships, especially when they were commissioned by the Red Association. Seeing how well the management had forged all of these clever engineers into a highly organized and unified workforce, Vase greatly appreciated Eric Poterin for accomplishing this in just a couple of years. He was a far better management talent than any other leader he encountered. Although his leadership style and policies had stifled a lot of the creativity and individuality of his more inventive engineers, that was not a big deal, as Starfarer Berth clearly was not set up for research and experimentation. The chief executive officer clearly understood that his orbital shipyard was only expected to produce high-quality starships at a consistent and reliable rate. The adaptive scale had chosen well. Starfarer Berth was already operating at close to peak efficiency. If Vase did nothing aside from claiming all of the output for his clan, then nothing much would change as far as the workers were concerned. Sure, Starfarer Berth gained a new owner, but as long as their pay, their work assignments and their colleagues remained the same, then these first-raters would hardly notice the difference. Changing a single link in the chain could easily ruin this perfect arrangement, though. This was why Eric Poterin persistently tried to convince Vase to ease off on implementing any disruptive changes. I understand your need to exercise your rights as an owner, but Starfarer Berth is much more delicate than you think. The CEO carefully told the physical projection of his new boss. The greater the change, the greater the disruption. I sincerely do not understand why you insist on such haste. We can easily implement your proposed changes over the span of a decade rather than a year or less. If you would allow me to dictate the pace of your proposed reforms, I can ensure that any change in personnel or rules will happen gradually enough to preserve the optimal structure and workflow of our fine shipyard. The man made a valid argument, but he did not know nearly as much about the true state of the Red Ocean than Vase. The CEO devoted much of his life to understanding starships and what went on inside shipbuilding facilities. He only possessed surface-level understanding of politics and conflicts on a galactic scale. Vase shook his head in rejection. I understand your argument, but I am afraid that we do not have the luxury of time. I cannot explain why, but take it from me that it is better to get stuff like this done sooner than later. While I do not want to override your good sense and decisions, it is important for Starfarer Berth to complete its reforms as quickly as possible. The Larkinson clan might not have a strong shipbuilding tradition, but it possesses a lot of unique and powerful insights in hyper-technology and e-technology. In addition to that, only Larkinsons understand our needs the best. I will not allow the starships reserved for clansmen to be built by outsiders when I have a better option available. Seeing that rapid change was inevitable, Eric Poterin looked dismayed. You are the boss, the man plainly admitted. It is up to you to do with Starfarer Berth as you will. I do hope that you will defer more to the expertise of those who understand how shipyards actually work. Vase smiled. My clan shall dispatch a group of Larkinsons to the Urnstall star node in order to plan and implement the reforms that I have in mind. I hope that you will cooperate with them to the best of your abilities. Starfarer Berth is still your hive. You understand the current personnel and conditions the best, so you can provide valuable input that can ensure that the changes are constructive rather than destructive. I will help you and your Larkinsons to the best of my ability. If I find that they intend to change Starfarer Berth beyond recognition, I am not sure I can keep working here. I love this orbital shipyard. I love working in one of the richest star systems in the Red Ocean. However, I cannot maintain my professionalism if the shipyard that I have shaped through my own efforts is changed beyond recognition. The two gained an understanding of each other. Both cared a lot about Starfarer Berth, but they both possessed different visions on how it should operate. Whether Eric Poterin would stick around remained to be seen. He had already made it clear that a lot of workers would not be able to accept all of the requirements imposed by the Larkinsons. You better start hiring more personnel right away, Vase advised. Don't wait my Larkinsons to arrive. You need to hire additional engineers that can fill in the shoes of those who are too stubborn or stodgy to accept my terms. I will put you into contact with my recruiters who will help you hire the right sort of people. Understood. I will do my best to prevent our shipyard from suffering a shortfall in essential workers. The former shipwright said, our budget is rather tight, especially if you do not intend to sell our output to clients such as the Red Association. I do not know whether you understand this, but the cost of employment in Urnstall is much higher than elsewhere due to the fact we have to arrange permanent housing and permits for every worker. We also tend to hire 1335 many top talents who fully understand their own worth. Poaching them from prestigious universities and other workplaces takes much more money than you think. Vase dismissively waved his hand. That should not be an issue. Submit your budget to the relevant department in my clan. I am sure they will be happy to cover the additional expenses as long as they are not wasteful. They continued to talk a bit more about what Vase sought from the personnel going forward, but soon drifted to other topics. One of the more exciting topics that Vase wanted to explore was the kind of starships that he could expect from Starfarer birth. This was a subject that greatly enthused the former shipwright. While he had put down most of his technical work in order to focus more on the business and management side of running a shipyard, he was still a ship fanatic at heart. The man eagerly projected a handful of the starships that Starfarer birth had proudly built in the last year. This is a typical combat carrier that is designed and built according to the specifications of the Red Association. Eric Poterin said, "As you can see, she is a rounded vessel that boasts an optimal balance between armor plating, sub-light propulsion, mech capacity, mech support and so on. Unlike the combat carriers you are accustomed to, this ship class eschews bunkers in favor of proper point defense hardpoints. The gun batteries are smaller, more efficient, more numerous and more consistent. This saves a large amount of capacity that is better spent on additional power reactors or shield generators." The mechers and the fleeters had long prohibited everyone from fielding armed starships, but never applied this rule to themselves. Instead of trying to incorporate clunky bunkers that were large enough to house heavy artillery mechs, the Red 2 instead developed proper combat carriers that relied on real shipboard weaponry to increase their self-defense capacity. The Larkinson clan won't be able to field this ship class, am I correct? Vase asked. Eric nodded. As far as I know, the Larkinson clan is led by an honorary member of the Red Association, but that does not turn all of the other Larkinsons into mechers. There is a clear separation between the two organizations, so I am afraid we can only treat your clan as a private organization. However, the adaptive scale has informed me that your agreement with her encompasses numerous technical permits that grants you the right to build starships equipped with some exclusive raw high technologies for your clan. The most notable among them is support link or more precisely shield link technology. The man pointed at a very distinct array that had been mounted on the topside of the combat carrier. It looked like an energy cannon at first, but possessed a number of distinguishing features that betrayed its true purpose. Instead of shooting a deadly laser beam that inflicted damage upon impact, it instead shot out a more gentle but still energetic ray that could somehow bolster the energy defenses of a compatible subject. This is what the mechers rely upon to make their first-class multi-purpose mechs almost unkillable in most typical engagements. Poterin grinned with pride. This specific model has many limitations that you should be aware of, but it is a lifesaver in most situations. As long as there are enough starships and mechs equipped with shield link technology, they can form a giant web of interconnected energy shields that must all be broken at the same time. Possessing this capability is what separates true warfleets from rabble. Chapter 5825 The Power of the Data Web 5825 The Power of the Data Web. Vase only possessed a shallow understanding of shield link technology. Eric Poterin was different because he designed plenty of warships equipped with this powerful tech. Many laymen assume that a mech fleet that is equipped with shield link technology will always be able to perfectly combine the energy shields of every asset until it forms into a gigantic gestalt defense. The reality is that this is rarely possible. There are many constraints to establishing so many links across so many separate elements. There are factors such as lag, combat damage, battlefield interference and range that can reduce the effectiveness of a link or outright break it. Shield links are also incredibly energy intensive to maintain, so much so that every combat carrier equipped with this tech is forced to reduce their mech capacity in order to accommodate enough power generation to keep up with existing demand. The CEO altered the projection so that it displayed a good view of the interior compartments. Vase saw what Mr. Poterin meant. Compared to the interior of a second-class combat carrier, the layout of an RA combat carrier was considerably less spacious. The much more advanced starship had to devote a lot of capacity towards many different core and auxiliary functions. By reducing the mech capacity and increasing the support capacity, the raw combat carrier was not able to field as many mechs, but could do a lot more than linger in the background and offer distant fire support. From what it looked like, the spaceborne combat mech doctrines of the Red Association were a lot more aggressive and interdisciplinary than Vase expected. Poterin grinned as he briefly explained the attitude of the mechers. The Mech Trade Association had 4 centuries to refine their approach towards combat. Its continued refusal to rely too much on warships has forced many clever minds to figure out how to make mechs more viable in the most strenuous of battles. It was not until the Web Mistress revolutionized support link technology that the most essential pieces fell into place. As far as the association is concerned, a combat carrier should function more than just a mothership and fire support platform. It needs to be a more active participant in a battle. The shipyard leader raised his finger and began to draw a few projected symbols in the air. The mechers have implemented two important concepts. The first is combined arms. Combat carriers should ideally accompany their own mechs and serve a range of useful purposes. Combat vessels possess much stronger defenses than any typical mech and can serve as mobile cover in a battlefield that is otherwise dominated by empty vacuum. The shipboard weaponry of dedicated warships also be used for point defense or sieging purposes depending on their caliber, thereby fulfilling roles that most mechs cannot adequately fulfill. The overall premise behind this doctrine is that fielding mechs and combat vessels together is more effective than fielding them separately. That sounds logical. Vase nodded. I take it that support link technology is an extension of this mech doctrine. You can say that, but the mechers treat it as the centerpiece of another concept. As I have stated earlier, first-class multipurpose mechs are already strong by themselves, but their performance can still be boosted through the use of force multipliers. Combat carriers and purpose-built support ships are some of the ideal force multipliers for mechs because they can offer services that are much more difficult to fulfill by other mechs. Vase widened his eyes. I think I know what you mean. Support link technology is an umbrella term that describes different ways how different elements can share resources with each other. Data link technology is the most unassuming category, but it is a highly involved means of linking up the sensor input of many different assets before feeding it all to starships that are equipped with powerful processing banks. These links are more than just an attempt to centralize, process and interpret a lot of data. They actually attempt to link the separate computing systems of mechs and starships in an integrated cloud system. Nothing goes to waste as observations made by mechs that ordinarily gets dismissed may instead identify obscure details that can hide weak points, planned enemy maneuvers and possible trump cards. Vase raised his eyebrows. That sounds really impressive, but I find it difficult to imagine that so many mechs and starships can form a singular integrated, cloud server, in the middle of a battlefield. Heavy interference can degrade or even corrupt the data flowing through these links. That is why the data link clusters or data webs are almost always formed within smaller formations. Most clusters are formed by mech squads and mech companies with their motherships providing active link support while following not too far away. As long as the data link quality is high enough, the participating elements are no longer separate entities from a system's perspective. They are more akin to the brain cells of a single organism. A single brain cell can hardly do anything, but a collection of them can produce far greater results such as calculating math-generating inferences. In short, a data link cluster must always enable the connected assets to gain access to much more relevant information than if they are operating separately. Information is power, Vase stated. Exactly. Data link technology may be the most subtle and invisible variation of support link technology, but it can lead to qualitative improvements in the combat performance of all of your mechs. No singular mech or mech pilot can process and analyze more data than an entire collective that encompasses the processing banks and tactical departments of entire starships. If you leave aside other forms of support link technology and merely equip a mech force with data link technology, I can still guarantee you that it will win 10 out of 10 battles against a superior mech force without this crucial tech. The degree of coordination and optimal decision-making is so much better that it is a crime that data link technology is not more widely available. The physical projection of Vase frowned at that. Why is this the case? I can imagine that the Red 2 do not want to surrender a great advantage by making shield link technology and energy link technology available to the masses, but data link technology is a lot less demanding. The work of the web mistress is not that simple. The former shipwright shook his head. There are highly advanced innovations related to data link technology that increase the integration of separate computing systems beyond the usual means. The most critical feature is one that integrates the consciousness of the mech pilots into the data link cluster through their man-machine connections. What? How? Vase had heard that data link technology could make a substantial difference in battle, but he never expected it to go as far as involving mech pilots to this degree. Your initial reaction mirrors mine. Eric Poterin smiled in amusement. I am not an expert in support link technology, so do not ask me how it works in precise detail. From what I have been able to surmise, there are advanced systems that somehow alter the fundamental character of the man-machine connection. In order to illustrate his point, he used his finger to draw a familiar model of the man-machine connection. The man variable in this case remains unchanged. What truly changes is the machine variable. Normally, You mech designers always treat it as a synonym for a single mech, but that completely changes when data link technology comes into the picture. The CEO drew a collection of bubbles. Each of them signified a dozen or so separate mechs. The final bubble was larger and stood for a combat carrier. He then began to draw lines between each other to signify that they were all data linked together. There were so many different connections between these elements that the entire diagram began to resemble a web. Poterin purposefully left the original machine variable as last. He slowed down as he drew the final lines between the initial mech and the rest of the mech squad. When the integration between the initial mech and other data linked is deep enough, the boundaries between them have become blurred. Eric intoned. Many mech designers have theorized that it is possible to expand the definition of machine in this model, but only the web mistress has successfully made this possible. This is the product of her genius. Poterin began to draw a large circle around all of the mechs as well as the combat carrier. He deliberately included the initial mech. The circle encompassed a complete data link cluster. Every single mech alongside their mothership had linked their computing systems with each other. What was important was that the data link cluster was strong enough to form a unified superentity from the perspective of the mech pilot. This resulted in a massive change to the man-machine connection. The machine in this expanded theoretical model did not stand for a solitary mech, but an entire data link cluster. This realization completely blew Vessa's mind. It was a level of data integration that exceeded his imagination. The fact that a mech pilot could effectively connect to a collective superentity without bursting his brain was a miracle. The web mistress must have fiddled a lot with the neural interfaces, the software and the hardware of every related system to make it safe and practical to use on a wider scale. Now that Vase understood the basic principles of data link technology, he developed a much greater appreciation towards it. Transferring data sounded a lot less exciting than transferring energy shields, but it could make a huge difference without imposing heavy burdens on the mechs and starships equipped with this game-changing tech. Wait, Vase suddenly made a realization. If a mech pilot connected to this expansive web can access the collective data analysis and processing power of all of these mechs, can they also link their minds with the minds of the mech pilots in the same cluster? No, I asked that question myself when I first came into contact with this high technology, but data link technology explicitly does not attempt to do this. It is too dangerous. Linking the minds of living beings more directly with each other is fraught with peril. It is a distraction at best, and can induce brain damage or even total ego death. A dangerous and volatile battlefield is the worst place to conduct these kinds of experiments. Trying to expand data link technology in this direction is therefore taboo. Vase understood why that was the case. The web mistress and everyone else who worked on this tech had made the correct and prudent decision. That did not stop Vase from wondering whether he could succeed where everyone else failed. He distinctly thought about Master Tokman Huron's specialization. The man might not have access to data link technology, but his characteristic neural networks had the potential to plug this remaining gap in data link technology. Though Vase was not an expert in neural networks, he developed his own bootleg version in the form of spiritual networks. Battle networks were particularly interesting as they united the minds and spiritualities of mech pilots with each other under the direction of a powerful design spirit. Vase suddenly had a dangerous hunch that it might be possible to merge a data link cluster with a battle network. The problem was that he had no idea what would happen when these two separate linking concepts activated at the same time. The results could either be explosively effective, or result in more literal explosions that left no survivors. He inwardly shook his head. These were dangerous ideas. Vase had no pressing need to squeeze more performance out of data link technology. His forces needed to gain access to the standard version first and gain a lot of practice in using it in battle. Only after his troops had reached the limit of what they could squeeze out of data link technology would they be ready to take it a step further. Chapter 5826 Energy and Shield Link Technologies 5826 Energy and Shield Link Technologies Vase already began to imagine all of the ways that data link technology could boost the combat performance of his first-class mech units. The data link compatible systems were not cheap. They required powerful as well as specialized hardware in order to connect with each other as seamlessly as possible. Lag and signal degradation easily affected the integrity of a data link cluster. Trying to minimize their impact was much of the reason why data link technology only remained viable for first-class mechs. There is an important complication to utilizing data link technology that you should know about. Eric Poterin said, pulling Vase away from his ambitious ideas about deploying this tech. Please explain. The CEO pointed his finger at the vast data link cluster generated by interlinking a dozen mechs as well as a combat carrier. The key word is data. Can you see how intricate this data web has become at this scale? This is one of the simpler implementations of data link technology, but it already causes the amount of data being transferred and processed across the entire unit to be multiplied by at least several times. Data is the blood that sustains this virtual superentity. Its complexity grows exponentially larger with every mech or starship added to the web. Optimization and selective link pruning can reduce the load that every additional element added to the web, but that can only go so far. In order for all of this effort to make a positive difference on the battlefield, it is essential for every participant to transmit, receive and process more data. Vase thought about the first sentence. When he looked at the dazzling web where every machine was connected to every other machine, he almost grew dizzy at the thought of trying to keep track of it all. Computing systems might be able to keep up with the exponential rise in complexity as long as the hardware was powerful enough, but he suddenly fixated on the man variable in the projected diagram. Unlike machines that could easily improve their data processing capabilities by installing stronger hardware, it was a lot harder for mech pilots to do the same. I understand, Vase said as clarity filled his eyes. All of these data transfer and data processing activities can produce useful and relevant insights, but only if the mech pilot can act on it. Humans are not machines. They can keep up with the data processed by their mechs to a degree, but they have clear limits that are not easy to raise. If the data link cluster has grown big and complex enough, then it may not be possible for mech pilots to experience any significant gains in performance anymore. Exactly, sir. The Web Mistress and the Red Association has developed many incremental improvements to increase the tolerance of the mech pilot and the optimization of the data web. It is highly recommended that mech pilots install cranial implants that excel in data storage and processing capabilities, but that can only help up to a degree. There is another factor that can make a greater difference in how effectively a mech pilot can derive gains from an active data link cluster. Vase already had an inkling of what that may be. The answer was rather obvious now that he became engaged in this subject. Let me guess. It's genetic aptitude. The CEO of Starfarer Birth nodded. Correct. Genetic aptitude not only describes how well a mech pilot is able to receive and transmit data, but also how well he can process it. There is a sea of difference between mech pilots with A-grade genetic aptitudes and B-grade genetic aptitudes. The former are the most ideal beneficiaries of data webs. They can easily keep up with larger webs, and they can also derive more gains out of smaller ones. The latter is not quite able to keep up, but their capacities and tolerances are still adequate enough in most cases. What about mech pilots with lower genetic aptitudes? Vase asked in an uncertain tone. Data link technology is not made for them. That said, mech pilots with C-grade genetic aptitude can still benefit from data webs as long as they have installed the right cranial implants. The data web intelligently takes these variables into account and dynamically reduces the transmission of data to inferior mech pilots in order to avoid overloading their less tolerant brains. Think of it in the same way as lossy compression. You take a data file, cut everything that is unimportant or not as relevant, and transmit what little remains to the receiver. While the latter is unable to gain the full picture, it is not too consequential as long as he has access to the most essential data points. I see. I guess that suffices. I take it that mech pilots whose genetic aptitudes are D or lower are out of luck. Yes, Eric Poterin plainly said, potentates whose genetic aptitudes are unqualified should not be piloting first-class mechs to begin with. If you truly must insist on putting them in the cockpits, do not bother with connecting them to the data web. The load is too great for their inadequate brains, and will only cause their performance to deteriorate. Wow, that sounded harsh. This was sadly the reality in the first-class mech community. Mech pilots with genetic aptitudes lower than B grade simply didn't receive the same opportunities. The limitations of data link technology bestowed them with yet another handicap that made their lives a little more miserable. Vase did not assume this information was an absolute fact, though. He already began to wonder how Karman mechs synergized with data link technology. From what he gathered, Karman mech pilots had improved their bond with their Karman mechs to such a degree that their genetic aptitudes roughly increased by a full grade depending on where they originally stood. This meant that B-grade mech pilots might be able to utilize the data web as effectively as their A-grade counterparts when paired with Karman mechs. C-grade mech pilots were no longer forced to interface with the data web in kids mode. As long as their effective genetic aptitude got boosted into B grade, they could unlock much of the potential of this amazing tech. Vase thought back on how some of the mechers initially reacted to the experimental results of his Karman system. Their notable enthusiasm made a lot more sense when he thought how Karman mechs enabled lesser qualified mechs to make much better use out of data webs than normal. However, as much as data link technology promised to improve the coordination and optimize the performance of mechs working in unison, it did not actually improve their hard performance. There were other variations of support link technology that could massively improve the offensive and defensive performance of mechs. I think I have heard enough about data link technology for the time being. He said, tell me more about energy link and shield link technology. What do I need to know? There is much you need to know if you ever seriously wish to integrate them in your mechs, sir. What is important to know is that they are separate technologies. They operate on similar principles, but they diverge in important ways. This means that their transceivers and other systems are not compatible with each other. Vase immediately realized the problem related to this. It should be easy enough to implement both energy link and shield link systems into a starship. They are so large that they have plenty of space to accommodate the necessary parts. That is partially true. Their power scales with their size. If you want to support your mechs with a large reserve of energy and energy shields, then you must invest more capacity for this purpose. The amount of space needed to enable and strengthen all of these support-linked systems can easily take the place of multiple mechs. This is another reason why first-class combat carriers generally cannot accommodate as many machines. Podarin clarified, if starships already have this problem, then what about mechs? You will need to make compromises. You can either choose one or the other. Most mech designers usually opt for shield link modules, but an argument can be made for energy link modules for pure ranged offensive mechs. The other general solution is to increase the budget for your mechs. If you are willing to make your mechs twice or thrice as expensive, it is possible to integrate miniaturized support link modules into their designs. You should know that the miniaturized mech parts can only be built by utilizing scarce high-grade exotics. Their limited availability heavily limits how extensively this can be done. Only the most elite mechs can afford this treatment. Every other machine defaults to using data link and shield link technologies due to practical considerations. I understand. Keeping mechs alive with the help of shield link technology is not purely a defensive move. It can preserve the functionality of powerful mechs armed with plenty of powerful weapon modules. Letting these machines attack for a longer period of time will ultimately result in greater offensive gains. It also helps to prolong the survival of expensive first-class multipurpose mechs as well as their high genetic aptitude mech pilots. Neither of the two are easy to replace on a larger scale. Vase truly grew envious about the fact that the mechers utilized support link technology for many decades. Their first-class multipurpose mechs could easily win battles against stronger forces such as the ones fielded by the Terrans and the Rubarthans due to the absence of comparable linking technology. I think I can somewhat guess how energy link technology in broad strokes. Vase said as he rubbed his hairless chin. It is just a really long-range method of transferring energy from one machine to another machine. It is probably really hard to maintain a lock at further distances, and there is inevitably a lot of waste, but it can still enable starships to donate their spare energy to mechs that run through this resource a lot quicker. There are many assisting systems that can increase the efficiency of energy link technology. What I want to know is how shield link technology actually works. As far as I know, energy shields are purely formed by shield generators that are integrated in a machine. There is nothing about this tech that suggests that multiple shield generators can share resources with each other. It is as absurd as assuming that my hunger can be sated if my wife eats a meal. Our stomachs are completely separate. The CEO actually looked amused. Shield link technology is the most difficult, consequential but also the greatest accomplishment of the web mistress. I do not even possess a proper understanding of its working principles, let alone all of the advanced high technologies that Her Excellency has combined to produce this miracle tech. Do your best to give me a simple explanation. Vase commanded. He did not want to conclude this conversation without making any gains in understanding shield link technology. He would gladly accept a highly inaccurate and oversimplified story over silence. Podarin looked a bit reluctant as he attempted to explain shield link technology to a dummy. The shield generators are altered. They are changed in a way that allows them to share and receive shield energy, for a lack of a better description. Shield link modules are responsible for enabling these transfers, but it is the altered shield generators that serve as the actual core of this technology. If you cannot install link-capable energy shield generators in your mechs, there is no need to make an attempt. I see. Vase frowned. I take it that these link-capable energy shield generators are a lot more expensive. That is correct, sir. They are so advanced that it is easy for the Red 2 to restrict their availability. There are not enough parties that can imitate or produce the best work of the web mistress. The only practical means of using them is by making use of the proper channels, which you have done, I supposed. It is a great privilege to gain access to these key technologies, but be warned that link-capable energy shield generators have significantly greater energy consumption. Chapter 5827 Escort Carriers 5827 Escort Carriers. Vase came away from his remote discussion with the CEO of Starfarer Birth with a much deeper understanding of support link technology than before. The public had a bit of awareness of what it entailed, but the Red 2 had done a good job preventing outsiders from learning too many details. It was not that useful for most people to know how much better the mechers and the fleeters fought with the help of technology that they clearly did not intend to share. From what Vase had learned from Mr. Eric Poterin, he fully understood this approach. He felt so jealous that the high and mighty Red 2 continued to keep this valuable tech for themselves while leaving others to struggle without the advanced features that could increase their success rate. It was understandable for the Red 2 to deny support link technology to second-raters and third-raters. The key principles of data link technology, shield link technology and energy link technology relied on the powerful specifications of very scarce materials as well as the special attributes of insanely complicated high-tech parts. However, these reasons fell through when it came to arming other first-class mech forces. The Terrans, fleeters and ordinary first-raters all possessed the wealth and the sophistication to field at least small amounts of elite support-linked units. Even if the demand for materials required to produce support-linked systems multiplied by several times, it should at least give the best Terran and Rubarthan mech units a greater edge on the battlefield, thereby increasing Red humanity's ability to keep the alien invaders at bay. Alas, the Red 2 still prioritized their own interests over the greater good. It was no wonder the Terrans and the Rubarthans supported the establishment of the Red Collective so much. The promise of controlling a large super-organization where both groups finally gained an excuse to join hands against their current oppressors was too much to resist. In any case, Vase was glad that he had aligned himself to the Red Association for the most part. He did not suffer the same problem as his honorary membership was evidently enough for him to earn the right to utilize support link technology. This was a huge attraction as well as a strong binding mechanism. Vase did not miss the implications of finally earning the right to implement support link technology in his first-class mechs and starships. As long as he played nice with the Red Association, he could continue to enjoy progressively greater benefits that every other mecher enjoyed. The fact that the association saw fit to treat him like a dog that needed to be trained in a Pavlovian fashion was rather insulting. It also worked. The mechers employed plenty of carrots and sticks to ensure that he continued to serve as their asset. Though they did not trap him in a physical sense, they sure did so in a metaphorical fashion. It frustrated him, but what could he do? He lacked the hard power needed to stand his own ground. The best thing that Vase could say about the mechers was that they still gave him ample enough room to grow. The hope of developing his personal abilities and his power base motivated him into working harder. He wanted to become powerful enough to the point where he no longer had to dance to the tune of the mechers anymore. Yet there was a part of him that suspected that the mechers already took that into account. He was afraid that the association gave him the illusion of an escape hatch, only to slam it shut when he was on the cusp of jumping out of their birdcage. Vase inwardly shook his head. This was not a productive line of thought. The future was still in flux. The division and the restructuring sparked by the completely unexpected proposal to form the Red Collective had scrambled many people's carefully laid plans. Right now, a lot of powers were scrambling to readjust their plans and secure an important foothold in the future rival of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The all-encompassing initiative ranked so high in priority that it served as an excellent distraction. From the gossip that Jovi and Vector passed on to Vase, his old adversaries no longer trained their sights on Vase anymore. Not only had he proven to be an incredibly annoying individual who had a proven habit of spoiling people's schemes, his list of backers had grown since the public inquiry. Even though Vase had to forge new pacts and give away a chunk of his company shares, the sacrifices were worthwhile so long as it kept the likes of Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson off his back for the foreseeable future. As the Blue Jay fleet continued to venture closer to the border regions, Vase held another virtual meeting with the leader of the E-66 experimental shipyard. Different from Starfarer Bay, the much larger shipyard was anything but a well-oiled machine. The contrast between the two shipyards was too great. Starfarer Bay under the leadership of CEO Eric Poterin ran like clockwork. Every piece and every process was so well planned and optimized that there was very little waste. This mattered a lot when the sub-capital shipyard operated in one of the most expensive star systems in human-occupied space. The profit margins of high-end starships may be generous, but the shipyard's massive costs could easily drag it down if everyone started to take it easy. The E-66 experimental yard possessed a completely different atmosphere. None of the shipwrights, engineers and scientists were lazy or incompetent. They wouldn't have been hired in the first place. However, when Ves's virtual projection toured the shipyard as it was completing its latest order, it became clear that the various work teams were more interested in figuring out how to apply incremental improvements to existing design elements than actually getting the job done. Chief Shipwright Keziramus Demodian, or simply, Kezi, noticed his impending new superior's consternation. E-66 is more of a lab than a production facility, sir. The holding company operating on behalf of the Inferno Spear Prince has always given us the allowance to take our time to design new ship classes and work out all of the kinks when we try to realize them. All of this iteration may seem redundant or excessive, but it is truly not. My engineers are trained and instructed to push the boundaries and expose flaws in an environment that can tolerate these activities. It is our shipyard's job to develop as many solutions and optimizations as possible. The work we do will save valuable time, resources and effort for other shipyards once they are tasked with producing the new ship classes that we have tested. That actually made a lot of sense. Producing starships was a lot more complicated than producing mechs. The testing and refining processes took a lot longer and required much greater commitment in order to ready a new ship design for full-scale production. How much longer does it take to produce a brand new ship class that contains plenty of new and untested technologies? Vase inquired as they continued to tour the massive facility. Discipline was a lot looser in the E-66 experimental shipyard. While the workers on shift over at Starfarer Berth always kept their minds on their immediate jobs, the Rubarthan's engineers and scientists often went off track and debated about all kinds of wild and obscure technological principles that might not even make a difference in their current assignments. We try not to test the patience of the Inferno Spear Principality too much. Kezi responded with a strained smile. We generally try to produce a new starship within the time it takes to produce 3 of them under normal circumstances. We have found that we can squash most problems and raise the quality of our new designs to an acceptable level within this time frame. Any longer and the improvements become too marginal for us to bother. The Rubarthan armed forces are also unwilling to wait any longer to put their new ship classes into full production. You cannot imagine how busy we have been in the months just after the Great Severing. We had to work with extreme haste in order to explore the many possible applications of hyper-technology in starships. Those days were mostly over now. More than a year had passed since then. The E-66 experimental shipyard finally returned to a more regular routine where they spent the time to develop and produce a proper hyper starship. Vase studied the hull in question. Even though E-66 was capable of producing 2.3-kilometer-long fleet carriers, the current vessel was a lot smaller than that. Her length was only measured at around 800 meters and her width was remarkably thin. I've never seen this kind of carrier type up close. Most of the ones I see these days are either combat carriers or fleet carriers. The new Daring-class escort carrier is more of a proof of concept of a proper hyper starship than anything else. Kezi explained when he noticed what his new superior was paying attention to. Escort carriers straddle the line between combat carriers and fleet carriers. They usually lack the capability to land on the surface of terrestrial planets and are not as well armored. Their main advantage is that they are more affordable and possess superior mobility. They are typically capable of carrying 60 to 100 mechs, but this is not a hard rule. The hull you see before you is on the lower end of that range due to her thin and narrow cross-section. Vase frowned when he heard that. What purpose do escort carriers fulfill? The chief shipwright sighed. Economics. Combat carriers are tough and hardy. They need to be in order to land mechs in contested war zones. Fleet carriers are not only much larger, but have to be able to withstand a certain degree of punishment as well, or else an opposing force can easily demolish the fragile hulls through sustained bombardment. Neither of these solutions are cheap. They are much safer, Yes, but they require so much military-grade bulk alloys that not even the Rubarthan principalities are willing to produce them as frequently as before. If we want to keep up with the attrition rate of the current war, we need to resort to more cost-effective solutions. This was a familiar argument. Vase had theorized about this possibility himself, but he did not expect to see others acting on it so soon. I see. Escort carriers are akin to light carriers, but bigger. They are more like cargo vessels that just happen to be specialized in transporting mechs from point A to point B. They hardly have any additional frills that seem like non-essential luxuries in this day and age. Precisely, sir. Escort carriers are emphatically not designed to function as anything other than a mothership in a space battle. They need to be placed far beyond the effective range of enemy weapons, as a few well-placed hits can easily tear through their comparatively thin energy shields and hull plating. The only parameters that matter is how many mechs they can carry inside their hulls and how little money must be spent to produce them. That makes them much more relevant in the current age. Hyper-technology has made them much more viable as their defenses and mobility have improved to the point where they are considerably more foolproof than before. Vase thought about whether the Larkinson clan should employ escort carriers as well. He did not really like them because of how fragile they were. Superior mobility alone was not enough to compensate for all of the downsides. What Vase truly wanted was not a hypermobile light fleet whose only strength was to evade enemies more easily. What he really wanted was to form a solid assault fleet that could crush formidable opponents like an indomitable fist. Besides, support link technology worked best when starships shadowed mech formations at closer ranges. For better or worse, the first-class mech fleet needed to consist of armored starships that were all designed to take beating. Chapter 5828 Unusual Production Strategy. 5828 Unusual Production Strategy. As fun as it was to explore the reintroduction of escort carriers into human civilization, Vase did not come here to explore new starship classifications. Once they finished touring a few sections of the E-66 experimental yard, Vase and Kezi entered the latter's office and began to talk about more serious affairs. Just like he had done at Starfarer Birth, Vase presented the reforms he wanted to push through in order to truly take control over the large orbital shipyard. To his credit, Kezi not only accepted the rationale for the upcoming personnel changes, but pledged his support. The Inferno Spear Prince has already informed us to be as accommodating to your demands as possible. The chief shipwright spoke in a deferential tone. You are on track to become the sole owner of the E-66 experimental shipyard. While you must still abide by the laws of the Rubarthan Pact, you have a wide latitude of permissions. Will there be any trouble from the personnel? How many of them can we retain? I think the retention rate will be quite optimistic, especially if they are allowed to keep experimenting. Joining the Larkinson clan is a step up for most of them. They have heard the sort of benefits that you offer and are not too resistant to becoming a part of your organization. The sort of people who worked at E66 were much more open-minded in general. They were younger, more flexible and more ambitious. Even if 30 or 40% of the Rubarthan workforce ended up quitting, it was not that difficult to hire other bright minds to fill up the vacated positions. Of course, every new hire needed to spend a lot of time before they could be trusted to do their jobs. The fairly low productivity of E66 would inevitably dip to an even lower point for a time. This was an inescapable consequence of implementing so many disruptive changes. Vase would just have to live with the fact that neither of his two new orbital shipyards would be able to churn out first-class starships at optimal rates. None of this discussion was new to Vase, so he quickly made his point clear before he addressed other important topics. I have recently gained access to support link technology, Vase said, causing Kezi to briefly lose his composure. While I do not foresee any issue with integrating this high technology in the starships built by my other orbital shipyard, I am not sure whether it is possible to do the same in this facility. As far as I know, E66 has never produced a link-capable starship, correct? Kezi adopted a frustrated expression. The new Rubarth Empire and the Rubarthan Pact have never gained access to support link technology. We do not have the expertise to work with this advanced tech. Even if you have gained permission to apply it to starships built in our facility, it is certain that the Mechers will not allow our own engineers to handle the parts themselves. You will have to request the Red Association to transfer their personnel to E66 in order to complete the relevant work assignments without our intervention. It will add many complications and cause considerable friction between our work crews. There is no other choice. Vase grimaced. I know it is not ideal, but you should prepare for this scenario as soon as possible. Support link technology is way too valuable to me and my clan. I am not satisfied with keeping it exclusive to my sub-capital ships. All of my capital ships must benefit from this tech as well. You should be prepared to design new ship classes or modify existing ones to accommodate these features. I have learned that they impose much greater loads on the capacity, power supply and processing power of every machine. Noted. We will have to cooperate extensively with the Mechers in order to integrate their support link technology in our starships. That applies to any other exclusive tech that you have managed to bargain from them. We will work with them as best as possible, but we will not like it. E66 has always remained in Rubarthan hands since it went into operation. This was standard practice as far as the workers of Starfarer Bay were concerned. It frustrated Vase a bit that the Rubarthans needed a lot of time to form similar arrangements with the specialists dispatched by the Mechers. Due to the long-standing resentment between the two groups, Vase did not expect them to get along right away. Converting the regular employees of E66 into Larkinsons should help, but that did not erase their Rubarthan roots. As Vase and Kezi continued to discuss all of the potential problems that might ensue if they implemented all of these changes, they eventually addressed the role that E66 would have to play in the Larkinson clan. I have already explained to you how E66 fits in the Rubarthan Pact. The chief shipwright stated, "Our facility works best when it is part of a greater collection of shipyards. It is not a pure production facility itself. Rather, it is a research facility that is built to support the operations of pure shipyards." I am not certain why the Inferno Spear Prince saw fit to transfer E66 to you. The Larkinson clan is largely focused on mech production. There are only 2 other shipyards under your control, and one of them originally began her life as a second-class mobile ship repair vessel. If you demand maximum output from us, then we will have to change our entire work approach. That would be a huge waste of E66's potential. It was entirely set up to screw around with different technologies in order to develop unique new ship classes that offered value that existing naval products were unable to match. If Vase just wanted a shipyard that could pump out as many large starships as possible, he would have opted for the Royal Shipyard of the Octera Kingdom over the E66 experimental yard. The virtual projection of Vase raised his palm. "Stop, Kezi. I am not ignorant of the circumstances of your orbital shipyard. Rest assured that I will not force you and your workers to spend your effort on producing cookie-cutter ship classes. As a mech designer myself, I am keenly aware of what your facility excels at. I plan to leverage your strengths as much as possible. Forgive me for questioning you, sir, but how? As I have mentioned earlier, E66 is more of a supporting facility than a standalone production site." The physical projection of Vase grinned while leaning closer. "I want E66 to adopt an artisanal approach towards shipbuilding." That caused the 109-year-old shipwright to look surprised. "I would have expected you to demand us to increase our ship production rate, even if it comes at the expense of innovation. For you to propose a production strategy that is more suitable for mech boutiques is unusual, especially in our industry." Vase smirked. He understood the chief shipwright's confusion. "It is not that I am opposed to having more starships. Under normal circumstances, I would gladly take 2 mediocre fleet carriers in the place of a single good one. The issue is that we are living in much more unusual times. We cannot rely on our existing technologies and standards in order to survive in the long run. We need to be a lot more adventurous if we want to gain an advantage in the future. One of the reasons why I paid a hefty price to take over E66 is because it is the only one that is qualified to break the rules and push the boundaries of human starships. I don't want you guys to produce ordinary vessels. What I really want is to produce the most innovative starships that can far outclass anything comparable." This was music to Kezi's ears. As a man who had managed to become the effective man in charge of E66 despite his young age and relative lack of experience, he had been chosen precisely because he was more willing to explore avenues that others had not yet explored. For his new owner to give the workers of E66 full license to unleash their imagination and divert from standard practice was like a dream come true. However, that did not mean that Kezi embraced this change without a healthy dose of skepticism. One of the other reasons why he was put in charge was because he knew when he should stop or pull back. "I can understand your desire to acquire more amazing starships, but the costs are considerable," Kezi warned. "The time it takes to develop and build the unique starships will grow. Our budget will have to be increased as well. The end result is that you will obtain considerably fewer starships at significantly greater costs than before." Their performance will most certainly be superior to the performance of standard hulls, but the differences might not be great enough to justify an artisanal approach. There are good reasons why shipyards almost never dabble with this. Only the largest shipbuilding companies with dozens of orbital shipyards at their disposal can afford to adopt this approach for one of their facilities. They usually reserve it for custom orders from exceedingly wealthy clients who have more money than sense. What Kezi left unspoken was that the Larkinson clan was in the opposite situation. It did not have a large shipbuilding operation at all. It did not make sense when the Larkinsons needed as many hulls as possible. I am aware that my demands do not entirely make sense, but it will become clear to you soon enough when I present my vision for the starships of the Larkinson clan. Vase explained as he clasped his hands. Before E66 is ready to realize my vision, it first needs to complete the necessary reforms. I will have to send a lot of my Larkinsons to your facility in order to ensure that the right experts are in place to implement the proprietary technologies of my clan. I have developed a lot of awesome stuff that have worked great for my mechs. I am hoping that we can transfer them to our starships as well, but this will likely be a challenge. I will need to invest more time in research to come up with concrete applications. I do not have much for you at the moment. That is unfortunate, sir. I understand your intentions, but my workers and I cannot fulfill our responsibilities if we do not have any direction. I would like to propose that we work on a stopgap project after we have completed our current order. Working on a new starship for your clan that does not yet include your new technologies will allow us to transition to our new circumstances while integrating all of the new personnel that have agreed to the conditions that you have set. That sounded interesting. What do you have in mind? It depends on how long you wish to wait to acquire a new hull. A 2.3-kilometer fleet carrier is not advisable because it will likely take us 2 to 3 years to complete the construction of her hull. A more modest 1.5-kilometer fleet carrier is more manageable, especially when E66 enters a period of rapid change and upheaval. Depending on the complexity of the ship design, it will probably take us roughly 1 to 1.5 years to complete the shipbuilding project. This should give your clan a good starter capital ship and give our personnel enough practice to tackle more ambitious projects going forward. That was a reasonable approach. The question was what sort of capital ship Vase would want to acquire in the short term. He had not actually thought in detail what kind of starship he wanted. Vase grew rather excited now that he obtained the luxury to build his own custom starships. His head was already brimming with ideas. Chapter 5829 Design Your Own Ship 5829 Design Your Own Ship. After a bit of discussion with Kezi, Vase quickly gained a basic grasp of what E66 was capable of. The Rubarthan shipyard had access to a wide range of high technologies that introduced all sorts of interesting possibilities to starships. However, Kezi quickly cautioned Vase not to put too many items in his wish list. Our approach towards starship innovation is always tempered by the need to preserve a solid enough foundation of a core foundation that consists of solid and proven elements. In our experience, we have found that going too far with trying to revolutionize everything at once usually leads to a cascade of failures. This will delay the completion of our project to an unacceptable degree. It is best to start with a more standard template and selectively add or improve specific elements that will result in targeted performance gains. You can think of it as a rationing system. By limiting the degree of innovation for every shipbuilding project, we can guarantee that the end product can be trusted enough to not collapse and explode when the vessel Inquisition undergoes her first trials. The man's explanation made a lot of sense. It was a common approach in mech design, though Vase all too often exceeded the recommended boundaries set by the mech industry. The disastrous Elemental Lord was the archetypical example of how a design project could drastically go wrong when he completely went off the rails. Vase had no intentions of repeating this feat in the form of a starship, so he prudently abided by Kezi's recommendations. It was best to start with a more practical and less ambitious ship design. The chief shipwright activated his desk terminal and opened up a design suite that was geared towards his profession. He loaded half a dozen recent ship design templates and presented them to Vase. These are examples of modern starships that we should readily be able to produce in our shipyard. The man said, "Before we select a template to build upon, it helps if you can give me a list of objectives and requirements. What does your clan require the most? Must you insist on ordering a new fleet carrier, or is it acceptable to produce a non-combat vessel instead? The latter option is considerably faster and more affordable." Vase immediately shook his head. "I understand the importance of non-combat ships, but this is not the time. We need to strengthen our direct fighting capabilities as much as possible in the next half-decade. A fleet carrier is essential to my plans. I need a vessel that can not only carry a lot of first-class mechs into battle, but also possess enough defenses to accompany them into battle. If you understand support link technology, then you should know that mechs and starships can only synergize with each other if they are not too far apart from each other. Kezi immediately entered into a professional mindset. I see. That is not a common request in the Rubarthan ship market, but I can understand why your demands are different. We still have ship design templates that should satisfy your requests. They may be fantasy designs that we never intended to realize, but they are theoretically sound designs. The man quickly removed a lot of projected ship designs while adding a few new ones. They differed a lot in size, shape, mech capacity and more. Which parameters do you wish to prioritize the most? Do you want a sturdy vessel that can withstand a large amount of punishment, or do you prefer to own a faster fleet carrier that can outmaneuver enemy fleets? That was a good question. I want a ship that is balanced and rounded in performance, Vase said after a brief pause. I may have a need for fleet carriers with more pronounced strengths and weaknesses, but my initial first-class fleet won't be big. I need a ship that is versatile enough to adapt to different circumstances. It also has to be self-sufficient enough to take care of herself when operating behind enemy lines. You are asking for much, sir. I hope you understand the consequences of trying to fulfill so many different objectives. Vase smiled back at Kezi. I am not stupid or indecisive. I am willing to skimp on mech capacity and other areas. What I cannot accept is a fleet carrier that is too fragile to withstand enemy warship fire or too slow to outrun determined enemy pursuit. I am looking for a fleet carrier that can survive all of the ordeals of a future deep strike operation. While I expect the fleet carrier to operate alongside other first-class starships, it is best to assume that there will not be a lot of external support available. The more self-sufficient the starship, the better. The two spent several minutes on refining what Vase had in mind. The more he explained his demands, the more Kezi was able to hone in on an acceptable ship design template. The chief shipwright finally settled for a fairly narrow but well-armored fleet carrier of the right length. The unimaginably named exemplar class should fit most of your requirements, the Rubarthan said as he magnified the only ship design that remained. Take a look. One of my ship design teams worked to develop a fleet carrier that was particularly suited for both solo operations and lengthy expeditions. Her cross-section is narrow enough to make it more difficult to land attacks on her hull. Her hull is decently thick in every direction, but her prow is notably more stacked with alloy layers in order to serve as a plentiful damage buffer. Due to her fairly narrow hull and large thrusters, her acceleration is fairly high for her length, allowing her to catch up to fleeing enemy vessels or outrun them with greater ease. This was quite a nice ship design. The overall concept immediately resonated with Vase, though there were still a few areas that seemed dubious. How much is her mech capacity? Only 300 mechs, Kezi mentioned. That is below average when it comes to fleet carriers of this length, but there are good reasons why this is the case. The exemplar class can properly service her mechs with the help of her internal workshops and production facilities. She also has enough spare room for the modules required to integrate support link technology in her hull. Her power supply should be adequate enough to satisfy the increased demand for energy. That sounded acceptable to him. He already knew that first-class carrier vessels frequently tended to sacrifice mech capacity for additional performance and support functions. Considering how strong first-class mechs tended to be, being able to field 300 of them while also providing adequate support was already amazing enough. There was no need for Vase to get too hung up over the numbers. As he studied the specifications of this ship class further, he soon began to frown. What is the matter, sir? I am satisfied with the mobility of this vessel, but I do not think her defenses are sufficient enough. Vase eventually said, I am not sure what kind of combat scenarios that your shipwrights have envisioned when they came up with this design, but in my experience space battles are often short but incredibly punishing. It is not uncommon for starships under fire to lose their energy shields fairly quickly before incurring a lot of damage to their hulls. The biggest downside of the exemplar is that all of her sides aside from her front are not designed to withstand focused fire from multiple warships. The exemplar is meant to utilize her superior mobility to rotate her hull and spread out the damage as much as possible if that happens. Kezi explained, the fleet carrier should ideally orient her prow in the direction where the heaviest attacks come from. It is stacked with as many layers of transphasic armor plating as possible in order to turn it into a wall that can soak up a large amount of firepower. That sounds expensive. Not as much as you think. We are relying on quantity instead of quality. If the budget for this ship design was higher, my shipwrights would have tried to reduce the amount of layers in order to enhance her mobility further. Vase studied the armored prow a bit more. The thick V-shaped prow looked so thick and formidable that it looked like it was designed to ram other vessels. Of course, that was not the case. The prow was merely designed to keep the vessel alive as long as possible when she actively participated in an offensive operation. This is not enough. Vase shook his head when he thought about how it would fare in an actual operation. I am sure that this fleet carrier will fare fine under normal circumstances, but what I am worried about is that she will falter when subjected to more extreme conditions. I have learned the hard way that reality rarely matches our expectations. Imagine a scenario where the Exemplar is operating all alone well behind enemy lines. Imagine that this ship must traverse a huge distance in order to get to the nearest safe harbor. Imagine that she is being actively hunted by the surrounding aliens all this time. Her superior mobility may allow her to evade and sidestep a lot of enemy pursuit forces, but she will eventually run out of luck from time to time. She may possess the defenses to withstand the first few attacks, but what about subsequent engagements? Kezi began to frown as he considered these conditions. I admit that your scenario is much harsher than what my design teams normally consider. We are accustomed to developing starships for the armed forces of the Rubarthan Pact. None of the carrier vessels we have worked upon are meant to operate alone and far away from any support services. They only have to survive a handful of battles at most before they can be brought back to a repair yard where they can easily be restored before her systems deteriorate any further. That meant that the Exemplar class was not so suitable for lengthy expeditions and deep strike operations at all. They would have to apply targeted modifications to the design in order to increase her fault tolerance. Vase suddenly thought of a good idea. When he thought back on how his expeditionary fleet managed to fare in past engagements, he focused on one unusual capital ship in particular. He retrieved the design files from his cranial implant and projected them in front of Kezi. Sir, this is a second-class ship design. Yes, take a look. The Graveyard is an inventive ship class that is designed to tank a lot of damage by cladding her hull with disposable armor plating. What is special about her is that she can constantly renew her hull plating by sourcing them from salvaged wrecks. If this is possible with second-class starships, why can't we do the same with first-class starships? Kezi grew more and more impressed with the Graveyard. That is an unorthodox idea. I can easily identify more than 100 different problems with this ship concept, but there is no reason why it should not work when applied to the Exemplar class. I will have to make a large amount of changes and additions to the template. Give me a moment. Vase and Kezi spent the next hour on trying to work out how they would add the Graveyard's signature capability to the Exemplar class fleet carrier. It was not that simple to utilize salvaged materials to clad the hull of the Exemplar. First-class materials were much stronger and more difficult to process. Trying to convert them into starship hull plating took so much time that it was too dangerous to resort to conventional means. The trouble about operating behind enemy lines was that starships constantly needed to be on the move. They needed to finish whatever they needed to do before fleeing the star system. They eventually decided to implement a powerful technological application that could literally crush broken wrecks into the armored prow of the Exemplar by relying on overpowering gravitic force. Out of all of the options available, it was exceptionally fast and convenient to the point where the fleet carrier could readily replenish her defenses in mid-battle. The only downside was that the new system was so demanding that it could only be applied to the bow of the capital ship. Vase considered it to be a worthwhile trade-off as the Exemplar would be virtually unstoppable as long as she wasn't flanked. Vase and Kezi decided to call this modified ship design the Grave Exemplar. Chapter 5830 Rubarthan Dream 5830 Rubarthan Dream. The new ship design needed to undergo a lot of refinement before the E-66 experimental yard could begin construction. That was fine, as the facility still needed to complete the escort carrier in her main yard. The shipwrights and other planners would be eager to cut their teeth into a brand new challenge. As Vase and Kezi studied the draft of the 1.5-kilometer-long fleet carrier with the preliminary designation, Grave Exemplar, both of them regarded the new ship concept from different angles. To Chief Shipwright Keziramus Demodian, the vessel was a significant departure from Rubarthan naval doctrine. The inclusion of support-linked technology that demanded the inclusion of mecha consultants significantly changed the role of the armored fleet carrier. Though she was not armed with actual gun batteries like the carriers of the Red Association, her amazing support functions transformed her into a powerful force multiplier, but only if she accompanied her mechs at a closer proximity than normal. The configuration of the base exemplar design needed to be extensively redesigned in order to support her much more arduous goals. The new gravitic crusher that was supposed to thicken the prow armor by using literal salvage as input was insanely demanding. It was an incredible technical challenge to make it work on a consistent basis under the most difficult circumstances. Kezi grew excited at the idea. He had not worked on a ship concept so different and novel from what his shipyard developed in the past. The Larkinson clan clearly had different ideas on how to wage warfare. That became obvious when Vase demanded that the Grave Exemplar still leave enough open space for future upgrades and refits. The ship needed to be built in a way that allowed her to be converted to a full, Larkinson-style, fleet carrier at a future date. What exactly Larkinson-style even meant was anyone's guess. Not even Vase could supply a well-defined definition of what he had in mind. This was mainly because Vase had not yet explored what was possible with starships in the Age of Dawn. Ordinary hyper ships did not cut it anymore. Everyone believed that slapping hyper technology onto modern human starships was enough to unlock their full potential, but Vase was of a different mind. If E-technology was capable of augmenting the combat performance of mechs, then logically it should offer comparable benefits to starships. It was much harder to do so in practice. Vase knew his limitations. He could design wondrous mechs, but he was an amateur when it came to designing starships. He could not leverage his design philosophy at all as starships were conceptually different from mechs in so many different ways. Vase could only come up with a limited number of ways he could make the starship alive, but none of them had been put to the test. Starships were much more intricate than mechs. There were so many moving parts that were interdependent from each other that there was always a slight chance that small errors could cascade into catastrophic consequences. What this meant was that Vase had to limit his proposals and rein in his desire to make his mark on the Grave Exemplar design. He at least needed to wait until he tested his ideas to ensure they were safe and effective to use on a starship. This was why he insisted that the Grave Exemplar retained enough room for future modifications. The shipwrights wouldn't like it because the cumbersome demand added a lot of additional complications to the shipbuilding project, but it was better to establish a solid foundation than to get stuck with a stopgap fleet carrier that would soon grow obsolete due to rapid technological development. To Vase, the current concept of the Grave Exemplar was still incomplete. Once E-66 completed her initial construction, the resulting fleet carrier would enter into service as an incomplete product. Of course, incomplete did not mean that she would have gaping holes in her hull or anything. Most people probably wouldn't think that anything was amiss, but Vase would always know that the Grave Exemplar was still far from reaching her full state. He did not know how much time needed to pass before the Larkinson clan was ready to transform her into a proper Larkinson ship. Vase hoped that he did not have to wait too long to produce significant advancements that were powerful enough to make his vessel stand out from the rest. As a holy son of the Metal Scroll and the most innovative mech designer of his generation, it would be a disappointment if his starships were only superficially different from the hulls utilized by the remainder of human civilization. In any case, Vase and Kezi concluded a highly fruitful preliminary design session. Although Vase was not able to convey everything he wanted to see from Grave Exemplar, he had already given plenty of food for thought to the chief shipwright. It is difficult for you to understand what being a Larkinson truly means without formally joining my clan. The physical projection of Vase said at the end. My clan will dispatch an extensive group of personnel to induct you into the Larkinson clan and teach you why we are different. There are many benefits to joining. One of the most life-changing boons of becoming a Larkinson is that you can readily obtain companion spirits. This is a free benefit to every valuable talent or high-ranking personnel. As for everyone else, they only need to work hard and accumulate enough Larkinson merits to redeem this reward from the Larkinson exchange. Kezi's eyes sparkled when Vase brought up this subject. I have heard about that. There is a lot of talk and rumors about these companion spirits. Here in the Rubarthan Pact, there is talk that these living E-energy constructs are derived from the god cat that has always accompanied the destroyer of worlds. Is there any truth to these claims? Vase wanted to palm his face. This again. Kezi was not the first person to ask this question. While Vase wanted to admit the truth and state that he had been the person to create Emma, nobody would ever accept the explanation because he hadn't been alive at the time. Perhaps he could lie and say that the mysterious Mr. S had been the one to develop companion spirits a long time ago, but that would deprive Vase a lot of credit that he rightfully deserved. He therefore decided to address this annoying issue with a straightforward lie. I cannot give any classified information to you. Vase apologetically responded. The Red Association regards companion spirits as a strategic advantage of humanity. I can tell you that contemporary companion spirits share a lot in common with the giant feline construct that accompanies Her Holiness. I hope that clarifies a few of your doubts. Kezi reacted with a surprising amount of enthusiasm towards this answer. Thank you for your confirmation. With your permission, I will share your words with the rest of my personnel. Once they learn that they too can have god cats of their own, they will not hesitate to surrender their Rubarthan citizenships in order to become proper members of your young but promising clan. Vase raised his hand. Whoa, there, don't be in such a hurry. I applaud your enthusiasm, but do not make any unreasonable assumptions. Companion spirits all have the potential to evolve into incredibly powerful entities, but that depends heavily on the strength of their principles and their chosen development trajectory. Regardless of how they develop, it takes a huge amount of time before any of them grow strong enough to defeat mechs and change the outcome of entire battles. That successfully tempered Kezi's unreasonable expectations. Ah, you are right, sir. This is much more realistic. It is too much to hope that obtaining companion spirits would allow me to gain the power of a god. There is still hope for you. Vase placated the chief shipwright. Actually, you have two chances to transcend into a higher life form. You can start to cultivate by yourself once the Red Collective gets up and running. You can also rely on your upcoming companion spirit to grow stronger, either on a passive or active basis. I know you don't quite understand what I am saying, but everything will become clear soon enough. This reminded Vase that the Larkinson clan had yet to develop and distribute formal cultivation methods to its members. He should really get around to tackling this issue, but he was a bit reluctant to do so before the Red Collective had finished a set of rules that every cultivator had to abide by. One of the principal mandates of this future organization was to regulate cultivators and their weird methods. This was an issue for later. The evolution, which had already scheduled the first virtual meeting of the much-hyped Interim Leadership Council. This pivotal event would enable every council member to figure out the basic framework of the Red Collective. A part of Vase looked forward to this, as he could help shape the rules of this future rival of the Red 2. Another part of him dreaded it, as the inclusion of so many different powers would definitely result in constant arguments and disagreements. Vase questioned whether the councillors could get anything done during these meetings. In any case, once Vase ended his virtual meeting with the chief shipwright of the E-66 experimental yard, he went back to work and tried his best to catch up to his design work during the remainder of the journey. A number of his incarnations had never slacked off in this regard, but it was always best for Vase himself to tackle this kind of work. The only design project that Vase truly prioritized at this time was the Dark Zephyr Mark III project. Progress on this revolutionary new Architect expert mech design project was mainly dependent on Gloriana. She had been working hard non-stop while he took care of other business. It remained difficult for her to make any significant progress, but her effort was not in vain. She started to look and sound more hopeful by the day. There is a secret to Architect that my mentors have yet to grasp. She claimed to Vase one day. It surprises me that the mech designers who received direct instruction from the xenotechnician have yet to grasp this key insight. Maybe it is an illusion, but I do not think it is the case. The more I study and work with Architect, the closer I am getting to an answer. I think this may be the breakthrough that I am waiting for. Once I have learned this crucial secret, I anticipate that there will be no obstacles to the development of our first proper archimetal mech. Vase did not know what to make of her claims. A part of him felt deeply skeptical that Gloriana discovered a hidden aspect of Architect that the entire mech industry, including the xenotechnician, had managed to overlook. Another part of him recalled all of the times where Gloriana had given him the benefit of the doubt when he acted on his own feelings and hunches. The least he could do was give his wife the same level of support. I hope you succeed in finding out whatever it is you are chasing, honey. Just keep our schedule and our timeline into account. We cannot stall our planned updates for all of our existing expert mechs for too long. They need to be brought into the Age of Dawn. If you haven't made any progress in months, then it may be better to put Architect aside until you have developed a deeper grasp of the technology. Gloriana vehemently rejected this. Approach. No, you are wrong. This is the opposite of what I should do. I am increasingly developing the impression that everyone has fundamentally misunderstood what architect means and how it is supposed to work. Every interpretation of this alien tech base is flawed from the beginning because humans such as ourselves are incapable of approaching it from the perspective of the race who invented it in the first place. I think we need to overturn our entire approach towards deciphering architect. I already have an idea on how we can make this happen. Vase was taken aback by her strong response. How? I need to understand the Archie like I understand mech pilots. I can think of no better way to do so than to interface my mind with a living member of this alien species. It's perfect. What? Chapter 5831 Reasonable Vase 5831 Reasonable Vase. When Gloriana proposed to connect her brain to that of an Archie, Vase strongly disapproved of this notion. It was a harebrained scheme that had a high chance of producing an accident. Do you know what you are getting into? Vase spoke to the virtual projection of his wife. Interfacing with the minds of other humans has always been dangerous, even with all of the advancements that have been made in neural interface technology during the age of mechs. There are good reasons why everyone rightfully remains on guard against this crazy action. Even in the best of conditions, there is still an unavoidable chance of accidents. You would be lucky to come away with a headache or other temporary affliction. What I am really worried about is if the reactions are more severe. Don't you understand that you can lose your memories, enter into a coma or outright die? His Gloriana's expression turned serious as she faced her husband's rebuke. That indicated that she at least hadn't lost her rationality. I understand your concerns, Vase, but I have to do this. I have made a commitment to master architect for the purpose of integrating it into my design philosophy. I am tired of learning about it from tertiary sources. None of the sources that I have consulted so far have displayed any measure of true comprehension. There is far more to architect than is obvious on the surface. I strongly feel that my proposal is the correct way to approach this alien tech base. Doesn't it make sense that to understand technology that is intrinsically designed to interface with the shells of a turtle-like race, we should explore what takes place in their minds? That is some of the most idiotic logic that I have ever heard. Even if it is plausible, that is no excuse for you to interface with the mind of an Archie. Everyone who has a slight familiarity in this field knows extremely well that interfacing with different species is much more dangerous than usual. There are fundamental differences between the biologies and thinking patterns of different alien races. On top of that, newly discovered alien races are usually a lot less understood than the ones our biotech researchers have dissected for thousands of years. Not a lot of time has passed since humanity first discovered the Archie. I seriously doubt that anyone understands them well enough to reduce the danger factor of interfacing with their minds. I will take the necessary precautions, Gloriana said in a voice that did not give Vase a lot of confidence. I am not as reckless as you. I know how to conduct a proper experiment. I will invite experts from the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the Red Association to assist and supervise my attempt to peer into the mind of an Archie. We still have a number of prisoners locked in one of the biomes of the Dragon's Den. Granted, many of them have turned almost catatonic due to their traumatic deshelling, but that should make it safer to interface with their minds. As long as my initial attempts have concluded without any serious issue, I will look into repeating this experiment on a more healthy Archie specimen. I need to borrow your MTA merits to redeem a healthy Archie from the Mechers. Absolutely not. You are crazy, Gloriana. The two argued for several more minutes. Vase found it deeply disturbing that their roles had been reversed this time. It was usually his wife that acted as the voice of reason, and she frequently raised her voice in order to drill through his stubborn mindset. The fact that he was resorting to the same methods as his wife right now was deeply ironic. Alas, just as how his Gloriana often failed to persuade her stubborn husband to change his mind, this time Vase failed to get his wife to change her mind. I need to go, Vase. There is so much that needs to be done before I can make my first interfacing tech. We cannot fully understand architect unless we understand the species who created it. One way or another, the secrets of architect shall be laid bare. Do you know how arrogant you sound? Vase frustratingly asked. Alien technology of this complexity can never be figured out in a matter of months. I have been working with luminaire crystal technology for years, but I still don't understand all of its fundamental principles. You are crazy if you think you can solve this issue by poking into the minds of a few aliens. If architect truly has obscure principles, then the xenotechnician would have discovered it by now. He is much smarter and more capable of getting to the bottom of this issue than a journeyman mech designer like yourself. His wife shook her head. I am disappointed in you, Vase. Every star designer is amazing. I have no doubt about that. They are anything but infallible, though. Star designers do not possess unlimited attention spans. They have not mastered every tech that is out there, and they cannot devote so much effort on every interesting research topic. You have never allowed the likes of the polymath stop you from pursuing your own innovations. It is only logical that I do the same. At worst, my research will produce results that are identical to that of the Red Association. This is not a waste of time, as conducting experiments in person will allow me to master existing theories more extensively. If you truly insist on this crazy endeavor, then at least allow other people to try it out first. There is no way to know whether interfacing with the mind of an Archie is safe. If an accident occurs, then at least you have prevented a catastrophe that would have caused our children to grow up without their mother. You don't want to make them sad, right? His wife suddenly directed a furious glare at him. Do not bring our children into this conversation. You have no right to deter me from making essential progress in my quest to create the perfect vessels when I have supported you every time you come up with your dubious ideas. I need to go, Vase. Do not attempt to stop me in any way. The secrets of the arch shall be mine. The connection abruptly ended, leaving Vase alone in his office aboard the Tarrasque. Vase did not feel reassured after hearing his wife's insane rationale. He actually grew even more afraid that she would do something stupid and get herself killed. He stretched out his hand and transmitted a silent command. The Larkinson mandate, which had been resting quietly on an ornamental book lectern, rose in the air and flew towards his hands. The ancestral heirloom had clearly grown a lot more powerful in the last year and a half. Even though Vase hadn't been aware of it, his approach towards its creation had turned it into a genuine artifact. A sloppy one that did not conform to any of the conventional approaches employed by cultivators, but that did not change the fact that the Larkinson mandate already came to life as an extraordinary vessel. Whatever flaws and inadequacies that it originally possessed shortly after its creation had gradually faded as Goldie grew stronger. Its evolution mirrored that of the Larkinson clan. It was no surprise that the current iteration of the Larkinson mandate had become many times stronger than before. It had turned into a true relic that was intrinsically tied to the clan. Every time a clansman thought or acted upon anything related to the Larkinsons, they fed the Larkinson mandate and the powerful life form resting within. In turn, the Larkinson mandate and the Golden Cat watched over the Larkinsons and helped them in their own ways. Vase actually did not know whether the Larkinson mandate and the Golden Cat were separate entities. They were undeniably connected to each other, but that did not necessarily mean they were two aspects of the same existence. He decided not to puzzle over this difficult question. He had more important concerns at the moment. Goldie, Nya. The compartment instantly grew warmer and brighter as a radiant spiritual cat emerged out of the purple tome. Goldie looked as cute as ever as she flew towards Vess's head and nuzzled her cheek against his own. Strong feelings of love and family soothed his nerves and suppressed his fears. All right, that's enough, my dear. I did not call you over so we can cuddle with each other. I called you because I want to tell you that you need to keep a closer eye on Gloriana. I am sure you are already aware of what she has in mind, so I don't need to tell you how dangerous it is. Watch out for her, okay? If her actions lead her to danger, then I need you and your fellow design spirits to step in. You may even need to protect her against herself. Nya, I know it is difficult to judge whether her actions are right or wrong, but I don't want her to risk her life when it isn't necessary. You have my permission to employ your full power to pull her back if you deem it necessary. Do you understand my instructions? Nya, good, I am counting on you. In the meantime, how are my clansmen faring? Nya nya nya, have you noticed anything weird or different? Nya 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 nya. While Vase possessed a decent grasp of the overall state of his clan, Goldie was much more connected to it than anyone else. The ancestral spirit knew so much about the Larkinsons as a whole and as individuals that she could easily figure trends that eluded others. I see. Nya nya nya, that is good to know. Nya nya, of course you are the bestest girl. Oh, come over here and let me scratch your head. Nya tilde, the Larkinson clan was undergoing rapid changes once again. Vess's latest stunts had once again increased its profile and made it more popular than ever. The Larkinsons keenly took advantage of this by hiring a lot of talents and negotiating better deals. Everything seemed to be getting better, but Vase did not dare to let down his guard. Red humanity was still in a precarious state. It only took a few major setbacks to drastically worsen the clan's position. Vase would feel a lot better if his clan gained a few ace pilots and formed its own first-class mech fleet. Okay, that's enough scritches for you. I need to get back to work again. Stay vigilant and make sure to spend more time on monitoring the activities of first raiders. Nya, Goldie dove back into the Larkinson mandate again. The big tome grew warmer and radiated a soft glow that made it look sacred. Vase briefly studied the decorated cover of the relic and thought about whether it was time to update it again. It's too soon. The Larkinson mandate acquired a lot of significance. The conscious and unconscious rituals conducted by the members of the Larkinson clan had caused the item to become more than just a really fancy book. It had become the symbol and the physical representation of the Larkinson clan. There were many interesting implications to this state. Any changes to the clan reflected back onto the Larkinson mandate. In turn, any changes made to the book also radiated to the Larkinsons, if only slightly. This meant that Vase had to be a little careful on what he wanted to add or remove to the Larkinson mandate. The stronger it became, the more it affected his clan in a mysterious fashion. Vase wondered whether this two-way relationship applied to the sacred scrolls and their worshippers as well. This was a highly plausible idea. Perhaps the shattering of the metal scroll had utterly broken its hold over all of the cultists that it held under its thrall. Interesting theory. Chapter 5832 She's Too Big 5832 She's Too Big The Blue Jay fleet finally arrived at its destination. The trip did not take that long, but every day that passed was wearing on Ves's patience. While he tried his best to remain productive during the journey, he remained concerned about his wife's latest antics. He also worried whether he would leave this star system empty-handed. This was a serious possibility given that he agreed to conduct an experiment that was unprecedented in many ways. When the warships of the Red Association entered the star system, it was clear that they were not the big boys in this location. That honor went to the warships of the Red Fleet. A massive warfleet had clearly settled into the star system for a few days. Dozens of mining vessels were eagerly harvesting more resources from the local planets and asteroid belts. Dozens of patrols consisting of frigates and destroyers covered the outer systems. Meanwhile, a large concentration of cruisers, battlecruisers and even battleships hovered protectively around one of the largest human warships in the Red Ocean. When you informed me you scheduled a rendezvous with the fleeters, I did not expect you to converge upon the dominion of man. Jovi said in a deceptively mild tone. Are you aware that this dreadnought has enough firepower to demolish the Tarask and all of our escort vessels with a single volley of her main cannons? Even if she is designed to function more as a titanic troop carrier rather than a traditional battleship, none of our defenses, and that includes the secret measures that you are not supposed to know about, can hinder this monstrosity of a warship in any way. We are all completely at the mercy of the fleeters as soon as we enter this star system. By all rights, Vase should have recognized that he had fallen into a dangerous situation. He hated it when he put his life in the hands of others. His relationship with the fleeters was quite mixed, and he had strong enemies among them who would not mind erasing his entire existence from this reality. Yet despite all of these factors, Vase did not show any signs of concern. Relax. Nothing will happen. The Dominion of Man is a dreadnought that should never be under the control of the 5th Enforcement Fleet. She is an inherently offensive tool that is fantastic at capturing hostile starships, defensive installations and maybe even entire cities. The dreadnought is firmly in the grip of the 2nd Main Fleet. The Tarask exchanged a lot of messages with the unquestionable flagship of the fleet. The mechers who crewed the warships of the Blue Jay fleet displayed obvious reluctance when they received instructions to advance towards the inner system. The more they moved forward, the more the fleeters had the ability to control their life and death. The tension was clear in the bridge of the Tarask. The mechers had no choice but to comply as Vase was keen on meeting his appointment. The Red Association and the Red Fleet were not at war with each other, and it would be foolish to start a scuffle during a time where every human needed to form a united front against the aliens. Vase actually enjoyed the fact that his decision to meet up with the fleeters caused a lot of consternation among the normally confident and unflappable mechers. It showed that they were still human like everyone else. No amount of transhuman augmentations could protect them against the fury of overwhelming firepower. While the Blue Jay fleet cautiously closed the distance to the dreadnought that had played a pivotal role in capturing an intact Tide station during Operation Night Jazz, Vase manipulated a projected screen and sought out one warship in particular. There she is. Vase grinned. The Babylon excavator was easy to overlook since there were so many other cruisers in the neighborhood, but the reconnaissance cruiser was clearly a lot different from every other RF vessel in the star system. Knowing that Sigrund would be around to guide him while he visited one of the most powerful assets of the fleeters, Vase relaxed and waited for the trip to finish. Hours passed by. Before the Blue Jay fleet was able to come any closer, the fleeters commanded it to a stop. A fast frigate flew alongside the Tarask and commanded Vase to transfer aboard. "This is the end of the line for our ships," Rear Admiral Gori Tenson announced from his command seat. "None of us are permitted to proceed any further. The fleeters have given us stern warnings of what might happen if one of us crosses the line. Professor Larkinson, we have readied a shuttle for you. We will not lower our anti-teleportation safeguards just to make the transfer more convenient. You will have to transfer to their vessel through conventional means." Vase shrugged. "That's okay. Can I take Lucky along? The fleeters have made it clear that they will only permit a single person. No pets allowed. Damn, no wonder those guys are so stiff and serious all the time." Vase grumbled. He was at least allowed to carry all of his gadgets on his person, not that it would make a difference. Phase Lord or not, the Dominion of Man was one of the top warships that humanity had ever created. Although the Common Fleet Alliance eventually deemed its dreadnoughts to be failures, that was just because the arrogant bastards were aiming way too high. As Vase transferred to the fast frigate and gained permission to enter a small observation chamber, he patiently waited until the comparably tiny vessel came closer to the massive construct of metal and fire. Amazing. Seeing her up close with his own eyes granted him a much more profound impression of the famous dreadnought. There was no comparison between seeing the Dominion of Man in reality as opposed through a live feed. The lower the distance, the more Vase was able to observe the exceptional properties of this marvel of human naval engineering. There was nothing about the Dominion of Man that screamed failure to Vase. The humongous hull that was made out of the finest defensive alloys developed by the human race were supposedly designed to withstand direct attacks from god mechs. The immensely thick hull plating had most definitely grown even tougher than a few years ago due to being refitted with hyper-technology. So much high-grade hyper-materials had been added to the 18-kilometer-long hull that Vase wondered how long other RF warships had to wait their turn to receive their hyper-tech upgrades. Whatever the case, it was clearly worth it, because the Dominion of Man absorbed so much E-energy from the environment that it had virtually formed void in her immediate surroundings. No other warship or mech could wrestle any E-energy while they remained in proximity of this titanic vessel. That was how powerful this dreadnought had become. As the fast frigate deliberately slowed down in order to give Vase a scenic tour of the exterior of the pride and joy of the Red Fleet, Vase gazed down at the massive letters that proudly proclaimed the name of the dreadnought. Dominion of Man. Even the lettering had been made with the highest quality materials that the fleeters could muster. There was so much force and power behind this label that it seemed to empower the identity of the massive warship. In fact, when Vase utilized Blinky to study the spiritual characteristics of the dreadnought, he realized that she had already begun to transcend her existence as a material existence. The broadcast of Operation Night Jazz had turned the Dominion of Man from a semi-secret existence into a universally recognized symbol of the Red Fleet. Even if the Dominion of Man had to share the attention of the public with 7 other massive hulls, there were still billions if not trillions of humans that regularly hoped that the most powerful troop ship in human hands would protect them all from the threat of the native aliens. The power of collective human belief was so strong that it had affected the hull of the Dominion of Man in mysterious ways. Unfortunately, it fell short of producing any noticeable improvements. Blinky observed the warship's spiritual signature closely, but did not detect anything too obvious. It was as if the Dominion of Man tried so hard to become a totemic existence for red humanity, but far too little had been done to make it happen. The problem was twofold. First, red humanity has not worshipped the dreadnought long enough. Second, the amount of accumulation needed to transform one of the biggest warships in the Red Ocean was immense. It was like trying to form a planet by having everyone donate a grain of sand every day. Even if trillions of humans contributed to this noble effort, it would take decades if not centuries to form a small planetoid at this rate. In the end, most humans were too weak to increase their contributions. The population of red humanity was also terribly small relative to the titanic size of the dreadnought. Vase shook his head. This is clearly an inefficient process. He wondered what he could do to speed up her transformation. The Dominion of Man was an impressive warship and one that could play a vital role in the Red War. Anything that made her stronger would be helpful. Before Vase could analyze the dreadnought further, he received a notification from his current ship. Docking is imminent. Please stand by while our frigate docks inside the primary hangar bay of the Dominion of Man. The Dominion of Man was just so enormous in scale and volume that a frigate was able to enter the massive dreadnought's hangar bay without needing to squeeze between any cramped spaces. Multiple other full-sized vessels had already been resting inside this huge, city-sized bay. As the frigate finally touched down on the deck, a projected line came into view that guided Vase to the exit hatch. Once he stepped out of the frigate, he was graced by a small welcoming party consisting of armored marines and a few officers. It felt a bit lackluster compared to the grandeur of the Dominion of Man. Hundreds of other fleeters working in the enormous hangar bay merrily performed their work duties as if nothing special was happening. It was clear that the fleeters did not wish for his arrival to attract too much attention. That was fine with Vase. He already earned enough acclaim to last him for years. There was no need to paint an even bigger target on his back. Captain Rees, you're here. The AI in the guise of a human officer smiled at Vase. You have broken countless protocols on how you are supposed to step aboard a dreadnought of the Red Fleet, but we are forgiven towards invited guests such as yourself. Walk with me. The captain of this fine warship has requested to meet with you as soon as it is convenient. Ah, okay. The small procession moved to the exit, but would take quite a while to exit the hangar bay considering how huge it was. The dimensions of this ridiculously huge dreadnought were so excessive that it might take an entire day to move from one end to the other end of the hull. Naturally, there were more convenient means of getting around. The main corridors were so tall and wide that several mechs could easily move through them without issue. All of that space was needed because a huge amount of personnel moved through shuttles and land vehicles. As Vase and his fleeter escorts boarded a specially marked shuttle, he finally gained an opportunity to chat with his old friend. So are we proceeding with the original plan? We are, Captain Rees responded with a small nod. Not many officers have been informed why you are here, but those who are aware of the plan have expressed serious doubts and misgivings about your planned experiment. Do not be concerned. The admirals involved are adamant that you be allowed to make the attempt. My fellow colleagues will grumble, but they will abide by their instructions. I only hope that you do not cause a destructive accident. Any significant damage you produce that compromises the performance of the Dominion of Man is a grave crime. Okay, I will make sure to be careful. Chapter 5833 The Pride of the Red Fleet 5833 The Pride of the Red Fleet The Dominion of Man was one of the prides of the Red Fleet. From the beginning of her conception, the fleeters envisioned the dreadnought to function as a flagship of an entire galactic naval armada. Almost no expense had been spared in her construction and incremental upgrades, and it showed. The massive passageways, of which even the secondary ones were wide enough to fit entire mechs, were all reinforced with the toughest first-class alloys that were commonly used to clad first-class multipurpose mechs. The fleeters did not merely invest in purely practical measures. As a ship that was originally envisioned to become the standard bearer of a human superpower, the Dominion of Man also contained a lot of inspiring artwork. The interior of the unique vessel adopted a general color scheme of blue, gold and black. Yet what truly shifted the atmosphere inside the hull were the innumerable amount of individual artworks. The best painters and sculptors raised among the spaceborne clans interpreted the grandeur of the human race by creating masterful works of art that decorated practically every compartment and corridor. Vase only had to swivel his head around his neck to view bombastic vistas of ancient battlefields. Clever use of geometry, angles and perspective distortion created exaggerated visions of both ancient infantry battles and immense space battles where hundreds of proud battleships utterly crushed their alien equivalents. Sculptures depicted a seemingly endless variety of great human heroes of the past. Each of them contributed to the rise of the human race in one way or another, though Vase distinctly noticed the lack of mechers and compact cultists among the honored chosen. The immense interval volume of the Dominion of Man, which was the equivalent of dozens of cities stacked on top of each other, meant that millions if not billions of individual art pieces decorated the spaces of the dreadnought. Vase even had the illusion that the Dominion of Man actually functioned more as a titanic museum that glorified the superiority of the human race. The effort was worth it in his opinion. Each and every crew member that passed through the halls felt uplifted by all of the inspiring and heroic sights. None of the sculptures and paintings depicted anything negative. Defeats and difficult philosophical dilemmas were entirely absent. The artworks were all geared towards making the fleeters who crewed the dreadnought feel as righteous and confident as possible. It made them all feel special. Not only did their pride swell the longer they served on the dreadnought, they also started to form a clique of their own that set themselves apart from the rest of the Red Fleet. The most notable fleeters who carried themselves with obvious confidence, discipline, dedication and above all pride were the famous Dread Marines. Nobody knew how many of them served within the seemingly endless bowels of the dominion of man. Armchair theorists generally speculated that the Titanic vessel was able to field 200,000 to 3 million Dread Marines at any time. No matter the quantity, Vase had little doubt that the dominion of man had enough infantry forces at its disposal to capture entire warfleets with plenty of soldiers to spare. It was not just the quantity of Dread Marines that made the vessel so formidable. It was the impressive individual combat power of each elite soldier that donned the iconic armors developed by some of the brightest minds among the fleeters. Mere first-class suits of combat armor could not compare to the bulky and intimidating black armors worn by the Dread Marines. Even if they were not deployed in the field, the large number of Dread Marines stomping through the corridors radiated such menace and danger that it made sense why so many passageways were built so large. The Dread Marines needed the space. While their individual configurations varied a lot, they generally came in 3 overall sizes. The light Dread Marines were already a little taller and bulkier than regular infantry soldiers who donned suits of heavy combat armor. The former were only light, in the sense that they were the weakest of their kind. It was clear that the main reason why they lacked so much bulk was because they were primarily tasked with squeezing through small and cramped spaces. There was no chance that the light Dread Marines could navigate through the interior of a Puelmer warship, but they should be able to navigate through other small vessels without too much issue, especially considering that their armor was highly modular. Medium Dread Marines were probably the mainstays of the Marine force attached to the Dreadnought. They were noticeably larger and a lot bulkier than their lighter counterparts. That allowed them to carry a lot more modular weapons and equipment, thereby making them stronger in almost every way. There weren't as many heavy Dread Marines stomping around, but each one was a sight to behold. They were so much larger than their medium cousins that they practically reached a size that was commonly associated with demi-mechs. Anyone else would have classified these enormous humanoid metal constructs as vehicles or even mechs, but the fleeters clearly rejected this truth. The massive infantry suits were so immense that they could never be lifted by human power alone. Massive servos and other machinery enabled these bulky constructs to move at a ponderous but momentous pace. What they lacked in speed and agility, they made up for it with hard power. Their weapon hardpoints, their exceedingly thick armor and their sizable power reactors ensured that they would never falter in a head-on confrontation with other conventional forces. Vase even believed that a squad of heavy Dread Marines possessed the means to defeat a single first-class multi-purpose mech. This was amazing as the soldiers who manned these demi-mech-like constructs clearly did not control their suits through a neural interface. Vase grew so curious at how the infantry soldiers controlled these bulky and complex suits that he couldn't keep his mouth shut any longer. How are these soldiers able to control these bulky suits? Captain Zonrad Rees continued to smile as he stood on a floating platform that continued to bring Vase and his escorts deeper into the dreadnought. It is a combination of methods. The soldier only needs to move his limbs slightly in order to trigger specific programmed actions. The AI-assisted movements and actions of the Dread Marines are highly adaptive to the circumstances and almost never fail. If a Dread Marine is required to execute a more complicated task, then he can employ his specialized cranial implant to transmit more detailed instructions to his Dread armor. It takes years of training to make the troopers convey their intentions at lightning speed. This is how they are able to control their iconic equipment as if it is an extension of their bodies. While the efforts of the fleeters clearly enabled the Dread Marines to close the gap with mechs, there was still a small but perceptible difference in fluency and control. The differences may be small, but they could make a critical difference in the heat of battle. This was why Vase judged that demi-mechs should readily be able to outduel heavy Dread Marines in equal confrontations. Of course, it was unlikely for Dread Marines to attack any mech force with equal numbers. The former were so much greater in quantity that it was not even funny. Unlike with the case of mechs, Dread armors did not need to be piloted by potentates. The fleeters had the luxury to recruit the best and most exemplary soldiers from a nearly limitless supply of manpower. It was impressive. Dread Marines came close to substituting mechs. While Vase surmised that Dread Marines mainly excelled in landbound combat and boarding actions, they were also capable of fighting space battles so long they equipped themselves with the appropriate flight modules. Not that Vase expected them to do so. They were so comparatively small that most of their weapon systems simply lacked the punch and penetration power needed to effectively overcome the external defenses of warships. Dread Marines are not meant to replace mechs. The secret sentient AI explained to Vase. They are explicitly meant to be employed as heavy infantry. While the Dread Marine Corps clearly stretches that definition, this is all necessary to turn them into the most effective boarding troops of human civilization. They are trained and equipped to capture all manner of human-alien warships, space stations, planetary strongholds and even entire cities if necessary. They are the masters of urban combat and the crushers of aliens. Their mere appearance is often enough to demoralize enemy alien spacers to the point where they lose all desire of resistance. The Dread Marines were not only designed to excel in infantry combat. Their tall and bulky shapes, their dark color scheme and their overall menace enhanced their intimidation factor by a noticeable degree. No matter what sort of alien species confronted them in combat, pretty much every species aside from the phase whales would definitely hesitate to tangle against them. The dread they exuded transcended human sensibilities. As Vase continued to study Dread Marine after Dread Marine as they traversed the corridors in neat and steady columns, he picked up other traits that set them apart from other Marine forces. Though it wasn't obvious to most people, Blinky's senses were sharp enough to sense a tiny spark of fire burning within their massive shells. Every Dread Marine carried this extraordinary spark in the locations where their power reactors were supposed to be located. This single observation had many implications. While small and relatively weak, the spark was exceedingly high in quality. It exuded a strong sense of heat and power, so much so that any hostile spiritual entity that dared to attack the Dread Marines would probably regret their attempts. Whatever the fleeters managed to do somehow allowed them to grant anti-cultivator protection to their Dread Marines. This was clearly not a coincidence. The source of these small but surprisingly potent sparks of flame was obvious. Blinky clearly sensed that each and every spark maintained active connections to a much larger source that was located in the exact center of the immensely large hull. Vase did not need to spend any time to figure out that this must be the super-class spark reactor that allowed the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet to reign supreme among all other warships. The fact that the fleeters brought Vase in the direction of the distant spark reactor was definitely not a coincidence. He had always aspired to study a real spark reactor up close ever since he viewed the dreadnoughts in action. Their amazing performance during Operation Night Jazz made it abundantly clear that the spark reactors were not just technological marvels. Vase and Blinky were able to feel it as their floating platform came closer to the center of the dominion of man. The massive dreadnought carried an immensely powerful spark that it was surprising that it did not go out of control and start a conflagration that could engulf the entire dreadnought. While Vase had encountered a lot of different extraordinary phenomena, he had never experienced anything comparable to what he was able to sense from a distance. The lower the distance, the more Blinky felt threatened by the massive and practically divine spark of heat and flame. The companion spirit instinctively felt that his death was all but certain if he happened to touch it directly. The Star Cat certainly did not dare to siphon even the tiniest mode of spark energy or whatever it was called. The spark would probably ignite everything and start an unstoppable blaze that could burn down the entire Blinky-verse. Damn, pardon, Professor. Oh, it's nothing, Captain. I am just thinking about how awesome these Dread Marines are. My passion lies with mechs, but that does not stop me from appreciating how devastating they can be when put into action. Captain Reese smiled with pride. The Dread Captain will be pleased to hear your compliment. The Dread Marines are only a part of what makes the Dominion of Man so effective. The Rubicon Spatial Transfer System is the main delivery vehicle that is responsible for inserting them directly inside warships and other sensitive areas. If you are lucky enough, you may be given a tour of this vital system. Chapter 5834 The Dominion of Man 5834 The Dominion of Man The lengthy journey from the primary hangar bay to the interior of the Dominion of Man did not end at the compartment that held the legendary spark reactor. Much to Vess's disappointment, the floater platform stopped and lowered itself to the deck just before an incredibly expansive command center. He seriously doubted that the massive compartment where hundreds of officers and specialists manned different stations served as the main bridge. Regardless, the space clearly served as a vital control center that monitored and directed a lot of different functions of the huge dreadnought. The commander center was not only notable for its size. The grand artworks that decorated the tall bulkheads also captured his attention. The masterwork did not depict an armada of warships. It did not show the portraits of the grand admirals who founded the Common Fleet Alliance. It displayed no violence of any kind. Instead, The fleeters had brought together the absolute best painters, sculptors and gemstone cutters that they were able to muster and tasked them to work together to create a magnificent vista of hope and inspiration. The centerpiece consisted of a family of humans wearing the most exquisite garments. None of the figures wore any fleeters' uniforms or possessed any military bearings, but each of them clearly exemplified different aspects of the human race. The father was tall, athletic and unquestionably masculine. The way he looked forward with his broad chin and his unwavering eyes made it seem as if he was driven by endless ambition. The mother looked incredibly beautiful and matronly. She exemplified the feminine and more gentle side of humanity. Her expression conveyed a fantastic balance between thoughtfulness and affection. The two children that stood before their parents conveyed a strong sense of progress and potential. The boy still possessed the immaturity of youth. Yet his age did not prevent him from taking pride in his species. He looked ready to step into the footsteps of his father and continue his dream once he could go no further. The younger daughter possessed a precocious appearance that emphasized her youth. She looked so cute and adorable that no doll ever created could exceed her cuteness. Her innocence was so striking that she was able to evoke the protective instincts of any human individual. Together, this model of a human family stood on a piece of idyllic land that displayed farms, grasslands, cattle and crops. Nothing looked out of place. Everything looked just right no matter the subject. Each and every element was carefully designed to fit into an aesthetic masterpiece that somehow made everything fit together. This included what lay below the lands. Hidden from the sight of the humans standing above the ground, a huge amount of decaying corpses and broken skeletons of many different alien species rested down at the bottom. Many of the species happened to be recognizable. The 7 apex races along with the 13 major races of the Red Ocean all featured prominently among the dead and buried bodies. The huge phase whale skeleton looked especially prominent among all of the smaller remains. All in all, the artwork conveyed a very clear meaning and theme. There were many subtle touches that Vase could spend days on analyzing, but on the surface the inspirational piece exemplified the values of human superiority. Nobody who saw this magnificent work would fail to come away with a renewed drive to expand human space and defeat the aliens that sought to engineer the downfall of human civilization. Even though there was not an explicit spiritual component to this magnificent artwork, a part of Vase couldn't help but resonate with the overall message and aspirations conveyed by the artists. What is it called? The Dominion of Man. A firm male voice sounded from behind. Vase turned around and faced one of the most decorated fleeter officers he had ever seen. The gilded uniform not only looked highly ceremonial, but was also cut in a way to convey absolute authority over the hull. Nobody would be able to mistake him as anyone less than the master of one of humanity's dreadnoughts. The tall and broad-shouldered man looked like he was in the prime of his life. That was an illusion as Vase could clearly sense plenty of signs that he had lived for at least a couple of centuries. Regardless, the man truly looked as if he did his exalted position justice. He wore his uniform like he was born to it. He held his arms behind his back in a posture that looked as if he was always ready and composed for anything. The only feature that looked off-putting was the very obvious external module attached to the side of his skull. A part of his neatly groomed brown hair had to be shaved away in order to accommodate this sizable expansion to his undoubtedly powerful cranial implant. As Vase beheld the dread captain of the Dominion of Man, the powerful fleeter in question took a good look at the legendary devil tongue and all-around troublemaker of the mech industry. Captain Reese took a single step forward and tactfully introduced the two men to each other. "Professor, you have the honor of meeting dread Captain Volkert Argyle. He is the appointed sovereign of the Dominion of Man. He is the first-born son of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle. He is also an elder of the Argyle Spaceborne clan. Having witnessed over 280 standard years, he has continually refused further promotions that would have propelled him into flag rank in order to excel in all aspects related to single warship command. The fleet has recognized his unending dedication and granted him the privilege of commanding one of its eminent dreadnoughts." Well, that was definitely an imposing introduction. Vase did not know what sort of protocol he should follow, so he defaulted to making a short bow. "I am pleased to meet you, dread Captain Argyle. Your warship is the most magnificent spacefaring construct that I ever had the pleasure to board. I am grateful for the opportunity to witness some of the best that the Red Fleet has made. This dreadnought is a priceless asset that will definitely help to cement our civilization's dominance in the Red Ocean." The dread captain liked what he heard. He demonstrated that he wasn't a stuck-up bastard by slightly relaxing his posture while showing the barest hint of a smile. "Introductions are not necessary on your part. I know who you are, or as much as the Red Fleet knows of you. I am aware that your interactions with our current and predecessor organizations have not been universally positive. Let me reassure you that we have invited you to one of our crown jewels in good faith. I will not tolerate any instances of provocation or impropriety from our crew towards our guests. I hope that you have not seen any cause to issue any complaints during your brief stay aboard our dreadnought up to this point. Your crew has been a model of professionalism. I do not feel unwelcome in the slightest. That was mostly because every spacer and dread marine was preoccupied with their own tasks. They hardly had the time to gawk at the visitor who clearly wore a different outfit from the other fleeters. The dread captain gestured Vase to follow before turning around. As much as I wish to explore your opinions on the Red Collective and other integral subjects, time is at a premium. Let us head inside one of my offices. They crossed the huge command center and entered a large and exceedingly opulent office compartment. The dread captain had definitely personalized it to his taste. Paintings of past and present Argyle flag offices hung on the bulkheads. Hunting trophies of fierce and deadly mutated beasts were spread out here and there. Exquisitely crafted scale models of all of the warships that Volkert Argyle had the privilege of commanding proudly occupied an entire display case. It was a pity that Vase hardly had any time to admire all of the pieces. He and Sigrun sat on one end of a large and thick wooden desk while the dread captain sat on the other side. The master of the Dominion of Man soon retrieved a secure data pad and slid it over towards Vase. Captain Zonrad Rees of the Babylon Excavator has already signed the confidentiality agreements, but you have yet to do so. Please read through the documents and sign them as promptly as possible. Our discussion cannot proceed any further unless you agree to all of the terms. Vase picked up the data pad and rapidly scanned through all of the NDAs. While the punishment of violating the agreements were harsh, the terms were pretty normal otherwise. The fleeters just wanted to make sure that he remained silent on the secrets that made the Dominion of Man so powerful. Once he signed the contracts, Dread Captain Argyle did not delay in explaining why the Red Fleet invited Vase to this dreadnought. We need your assistance. Vase blinked at that. Really? My apologies for being direct, but from what I have seen, the Dominion of Man is a warship that has been designed and built to near perfection. She is the most powerful vessel that I have stepped aboard, and nothing that I have seen suggests that anything is less than optimal. The exalted captain smiled with pride when he heard that. We have indeed gone above and beyond to ensure the Dominion of Man deserves to be regarded as a pillar of red humanity. It is regrettable that my dreadnought is being tormented by unexpected issues that debilitate her performance. We have tried our best to compensate for these complications, but I am afraid our best scientists and engineers have failed to adequately solve the problems that affect the very root of my ship. This was a much bigger deal than Vase expected. He found it difficult to believe that the fleeters struggled to handle their own creation. The Dominion of Man was one of their finest creations. Surely they had the knowledge and the competence to bring the Dominion of Man back in line. However, given that Dread Captain Argyle did not hesitate to make a humiliation admission in front of a mech designer, it was clear that the issues that plagued the Dominion of Man fell outside the Red Fleet's expertise. Vase had a few ideas why the fleeters looked forward to his visit. Perhaps this was why it had been easier than expected for Vase to negotiate a deal with the Red Fleet. If not for the Dominion of Man's predicament, it would have been a lot harder for Vase to visit one of the most valuable warships in the Red Fleet's possession. I am not opposed to lending you my expertise, Captain, Vase carefully said. However, I cannot promise that I can solve your problems. We are aware that you are subject to limitations. We do not ask you to do the impossible. We only ask you to do your best, Professor. I will try, Vase responded with a smile that did not look all that confident. Can you tell me the nature of your dreadnought's problems? It is best if I show you first. The agreements that you have just made with us should permit you to view the center of our concerns. Everyone rose to their feet and left the office. They all boarded a much more ornate floater platform and rode it for a time. They passed through several checkpoints, each of which grew successfully stronger and better defended. Once they passed through the final set of blast doors, they entered a space that was not too far from the incredibly powerful spark reactor. The place looked like an immense data processing chamber at first. The fleeters installed so many crystalline processing banks that Vase could almost feel the sheer force of their calculations. Yet the potent processors paled in comparison to the immense force of calculation that took place inside a mech-sized sphere of solid metal. This was more than just a processor array or an amazingly powerful AI core. It radiated extraordinary power that felt both familiar but also disturbingly mutated in many ways. A squad of dread marines standing before the huge sphere manually enacted the process of creating an opening. Once a gate slid open, the dread captain gestured for Vase to follow him inside. Be careful and do not make any special actions. Just look and see. As Vase, Sigrund and Volkert Argyle passed through the gate, they all stopped and looked around the hollow interior. What they saw caused the expressions of the two visitors to grow pale and shocked. Are those brains in vats? Vase asked in shock as he temporarily lost all decorum. No, wait, these aren't normal human brains. I've seen so many of them that I can distinguish a few of their characteristics. None of them are cloned. I don't think any of them are less than a century old. What is more, their ability to receive, process and transmit data is clearly way above the norm. His eyes suddenly widened as he made a shocking conclusion. Have you guessed the truth, Professor? Dread Captain Argyle asked. These brains are taken from potentates. What are their genetic aptitudes? A and higher. We only employ the best for our experimental organic AI core array. Chapter 5835 Unforeseen Circumstances 5835 Unforeseen Circumstances. The AI core array that governed the operation of many of the essential systems of the dominion of man was more horrifying than Vase imagined. He was already aware that the Fleeters tended to invest heavily in AI core research. The Common Fleet Alliance never made it a secret that they had been trying to chase after the holy grail of sentient artificial intelligences. Due to this unreasonable obsession, the researchers who dedicated their lives and careers to this goal tended to get really creative. Many researchers had already tried and failed all of the usual solutions. When no sentient ice became forthcoming, they started to explore less conventional solutions. Vase easily figured out that he had come face to face with one of the demented outcomes of these failed experiments. The brains did not contain any coherent intelligences as far as he and Blinky could perceive. This was despite the fact that he was pretty sure these brains used to belong to real people who had all lived for over a century. The fact that they were all derived from potentates with the highest aptitude for piloting mechs made the sight extra horrifying to a mech designer. Where did these brains come from? What did the Fleeters do to convert them into organic AI cores? How did their performance diverge from conventional computing cores? Vase had so many questions in his mind that he did not know where to begin. Captain Zonrad Rees meanwhile looked just as taken aback, but for different reasons. Despite the fact that he was a Fleeter, Sigrund exhibited a visibly worse reaction to this macabre sight. He had rapidly counted the amount of brains that the Fleeters had stuck inside a vat and chained them together to form a unified computing array. While not all of the individual brain units were visible due to various structures blocking his sight, the captain of the Babylon excavator estimated that the Fleeters had stuffed over 1,000 brain vats in this space. You have questions. Dread Captain Argyle broke the silence. I do, you may ask. I cannot provide you with all of the answers, but I shall do my best to offer sufficient clarification for you to be of service. Thank you, Captain. These brains, are they taken from deceased mech pilots? No, I can promise you that not a single of these extracted and preserved brains are taken from mech pilots. Vase immediately let out a sigh in relief. Volkert Argyle smiled at Vase. The providence of these brains are all sourced from deceased officers of the Common Fleet Alliance and lately the Red Fleet. The donors of these valuable organs were all descendants of the spaceborne clans. When they have reached the age of 10, we test their genetic aptitude as any other human in order to determine their genetic aptitudes. Ah, I see. Given that you Fleeters have always despised or looked down on mechs, I take it that your mech academies aren't exactly popular. That is indeed the case. The Fleeter nodded in confirmation. To any other human, being told that you not only have the qualifications to pilot a mech, but possess stellar talent for this vocation is a dream come true. Every year, many newly identified potentates feel as if they have won the lottery and go on to throw themselves into mechs as if they are gods in the making. I find it pitiful that so many young and ignorant children feel the need to throw aside their humanity and turn themselves into inhuman gods, while completely overlooking the abysmally low success rate of advancing to the highest rank. Vase tried his best not to comment on Dread Captain Argyle's obvious inhuman appearance. After all, not everyone chose to massively boost the capabilities of their cranial implant by installing an external add-on that covered a part of their skull with a metal device. So there are Fleeters who resist the temptation of starting glorious careers as mech pilots and go on to enter naval academies. Every self-respecting scion of a spaceborne clan will do their utmost to follow the proud traditions of their ancestors. The member of the Argyle spaceborne clan said with pride. Piloting mechs is taboo in our world. While we are not categorically opposed to employing mechs when they are useful, many of them are either piloted by our more deviant members or by those who originate from friendly states, of which there are few. Regardless, there are many potentates within our ranks that have gone on to man the guns or take control of the helm of a naval vessel without ever taking advantage of their mech piloting talent. What an incredible waste. Vase was sure that any member of the mech community that discovered what the fleeters were doing with their own potentates would probably go mad with grief. How many heroic mech pilots could the fleeters have fielded if they did not unreasonably stigmatize the mech piloting profession? How many more god pilots would human civilization command if all of those elite fleeters received full support in stepping onto the path of godhood? Vase had encountered many instances where people and organizations clearly ignored the objectively best choices and decided to engage in stupid behavior because of the need to abide by their beliefs. This was probably the worst case of principles leading people into engaging in monumentally stupid behavior that he had ever encountered in his life. Not even the Vulcanites who tore apart the original Vulcan Empire due to an argument over whether their god was a human or a dwarf could top the fleeters in terms of sheer idiocy. Vase really wanted to slam his head against the side of this sickening brain chamber until he had created a dent. Instead of giving in to his frustrations, he controlled his emotions and tried his best not to call the fleeters stupid for preventing the birth of many potential high-ranking mech pilots. I understand the cultural factors that have led the descendants of the spaceborne clans to pursue naval careers. Why make use of their brains in this capacity after they have died? Neural interface technology encompasses more than enabling a person to connect with a machine for the purpose of piloting the latter. Volkert Argyle explained before waving his arm around the interior of the giant sphere. The brain trust is a radical departure from prior AI core research, but its working principles are remarkably simple. The goal in developing this construct was to discover whether we can develop a powerful AI core array that can not only regulate the systems of a warship of the Common Fleet Alliance to a far better degree than anything else, but also promote the birth of a sentient Gestalt personality that is formed out of a combination of all of the fleeter officers who utilized all of these brains in the past. Vase widened his eyes. He quickly understood the overall logic behind this crazy experiment. I see. Utilizing the brains of former living human individuals might give you a better shot at creating a sentient AI than through other means. After all, they have already formed sentient consciousness in the past, only they were human instead of anything that primarily runs on math and logic. If this first step is a success, then you soon have to worry about whether the precious sentient AI is cooperative. This is anything but guaranteed, as it is completely uncertain whether it will stick to its original programming. In order to increase the probability that the newly born artificial entity is favorably disposed towards the Common Fleet Alliance, you deliberately harvested the brains of upstanding officers who served with distinction when they were alive. Sigrund also added his own piece. Loyalty is one part of the equation. Competence and specialization is another part of it. All of the organic nerves that have been chained in this large array have spent decades if not centuries on performing many vital duties related to running first-class warships. They are literally hardwired to efficiently solving many problems related to the operations of our vessels. Even if their original owners have died, their neurons will still retain much of their original configurations. This should theoretically allow these converted AI cores to excel at intelligently solving many problems that previously required manual intervention from an officer. That is a highly insightful observation, Captain Rees. I expect nothing less from one of our rising experts in the field of AI research. As a specialist who has recently participated in the development of Archie, what is your overall evaluation of our brain trust? It is a novel and unconventional approach towards solving one of our long-standing problems. Sigrun said, despite all of the favorable factors, the probability of success is not high. Human brains are not only geared towards spawning natural human sapiens, but they have already completed their work after their owners have reached the end of their lifespans. Trying to salvage more use out of them by converting them into AI cores is an inventive idea, but I am afraid that all of the bioengineering that took place after their extraction has damaged the very factors that are capable of generating true sapience. Dread Captain Argyle nodded. That has been our finding as well. Do you have anything to add, Professor? I am not sure whether these organic AI cores are fully up to the task of running a ship as large and complex as the Dominion of Man. Vase voiced his doubts. A-grade genetic aptitude or not, the brains are still human in essence. They are grown to support human logic and emotions. At most, they can process pure data a lot better due to their amazing genetic aptitude, but that is still a divergence from their original purpose. No matter how much you have modified them after you plucked them from the skulls of deceased fleeters, you will not be able to go too far with this. They are still human in the end. Our researchers originally disagreed with your theory, but recent events have caused us to reconsider our assumptions. The mood inside the brain trust grew heavier. What happened? The captain of the Dominion of Man paused for a few seconds before revealing the truth. The organic AI cores may appear calm and docile at the moment, but that is not always the case. Ever since Red Cabal has plunged us into the Age of Dawn, many of our systems have experienced progressively stronger changes and mutations. Much to our relief, many of them have turned out to be neutral, negligible or benign. Our spark reactor has grown the most after the Great Severing has occurred. Our brain trust on the other hand has grown less reliable. What's the problem? The organic AI cores have a tendency to grow sentient. Wait, isn't that a good thing? The Dominion of Man will gain a powerful sentient AI that will be able to optimize her systems far better than one that can only simulate human thought patterns. The powerful captain shook his head. The reality is different from what you have imagined, Professor. Constant exposure to E-energy radiation is causing each individual organic AI core to restore portions of the original personalities of their prior incarnations. That is not to say that our deceased officers are being raised from the dead. Instead, completely new personalities are coming to life that have inherited random traits of our eminent officers. This might not necessarily be a problem, but what is troubling us is that the sentient ice not only emerge randomly, but cannot work together in any fashion. When multiple of them begin to interact with each other as human-like personalities as opposed to pure processors, they quickly conflict with each other. The greater the quantity of spawned personalities, the more our brain trust begins to glitch. That sounded incredibly freaky to Vase. How come this brain trust hasn't already transformed into a madhouse of the living dead? We regularly reset and mindwipe the corrupted organic AI cores. The brain trust is designed so that we can remove a small portion of them without affecting the overall performance of the AI core array, but this is only a stopgap measure. We cannot keep wiping these valuable organic AI cores. Not only will each reset inflict permanent damage to the neurons, but they are becoming better at spawning new rogue personalities. The brain trust is rapidly turning into a liability at this rate. So that was why the fleeters needed help. Their crazy experiment had screwed them over. Chapter 5836 Uncomfortable Truths 5836 Uncomfortable Truths. The fleeters had worked themselves into a predicament. The brain trust, their unique and experimental organic AI core array, was starting to transform into a liability. Due to the unexpected new variables that had come into play, the precious brains taken from a large variety of fleeter officers spontaneously began to spawn new and fractured intelligences. If this took place back in the old galaxy and during the age of Mechs, the researchers working for the Common Fleet Alliance would have celebrated this occasion with great enthusiasm. This was because their dream was coming true. Even if the brain trust as a whole was not designed to accommodate multiple different personalities at once, the fact that just one of these brains in a vat had spawned something akin to an artificial intelligence represented a massive breakthrough in their ambition to develop true sentient ice. Unfortunately, the brain trust was no longer part of an active research project anymore. Instead of occupying a well-equipped lab where the fleeters could control almost every variable, it had been integrated into the heart of a strategically important dreadnought. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle explained the truth without any obfuscation. As much as it shamed him to admit this grievous error to an outsider, the Red Fleet needed all the help they could get at this point. The shipwrights responsible for selecting the brain trust as the primary control system of the Dominion of Man did so with the assumption that it was a failed experiment. The research team that had worked on this organic AI core array has tried long and hard to generate sentience in these preserved brains, to no avail. The researchers must be regretting the fact that they have all chosen to remain behind in the old galaxy. Their lifelong dream is coming true before them, yet they are too far away to witness this transformation. Vase raised his eyebrow. Shouldn't the Red Fleet have plenty of other researchers who would be glad to restart this research project? The old captain shook his head. The Dominion of Man is one of the most important bulwarks of the Red Fleet. The brain trust may have failed to generate a sentient AI, but it can still function as an excellent organic AI core array despite the fact that it is deemed a failure. That is not to say it is entirely irreplaceable. Our dreadnought has incorporated many redundant AI cores throughout the entire length of her hull. If the brain trust is compromised in any fashion, our proud vessel will still be able to fight with only a slight decrease in combat effectiveness. We can even replace the brain trust with a more conventional AI core array if necessary. The obvious question to that was why the fleeters hadn't done that already. Vase was not stupid. There were more layers to this deal than he expected. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. He already picked up a few clues that told a different story than what was obvious on the surface. I think you have not been entirely forthcoming with me, Dread Captain. He spoke as he swept his gaze around the interior of the spherical brain trust once again. Any sane shipwright would never choose to install a failed experimental product that essentially consists of a daisy chain of over 1,000 salvaged brains of deceased CFA officers into one of the largest human warships ever built. Its reliability is dubious and there is no telling how the brains will change over time. I bet that there is a really critical reason why the original designers of the Dominion of Man opted for a solution as crazy as the brain trust over a more solid solution that is based on plain old inorganic circuits. The only logical reason why you haven't already disconnected this malfunctioning set of brains is because it provides essential value to your dreadnought. What does it do that makes you reluctant to label it as a lost cause? Mentioning the fact that the Dominion of Man wouldn't suddenly lose control or shut down if she lost access to the brain trust was a calculated move. Volkert Argyle likely wanted to reduce Vess's bargaining position by making it sound as if the Red Fleet still had alternatives. However, the move backfired because Vase was not as naive as he looked. He had become involved in way too many convoluted plots and schemes to stop at the surface level. He looked pointedly at the master of the Dominion of Man and started to connect several different threads. I have a theory. Vase spoke. Let's see whether I got this right. The Dominion of Man is one of the most important warships of the Red Fleet. This is a fact. Her captain is the firstborn son of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle. Despite your illustrious qualifications, your appointment must not have been easy to arrange. The amount of ship captains who competed with you to earn this coveted assignment must have been intense. Even now, there are still a lot of rivals and enemies who would like nothing more to dislodge you from your post, but they have never succeeded because you managed to run this dreadnought in an impeccable manner. Am I correct so far, Captain? I am pleased to hear that you think highly of my captaincy. Well, I am sure that maintaining a record that is close to spotless is vital to maintaining your grip on the Dominion of Man. I am sure that your current position also aligns with the interests of the Second Main Fleet, Fleet Admiral Argyle and possibly the Argyle Spaceborne clan. All of that will become threatened as soon as your enemies have obtained an opening that allows them to question your position. I can imagine that the failure of a critical control system such as the brain trust may turn your position shaky, especially when it plays a vital role in the functioning of other important systems. If the brain trust falls, you may fall with it. This will not only add a shameful mark on your record that might end your chances of succeeding your father one day, but also weaken the grip of the Argyles in the Red Fleet. This single incident had massive implications. There were so many powerful interests tied to the resolution of this problem that it could change the balance of power of Red humanity. Though Dread Captain Argyle did not exhibit any behavior that Vase was on the mark, that was a suspicious sign in itself. Admit it, Vase spoke as he took a step forward. Your career is on the line. More importantly, your father's reputation and prestige is at risk. If his son somehow bungles his responsibilities, I bet that Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson and her toadies will not hesitate to take advantage of your misfortune. The need to prevent this outcome is why I am here. For whatever reason, your people believe I may have a way of preserving the brain trust so that it will no longer present a liability to the Dominion of Man. As long as the dreadnought's performance remains the same or improves, your career and your father's interests will remain secure. The two fleeter captains remained silent for a time. Eventually, Sigrun chose to betray the much more senior officer. I warned you that Professor Larkinson is wiser than he appears. Captain Zonrad Rees said, it is part of the reason why he is the right candidate. I advise you to be honest with him. So what if he becomes aware of how important it is for the brain trust to function as intended? The price you have to pay to him is trivial compared to the price of failure. You should set your priorities straight. Vase smirked. Sigrun sure came through this time. Both of them looked at Dread Captain Argyle in expectation. Even though it was the most logical course of action, it was still difficult for the Argyle to bring himself to admit the truth. It went against his instincts as a fleeter to spill uncomfortable truths to an outsider. The old man eventually made the necessary choice. Very well. You are more accurate in your predictions than I anticipated. I will not bore you with explaining the intricate alliances and competing interests in our Red Fleet. It is indeed true that my captaincy will come under serious question if the brain trust has deteriorated to the point where it must be replaced. All of the replacements that we have prepared in case this scenario occurs are inferior. The reason why that is the case is that the brain trust is able to manage the difficult calculations and inferences needed to operate the Rubicon spatial transport system. Vase widened his eyes. Isn't that the critical system responsible for precision teleporting dread marines across vast distances and inserting them directly inside the hulls of enemy warships? It is also the unique system that relies on EE343F00334R to amplify its teleportation capabilities. Sigrund confirmed. I am not aware of every piece of high technology that the Red Fleet has at its disposal, but I am certain that there is nothing comparable in our arsenal. The dominion of man is of such critical importance to us that it utilizes the best of the best. There is no excuse to employ an inferior teleportation system for one of our dreadnoughts. The brain trust is an excellent complement to the Rubicon because there are favorable aspects about the organic AI cores that cannot be replicated by more conventional alternatives. That was a highly informative explanation. It was so helpful to Vase that dread Captain Argyle couldn't help but gaze at his fellow fleeter with obvious suspicion. Whose side was Sigrund on? The captain of the Babylon excavator was clearly weakening Argyle's bargaining position with these uncomfortable revelations. Please refrain from divulging any further confidential information, Captain Rees. I am doing what is necessary to foster cooperation between the two of you. Sigrund innocently spread his arms. I am not your enemy, dread Captain Argyle. Admiral Chelsea Mealy and the 7th Light Fleet is counting on the continued support of the 2nd Main Fleet. It is not in my best interest to see you falter. In my humble experience, I have seen many potential problems spin out of control due to misunderstandings and lack of disclosure. As tempting as it is to withhold critical secrets, this is not the time to play games. I advise you to be honest and open to Professor Larkinson. According to his record and an analysis of his past behavior, he has always been more receptive to those who are transparent in their goals and intentions. Dread Captain Argyle clearly agreed with Sigrund in a fashion, because he did not call his guards to drag the insolent officer of the 7th Light Fleet away. I understand now why you have been permitted to participate in this sensitive meeting. You are not only here because of your expertise in AI systems. The older man remarked before he turned back to Vase. My apologies, Professor. I shall be more forthcoming now that it has come to this. It is true that we need help. Our analysis has indicated that you have the potential to be of service to us. Before we can proceed any further, I must ask you a vital question. Now that you have observed the brain trust, do you believe you can solve the ongoing problem and stabilize our primary control system? Vase slowly grinned. Oh, I can definitely resolve this issue for you. I have several ideas on how to tackle this problem. I have to say that your analysts have come to the correct conclusion. My expertise is just right to handle this kind of affair. There are two issues which we have to determine. Explain. We both need to determine how far you want to go to permanently solve this problem. This will largely depend on your risk appetite. How far are you willing to go to realize your ambitions? That caused dread Captain Argyle to frown. What else? How much are you willing to pay to command what may possibly become the strongest warship in the Red Ocean? Chapter 5837 The Right Building Blocks 5837 The Right Building Blocks The mood inside the brain trust changed when Vase spoke. With a few sentences, he had taken all of the initiative. There was no way this conversation could proceed without the two fleeters deferring to his words. It felt nice to be able to gain a measure of control in this situation. Vase certainly did not want to get taken advantage of. In his experience as a leader, he had found that the best way for him to avoid getting exploited was to engage in it himself. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle did not exactly look pleased with how quickly he had lost control over the rhythm of this conversation. They were all standing in the heart of a dreadnought that was completely under his command. This was his home ground, yet now that Vase understood that he held the most important cards, the fleeter had no choice but to play along. Please enlighten us with your ideas, the centuries-old man requested. Our own scientists and engineers have formed possible solutions, but none of them seem reliable enough for me to agree to these measures. I hope that your proposals are able to inspire greater confidence. Vase smirked at that. Then you should be happy to hear what I have to say. Since you have been gracious enough to tell the truth, I shall reciprocate and do the same. I have come up with 3 different solutions, each of which have very different implications. The first one is the most straightforward one. It also happens to be the least riskiest option. I have already determined within the first minute of entering this so-called brain trust that it is well within my capabilities to cease the individual brains from spontaneously forming random sentient personalities. Is that truly the case? Ha ha ha. Vase confidently laughed. Who do you think I am? The previous public inquiry has made it abundantly clear that I excel at creating life in objects that are not necessarily supposed to be alive. I know more about this field than anyone else, and that includes star designers. Is it too much of a stretch to believe I am unable to do the reverse? Solving this problem is incredibly simple. I merely have to remove the variables that enable these brains from spawning new life. I can do it right away without any further preparation if necessary. The only annoying part is that I will have to alter the individual brains one by one. Since there are easily over 1,000 stored inside this chamber, this will likely take all day. Both Dread Captain Volkert Argyle and Captain Zonrad Rees blinked in surprise. They had different reasons to believe that Vase just happened to possess the right expertise to solve the problems related to the brain trust. In the eventuality that he was not capable of solving the problem, he almost certainly possessed contacts who might have a better shot. Neither of the two expected that it would be that simple. How certain are you that this proposed solution will turn the brain trust into a stable and reliable organic AI core array again? The Argyle heir asked with a hint of excitement in his tone. I won't say 100%, but it should be pretty close. Vase remained confident as he answered the question. This is really child's play. If you are still afraid that the brains might circumvent my initial solution and mutate into a living monstrosity anyway, then I can add extra countermeasures if necessary. I am sure that Helena will do me a favor if I ask nicely. How do you estimate the risks of failure and complications? 10% or less. I am not doing anything too complicated. You can consider it as the metaphysical equivalent of picking up a plasma torch and cutting off a few critical components inside the brain units. It is much easier to destroy than to create. Thank you for your clarification, Professor. That is a clear enough analogy. Dread Captain Argyle seriously considered whether he should request Vase to employ this solution right away. It would instantly solve a headache as well as a potential threat to the Argyle power base. Let me be honest, Captain. I do not prefer this solution. Vase quickly said, it is not only boring, but it is also a huge waste. Look around you. Look at all of these brains. They all possess genetic aptitudes that would have turned their original owners into talented and powerful mech pilots beyond comparison. To allow these fleeters to ignore their potential as mech pilots is already a huge missed opportunity. I really cannot stand it that you guys keep limiting your use of these brains. They still have a lot of potential, and I just happen to possess the means to draw it and help you derive much more benefits out of their existence. How? Vase grinned wider. It's quite simple. I have the means to make the original experiment succeed. If I understand correctly, you fleeters originally wanted to combine the brainpower of all of these organic AI cores, and form a powerful sentient AI that can run gigantic warships like the Dominion of Man a lot better than conventional ICE. If that was your original goal, then I can realize it by applying my expertise. I will probably need Captain Rees's help to modify the programming of the brain units in order to account for the possible changes, but I believe I can definitely merge all of the life potential of these brain units into a single cohesive entity. If my idea works out as expected, I will be able to create the first true living warship. That was a bold claim. Neither Argyle nor Sigrun believed in it easily, but Vase expressed so much confidence that they had to take the possibility seriously. Risk factor: moderate. Vase honestly replied as if he was talking to a client who was looking to commission a custom mech. This goes beyond my first proposal. Instead of trying to sever the possibility that life can form, I will do the opposite and promote it as much as possible. All of the brains here must contribute to this great effort. The most difficult challenge is to coordinate and unite their collective transformation. I have never done anything like this before, but I believe it is possible in theory to unify them in a way that causes them to form as different elements of the same whole. If I can make this happen, it becomes possible to create a single coherent shipboard AI that is both sentient and controllable. It was difficult for the fleeters to determine whether Vase had what it took to make this happen without any complications. So the main source of your confidence is that you believe it may work in theory. Vase nodded. I have never done anything like this before, so I have no past cases to draw lessons from. However, I am fairly confident that I can turn the brain trust into the control system that it was always meant to be. What I am uncertain about is whether you can expand it after I am done. It may be that you won't be able to add more brains to this construct as they are not part of the initial Gestalt entity. I am also wondering how extensively you can change its programming after it has come into being. I can program it myself at the start, but how it will develop after it is born is largely dependent on how it is treated and what it is exposed to. You will need to raise your new shipboard AI as an impressionable child. Treat it well, and it shall turn the dominion of man into an unstoppable dreadnought. Treat it poorly, and it may abandon you when you most need its power. That was not exactly welcome news. The fleeters always found it important to maintain full control over their own technology. Most technological devices were supposed to behave exactly as instructed. It would be difficult for them to get accustomed to a new reality where they needed to consider the feelings of their warship. Dread Captain Argyle looked hesitant about this option. It was not as solid as the first plan, but it was actually what he initially expected when the Red Fleet invited the developer of living mechs to the dominion of man. What is your third idea? Now that was a big one. Vase exuded a lot more passion and enthusiasm as he finally had an opportunity to explain his most ambitious idea. This is a big one, so brace yourselves. My brief tour through your dreadnought has inspired me. All of the artwork expresses the Red Fleet's common goal of making the human race rise to a position of supremacy. The will of the crew is constantly endeavoring to make this come true. Furthermore, trillions of humans who have witnessed the dominion of man capture a tide station during Operation Night Jazz have come to place their faith in your dreadnought. It is remarkable for me to see how much weight and meaning your majestic vessel has gained in our society. Where are you going with this, Professor? Dread Captain Argyle asked in a vigilant tone. Vase waved his arm. I see an opportunity. There are a lot of building blocks that happen to fall into place. First, your brain trust is primed and ready to form a powerful metaphysical entity. Second, the dominion of man is an incredibly powerful dreadnought. Third, much of her power is derived from her extraordinary spark reactor. Fourth, the dominion of man is slowly turning into a totemic existence as she is gathering the spiritual feedback of an innumerable amount of humans. Fifth, your dreadnought's name and mode of operation is intrinsically tied to the concept of human supremacy. Sixth, I am the only person who can combine the preceding factors together and produce a result that has the potential to strengthen red humanity to a notable degree. Of the two captains, Sigrund was more familiar with Vase and his unusual work. He figured it out first. Are you being serious, Larkinson? You will be dealing with forces beyond your power and understanding. You are talking about creating a god that embodies the spirit of human supremacy. Is that true, Professor? Dread Captain Argyle reacted with astonishment. Vase continued to grin. I admit that the risk factor of this plan is greatest. I still favor it, because the potential gains are by far the greatest. The dominion of man is the perfect candidate for this transformation. If there is one thing that modern humans do not lack, it is their unflinching belief in the strength and superiority of their race. If we can take advantage of this trait and use it to empower a powerful new ancestral spirit, we can essentially create a new god-like entity that will help protect our race during these trying times. The best part about this is that this spirit will not randomly wander off and do its own thing, but will remain tied to the brain trust. That does not sound reassuring. What good will it do to anchor this dangerous god to one of our most important warships? There are lots of benefits. Vase responded. It will not only allow your Red Fleet to remain in direct contact with this entity, but its growth will also spur on the growth of your dreadnought. The more powerful the ancestral spirit becomes, the more difficult it is to defeat the dominion of man in battle. Her rise in combat performance will far exceed that of the other 7 dreadnoughts. I even theorize that it might just fulfill the original goal of creating them all. As long as the dominion of man continues to embody the spirit of human domination, she may ultimately gain the power to win a fight against a god mech. This was his boldest claim yet. It was so important to the fleeters that Dread Captain Argyle could not help but lower his instinctual resistance towards this risky plan. Chapter 5838 The Spark 5838 The Spark The 3 possible solutions that Vase had dropped onto the lap of Dread Captain Volkert Argyle were so impactful that the meeting ended shortly afterwards. It couldn't be helped. Not only did Vase present 3 very different approaches to resolve the same problem that had plagued the crew of the dreadnought, but he also claimed he could produce results that far exceeded what the fleeters expected from the eccentric mech designer. Perhaps they should have known better. Vase had a well-known track record for consistently exceeding people's expectations. The problem right now was that Vase had given the captain of the Dominion of Man a choice rather than a solution. There was so much riding over this affair that not even the designated commander of this powerful dreadnought dared to make a choice. This matter was too sensitive for Volkert Argyle to share with his command staff. He trusted many of his subordinates, but the Dominion of Man was not an exclusive possession of the Second Main Fleet or the Argyle Spaceborne clan. Who knew what sort of secrets might get passed on to his rivals within the Red Fleet? This was why Dread Captain Argyle quickly suspended the meeting and retreated so that he could confer with Fleet Admiral Argyle over a secure communication channel. Before the old man left so that he could request the input of his even older father, Volkert Argyle issued an instruction to Sigrund. Captain Rees, please give Professor Larkinson a tour of our Spark reactor and Rubicon spatial transfer system. He is not allowed to access any technical data, but you can let him take a look at our most powerful systems. Perhaps his observations will help him refine his ideas. If we proceed with his second or third proposal, then it is essential for us to determine whether our primary power source and vital teleportation system are at risk. That was a sensible idea. This was how Vase and Sigrund found themselves before the guarded entrance that led to the compartment where the Rubicon spatial transfer system was located. As one of the most powerful and effective transportation devices developed by the Red Fleet, the security measures here were no weaker than at the Brain Trust. Fortunately, the authority of Dread Captain Argyle was so strong that both of the visitors were permitted entry despite the fact that it was not customary for people like them to gain access to such a critical system. In truth, the visit was much less exciting than Vase thought. The Rubicon spatial transfer system actually consisted of an integrated network of different modules that all happened to fit together to produce powerful results. Each module and sub-module was wrapped up in many layers of metal. The largest ones were the size of frigates. They looked both imposing and frustratingly indecipherable as their gunmetal gray surfaces betrayed nothing about their specific functions. The engineer assigned to serve as a guide did not help much either. The man clearly objected to the need to divulge any information about the Rubicon and consistently refused to answer any questions. It was of little concern. Vase did not visit this place in order to decipher the principles of this amazing technology. He was not capable enough to steal the Red Fleet's most cherished trade secrets. His true motive for visiting this highly protected bay was to get close to whatever module contained the super-class alloy known as EE343F00334R. Vase hoped that he would be able to sense this extraordinary material if he came in close proximity to it. Perhaps the mech designer system might react to its presence and transmit a signal. Nothing happened. Much to his disappointment, Vase and Blinky failed to sense anything that immediately stood out to them. The top-class modules contained plenty of powerful hyper-materials and energetic exotics, so much so that Lucky would probably be driven mad if he had the luxury of visiting this section of the Dominion of Man. Alas, the location of EE343F00334R remained elusive. Vase could not even confirm whether the dreadnought contained a single gram of this material. There was no hope of him gaining access to this exceedingly rare and precious alloy until he had concluded his deal with the Red Fleet, or rather the Argyles. A part of him regretted the decision to present multiple solutions to the dread captain of the Dominion of Man. If Vase had managed to restrain himself and only share his first plan, he would have received permission to sever the possibility of life from forming in the Brain Trust and work towards completing his end of the agreement by the end of the day. The probability that he would receive the promised amount of EE343F00334R in exchange was almost assured. The only possibility that the transaction would get botched was if the fleeters broke their agreement and refused to honor their commitment, either because they did not have it in the first place or because they intended to screw him over from the beginning. Neither of these scenarios seem likely. Vase was way too important nowadays, and he was not as vulnerable as before. There was no obvious benefit for the Argyles to turn hostile against him. Doing so would only further the interests of their rivals within the Red Fleet. Aside from that, Vase was pretty sure that if anything happened to him, the destroyer of worlds and the evolution which would most certainly raise hell on his behalf. Both god pilots had made it clear in their own ways that he enjoyed their backing and protection. Few people should be stupid enough to challenge their commitment. In any case, there was nothing more for Vase to explore in this guarded chamber. I suggest we depart since none of the scientists and engineers are willing to answer our questions. Sigrund advised. Good idea. I think I will be able to make a lot of important observations once I get close to the legendary spark reactor. Vase came up with a lot of theories on the nature of the spark reactor ever since he first learned about it. Now that he had stepped aboard the Dominion of Man, a few of them became a lot more plausible than before. However, Vase refrained from forming a definite conclusion until he came close enough to get a much better look at the true nature of this highly potent power source. For whatever reason, Vase started to feel more apprehensive as the floater platform brought him closer to the center of the dreadnought. It did not escape his notice that there were fewer personnel around him as he neared this all-important section. The amount of Dread Marines on patrol and on guard increased by a noticeable degree. They all kept a close eye on Vase and Sigrund. Unlike the Rubicon spatial transfer system, Vase could clearly feel the presence and the might of the spark reactor. In fact, it was so strong that he and Blinky actively had to hunker down and raise their spiritual guards in order to withstand the growing pressure. It was as if Vase willingly walked up to a blazing inferno. Anyone sane would have turned around and run away a long time ago, but he refused to do so because he wanted to figure out the true nature of the spark reactor. "Are you well, Professor?" Sigrund asked with clear concern. "Ah, I'm okay. It is just that the spark reactor is making me feel a lot hotter than normal." Vase said. "Does it have this effect on every mech designer? I am not privy to the answer. I advise you to retreat if you are unable to cope with the conditions. It would not serve any of us if you become sick or injured because you happen to be susceptible to the invisible radiation produced by the spark reactor." "No, I am not retreating," Vase firmly spoke. "This super-duper reactor is an unavoidable variable in both my second and third plan. I cannot ignore it if I want to implement any of my more ambitious ideas. Besides, the spark reactor is not actively seeking to burn me down. I just happen to be more sensitive to its energies. I think I can employ a few measures that can mitigate its harmful effects. It would be helpful if you can inform the Dread Marines not to do anything drastic." Vase did not do anything foolish like activate his spatial barrier or call down one of his design spirits. Both of them had a good chance of getting burned if he brought them closer to the powerful spark that kept the Dominion of Man running. He instead tried to rein in his spiritual senses and compress his spirituality as much as possible. This was difficult to pull off since he was not accustomed to doing this. Blinky especially struggled to close off his senses since he often tried to do the opposite. Vase had always benefited a lot from his companion spirit's powerful sensitivity towards spiritual energy. Though Vase did not look like he had done anything on the surface, he somewhat managed to decrease his sensitivity to the point where it became significantly more tolerable for him to remain in the presence of the spark reactor. "Okay, I am all right now. Let's pass through the remaining gates. This should better be worth it. I don't think I will come close to another spark reactor anytime soon." It took a lot more time than Vase wanted for the pair to get past the final security checkpoints. Dread Marines in a multitude of fixed defensive hardpoints guarded the main entrance that led to the spark chamber, as it was called. By the time the Dread Marines finally became satisfied that Vase and Sigrund could pose no conceivable threat towards the main power source of their dreadnought, they were finally allowed inside, though a squad of medium and heavy Dread Marines shadowed them on a constant basis. Annoyances aside, Vase immediately felt it was worth all of the hassle for him to enter the spark chamber. The massive reinforced bulkheads encompassed a chamber that was large enough to fit an entire destroyer with plenty of room to spare. All of this room was clearly necessary because the main components of the spark reactor required this much space in order to fit inside the Dominion of Man. It's huge," Vase gasped in genuine amazement. "It is hot as well, even though the temperature inside this compartment is only 0.2 degrees Celsius higher than the standard ship temperature setting." That surprised Vase. Sigrund's spirituality was much weaker and less developed. For him to be able to experience the metaphysical heat radiated by the powerful spark of flame that was locked inside the starship-sized spark reactor was remarkable. Sigrund was clearly not the only individual who became affected by the extraordinary spark of flame. The Dread Marines betrayed no signs of discomfort, but the engineers who all wore hazard suits for whatever reasons occasionally behaved as if they were working on a particularly hot day. At this point, Vase did not dare to stare too directly at the spark that was buried inside the massive layers of metal and components. He tried to study this extraordinarily powerful phenomenon with only a fraction of his normal sense. It was just enough for him to perceive more details about the spark that he would have otherwise missed if he was further away. Vase froze. If his diminished senses did not deceive him, the spark did not take on the shape of a star, a burning candle or a simple round circle. Instead, it took on the shape of a human figure that consisted entirely of flame. Vase had no idea what this remarkably powerful entity was supposed to be, but he had a strong feeling that it was alive. The discovery that the spark reactor was actually powered by a living entity of sorts was so massive that he almost lost his restraint. What was going on? Who or what was he looking at? Was it even safe for the spark reactor to draw power from this mysterious entity? Chapter 5839 Creating Monsters 5839 Creating Monsters. Vase became stumped by what his spiritual senses managed to perceive. While it was difficult to glean too many details when he tried to dull them as much as possible, he sure as hell could not miss the distinctly humanoid shape of the spark, resting in the center of the spark reactor. Vase suddenly had an illusion that the spark reactor was not as complicated as its immense size suggested. The starship-sized contract appeared to be nothing more than a giant prison, regulator and power siphon. Its main purpose was to do nothing more than to contain and exploit this mysterious spark entity. A lot of thoughts were racing through his mind right now. There was very little data for him to pursue, but what few observations he made through his suppressed spiritual senses already blew up a lot of assumptions about the spark reactor. He never imagined that the Fleeters, who abhorred cultivation and metaphysical phenomena of all kinds, would actually resort to powering their precious dreadnoughts by drawing energy from a fire entity. Regardless of the severe violation of their own principles, it was clearly worthwhile for the Fleeters to develop the spark reactor. Part of the reason why Vase felt so discomfited even if he was standing hundreds of meters away from the center of the spark reactor was because the flame entity was just that powerful. Vase initially thought that it was a true god or equivalent due to the sheer concentration of power locked inside his insubstantial body. He could feel that the flame entity possessed a fiery domain that exuded so much power that it spilled out into the environment. This was the sole source of energy of the spark reactor. Yet as Vase continued his observations, he picked up several clues that showed that this flame entity was not as dangerous as it seemed. For one, it was abnormally young and undeveloped. Its life was incredibly deficient because it was devoid of any markings that came with experience. This gave Vase the impression that the flame entity had remained dormant since its creation. It had never really woken up and done anything that could have shaped its life. Another notable clue was that the flame entity did not appear to possess any consciousness. It was not asleep, so much as it was a dummy that lacked anything more than the bare necessities to keep its domain coherent and stable. It was as if Vase was looking at the spiritual equivalent of a clone. Perhaps he had come close to guessing the truth, because he could not think of any other explanation of how the flame entity came to pass. If this was true, then the spark wasn't as threatening as it initially appeared. The flame entity locked inside the spark reactor certainly possessed the raw power to destroy starships and burn humans into ash. Not even Vase believed that his incarnations, his designed spirits or his true body could withstand the fury of a hostile fire god. However, Vase was not looking at a real deity. At most, he was looking at the lobotomized clone of one. The living spark may have inherited or copied much of the power of the original, but the lack of any coherent consciousness or personality prevented it from being channeled. Vase briefly grew concerned about whether E-energy radiation might have caused the living but directionless sparks to spontaneously develop new personalities. It had happened to the organic AI cores of the Brain Trust, so why should the sparks be exempt from this effect? It took several minutes of careful observation for Vase to feel a little more relieved. He had no idea whether the Fleeters would be able to maintain the status quo, but right now it seemed that the sparks were not making any progress on this front. Either the flame entities were so deficient that the possibility of mutating into an actual living entity was too low, or the spark reactor incorporated highly specialized safeguards that suppressed such activity. Vase guessed that both of these conditions were valid. The Fleeters certainly wouldn't have employed an extraordinary power generator as dangerous as the spark reactor without implementing multiple redundant safeguards. Since the Common Fleet Alliance built at least 8 dreadnoughts and equipped them all with spark reactors, the organization definitely possessed the confidence to harness the power of these thoughtless entities. Vase still had many other questions. Where did they come from? How were they made? How many of them existed in the Red Ocean? As Vase studied the flame entities a bit more, he failed to obtain any clues that could offer any further clarification. He could only make a few unsubstantiated guesses. So far, He only came up with two probable answers. The first possible explanation was that the fleeters and possibly the mechers managed to capture a powerful true god-level chi cultivator with a fire domain. Instead of killing this exceedingly dangerous compact leader, the fleeters instead kept him prisoner and literally leached his extraordinary power to create defective clones of himself. The second possible explanation was a lot more profound. A long time ago, Sigrund himself told Vase that the MTA and the CFA managed to capture the Fire Scroll during the Great Betrayal. What happened to the Fire Scroll after the Age of Conquest came to an end? Vase sure as hell did not believe that the mechers and the fleeters were content to leave such a powerful relic unused. It was even more unthinkable for them to destroy it, like what happened with a few other sacred scrolls. He knew the mechers and the fleeters well enough that they were hungry for power and always sought for ways to expand their might. While it still remained unclear to Vase what exactly the Big Two had done with the Fire Scroll over the years, Vase guessed that he may be looking at one of the use cases. Perhaps the fleeters had figured out a way to induce the Fire Scroll to create flame entities that possess the raw power of a true god but lack the personalities to properly control and direct their domains. It sounded crazy at first. How could an artifact, even one as mythical as the Fire Scroll, create true gods on demand? Vase did not think it was as impossible as it sounded. He had started off his career with a fraction of the metal scroll but managed to rise up to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen in record time. The polymath not only advanced to the rank of star designer in record time, but managed to amaze the entire mech community by the breadth of her knowledge and innovations. If the two of them were able to accomplish this much while only having access to a remnant of a sacred scroll, what more could a completely intact one accomplish? This also caused Vase to think about what would happen if he completed a succession of supply missions in the near term. He was getting closer and closer to satisfying the mech designer system's appetite by feeding it with Yondu milk and EE343F00334R. It was not clear how much functionality these two super materials would be able to restore, but it was a possibility that completing two more supply missions would bring the system a lot closer to the functionality of a complete metal scroll. Vase did not dare to assume that completing all 5 original supply missions would allow his fragment to form into a whole sacred scroll. He did not think that these key materials were enough to recreate an artifact that by all right could match the kingdom of mechs in terms of power and capabilities. Perhaps the system would impose another set of supply missions afterwards. Only this time Vase would have to secure much greater quantities of extremely rare and powerful materials. He hoped that wouldn't happen. He did not like to be ordered around as if he was an errand boy. "Are you doing all right, Professor Larkinson?" Captain Rees asked with clear concern. "I am still okay. I don't have any desire to come closer, though. Let me stay for a few minutes. I almost got what I came for. Being able to see the spark reactor from this distance has been very fruitful. I can already see that I need to modify a few plans to account for the actual state of the spark reactor." Vase was not lying. He truly had to adjust his plans to prevent his potential solutions from either subsuming, destroying or maybe even waking up the living sparks that were supposed to remain silent and unmoving. A part of him briefly entertained the idea of granting the fiery entity inside the spark reactor with an actual personality, but he quickly got rid of this dangerous notion. As much as he wanted to make the entire dreadnought alive, it was far too dangerous to override all of the decisions and precautions made by the fleeters. "Is there anyone around here that can give us an explanation of the spark reactor?" Vase asked. "I can approach a few of the engineers, but do not expect any answers out of them. It is doubtful that they know more than the subsystems they are assigned to maintain, and they are probably restricted from divulging any useful information regardless." Sigrund was right. Every engineer he spoke to had been less than forthcoming. Just because Dread Captain Argyle allowed the guests to visit the spark chamber did not mean that the Dominion of Man was ready to offer up every secret. The only way for Vase to gain answers was to ask Volkert Argyle directly. This would only happen if Vase came up with good reasons why he needed to know a specific secret. Seeing that there was no way for Vase and Sigrun to gain anything in the spark chamber, they soon turned around and left. Vase gradually experienced more relief as he put more distance between himself and the spark reactor. As much as he wanted to study the living spark for a couple of hours, it had become progressively more uncomfortable for him to draw back his awareness for so long. He was sure that his mother probably mastered a few cultivation techniques that enabled her to do this a lot better. Once the pair of guests entered a spare lounge where they were allowed to wait until Dread Captain Argyle got back to them, Sigrun couldn't help but ask a question. What is your impression of the brain trust? It is macabre, but effective. Do you think more brain trusts should be made? Hell no. Vase vehemently denied. Only the Fleeters would do something as outrageous as harvesting the brains of extremely talented potentates and converting them into organic processors. Outside of the Red Fleet, every other individual who is gifted with A-grade genetic aptitude will almost certainly be mech pilots. No matter whether they have stepped on the road to godhood or not, each of them are eminently honorable soldiers and warriors. They deserve to be treated with respect, in life and in death. They deserve to be buried or cremated with the honor they deserve. Isn't that a waste of resources? It is, Vase plainly admitted. However, human decency comes first. No matter how bad the Red War can get, we all need to cling to the humanity that we possess. Once we start putting cold hard logic over the principles that define who we are, we will become nothing but monsters in the end. Maybe it is not enough for us to remain human. I don't believe that. I will not begrudge the Fleeters for resorting to desperate measures, but I think that there is always a better alternative available. We just have to work hard enough to create the impossible and give human civilization a better alternative. My third plan is meant to be such a solution. That is the reason why I favor it so much. What if you end up creating a monster in the end? Then I at least hope that it has retained enough humanity to direct its aggression towards the aliens. Chapter 5840 Many Concerns 5840 Many Concerns. It took another hour for Dread Captain Volkert Argyle to call Vase and Sigrun back to one of his offices. The fact that it took so much time for the master of the Dominion of Man to summon his guests said a lot about how much arguing had taken place behind the scenes. Of course, the impeccable Dread Captain did not exhibit any sign of that. He continued to comport himself as a man who led one of the most powerful warships in the Red Ocean. If Vase had his way, he would turn into the most powerful one beyond any comparison by the time he was done. As Vase and his Fleeter friend took their seats, Volkert Argyle went straight to the point. I have spoken extensively with Fleet Admiral Argyle and his closest experts. They have analyzed your descriptions and conducted their own investigations. It is of their opinion that while you have the capacity to fulfill your promises, the outcomes of your second and third plan are anything but certain. Has your visitation to the Rubicon spatial transfer system and the spark reactor given you any reason to revise the estimated success rates of your plans? I haven't been able to learn much due to lack of information, Captain, but the spark reactor was not what I expected. Its unusual properties have forced me to adjust my plans, but nothing else has changed. I see. Absent any goals and motivations, the Fleet Admiral favors a middle ground solution. The potential reward for activating the brain trust and encouraging it to form a singular, loyal and controllable sentient AI is a significant breakthrough for the Red Fleet. If the outcome of your second plan can transform the Dominion of Man into the most effective dreadnought among the 8, then that is more than worth the risk of failure. At worst, we will implement our contingency plan and forcibly remove the brain trust and put a conventional AI core array in its place. I am willing to put my own career on the line, but I will not fail my responsibility and risk the safety of the Dominion of Man herself. That was the most rational course of action the Second Main Fleet could take. The risks were not too high while the potential gains were significant enough to boost the Second Main Fleet and the Argyle Spaceborne clan. Even if an accident occurred that caused the brain trust to be scrapped, but the damage was not too catastrophic. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle might be forced to fall on his sword, thereby harming the prestige of the Argyle Spaceborne clan. Reputation mattered a lot in the Red Fleet, but Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle was more than capable of taking the hit. There were still plenty of ways for him to make up for this blunder. Vase would feel bad if this happened. Volkert Argyle was rather decent for an old fleeter, and did not deserve to be dismissed for circumstances that he was not responsible for. Nobody knew the brain trust would mutate like this after the Great Severing. I have a feeling that this is not what you guys really want. Vase spoke up. I can recognize an ambitious streak when I see one. I am quite familiar with it, you see. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle smiled. I suppose you do. As outlandish as your third plan sounds, its promise is too great for us to dismiss it due to its elevated risk factor. My father has consulted numerous experts, including those who are versed in more esoteric fields. Their opinions vary wildly, but they do see promise in the possible creation of a super-existence that embodies the spirit of human domination. If it functions similarly to your so-called design spirits and ancestral spirits, then there is a basis of truth in your claims. There are still many concerns. Ask away, Then, I cannot promise you that I have all the answers, but I will do my best to provide reassurances. What is the benefit of creating this ancestral spirit to the dominion of man, the second main fleet, the Red Fleet and Red humanity as whole? That was a big question. Well, if the dominion of man serves as the container, the physical avatar or whatever of the hypothetical ancestral spirit, then your dreadnought will receive an insane amount of empowerment. This depends heavily on how I will do so, but you can expect your vessel to turn into a true living warship. Her ability to derive power from both her spark reactor and E-energy radiation will grow by an astounding degree, but the presence of a serious guiding intelligence will enable her to channel those raw energies in much more sophisticated and effective ways. Over time, the hull and every material component of the dominion of man will slowly transform into a high-level artifact and maybe more. Constant exposure to the domain of a true God-level entity does that to stuff. Your dread Marines and your crew are not exempted from this effect. Are you suggesting that every person serving on this vessel will become indoctrinated by this entity? Yes, Vase honestly said. Before you object, this may not be a bad thing. There is great potential for the servicemen of the dominion of man to develop a symbiotic relationship with the ancestral spirit. In exchange for worshipping it and serving it, the true God can bestow power to your spacers, thereby allowing them to grow stronger in a way that enables them to perform their duties more effectively. Both Argyle and Sigrund looked horrified by this scenario. This is unacceptable, Professor. The Dread Captain plainly said. The dominion of man must remain under my control. We will never relinquish control to a strange and inhuman entity. Vase nodded in understanding. I can help you with that. There are certain measures that I can take that can reduce the ancestral spirit's influence on the crew. I can also alter the entity's personality trait and make it more amenable to the Red Fleet. Furthermore, the fact that you and your crew continue to control the physical body of the entity gives you leverage over its existence. That is not enough. It is the understanding of certain experts that when gods grow powerful enough, they have no need to remain attached to a physical shell. That is true, but you can bind the entity to the dominion of man by making it attractive enough to stick around. There will be many benefits to doing so. Access to the spark reactor is one of the greatest benefits. You are talking as if we must treat this entity as an equal partner. Dread Captain Argyle frowned. It would be more reassuring if we are able to subjugate it in its entirety. The third plan won't happen if that is what you want. Vase disapprovingly said, my expertise lies in promoting synergy and mutual growth between humans and living mechs. I have done so with great success, and I think I can adopt a similar approach to the dominion of man. I will not pervert my design philosophy just to give you greater control. Besides, such attempts will either backfire horribly or cause its potential to be diminished. I have learned over many years of working that it is best to seek earnest cooperation. The entity does not have to be your enemy. That still did not satisfy Dread Captain Argyle. Many other fleeters would probably react much worse if Vase presented them with these complications. Seeing that this issue could turn into a potential deal-breaker, Vase quickly mentioned the other possible benefits of enacting the third plan. Earlier, you asked me how the creation of a powerful new ancestral spirit will benefit others. I can tell you that while you and the second main fleet will not be able to enslave the entity, your close contact and proximity with it will give your people a lot more opportunities to befriend and cooperate with it. More importantly, I think that the creation of this entity will help Red humanity enormously. It will convert the extremely widespread belief in human supremacy into a useful resource that can rapidly fuel the entity's growth. Since all of those beliefs will shape the mindset of the ancestral spirit, it is obliged to act on its principles and do whatever it takes to protect human civilization in the Red Ocean. It won't be able to fight like a god pilot, but it can help our people in many other ways, such as boosting their growth. It will do everything in its effort to promote human dominance. Though this answer was still a little vague, Vase was not in a position to provide more concrete details. He still didn't know everything Gaia and the Superior Mother were up to these days. I am beginning to understand what you see in this ancestral spirit. Dread Captain Argyle thoughtfully said as he juggled all of the facts. There are many red humans who can influence this possible god. If we account for the total population of second-class and third-class humans, then the population of fleeters is rather minuscule. There is a great chance that the new ancestral spirit will become beholden to the masses. Is that a bad thing? Vase smirked. The powerless are most in need of help. You and your fellow fleeters will already benefit enough from its existence by having direct access due to crewing the dominion of man. Personally, I think it may be for the best if the ancestral spirit becomes the servant of red humanity as opposed to the red fleet alone. This will allow it to harvest a huge amount of spiritual feedback, allowing its strength to develop so quickly that it will become a worthy protector of our race. The huge feedback to the dominion of man will also strengthen her hull and systems, thereby making your dreadnought a lot stronger than it should. That is the most direct benefit to enabling your 18-kilometer ship to act as its physical vessel. Can you create this ancestral spirit without involving the dominion of man? Vase nodded in admission. I can. I am actually blaming myself for not thinking up this idea sooner. I can pick other physical anchors or I can dispense of it entirely. However, the potential of this spirit won't be as strong if I do not use your dreadnought as its physical vessel. There are a lot of special conditions that make this potential living creation synergize with the dominion of man. They fit so perfectly with each other that it is far too wasteful to reject this opportunity. I think we both know that red humanity is not going to fare well in the Red War. We need all of the power boosts that we can get, and this situation has the potential to do that in a massive way. Dread Captain Argyle started to look as if he was increasingly more willing to support the third plan. Unfortunately, he couldn't entirely set aside his many misgivings. What if the ancestral spirit becomes corrupted? The Dread Captain pressed. What if it loses control or turns against red humanity? What solutions do we have to deter the entity from rebelling, or putting it down once it does? Vase smiled. I have already mentioned that you can employ a number of carrots to encourage it to play nice with you. There is also a really big stick that you can use to bring it back into line. I am pretty sure that any god pilot has the ability to kill it if they are within reach. I think that the huntsman excels at this. I am sure that he will take action himself from the moment the new ancestral spirit has turned against red humanity. This is because such an event poses a threat to our civilization as a whole, not just the Red Fleet. It did not take a genius to determine that the fleeters would not be happy if they had to rely on the help of a god pilot to bail them out. It would be a massive humiliation if the fleeters proved to be unable to clean their own mess. Chapter 5841 Question of Permission 5841 Question of Permission Dread Captain Volkert Argyle faced an extremely difficult choice. The benefits mentioned by Vase sounded incredibly tempting. No matter whether he was more interested in promoting his own power base or wished to contribute to red humanity as a whole, the creation of a powerful ancestral spirit could provide massive boons to everyone aside from cosmopolitans and native aliens. However, the lack of direct control measures made this proposal deeply disconcerting. The fact that the Red Fleet would be unable to exert strong control over the entity made it questionable whether the fleeters would become the ultimate beneficiaries of this gambit. You present me with a difficult dilemma, Professor Larkinson. The Dread Captain eventually said after a few minutes of thought. I must convey your answers to my father once again and wait for his reply. This matter has far exceeded my authority. It could even be argued that a decision as large as this should involve the Mechers as well. I suppose questions of this nature fall under the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. There was an unspoken message behind these words. Vase needed to offer the correct response in order to clear the way for the third plan. The Red Collective does not exist as of yet, he said. You can either wait until it is formed in order to handle it in the proper fashion, or you can act in haste. You can argue that time is of the essence. The more preparations we make before the native aliens launch their inevitable offensive, the more humanity has drawn strength from an additional protector. Even though this entity will be harvesting the spiritual feedback of every red human, it will still start its life by being directly tied to the dominion of man. You can argue that it is mostly an affair of the Red Fleet. So long as the primary focus at the beginning lies in empowering your dreadnought, there is plenty of justification for you to act sooner rather than later. These were good arguments. Vase could clearly tell that Dread Captain Argyle received what he needed. I have one more question, Volkert Argyle said as he leaned forward. What do you seek to accomplish by enacting the third plan? Are you looking to expand your power base by having one of your creations serve a vital role in our civilization? Vase decided to be honest and smiled. The thought has crossed my mind. I am under no illusion that I can control the thoughts and behavior of an entity that is on par with star designers in certain ways. However, I have found that many of my creations usually remember who granted them life in the first place. I think it will be quite helpful if I can trade favors with another powerful ancestral spirit. I am not looking to control our society through this creation. It's impossible for me to control other independent life forms. I just think it is really helpful if our civilization has another true god on its side. Aside from its predicted effects on the dominion of man, how will it be able to contribute in battle? Will it be able to manifest directly? I don't know. I think it should be able to do so within a certain range of your dreadnought. I very much doubt it can appear anywhere else and destroy alien warships left and right. It won't be able to beat God pilots of the same level. It is a lot more versatile, though. The fact that it can harvest the spiritual feedback and most probably the faith of practically every red human will allow its reach and awareness to extend everywhere. As long as people believe in human supremacy and do not actively reject the entity in question, they will be connected to it in a fashion that caused Dread Captain Argyle to frown again. That reminds me of a description of your kinship networks. I believe that there are numerous leaders who wish to address this topic more extensively once the Red Collective has been formed. There are no rules that prohibit me from making a new kinship network. Vase grinned. I am sure the Mechers might grow upset if we act without informing them first, but as long as you fleeters are willing to provide enough support, I am sure it will be okay. If it comes down to it, it is better to ask for forgiveness than permission. That did not exactly inspire confidence. The Dread Captain clearly did not receive the assurances he wanted to hear, so he was still left with a difficult choice. However, his obvious struggles abruptly ceased. His posture grew firmer while his eyes blazed with determination. Vase was surprised by how abruptly Volkert Argyle cast aside all of his doubts. Fleet Admiral Argyle will issue the final verdict. However, I will strongly recommend him to adopt your third plan, not because it will strengthen the dominion of man the most, but also because I genuinely believe it will serve red humanity best. I am not entirely in favor of creating an artificial god for people to worship, but the estimates that I am privy to makes me think that humans require the sustenance of faith in order to keep up their morale. It is much more beneficial to act preemptively when we still can. It will be too late if our people have given in to despair. From the way that Argyle talked, he probably had access to different future projections than Vase. Nonetheless, both of them were in agreement that red humanity needed to do way more in order to increase their chances of survival. That was why neither Vase nor Volkert Argyle preferred the safer options. They were too restrained and did not go far enough to drag their race out of the pit. One final question. The Dread Captain spoke. Why are you so willing to go above and beyond our initial request and aid the Red Fleet? I am not questioning your goodwill, but I will need to provide an answer to the more skeptical advisors in my father's employ. The Mechers will not be happy if you do this for us. Your relationship with them may be jeopardized. They may even consider your move to be an act of betrayal. Vase leaned back in his chair. It is a good thing that I am not a real Mecher. I may be a mech designer, but it has always been the Mechers who have tried to pull me into their organization. They never really gave me a choice. While I am more than happy to cooperate with them on certain matters, I think it will be helpful to remind them that I am still my own person. Besides, once the Red Collective gets up and running, it is inevitable that I will occupy a high position within this new organization. There are many reasons for me to support this initiative. Very well, I shall consult with Fleet Admiral Argyle one more time. I think that he will either choose the second plan or the third plan. This should not take too long. The Dread Captain was right. Vase and Sigrund only had to wait for 1.5 hours before a pair of Dread Marines escorted them back to the same office. Compared to before, Volkert Argyle looked a lot more tired than before. What is your father's verdict? Refuge in audacity. Pardon. Vase blinked. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle is of the opinion that desperate times call for desperate measures. Despite the many problems and lack of broad support for this plan, he is convinced that the possible benefits are enough of a justification to proceed with your third plan. We are willing to put the future of the dominion of man as well as our personal careers at stake because you always deliver on your promises, more or less. We are making a highly atypical decision by putting our trust in you. We shall provide you with as much support as you need within reason to implement your most ambitious plan. Vase felt both excited and relieved after he received this answer. He successfully managed to hoodwink the Argyles in playing along with his crazy plan. He resisted the urge to rub his hands like a greedy bastard and immediately thought about how he would pull off his mad scheme. Fortunately, he did not waste all of his time while he waited for the fleeters to make up their minds. There are multiple components to my plan. Vase immediately explained. The brain trust is the core. I will try to preserve its existing functions as best as possible, but I may have to borrow Captain Zonrad Reese's expertise as well as that of its current caretakers to implement a few targeted changes. That is not an issue. We have already taken this request into account. I also need slightly greater access to your spark reactor. Due to certain factors that I am not sure you understand or are aware of, I do not think it is a good idea to make extensive use of it. I will have to work around it instead and make sure to maintain enough separation. That is a more difficult request to fulfill, Professor Larkinson. I will see what I can do, but I can tell you that anything related to the spark reactor is much more difficult to arrange. Perhaps it is for the best that you do not rely on it too much. Vase nodded in acceptance. Furthermore, I will require the cooperation of as many people as possible. It is essential for the entire crew to earnestly follow my instructions no matter how weird it sounds. It is really helpful if other fleeters cooperate as well. What do you have in mind? A ritual. Vase quickly raised his hand. Now before you object, let me explain to you that a ritual is a powerful way to properly channel the energy of the masses to produce a powerful outcome. It is not essential, but it will definitely help to kickstart the dominion of man's transformation and set the ancestral spirit's priorities straight. I am aware that this is probably the most problematic request, but it will really help if a lot of fleeters play along. Almost every fleeter is a secularist. I know, Captain, it's not important, it's the thought and the gesture that counts. It is already helpful as long as they possess an inkling of sincerity. I need to know how many people are willing to participate in a harmless but important ritual. I am confident enough that I can command the entire crew of the Dominion of Man to participate in your ritual. I am reasonably certain that I can convince the majority of the crew serving aboard the rest of the warfleet in this star system to do the same. It is unlikely that more fleeters will participate in this operation of yours. What you are proposing is too controversial for the remainder of the Red Fleet. The probability of interference is too great. It is best if we can keep your plan as secret as possible just before you are ready to start the ritual. That's a good idea. Don't worry, the ritual doesn't have to be too complicated. I will need to make a few preparations beforehand, but as long as the spacers under your command remain obedient, I am sure we can pull it off. What matters is the intent, not the form. I shall keep that in mind. This is useful to know. Please give me an overview of the sort of rituals that you have in mind. If any of it involves human sacrifice or other depraved acts, then do not expect us to agree. Vase gave the dread captain a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I may be descended from a cold-hearted, mass-murdering cultivator who has drained the life out of entire planets in order to fuel her lust for power, but I am not my mother. I am a lot more modern compared to her. No one needs to get killed. It will be helpful if your crew is open to cutting open their bodies at the right time. There is power in lifeblood. Quote. Chapter 5842 Human Technological Supremacy 5842 Human Technological Supremacy. The Dominion of Man had opened herself up to Vase. Not literally, but metaphorically. Once Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle settled for the third plan, the fleeters granted Vase wide latitude to implement changes and other necessary preparations needed to produce the desired outcome. Whole departments filled with the best officers, specialists, scientists and engineers reluctantly accepted his instructions. Vase gained access to entire databases that stored much of the technological schematics of the Dominion of Man. If there was anything he required that could not immediately be met, then dread Captain Volkert Argyle would endeavor to help whenever possible. There were times where Vase had the illusion that he had somehow devil-tongued the Red Fleet into surrendering control of the Dominion of Man. Vase was well aware that the huge amount of permissions and authority he gained over the irreplaceable dreadnought could either elevate or ruin this priceless strategic asset. He had taken on a huge amount of responsibility by promoting the third plan. It was too much for a single senior mech designer to bear. If his incredibly ambitious but risky gambit succeeded, then he would once again make a critical contribution to Red humanity. Not only would he strengthen the Second Main Fleet's ability to survive the alien onslaught, but he would become the progenitor of yet another true god-level entity that firmly stood on Red humanity's side. If he failed, a range of catastrophic outcomes would occur. From frying the Brain Trust to utterly destroying the Dominion of Man, there was no way that Vase would look good in the aftermath. Failure was not an option. Yet Vase could not bring himself to stop what he was doing. From a rational perspective, the potential gains were massive, but the risks were too high for any sane person to choose this course of action. There were too many variables in play. This meant that too much stuff could go wrong. A few faults here and there might not cause his gambit to fail, but if they started to compound on each other, it could easily trigger a destructive cascade that could tear the Dominion of Man apart. As stupendously huge and tough the dreadnought may be, Vase did not have complete confidence in her ability to withstand every kind of pressure, especially when her core systems became compromised. Vase could not properly account for all of the variables, and neither did all of the fleeters serving on the Dominion of Man. It was not their fault. Vase accumulated a lot of mystical knowledge, many of which might be of use in the attempted transformation of the Dominion of Man. He was not a shipwright. His technical background might allow him to comprehend a part of the insane level of science and engineering that led to creation of this amazing dreadnought, but he was completely out of his depth whenever he tried to figure out the more advanced applications such as the Rubicon spatial transfer system. Not that the fleeters granted him access to the highly classified documents that explained how they worked. The Red Fleet was not that reckless. The true secrets of the Dominion of Man remained firmly out of reach unless Vase could come up with a very good explanation why he needed to know these details. However, the fleeters probably knew that it did not matter if Vase gained access to technical documents of the less critical systems of the dreadnought. Not only was the reading material so immense that they could fill entire libraries, but they required insane masteries of multiple scientific disciplines in order to figure out the basic principles of a high-tech component. It was futile for Vase to learn how any of the primary, secondary and tertiary systems of the Dominion of Man worked. Without resorting to extraordinary measures, it would take hundreds of years for him to study all of the relevant science. It would take at least a century to figure out how the CFA and RAS shipbuilders translated all of that scientific theory into the incredible engineering that made up the Dominion of Man. By the time Vase reluctantly gained the qualifications to reproduce a much inferior and limited version of the Dominion of Man, an entire age might have already passed. Vase truly felt small and diminished the more he came face to face with how much of a collective effort the fleeters had put into engineering not just one, but multiple dreadnoughts. The culture shift was too big for Vase. As a consummate mech designer, he frequently worked on mech design projects that could either be completed by himself or a small team of colleagues. While the technological sophistication of mechs varied wildly depending on their criteria, the fact that they were limited to a relatively small package meant that Vase rarely felt overwhelmed. The Dominion of Man was beyond him. It may be that only star designers possess the raw qualifications to design such monstrosities by themselves. The fact that the fleeters managed to develop these amazing dreadnoughts by relying on nothing but a huge amount of relatively mundane scientists and engineers was nothing short of a man-made miracle. The name that the fleeters bestowed on the dreadnought seemed more apt the more he studied it. The development and construction of the Dominion of Man represented one of the grandest triumphs of human domination in the age of mechs. The Titanic capital ship was a celebration of human glory and technological excellence. Millions upon millions of cutting-edge researchers and supremely qualified naval engineers contributed to her creation, either directly or indirectly. The more Vase came in touch with the exceptional technologies that empowered the Dominion of Man, the more he believed that she could have only been made by god-like entities such as star designers. The fact that the Common Fleet Alliance managed to not only develop, but also update the dreadnought by relying on the collective efforts of mortal minds was impressive beyond belief. Vase gained a much better appreciation of the CFA and RF's staunch rejection of metaphysical phenomena. Aside from a few exceptions, the fleeters had long rejected the easy but unreliable solutions offered by cultivation. They stuck to their guns and became progressively better at substituting mysticism with human innovation. It did not surprise Vase that the RF's top scientists and engineers easily matched the depth of understanding of master mech designers in their own specialties, all without breaking past their mortal limitations. Of course, it helped a lot that these incredibly clever minds were at least a couple of centuries old and augmented beyond any reasonable boundaries. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle was hardly the only fleeter who gave up all pretense of maintaining the human form so that they could attach external cybernetic modules to their bodies. On the first day after Vase received a mandate to prepare the Dominion of Man for her radical transformation, he constantly moved back and forth in order to inspect and designate changes in many different departments and sections. It was literally impossible for Vase to visit every single compartment. The 18-kilometer dreadnought was not only longer than any other capital ship that Vase had boarded, but she was also fairly wide and vertically stacked. The internal volume of the Dominion of Man was so massive that Vase could not imagine the amount of thrust necessary to move her incredibly thick hull. There was not enough time for Vase to do more than issue a series of instructions before he had to visit another important department. He could not afford to devote months or years to this ambitious transformation project. This detour was already delaying his return to Constantinople 8, so he was eager to get this done as expediently as possible. Dread Captain Argyle could not afford to park his dreadnought in this location for too long either. The incredible firepower and the immense boarding capabilities of the Dominion of Man were sorely needed at the front lines. The longer the Dominion of Man stayed away from the fighting, the more pressure the less capable forces had to endure. If this went on long enough, progressively more first-class warfleets and mech forces would suffer serious casualties. As Vase finally returned to the Brain Trust after completing an incredibly hasty and truncated tour through the enormous hull of the dreadnought, he met up with Sigrund once again. The renowned AI specialist did not accompany Vase because his place was right here. The Brain Trust's programming needed to be updated in order to accommodate a range of possible changes, many of which Vase was not certain whether they would occur. The workload was enormous even for a fake human that was secretly controlled by a hybrid AI. Fortunately, Sigrund gained the privilege of receiving the assistance of the caretakers of the Brain Trust. Their work and expertise were vital to priming the Brain Trust for the upcoming transformations. "How is your work coming along?" Vase asked. "There is not enough manpower." Captain Zonrad Rees grunted as he gestured his head at the hundreds of programmers, engineers and biotech experts working in and around the massive Brain Trust. "I would have preferred at least 5 times more personnel, but confidentiality gets in the way of that. I have argued multiple times that maintaining secrecy is not as important as increasing the success rate of our risky plan, but the Dread Captain refused to budge." Vase shrugged. "It's not his fault. His hands are tied. Just because he and his father have bent a lot of rules doesn't mean they can dump all of the rules, customs and traditions of the Red Fleet out of the airlock. They have already done more than what was necessary to give us extensive access to the Dominion of Man. The stuff I have seen and learned in the last 24 hours is enough to keep my mind occupied for centuries." For whatever reason, the fleeters did not bother to disable or inhibit his cranial implant. This allowed him to record and store a huge amount of observations and documents in his mutated internal storage unit. Coming face to face with the huge amount of technical data needed to understand even the more mundane systems of the Dominion of Man explained a lot why the original Archimedes Ruble excelled in data storage. Whatever the case, even if Vase utterly failed to accomplish his goal, he at least managed to secure a consolation prize, not that he intended to decipher it all himself. "Given the scandalously short time frame we are working on, I am put in the unenviable position of rushing my work and suspending a large amount of optional assignments." Sigrund spoke as he continued to produce new programming code. "I am reasonably certain that we will be able to finish all of the essential software changes before the deadline, but the lack of redundancies and contingencies in the Brain Trust's operations system leaves us with a very thin safety margin. I will need to remain present during the event in order to apply changes on the spot." Vase nodded in understanding. "I know that the circumstances are anything but ideal at the moment, but this transformation is not as reckless as you think. When it comes to metaphysics, intent and will are far more important than rigor and precision. What I mean by that is that you can afford to be sloppy as long as your overall ideas are sound. You only need to give a vague direction to E-energy before it will do the rest." Sigrund directed a skeptical expression towards Vase. "If this is the working principle of E-technology, then I would rather stick to programming. Code is law, code is solid, code is predictable. What you have just described is the antithesis of my personal philosophy. I deeply hope that there are other viable approaches to E-technology, or else the Age of Dawn will drive me mad." What were they even doing with the Dominion of Man? Chapter 5843 Secret Intentions 5843 Secret Intentions. None of the fleeters understood the third plan. Neither Dread Captain Volkert Argyle nor all of the scientists and engineers under his command possessed a complete grasp of what Vase wanted to accomplish. Sure, Vase had to give the fleeters at least a few explanations, but they either came with a lot of omissions or simply did not go deep enough. There were several reasons why Vase effectively kept the fleeters in the dark about his full plan. First, they lacked the metaphysical experts who could understand the full and profound scope of his ambitious plan. The vast majority of crew members serving aboard the Dominion of Man possessed no access to cultivation knowledge, even though the fleeters definitely preserved a lot of knowledge stolen from the Five Scrolls Compact. The few fleeters that did possess expertise were mostly assigned to operate the Spark reactor and other confidential ship systems. Even then, their knowledge was highly specialized and not broad enough to understand the entire breadth and depth of Ves's plan. That suited him fine. It was better if the fleeters did not fully understand what Vase was trying to accomplish. He had a strong feeling that Dread Captain Argyle would definitely chicken out if he understood the full depth of Ves's true plan. It should have been called the fourth plan due to how much further Vase was willing to go to combine all of the available ingredients into a work beyond comparison. Intellectually, Vase was honest enough to admit that he was going too far again. He had promised to himself not too long ago that he should restrain his urges and adopt a more realistic approach to his projects. He had already broken this promise. The temptation was too great. The amount of resources that the fleeters were wasting was just an affront to his sensibilities that he did not want to hold back in the slightest this time. Perhaps Gloriana may have contaminated a bit more than most, because this was definitely the sort of mindset that she would have adopted in this scenario. Fortunately, he did not inherit too much of her perfectionism, because he would have insisted on sticking around for a few years in order to be certain that everything would go exactly right. Vase did not really believe it was fundamentally necessary for him to invest so much time on preparations. The ingredients were already in place. Vase just had to tie them together and unite them under a single purpose. The fundamental process was not that complicated, but the scale was so much greater that it was unprecedented. Vase put a lot of faith in his tried and true approach. He willingly surrendered a lot of control in the hopes that the birth of a new life form would fill up all of the gaps and correct a lot of mistakes. This was the only way for him to complete the most essential preparations in a matter of days. However, he was well aware that a lot could go wrong as a result. If the initial creation and development of the true God-level ancestral spirit randomly went off track, then it might easily result in a demonic entity that would exploit and bring out the worst traits of red humanity. If that happened, then Vase and the Red Fleet would have no choice but to knock on the doors of the Huntsman and beg him to clean up their mess. Despite the enormous price of failure, Vase did not let that deter him from pursuing his secret plan. He soldiered on and continued to issue all kinds of instructions to the fleeters. The people serving on the Dominion of Man implicitly trusted him for the most part. Those who were skeptical of his capabilities either kept their mouths shut or stuck to their regular duties. Vase felt rather guilty for withholding the full truth from them. The Red Fleet was his client, and the Dominion of Man was its property. He had no right to experiment on it as if the dreadnought was his personal possession. Yet Dread Captain Volkert Argyle still granted Vase a lot of leeway, more than any other mech designer and outsider should ever possess. The Argyles had succumbed to temptation as well. They had become fixated on the promise to transform the Dominion of Man and create a powerful new ancestral spirit that they had completely ignored all of the obvious warning signs. It was times like these where his reputation and credibility made all of the difference. Vase really did not want this to become the incident where Vase trashed it all and turned himself into a galactic pariah. This better succeed. The stakes were too high. Knowing that there were multiple possible calamities in store for the future, Vase refused to settle for a stable course. He truly believed that red humanity couldn't afford to meander around when threats from the Red Ocean and the much more distant Messier 87 loomed over everyone's heads. If there was one benefit to adopting this approach, it was that Vase did not have to worry about whether the result would be weak. All of his theories pointed out that the outcome would be explosive. The entire dwarf galaxy was bound to change once he was done. It made him feel both excited and burdened by responsibility. There were far too many moments where his rationality warned him that he needed to slow down and take his time. However, the fiery passion burning in his heart made him feel that everything would work out as long as he maintained focused on his ultimate goal. No matter whether he succeeded or failed, the lessons he learned and the experiences he gained from his attempt to transform the Dominion of Man would serve him well. He definitely wanted to transform his own starships as well. While ships such as the Spirit of Bentime or the upcoming Grave Exemplar were not even close as powerful as the Dominion of Man, Vase was sure he could replicate and adapt a lot of the solutions he employed at this time. As long as this experiment verified or disproved his assumptions, he would gain enough data to formulate a coherent theoretical framework that could lead to the creation of an entirely new category of starships. Vase found it rather funny how the current circumstances somehow led him to treating a dreadnought as critical as the Dominion of Man as an experiment. It should have been the other way around. The correct order would be for him to initiate a similar experiment on his own starships first before he attempted to export his solution to the Red Fleet. "Why are you amused?" Sigrund asked as he continued to update the programming of the Brain Trust. "Ah, it's nothing," Vase said. "I am happy that the crew has been cooperative enough to fulfill their instructions on schedule. The changes made across the hull will play a huge role in promoting the efficacy of the ritual. I do not understand the purpose of instructing the crew to modify the artworks. Why have you instructed them to change the faces of the male figures and add black scepters to them, among other instructions? It is difficult for me to understand what difference this makes. It makes all of the difference, my good friend. Vase grinned. First, acquainting the crew with a single male face will familiarize them with the future ancestral spirit in advance. The outcome will become more stable and less uncertain. It also helps that the crew will be much more inclined to accept the new entity, as he won't be a total stranger to them. Second, symbols such as the black scepter will not only help to define the spirit's domain, but also homogenize the thoughts and emotions of those who will soon participate in the ritual. Again, this will help cut down the noise. Captain Zonrad Rees looked as if he comprehended the underlying purpose. I see. It is not the symbols that matter, but they affect the minds that come into contact with them. Priming the dreadnought is not the point. Priming the crew, who will play a large role in shaping this new spirit of yours, is the greater priority. That is a clever response. You are partially right. It is true that I am investing a lot of effort into unifying the thoughts of all of the fleeters, but that does not mean that the dreadnought should remain the same. I have also insisted on implementing more material changes in order to better align the dominion of man to her desired future state. Whether they were sufficient or not remained to be seen. Vase hoped that he hadn't inadvertently introduced a deadly weakness that would cause the dreadnought to falter during a critical moment. By the way, why have you come this time? Sigrund asked. Not that I disapprove of your presence, but there is only one more day to go before your ritual is scheduled to begin. Vase gestured towards all of the vat-stored brains lining up the spherical enclosure. I need to work on these brains for a bit. All 1,000 of them? Captain Rees asked. Of course not. That's too much. I only need to access a handful of them. Let me access the database so that I can pick them out. I hope they are still in good enough condition for me to manipulate. Here, please note that you will be accompanied by a biotech expert if you intend to do anything to the brains. Their health and condition must remain absolutely stable. If they show any signs of deterioration, they will pull you away regardless of your motivations. Well, I can understand why that is the case. I promise not to mishandle the brains. They are far too precious for me to ruin. When Vase started to work more directly on the brains, he was initially afraid that his manipulations would cause them to react in an adverse manner. Fortunately, nothing of the sort took place. They remained as docile and pliant as he expected. The lack of a coherent personality played a huge role in their lack of resistance. Whatever the case, Vase was able to implement one of his most important measures into these organic AI cores. Nobody noticed that he added a few extra elements to the brains that were not related to the original plan. Even now, Vase held back from implementing a crucial component because he did not want to give away any clues to the highly observant fleeters. They may be ignorant about his area of expertise, but they were anything but stupid. Once he had done everything that he could get away with for the time being, Vase chatted with Sigrund a bit more before he finally departed. He had been working almost non-stop for 2 days now and could really use a quick break. Where's the nearest restroom? It was hardly necessary for him to ask this question because the dreadnought's interior clearly marked their locations. When Vase entered a bathroom stall and sat down on the toilet seat, he did his best to act natural so that he wouldn't give away any suspicious clues to the hidden sensors. He activated a mental command, and promptly appeared inside the system space. The plan he connected in his mind was so radical and groundbreaking that he realized he needed to resort to additional measures in order to increase his success rate. Failure loomed far too close at the moment. This was why he made the risky decision to enter the system space despite the fact that he was still inside one of the most important vessels of the Red Fleet. I think I need to borrow your power again, buddy. He was not certain whether the system could offer any material help to his current preoccupation, but it was better to find out just to be sure. Chapter 5844 Belated Discovery 5844 Belated Discovery. If Vase had a choice, he would have preferred to reduce his dependence on the system. He had done a pretty good job so far. He had managed to complete several successful mech designs and overcome numerous major issues without needing to enter the system space. This not only proved that he was not only doing a good job at developing his own capabilities, but also ensured that he did not increase his enormous debt of karma towards the heavenly authority of the Milky Way galaxy too quickly. Alas, Vase felt that the current situation had become too dire for him to persist in his abstinence. The rewards for success were too great and the price of failure was too painful for him to ignore the help that the mech designer system could provide. Once he entered the system space, he steeled himself before ascending the stairs to the top of the mountain. He did not take any detours to visit the Tree of Possibilities or the Divine Bazaar. He had spent a lot of ascension points in the past and hadn't worked hard enough to stockpile them again. Aside from completing mech designs and fulfilling a handful of easy system missions, Vase had not done anything else to build up his reserve of AP. A part of him regretted that he had not prioritized the acquisition of ascension points as of late, but he had been far 10-11 too busy as of late. As he reached the plateau at the summit of the mountain, he stepped inside the sacred temple and took note of the silence and tranquility around him. The place was empty as always. Once he was done with looking around, he proceeded into the courtyard until he reached the Pantheon. The statues of himself and his incarnations beckoned to him. It had been a while since he last took a proper look at his status. Let's see how much progress I have made. Status: name, Vase Larkinson. Profession, Senior Mech Designer. Specializations, Mutual Growth. Ascension Points, 212 AP. Attributes: Strength, 23.1 Dexterity, 4.3 Endurance, 31.3 Intelligence, 8.2 Creativity, 9.0 Concentration, 17.9 Spirituality, 33.8 Genetic Aptitude, G Skills. Assembly, Senior, Battle Mechatronics Journeyman, Biotechnology Apprentice, Computer Science Journeyman, Cultivation Science Journeyman, Electrical Engineering Senior, Hypertechnology Senior, Materials Science Senior, Mathematics Senior, Mechanics Senior, Metallurgy Senior, Metaphysics Senior, Interfacing Novice, Facewater Technology Journeyman, Physics Senior, Salvaging Apprentice, Signals and Communications Journeyman, Stealth and Cloaking Senior, Traditional Blacksmithing Apprentice. Abilities. Evaluation: a renowned senior mech designer, who has begun to master the mysteries of life, mechs, synergy and the occult. His progress had been astronomical in the past few years. Vase had managed to deepen his foundation in the sciences and master a lot of high technologies. He had acquired so many new sub-skills that it was not worth his time to study each and every new entry. He made all of these gains through honest study rather than swallowing enlightenment fruits. While the system did not think that Vase had managed to elevate any of his major skills to the level of a master mech designer, he felt that he was making good progress in assembly, mechanics and physics. A few more years of focused study would not be enough to reach the standard of a genuine first-class master mech designer, but he should be able to master enough of the fundamentals to design most general first-class mechs without any significant problems. Vase actually did benefit that much from studying the changes to his status. Sure, he gained and improved Manet skills and sub-skills, but he did not need a report card from the mech designer system in order to know what he was capable of. He was already able to evaluate his mech design capabilities quite well by himself. The numbers associated with his attributes had all increased dramatically in a relatively short span of time. Vase the journeyman mech designer used to be a lot weaker than Vase the senior mech designer and lesser phase lord. The rather dramatic increase in his spirituality attribute was fully expected given how much Blinky's powerful new cultivation technique had dramatically strengthened his foundation. The explosive increase in his physical attributes was also not a surprise. A phase lord was astronomically stronger than any human. The numbers clearly did not scale in a linear fashion, so none of it soared into the hundreds of the thousands. Vase frankly did not understand where these numbers came from and how they were calculated. He had no clue what kind of measuring scale the mech designer system used to rate his raw capabilities. It wasn't really important. The numbers only truly became useful if he had other people to compare against. Even then, Vase could rely on his appraisals to come up with good enough estimates. There was no need for a system to spit out a series of arcane numbers. There was only a single entry that Vase truly needed to know. 212 ascension points, that's not much. It could buy him a lot of time to extend his stay in the system space. It could also allow him to buy a few cheaper enlightenment fruits to expand his knowledge base. Unless the knowledge contained within those fruits were directly relevant to his current preoccupation, it was not worth stuffing his brain with a huge injection of theory. Maybe I can buy a useful tool or material in the Divine Bazaar. This was actually a much more viable choice this time. The selection of goods were always random, but if it happened to present a relevant good that could increase his success rate in any way, then it was definitely worth the price. Vase did not descend from the summit of the mountain right away. He took the time to explore the other sections of the sacred temple in order to check up on a few matters. One of his more important priorities was to verify that the dangerous iron resonant crucifix crown remained, safely, attached to Vulcan's divine core. Fortunately, nothing changed in this regard. His external incarnation still practiced the same cultivation method that attracted the symbol of authority like a moth to flame. Unless the iron-resonant crucifix crown somehow grew bored with Vulcan, it should continue to maintain a symbiotic relationship with the design spirit. Seeing that nothing was amiss, Vase turned around and descended from the steps. He visited the mission hall and the Tree of Possibilities more out of due diligence than genuine interest in making use of their offerings. His luck was not good this time, as neither of them offered any tantalizing missions or enlightenment fruits. There was no easy way for him to earn more ascension points, and the Tree of Possibilities mostly featured repeat offerings. It would have been nice if the Tree of Possibilities granted him knowledge on human starship design, neural interface technology, or brains. While Vase did manage to identify a few enlightenment fruits that might be able to help him out in a more indirect fashion, the cost-price benefit was not high enough for him to squander his ascension points. He only had 212 of them. He needed to translate that into more powerful gains. This was why he visited the Divine Bazaar with a strong purpose. Even though it only put hundreds of random items up for sale every now and then, Vase could think up multiple ways on how he could use a key material to strengthen the transformation process. It did not take long before he came across a material that seemed particularly compelling. Organic Rejuvenator Serum, price 100 ascension points. This vial contains a serum that is able to induce a mild to moderate rejuvenation effect when injected in the bloodstream of a human or compatible organism. It is mainly effective on weaker physiques and produces a greater effect on smaller and less dense body masses. Although the description of this item was frustratingly vague, Vase immediately guessed that the Organic Rejuvenator Serum shared a lot in common with the more famous life-prolonging treatment serum. He wondered what would happen if he injected the contents of this vial in one of the older and more powerful organic AI cores that made up the Brain Trust. If he did so at the right time, he could not only restore any potential damage done to it, but also make it stronger to the point where it might become the leading brain unit. Vase shook his head. There are too many uncertainties. The chances of messing up the equilibrium and the coordination of the Brain Trust is too great. He reluctantly turned away from the Organic Rejuvenator Serum and continued to explore the bazaar. Fortunately, he came across a much more compelling item after a few minutes. Qi Restoration Potion, price 80 ascension points. Ingesting this potion will quickly restore the Qi energy state of a cultivator while also generating a temporary state of heightened focus. When the active effects have passed, weaker cultivators will crash and remain exhausted for several days. While the system refused to give him any detailed numbers or how effective it was for him, Vase strongly believed that it was useful to his current self. The potion did a fantastic job at containing the energies locked inside the glowing liquid, but Vase could still rely on his intuition to vaguely determine that it would pepper him up by a noticeable degree. It made sense since he was still stuck in the first major cultivation rank. He did not hesitate too long before he chose to spend 80 ascension points. Even if it was not useful in the upcoming ritual, he would definitely have a use for it at a later date. Surprisingly enough, the Qi Restoration Potion did not disappear from the shelves of the Divine Bazaar. There are more potions available for purchase. This was a new discovery. Vase had never bought a consumable like this in the past, so he had never discovered this particular rule. A part of him felt rather stupid that he had neglected the Divine Bazaar too much. It would have been useful to know that he could buy multiple identical potions at the same time. He felt tempted to buy another potion right away, but decided to preserve his remaining AP. He suspected that he could only handle one of these potions at the same time. Trying to ingest two of them in quick succession would probably put him into a coma. I need to conduct an experiment in the future. Better yet, I need to find someone who can brew these potions. Once the Red Collective was up and running, Vase believed that he could eventually get in touch with people who just happened to possess the right heritage. Until then, he would keep a closer eye on these products and see whether it was worthwhile to stockpile a few of them when he managed to earn more AP. He soon completed his tour of the Divine Bazaar without anything else catching his eye. That is to be expected. The sheer randomness of its selection made it frustratingly difficult to gain access to the right items at the right time. Oh well, Vase turned away and left the Divine Bazaar. He found himself at the Wishing Fountain a moment later. I've been waiting for this for a long time. He grinned as he held a lottery ticket in his hand. He had done his best to save up his latest Radiant lottery ticket until he truly needed it. He managed to earn it a few months ago when he upgraded Town Melon's Zeal to a unique variation of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III design. It was a pity that the Mechers forced him to erase the controversial prophetic vision that he and Ilvain had painted on the masterwork Mech's surface. The Radiant Lottery ticket was an excellent consolation prize. Right now, he knew exactly what sort of prize he wanted to obtain this time. Wishing Fountain, please use my ticket to give me access to a way to resist tribulation lightning. Chapter 5845 The Time to Strike 5845 The Time to Strike Vase did not know what was going to happen after he commenced the ritual, but he could look back at his past experiences to get a few ideas. One of the conclusions he drew was that the attempted creation of the most powerful ancestral spirit, one that was anchored to one of the strongest warships of human civilization, would produce an immense reaction. Just like the time where he infused life in the concept of the superior mother, the birth of the personification of human supremacy was an act that went against the natural order. Vase still couldn't figure out what sort of criteria the heavenly authorities used to decide when to rain down lightning bolts, but he had triggered it enough times to estimate whether he was at risk of crossing the line. Combined with the teachings of his mother and the esoteric theories espoused by cultivation repositories, Vase knew without a shadow of a doubt that his current preoccupation would trigger a reaction the likes which most people had never seen. The only question was whether the scope of his current goal was enough to trigger the legendary 9-round multimodal lightning tribulation. Vase tried his best to avoid that truly awful outcome. The dominion of man might be a lot more powerful than the elemental lord, but she was never designed to withstand such might. This was why he consciously tried to limit the scope whenever possible. There was only so much he could do to mitigate the possible harm, but he hoped by avoiding something as insane as trying to combine all 5 classical elements would reduce the negative reaction from the heavenly authorities. He was pretty sure that 3 of them would get involved this time. Even though Red humanity had already diverged from original humanity, there was no doubt that the dominion of man was a magnificent hull that originally spawned the Milky Way galaxy. A huge amount of top-quality materials originated from the most resource-rich regions of the galactic center. The humans of the Common Fleet Alliance had invested a disproportionate amount of effort into developing a ship that was originally built to rival a god mech. Then there was the spark reactor. The living spark definitely possessed a strong relationship with the Fire Scroll, which was itself an artifact that represented the past and present majesty of the old galaxy. No matter how many years the dominion of man roamed the red ocean dwarf galaxy, she could never erase her strong roots. Vase could not determine how violently the heavenly authority of the old galaxy would react to his attempt to turn the dominion of man into a vessel of a new ancestral spirit. If the Milky Way still had a lot of goodwill towards red humanity, then it probably should not be too damaging, but that was only relative. If the attempted transformation of the dominion of man affronted it in any way, then that would be really bad. Vase also worried about the reaction from the red ocean dwarf galaxy. The dominion of man had incorporated a huge amount of upgrades that were undeniably tied to the new frontier. From incorporating who knew how many tons of phase water to integrating massive quantities of hyper-materials, the dominion of man had become tied to the dwarf galaxy that had become her present home. If the red ocean treated the dominion of man in the same way it did Vase, then its threat should be the lowest. It might even provide help in secret. However, if the red ocean had a strong obligation to defend its native alien species, then it would definitely regard the dominion of man as a threat. The warship not only played a pivotal role in killing huge amounts of aliens, but would soon become the physical anchor of an upcoming ancestral spirit that embodied the very concept of human supremacy. The birth of such an entity would definitely inflame humanity's tendency to fight the native aliens to the death. There would be much less room for peaceful coexistence due to the immense influence exerted by the new ancestral spirit. This was why Vase did not think the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean would be as laid back this time. Then there was Messier 87. It went without question that the supermassive galaxy that still shone its powerful golden radiance over the entire galactic neighborhood still harbored massive enmity towards the residents of the Red Ocean. The powerful and domineering heavenly authority of Messier 87 most definitely regarded all of the dwarf galaxies within its sphere of influence to fall under its tyrannical reign. It was anything but permissible to enable the natives who lived in a place like the Red Ocean to increase their ability to resist its rightful authority. The twin threats of creating a powerful new warship that had the potential to challenge the gods one day and the rise of a true god that derived endless sustenance from the entirety of red humanity both inhibited Messier 87's takeover. If Vase wanted to avoid its wrath as much as possible, he should have reined himself in and significantly reduced the scope of his plan. The problem was that he refused to do so. Perhaps he became infected by the same hubris that afflicted him during his attempted creation of the Elemental Lord, but he simply could not stop himself from pursuing a number of ambitious goals. He refused to back down any further than he had already done. He did not know why this was the case. Was it destiny or fate that drove him to such extremes? Was there a Tier 1 galactic citizen manipulating him behind the scenes? Or was it simply his own character flaws that encouraged him to throw much of his caution to the wind? Whatever the case, a part of him strongly felt that this was the only shot he had. The conditions that were currently present today would never be repeated in the future. Perhaps he would no longer gain extensive access to the dominion of man anymore. Perhaps his allies within the Red Fleet would lose the power to invite him to their dreadnoughts. Perhaps the dominion of man was about to lose her brain trust or undergo a process of upgrades that ruined her compatibility with the specific transformation he had in mind. Vase did not have enough facts on hand to determine whether this vague hunch had any merit, but he was inclined to believe it as his gut feelings rarely led him astray. Since this was his only shot, he better make the most of it. His determination grew stronger in spite of the very real danger of attracting the wrath of 3 different heavenly authorities that all had their own reason to strike down this attempt to strengthen red humanity. This was the main reason why he stood in front of the wishing fountain while a precious radiant lottery ticket began to burn up and infuse the water with chromatic power. The wishing fountain started to shake. The waters that glowed with the colors of the rainbow became more agitated. The air around the site became more charged with energy. Vase grew more concerned. He had made a rather presumptuous request. Every lottery ticket past a certain threshold granted him the privilege of narrowing the range of possible prizes, but he had pushed very far this time. Would the wishing fountain accept his request? The more time passed by, the more he grew reassured. The wishing fountain had yet to reject his plea. Whoosh! The multicolored fountain water suddenly rose into the air and formed into a giant wheel. The wheel started out as a simple round shape that constantly twisted in color, but slowly became more and more solid and defined. By the time the water shaping came to an end, a solid metal wheel had formed. Much of its structure was made out of a golden alloy, but its surface was split into 100 different pie-shaped segments. Vase immediately understood the mechanism of the prize draw. Really, this again? He had become accustomed to different forms of prize draws, each of which challenged him in different ways. This was a lot different from the last times he made use of his radiant lottery tickets. Though the rules were often challenging, they also granted him a measure of control over the process. The system denied this opportunity to him this time. This was because at the same time the fountain water formed a large prize wheel, the wishing fountain also presented a prominent red button. It did not look like the prize draw mechanism granted him any significant measure of control this time. No matter whether he brushed the button with his finger or slammed it down with his fist, there was no way to determine how hard the wheel would spin. That was assuming that the force exerted onto the button had any effect on the wheel spinning process. Maybe this is the price for being so specific. Vase decided to stop worrying over the apparent lack of control and focused his attention on the prizes that he could win. While the pie-shaped segments were very narrow, the size of the wheel made the symbols depicted at the edges a lot more discernible. Despite the lack of descriptions, Vase could already derive a lot of clues from the symbols. For example, one of them displayed a round shield made out of bronze that shielded the warrior from the fury of the heavens. Unfortunately, the depiction did not reveal whether the bronze shield was able to increase in size like his ocean collar. Another segment depicted a forbidden scroll marked with a lightning bolt that was locked in a dark vault. This was probably one of the most valuable prizes that Vase could obtain because it likely taught him a technique that could defend himself against the destructive power of the heavens. Vase favored this option a lot more because it would presumably become more effective if he grew stronger and increased his comprehension of the technique. In other words, this was a form of protection that was much more likely to remain relevant to him in the future. He also did not have to depend on external objects that might either get lost, damaged or simply lose relevance as he had outgrown their capabilities. The final advantage of obtaining a cultivation technique that could help him resist lightning tribulations was that he could modify it or combine it with other cultivation principles. This is definitely one of the top prizes that I can get from this draw. Vase would have tried to target it already if it wasn't for the fact that this prize draw relied completely on random chance this time. There was no point in getting his hopes up that he would roll 100-sided dice and just happen to land on the precise number associated with this lightning bolt scroll. The good news is that there are 5 other scrolls as well. These scrolls differed in shape, symbols, background, efficacy and more. Each of them hinted that they contained highly valuable cultivation techniques, but they probably relied on different mechanisms to achieve similar goals. A 5% chance of winning a cultivation technique is better than 1%. The remainder of the prizes varied considerably. There was a lizard that bathed in lightning. There was a palace made out of stone that could withstand a lot of tribulation power. There was a cloak that made it harder for a tribulation storm to track the coordinates of their target. There was even a depiction of a human that opened his mouth and swallowed a lightning bolt. The wheel depicted a lot of different ways on how to mitigate the damage inflicted by tribulation lighting. Each of them were useful in specific ways, but that did not mean they were suitable for Vase. He would really hate it if he ended up winning the giant palace. It was too big and unwieldy, and he doubted that he could repair it once it had incurred damage. Chapter 5846A Future Gift 5846A Future Gift. Vase tried his best to determine whether he could influence the prize draw in any way. Perhaps he could employ his spirituality or his spatial abilities to accelerate or decelerate the spinning wheel. Maybe he could unfold his true body and physically force the wheel to stop by using his own hands. Perhaps he needed to calculate the exact right timing to press the big red button. He failed. The wishing fountain had become uncommonly rigid at this time. It did not want to play any games with Vase at this time. The only factors that determined what he could gain from expending his precious radiant lottery ticket were factors outside of his control. Since that was the case, there was little point in procrastinating. Vase only spent enough time to study what sort of prizes the wheel had to offer. Even if there was little to no chance he would ever see them again, it was already useful for him to broaden his horizons and learn what ancient cultivators had done to mitigate lightning tribulations. He never really thought that it was possible to develop so many inventive countermeasures against this ruinous force. From an ingestible pill that could turn him into a demonic frog that mutated when struck by the power of the heavens to a pink umbrella that could deflect lightning bolts as if they were raindrops, it was clear that ancient cultivators had been obsessed with figuring out how to defend against destructive forces from above. Vase never really thought about proactively defending himself against tribulation punishment, mainly because such incidents were few and far in between. However, he did not think he would be able to stop himself from provoking the heavenly authorities. Every time he came up with an outrageous idea and tried to realize it, there was a good chance he would incur a violent response. Vase never wanted to repeat what had happened to the Elemental Lord ever again. He had been far too complacent at the time, but this was different. He had learned his lessons the hard way and would never allow himself to get caught off guard again. It was essential for him to prepare for a serious response. Even if his precautions turned out to be redundant, Vase would still be able to save up his resources for the next time he triggered another lightning tribulation. This is it. Let's hope my luck is good enough this time. Vase slowly reached out and firmly pressed the big red button. He did not brush it, nor slam down on it with excessive force. The button pressed down without any apparent resistance until it was able to go no further. Once this happened, the giant prize wheel began to glow with power before starting to move. The wheel was spinning. Vase remained standing and continued to look up as the wheel spun at a speed where all of the symbols turned into blurs. The wheel continued to retain a lot of momentum. More than a minute passed by as it gradually lost more and more speed. While Vase tried to employ a couple of means to see whether he could affect the spin in any way, the wheel stubbornly rebuffed every external influence. The only significant force that could cause the wheel to slow its rotation was the force of friction. Slowly but surely, the wheel started to slow down at a rate that allowed Vase to estimate the range of segments where its pointer might land. Vase immediately ruled out any possibility that he would be able to win 85 of the possible prizes. Of the remaining 15, most of them were fairly middling, but there were a few notable standouts. One of them was the scroll with the lightning bolt. Vase did not know for certain, but he had a strong suspicion that it contained taboo knowledge of incredible value. Another was a pill that could help him weather the storm while it remained effective. Even if it was only useful for a single time, it was worth it as long as its potency was high enough. The third remarkable prize was a strange metal puppet that could take on the form of another individual. Perhaps it acted as a decoy that could fool a tribulation storm into striking the wrong target. Each of these prizes had their own pros and cons. It would be ideal if the pointer stopped at any of their associated segments, but as the wheel slowed down, Vase began to frown. The range of possible outcomes narrowed once more. Goodbye scroll. Goodbye puppet. From the way the wheel had slowed to a crawl, neither of these two prizes were in reach anymore. The pointer would probably stop at one of 5 possible segments. Vase did not have enough information to determine whether any of them were stronger or weaker than the others, but if he had to make a choice, then a pill that could give him a powerful boost for a time was not a bad outcome. He needed power more than anything else during this sensitive period. The more he was able to advance his Phase Lord cultivation by siphoning the power of lightning strikes, the harder it became to assassinate him. This was quite important as he had never forgotten about the threat posed by the Cosmopolitans. The only pity was that a prize that could strengthen his own ability to resist lightning tribulation would not be able to assist the Dominion of Man directly. The spinning almost came to an end. There were only 3 possibilities now. The pill still remained a possibility, but only if the friction of the wheel was strong enough to stop its motion within the next 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Damn it. The wheel's momentum turned out to be strong enough that it kept spinning. Despite his desire for it to stop, right now, the pointer stopped at a segment that depicted a pagoda of all things. While it was hardly what he originally wanted, he could definitely see how it could be useful. As long as he was able to deploy it in the vicinity of the Dominion of Man, he would be able to siphon away a lot of tribulation lightning under more controllable conditions. Yet as the wheel almost ceased to spin, its remaining momentum continued to spin a bit further. Vase grew more and more afraid as the damn prize wheel refused to give in to the power of friction. His eyes widened in panic. No, no, no. Stop spinning. Don't rotate any further. Alas, his luck must be particularly terrible at this time, because the wheel carried just enough momentum to rotate a little bit more before it finally came to a stop. Vase watched on in despair as a vortex opened up above the immobilized wheel. The prize had been set. A distinctly pink and girlish umbrella emerged from the vortex and twirled down to the surface with an elegant spin. Illusions of cherry blossom petals spun from the wood and cloth umbrella, making the entire scene seem magical and worthy of celebration. If Vase happened to be a woman, he would have felt a lot better if he managed to draw this particular prize. Unfortunately, he was a man. He would rather die than be caught dead holding this girlish umbrella. It would have been better if he could pass on this artifact to Veronica, though she probably needed to develop a custom holster in order to hold the cherry wood handle. This was not possible. The system was anchored to his main body, so only he was able to withdraw it from the system space. Pink petals continued to rain down from the skies. They fell into the colorful fountain water, making the wishing fountain appear more dream-like than before. The scent of flowers grew stronger as a distinctly pink cast of light radiated from the newly emerged artifact. The umbrella stopped its descent from the moment it appeared within his reach. At least the radiant lottery ticket had the decency to spit out a high-level artifact. Although the umbrella did not appear to be as strong as the ocean collar, it had only just come into form. Vase did not spot any obvious runes, but he could definitely tell that it was a remarkable product in many ways. From the wood that radiated the power of its associated element to the pink fabric that seemed to give Vase the impression that it was absurdly resilient, it was clear that the artifact, or at least the replica of one, was based on a quality design. As much as Vase felt reluctant to accept this artifact, it would be the height of foolishness to reject a prize this powerful. He reached out and touched the handle. Warmth and other energies flowed into his hand. The high-level artifact accepted his touch and pulsed with acceptance. The wishing fountain slowly subsided at this time. The multicolored glow had faded and the prize wheel had broken down into plain old water. The wooden umbrella also retracted its power now that it had greeted its new owner. Different from the ocean collar, the umbrella was considerably more expressive. It transmitted a lot of impressions that granted Vase a lot of information. So you are called the flower parasol, huh? That's interesting. The flower parasol briefly explained its purpose and what it could do. It was a defensive artifact that could withstand any sort of damage, not just tribulation lightning. It was particularly good at absorbing and negating physical force. It would hardly do for the holder of the parasol to get bounced into a mountain after blocking a huge kinetic round. Its protection mechanisms were primarily based on its fabric surface. It was highly effective at blocking attacks from the direction its main surface was pointed at. It also had the ability to repel attacks from other directions, but its energy barrier or whatever was a lot weaker at this current stage. Its current defensive properties were quite formidable, and the good news was that it could grow stronger as long as it absorbed powerful exoplants for whatever reason. The flower parasol did not reveal the identity of its maker or its previous owner. It did not explain its production process or its material composition. Part of it was because it did not know these details. Another part of it was because the flower parasol did not accept Vase as its true owner. This was pretty logical. Vase already carried a high-level artifact in the form of the ocean collar. Powerful objects like these tended to have egos. He would have to expend a lot of effort to force multiple powerful artifacts to tolerate each other's presence. However, this did not seem likely because there was an even stronger reason why the flower parasol felt reluctant to deepen its relationship with Vase. He was a man. The flower parasol made it very clear that it was explicitly designed to be held by a woman. Vase was not a woman, therefore he was not an eligible owner. The main reason why the flower parasol tolerated him was because he had won it from the wishing fountain. This gave him a bit of leeway. It also helped that his domain was more to its liking. It was not uncomfortable for the flower parasol to remain in his presence. Can you shrink or expand in size? The umbrella whose surface was covered by embroidered flowers shook in his hand. Vase grew disappointed. The flower parasol had only ever been designed to be held by human-sized women. This was a big letdown because there was no way this artifact was big enough to cover his entire true body. That did not stop Vase from figuring out how he could make use of it, but he was not that eager to hang on to it after he was done with the dominion of man. Please bear with me for a time. Once I return to my family, I will think about gifting you to my wife or children. I am sure they will be more to your liking. Chapter 5847 Easy Defense 5847 Easy Defense Vase did not ask for the flower parasol, but he received it anyway. There was no point in trying to get a refund or thinking about what he could have done to draw a different prize. He already expended his only radiant lottery ticket. The only way he could make use of the wishing fountain was to spend his AP on more lottery tickets, but their quality was so much worse that it was unlikely they would produce anything good. It was better to accept this outcome and move on with his life. So what if he obtained a girlish protective umbrella? At least it made for a nice anniversary gift if he presented it to his wife. I'm not sure whether it is suitable for her, though. Its design was pretty, but its quality did not exceed the masterwork threshold. Vase believed that this was mainly because the system created it directly from energy based on an existing template. Since it hadn't been produced by a proper craftsman, it lacked the personal touches that could have elevated it into a true piece of art. Pity. That did not mean it was weak. Quality was just one of the aspects that determined the strength and utility of high-level artifacts. His ocean collar served him well despite the fact it suffered from the same flaw. Besides, there was always room for improvement. He might not be a traditional craftsman, but Vulcan was different. Vase spent a bit of time on testing and examining the flower parasol. It would be stupid for him to blindly trust in its defensive capabilities when he did not even know how much damage it could take or how its defenses actually worked. He managed to learn a lot. Through his initial experimentation, the flower parasol was a fairly powerful artifact that possessed a lot of growth potential. It was capable of absorbing compatible E-energies to nurture its strength in various ways. However, the best possible way to promote its growth according to its original trajectory was to feed it lots of flowers, and not the regular kind. There was no point in feeding it roses, daisies or other ordinary plants. Only ones that mutated to the point of developing extraordinary properties could promote its evolution. The stronger the plant, the greater the effect. You're the wooden version of Lucky. Vase concluded. The flower parasol was a lot less naughty, fortunately. Vase spent a lot of attention on testing its defensive properties. He applied both physical force and his weapons to see how much it could take. Even in its present condition, the colorful umbrella was far more resilient than it appeared. While it was definitely designed to look pretty and elegant, its primary function was to shield its holder from damage, no matter whether it was physical, energy or spiritual in nature. Vase was unable to test whether it could resist more unconventional forms of attack such as toxic gas clouds, but he had a good feeling that its maker was not stupid enough to disregard these possible threats. One of the more pleasant discoveries that he made was that the flower parasol did not need to be injected with any of his spiritual energy in order to defend against powerful attacks. It possessed a sizable energy reserve that powered its defensive functions. Each action expended the stored energy, but it could easily be replenished by exposing it to E-energy radiation or receiving energy directly from its holder. In a medium-energy environment like the Red Ocean, it would take a long time for the umbrella to recharge its reserves by itself. It was an incredibly slow process, but it was better than nothing. It could recharge a lot faster if vase or blinky fed it with energy. It responded best to wood and flower attributed spiritual energy, but it was also somewhat compatible with a range of other attributes. Vase had a much better idea of what the craftsman of the original flower parasol had in mind. This is a protective artifact that is meant to be used by those who are too young or weak to defend themselves. That explained a lot. High-level artifacts tended to possess remarkable appearances, but the flower parasol went above and beyond to convey a strong aesthetic. The artifact was not able to scale in size because its holder was unlikely to require this function. The flower parasol was a lot more helpful and responsible because its holder might not be competent enough to make good use of its protective capabilities. All in all, it was a remarkably well-designed artifact that was a lot more user-friendly than he expected from the ancient cultivation community. Maybe it is more suitable for my girls. Perhaps the flower parasol was a bit too big for them at the moment, but it would fit excellently in their hands once they hit puberty. The only question was whether he should give it to Aurelia or Andraste. Neither of them possessed any affinity in the wood element at the moment, but it was not strictly necessary for this to be present in order to benefit from its protection. Besides, there was always a possibility that his children or his companion spirits might one day inherit the talent of their grandmother. Who should I choose? The flower parasol was so elegant that it would definitely complement his oldest daughter's appearance. It also possessed a gentle vibe that matched her personality. Andraste was practically born to become a soldier. Even if the flower parasol did not match her style or attitude, she undoubtedly needed its protection a lot more. Vase found it difficult to make a choice, so he decided to hold off on this matter for the time being. Neither of his two girls were defenseless. Both of them carried first-class personal shield generators on their bodies, and they were constantly shadowed by an escort of first-class multi-purpose mechs. I'll figure this out later. What mattered the most right now was how effectively it could resist a lightning tribulation. It should be quite decent at this job, but that was all Vase could determine. It definitely had its limits. Once the incoming damage was too much, the umbrella would begin to incur physical damage. Can you at least repair yourself when your fabric is torn or whatever? The flower parasol released a warm pulse. Vase smiled as he received a positive response. Many wood-based artifacts possess the capability to renew themselves. The flower parasol was intrinsically designed to repair itself. The materials used to construct it were specifically chosen for their regeneration properties. It just needed to be supplied with a huge amount of wood or flower energy to work away any visible signs of damage. Of course, a skilled craftsman was able to repair or upgrade it, but that required expertise in traditional woodworking that even Vulcan was clueless about. All in all, the flower parasol was a handy defensive item in many ways. Can you take on a different look? Do you have any alternate appearances? The umbrella shook in a negative fashion. Do you mind if I dye your fabric in a different color? I think black would go really well with the wood. This time, the flower parasol became so agitated that it tried to bonk him on the head. Okay. Message received. You can keep your appearance. I think you look really pretty, by the way. I think a lot of girls will fall in love with your look. It took a while to soothe the anger of the high-level artifact. Attempting to alter the look of the flower parasol was definitely a taboo that he should avoid. Now that Vase gathered a lot of data on what it could do, he began to think about what he should do next. Vase did not strictly need the protection of the flower parasol. Its damage tolerance was decent but not high enough for him to rely on it while keeping his true body out of sight. Besides, it was not necessarily good for him to block incoming tribulation lightning entirely. He had to absorb at least a part of it to promote his evolution by relying on a process of destruction and creation. It went without saying that the umbrella could never cover a dreadnought as enormous as the dominion of man. Vase had a few other ideas on how he could make effective use of it. He already settled on a particularly good one. He had long worried about a potential weak point in his plan, but the flower parasol should be able to provide him with a safety margin at a critical time. Alright, I've studied you long enough. It is time for me to get back to work. Would you like to accompany me in the meantime? The flower parasol definitely preferred to be at his side at this time. It did not want to get stuffed inside the vault of eternity for long stretches of time. When Vase finally exited from the system space, he did so carrying a random decorative umbrella. He definitely attracted the attention of a lot of fleeters when he emerged from the bathroom with the flower parasol attached to his back. Vase knew that he would have looked even sillier if he expanded the umbrella. Its pink and girlish appearance would have definitely produced a lot of misunderstandings. He tried his best to banish his shame and pretend that there was absolutely nothing wrong for him to carry an item that should only be held by the likes of his daughters. "Where did you get that umbrella, Vase?" Sigrund asked as he looked up from his work console. "That is clearly not an ordinary object. Are you even cleared to bring it inside this brain trust?" Vase dismissively waved his hand. "It's fine. I can't tell you where I got it, but it will be useful in a way. It is better to find out whether this umbrella of mine produces any problems while I carry it around. It will definitely be helpful once we kick off our plan." Though Sigrund clearly did not know what to make of the flower parasol, he was open-minded enough to accept the possibility that this seemingly flimsy umbrella was capable of doing a lot more. Cultivation was weird and illogical like that. Such relics were always more than they seemed. The slight interruption did not affect their schedule. Vase and Sigrund resumed their work without issue and steadily finished their essential assignments within the deadline that they had set. "We're done," Vase informed Dread Captain Volkert Argyle. "The Brain Trust has been partially reprogrammed while Dreadnought is primed to undergo a comprehensive transformation. Have you followed my recommendations?" "Partially. We have temporarily relocated many sensitive parts, materials and so on to our other starships. We have also locked down many loose objects and increased our Dreadnought's ability to withstand energy damage. We cannot be sure that our measures are effective, but you can rest assured that the Dominion of Man will not fall apart if a key system has malfunctioned." "Good. What is about to happen will not allow the Dominion of Man to survive unscathed. I cannot determine the severity of incoming strikes, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Have you prepared for one of the worst-case scenarios?" Dread Captain Argyle grimly nodded. The original developers of the Dominion of Man did not entirely trust the Ether Brain Trust. It cannot be ejected from the hull in an instant, but there are multiple instruments in this chamber that can instantly erase the harvested brains as long as they receive the right command. "Are you certain that will cause our ship to escape further reprisals?" Vase did not look too certain. "Perhaps. It's a little complicated. The Brain Trust is definitely the focus, but the rest of the ship is also involved. I am sorry I cannot offer any greater clarity at the moment. We will just have to wait and see." Chapter 5848 Endless Possibilities. 5848 Endless Possibilities, so you have a plan. Hovey's projection said in a tone that sounded anything but amused. "I do," Vase replied as he had donned his unending regalia once again. "Would you care to explain?" "I can't," Vase said in an apologetic tone. "This is a plan that involves the Red Fleet. It is not the business of the Red Association to meddle into the affairs of its rival. But, if this upcoming plan unfolds as I expected it to, then it is inevitable that the changes will be felt among your mechers as well as the rest of Red humanity. I had a suspicion that was the case. My eye of providence has observed many disconcerting signs. Our destiny is in flux. The future is clouded, but it is clear that a turning point is coming. Whatever you have in mind has far-reaching effects no matter what will happen in the end. This does not appear to be an affair that will remain confined to the Red Fleet." Vase let out a tired breath. "I am not sorry for imposing my latest scheme on us all, but I can promise you that the Fleeters and I are sincerely working for the betterment of our race and civilization. A unique opportunity has presented itself to us, and the time to strike is now. The Dominion of Man is more than just a dreadnought. She is a symbol. I intend to empower that and transform her into a beacon that can ignite the light of hope in a galaxy filled with darkness." Jovi frowned when he heard that. "I know you well enough that whenever you set your mind on a grand design, the consequences will reshape our society. Granted, much of the changes that you have introduced so far can be regarded as positive contributions, but the recklessness and haste that characterizes your works can often lead to unpredictable consequences. The call to establish the Red Collective is just one of them. Less than a month has passed since the public inquiry, and already you are thinking about initiating a plan that will change everyone's lives, again. If Vase had a choice, he would have preferred to lay low for a few years. The problem was that he did not have a choice. Sure, Vase could renege on the deal and depart from the Dominion of Man right away. Yet that would mean that he would be missing out on an opportunity for a lifetime. The conditions were so favorable that Vase would not be himself if he tried to take advantage of them. The Brain Trust alone was a fantastic resource that would allow him to create a truly unique work that could be regarded as one of his proudest legacies of his career. It did not matter that the dominion of man was a massive warship as opposed to a mech. It did not matter that his work primarily benefited warship fanatics as opposed to the mech community. It did not matter that he would not be able to gain any control over the immense power of an evolved dreadnought. Vase was a creator. Sure, he mostly designed mechs, but that did not mean he was as rigid as the other members of the mech community. He liked making stuff. He liked becoming good at it. He especially liked earning recognition for his works. When an opportunity fell into his lap where he could produce one of the most powerful war machines to ever exist in the Red Ocean, he would be a fool to miss out on this priceless opportunity. While Vase was not able to explain his full motivations to Jovi over an unsecure communication channel, the survivalist somewhat comprehended them anyway. It was not just because Jovi understood Vase quite well. For all of his expanded responsibilities, he was still a senior mech designer, just like Vase. He was a creator at heart as well. He understood what it was like for a fellow mech designer to get caught in the grip of passion. If there was one trait that defined Vase the most, it was that his passion burned the brightest amongst the mech designers of his generation. When Jovi observed Vase's eyes burning bright with passion, he knew that the most infamous senior mech designer in the Red Ocean no longer listened to reason anymore. There were times where Jovi and a couple of his fellow mechers wondered whether there was a part of Vase that was still a mech pilot. He clearly inherited much of the stubborn will and mindset of his uncle and grandfather. This trait served Vase well in many cases, but how long would this remain true? Jovi had not told Vase the full truth. His companion spirit had indeed begun to sense that the destiny of red humanity was about to shift. It was clear that the genesis of all of these changes rested within the titanic hull of the dominion of man. Endless possibilities sprung from this turning point, but not all of them were positive. There was a lot that could go wrong. The risks were too great, but the hope of creating something magnificent was so tantalizing that Jovi did not have the heart to warn the Red Association about his premonitions. Like a true survivalist, Jovi deeply believed that the time for prudence had passed. The start of the Age of Dawn was a time where red humanity had to struggle for survival. This was no time for half measures anymore. Vase and Jovi continued to talk a bit more, though they did not really exchange a lot of useful information. A tribulation will come as soon as the plan kicks off. Vase issued his warning. This is a test for the dominion of man alone. Her warfleet will secure the surroundings and prevent any external enemies from disturbing her in any way. I highly recommend the Blue Jay fleet to keep its distance from the coming spectacle. A lot of phenomena may occur that may cause you guys to panic and call for help. You might even feel the need to come closer in order to lend us a hand. Don't. This is a test for the fleeters. Make sure that everyone else knows that as well. You can offer your assistance after the show has come to an end, though I don't think that is necessary. Jovi's expression turned grave. Understood. I will pass your message along. Tell me honestly, does your plan put your life at risk? Not really. Vase shook his head. I am not going to be the main protagonist today. That honor is reserved for the dominion of man. That does not mean that I will try to stay as far away as possible. If this incident will unfold as I expect it to, I might be able to advance my phase Lord cultivation a bit further today. Rest assured that I am well aware of my limitations. I will make sure to pull back before I reach my limits. That is good to hear. Just to be certain, do you want us to dispatch the Alpha Lifeguard that we have recently acquired? Major Simon Yankovsky has recently completed a crash course in your new acquisition's remote support functions. As an expert candidate, he is by far the most effective candidate to pilot this machine at this time. Vase shook his head. That will not be necessary. As I have said before, this is a test for the fleeters. Adding a mech in well as a mech pilot that is strongly tied to the Red Association will lead to undesirable complications. Besides, Major Yankovsky is not suitable to pilot a support mech. It is better to reserve it for a more suitable pilot. I have plans for that machine. Very well. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us before you do whatever it is you need to do over at the Dominion of Man? Nothing more. The fleeters over here are very thorough. They have prepared different announcements depending on how my upcoming action will unfold. Many of them will probably shock our society, but I hope that enough Tier 1 galactic citizens will have cause to approve my actions, after the fact. And what if they do not? Jovi asked a critical question. I am not a coward who will run from my own responsibilities. I will surrender myself to any authority if it turns out that I have made a grievous mistake. This was not a small possibility, to be honest. Vase had taken too many risks to remain confident enough that he had accounted for all of the variables. He wasn't too worried whether his mistakes would lead to too many adverse consequences. He had already made himself indispensable in the fight for humanity's survival. Too many of his inventions had been deemed essential. As much as he despised her, Vase couldn't deny that the polymath had taught him a lot of useful lessons. She had shown with her deeds that as long as she remained indispensable enough, no one dared to impose heavy punishment on her. Not only did she retain much of her incredible capabilities, she also made it abundantly clear that she was still willing to work for the greater good of human civilization. Vase just had to copy her approach in order to ensure that he would not receive a death sentence for his crimes. The call soon came to an end. Vase was thankful that the fleeters allowed him to talk to Jovi and warn the Mechers of what might be coming. The time had almost come for the ritual to commence. As Vase stepped outside of the communication chamber, he already noticed that a lot less crew members were moving through the corridors. The vast majority of them had all reached their respective stations throughout the entire hull. They had donned their best protective suits and warmed up all of the combat systems in anticipation of facing many possible threats. Dread Marines still patrolled the hallways. Their imposing suits of armor clanked onto the metal deck while their weapons remained on standby in case enemies managed to slip inside the hull. The Dread Marines kept a very close watch on him. They did not automatically trust him or treat him as harmless. As uncomfortable as it may be to know that it would only take a few moves for the fearsome Dread Marines to open fire at him with their heavy-duty rifles and cannons, Vase did not really treat them as a source of danger. Nobody knew that Vase already regarded them as his test subjects. While Vase did not abide by his personal ethics by failing to warn these powerful soldiers that they might be subject to mysterious changes resulting from the upcoming transformation of the Dominion of Man, he believed that none of them would take the news well. It was better to keep his mouth shut and confront them with the situation as it happened. There wouldn't be enough time for these troopers to weigh their choices, but that may be for the better. The Dread Marines needed to choose with their hearts, not their minds. Once Vase returned to the processing chamber that hosted the Brain Trust, he met up with Sigrund again. Just like Vase, Captain Zonrad Rees wore his own suit of combat armor. The secret AI did not want to take any chances. Ready, Vase nodded as his unending regalia folded a helmet over his head. Yeah, you can tell Dread Captain Argyle that he can begin according to the schedule. We can still back out, but the window is closing. How is the Brain Trust? It has remained stable, though a number of brains have begun to show accelerated signs of developing sapience again. Whatever you have done has lowered their inhibitions. It will be fine so long as we make our move in the next hour. Chapter 5849 The Legacy of the Fleeters 5849 The Legacy of the Fleeters The time had finally come. Vase and the crew of the Dominion of Man had completed all of their essential preparations. The warfleet surrounding the dreadnought had shifted the deployment of its elements and brought every vessel to a state of heightened combat readiness. The tension among the fleeters was palpable. Though nobody had told them a lot of information, they were all smart enough to know that a big change was on the horizon. Nonetheless, the fleeters were used to obeying orders. So long as Dread Captain Volkert Argyle and Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle issued their instructions, nobody thought about disobeying. Sure, there were many fleeters who entertained doubts. It was human nature to do so. Yet each of them had been trained to obey when it was expected of them to do so. This was especially the case in wartime, as any form of dissent or unauthorized initiative could ruin everything. Unless their superiors did not do anything stupid like driving their starships straight into the local star, they were expected to act like diligent cogs in a well-oiled machine. Vase observed everything from his post at the Brain Trust and developed a lot of admiration for fleeter culture. The Red Fleet had its weaknesses, but its predecessor did not rise to become one of the dominant powers of the Milky Way by acting stupid. Centuries of brotherhood and tradition bound them together in a way that largely enabled them to maintain the loyalty and obedience of its personnel without needing to resort to a shortcut like a kinship network. Though Vase did not think his Larkinson clan was doing anything worse, he had to admit that his clansmen had grown far too dependent on the Golden Cat to keep them all in line. The consequences would be devastating if their ancestral spirit died or went missing one day. Vase hoped that day would never come. He had already prepared a few contingencies in case the worst had happened, but there was no way to guarantee that his backup plans would fill up the gaps. 2 minutes, an officer announced. The fleeters had already completed their last-minute chores and assignments. The armored figures had all gathered together to await the start of a secretive operation. Vase and Sigrund were no exceptions. Neither of them were part of the chain of command of the dreadnought, but they stood at attention anyway in order to show their respect. 1 minute. The dominion of man never truly paused. Too many of her systems needed to keep running in order to ensure the massive dreadnought remained in working condition. There were also many spacers that constantly needed to monitor the Titanic ship's activities to ensure that nothing catastrophic could occur. Nonetheless, a huge number of personnel no longer paid any mind to their duties because their attention was needed elsewhere. Each of them were eager to gain answers today. It was not a secret that Vase had come and proposed a bold plan that would have massive implications for their proud warship. The fact that the Dread Captain chose to address the entire crew meant that they would finally gain a few answers. 10 seconds. Practically everyone aboard the Dominion of Man stood still. Soon, projections appeared in front of every gathering of personnel. They all displayed the splendid primary command center of the massive dreadnought. The tall and enormous artwork that carried the same name as their vessel could clearly be seen in the background. Amidst all of the work consoles manned by armored personnel, a single leader stood in front of his floating command seat. Dread Captain Volkert Argyle chose to face his crew while wearing a formidable suit of armor with a cape flowing behind his back. He looked like he shared a lot more in common with a light dread marine than a warship officer at the moment. While the custom suit of dread armor looked a lot fancier, it did not lose any of its protection or lethality. High-quality weapon modules had been attached to its frame, making it clear that the commanding officer was not above getting his hands dirty if the situation left him with little choice. Hopefully, that wouldn't be necessary, but Vase could not rule out this possibility. In order to be able to connect with his crew, Volkert Argyle chose to face his crew with the helmet off. His head looked so disproportionately small compared to his officer dread armor that the sight seemed rather comical. Nobody laughed, of course. The cybernetic captain spoke. "Spacers of the Red Fleet, I come before you with an important announcement. A plan will soon be set into motion that will change the very nature of our flagship. These changes will not remain confined to our proud vessel. The Second Main Fleet, the Red Fleet and even Red Humanity will become affected by our secret initiative." The man's face grew stern. "I will not lie to you. What we are about to embark upon is dangerous and untested. What little we know so far suggests that we will provoke a reaction that might cause our defenses to be tested, and not in a manner you expect. Despite the unusual challenges we are about to face, I have great confidence in our dreadnought's ability to weather the coming storm. The Dominion of Man does not break. She was designed to break apart alien warships and metaphysical threats alike. Our flagship must not falter now that she is about to be subjected to unspeakable forces." The Dread Captain's words caused a lot of crew members to become concerned. The way he spoke made it sound as if they were about to confront compact cultists or whatever. Many officers have already received a small briefing that may have produced more questions than answers. Dread Captain Argyle continued, "The ritual is not a joke. It is not an empty gesture. In a dwarf galaxy where E-energy radiation has exposed us to a facet of reality that we have almost forgotten in the preceding years, many new phenomena have become possible. Our actions, as empty as they may seem, have consequences." The Dread Captain slowly turned around until his cape faced his entire crew. The man pointedly looked up at the Dominion of Man, which displayed a perfect family of humans occupying an idyllic land that buried the bones from an innumerable amount of alien species. The enormous masterwork was so exquisite and compelling that a lot of fleeters were unable to look elsewhere. "Remember who we are. We are humans. We are the descendants of conquerors. We are the weak, short-lived pink-skinned mammals who managed to sweep aside the 7 apex races and claim half of the Milky Way for ourselves. We are the masters of the most powerful and numerous battleships to roam the stars. We are the inheritors of the greatest military organization in human history." The fleeters took a huge amount of pride in their warships and their legacy. No matter how much the Five Scrolls Compact facilitated their conquest of the Milky Way, it couldn't have been done without the massive rollout of warships and warfleets. Volkert Argyle turned to face his audience once again. "For good or worse, the age of conquest has passed. Each of you knows what came after. Humanity's unbridled greed had to be curtailed. We suspended our conquests and no longer waged total war against our alien neighbors because we could not do so anymore. The age of mechs was a time of stability and restoration. Our warships kept the peace and ensured that neither humans nor aliens could pose a threat to our civilization. I have served in the Common Fleet Alliance for over half of these years, and I have performed my duties with pride. Our service may not be as glamorous, but it was still essential all the same. The Common Fleet Alliance did not stop fighting during the Age of Mechs. The aliens that lived on the other side of the Milky Way were too unruly for that. Too many of them resented humanity to the point where they hatched secret schemes to destabilize human space. Enforcement actions were still necessary from time to time. However, it was undeniable that there were a huge number of fleeters who served for centuries without participating in an actual battle. Too many humans and aliens had become cowed by the deterrence of the Big Two to start anything stupid. All of this had consequences. Peace may have been a boon to our race, but it also caused us to forget what warships are truly for. The Dread Captain said with clear disapproval in his tone. The Age of Mechs may have been a time of restoration, but our society has become so accustomed to the new status quo that we do not know anything else anymore. This is not an unacceptable culture shift when our position became unassailable, but it is a disaster now that we have been plunged into the Red War. The Great Severing ruined everyone's calculations. The opening of the Red Ocean was supposed to restore humanity's aggression, but only over multiple generations. If our race wishes to survive the storms to come, then we must regain the heart of conquest that we have buried when we bid farewell to that great but cursed age. Volkert Argyle said, "We must remember who we once were. Compared to humanity that emerged from the Age of Stars, we are in a much better situation now. The rest of the Red Ocean dwarf galaxy may be hostile towards us, but we have much better technology at our disposal. The dominion of man that we are serving on is the most powerful manifestation of human power." There were 8 different dreadnoughts, and the fleeters who were lucky enough to serve on one of them all thought that their ships happened to be the best. Vess's personal favorite happened to be the Doom of Xenos. There was nothing that could threaten alien warships and huge phase whales more than a dreadnought-grade spinal cannon. The Dominion of Man was not too bad, though. Her amazing complement of dread marines and her unique Rubicon spatial transfer system allowed her to capture a lot of alien assets that could only be destroyed en masse under other circumstances. In other words, the latter dreadnought happened to be the perfect pirate ship. Many of you have questioned why we have engaged in preparations that are mostly symbolic in nature. Let me remind you that symbols have power in the Age of Dawn. The ritual that we are about to embark on places great importance on meanings and symbols. Let us consider the majestic name of our flagship. The reason why she is called the Dominion of Man is because she relies more on human power than any of our other dreadnoughts. Bang! The Dread Captain loudly banged his armored fist against his thick chest plate. Unlike the guns of Armageddon that can bring many more formidable gun batteries to bear, our flagship's true arms are our Dread Marines, the strongest and most well-equipped soldiers to ever exist in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Armed with the most advanced high technologies of the human race, we are all of the weapons that our dreadnought needs. A huge amount of Dread Marines became ecstatic when they heard this. They were far too disciplined to make any celebratory actions, but their pride and satisfaction clearly radiated from their thick suits of dread armor. Today, I am asking all of you to step up. Our dreadnought and our crew may be a handful of steps ahead of the rest, but that is not enough for us to win the Red War. This is why we must realize the name of our flagship and serve as a standard bearer for the rest of human society. We must make considerable sacrifices in order to elevate our mighty vessel, but I have strong belief that each of you will endeavor to work with me to make our human dream come true. The age of conquest has passed, but the age of dawn shall become our generation's triumph. Semper Fortis. Semper Fortis. Chapter 5850 An Act of Madness 5850 An Act of Madness Vase was impressed by Dread Captain Volkert's speech. The 281-year-old commanding officer spoke so much, yet shared so little relevant information. This made a lot of sense. The aim of Volkert Argyle was not to be transparent and explain to his crew what was about to happen ahead of time. The point was to put everyone in a supportive state of mind. What was about to happen next would definitely cause them to be confronted by an unprecedented situation. While the fleeters were way too well trained to stop and gape at what was unfolding around them, it would be significantly damaging if they all became distracted by their doubts. It was the job of the captain of the dreadnought to give everyone a reason to stand fast and work towards a common goal. Volkert Argyle's speech soon came to an end. Remember what we are fighting for. If everything proceeds as planned, the Dominion of Man shall become more than a mere warship. No other dreadnought in the possession of the Red Fleet will be her equal anymore. It is not technology that shall prevail today, but the power of common men. As the vanguard of humanity's revival in the Red Ocean, we must shed our blood to begin the ritual that will change our flagship forever. This must be a voluntary act. The power of sacrifice must be sincere in order for our mighty ship to accept your tribute, however small it may be. Please make your decision and spill your blood onto any surface within a single minute. And spill your blood onto any surface within a single minute. The ritual shall commence with or without your contribution. Though the dread captain sounded more like a cult leader than an officer of the Red Fleet, hundreds of millions of spacers obeyed without question. Since every fleeter serving on the Dominion of Man was wearing a vacuum-sealed suit, they couldn't pick up a knife and cut their finger or whatever. Instead, they all activated a command that caused their combat armor to insert a tiny needle into their bodies. The drops of blood extracted by these needles soon squeezed out different ports and began to splatter the decks and bulkheads of whatever compartment they resided at the moment. The drops of blood were so small that they could easily be missed by the naked eye. Yet the gesture was still valid despite the unorthodox way the fleeters shed their blood. The sacrifice of a single ordinary fleeter was not significant enough for anyone to notice. The fact that the vast majority of the crew serving aboard the gigantic dreadnought obeyed the instruction of their commanding officer resulted in a much stronger reaction. Just as Vase anticipated, the collective sacrifice and the strong intentions behind this gesture caused the Dominion of Man to become charged with extraordinary meaning. That did not mean that the dreadnought was about to evolve. Anyone could repeat this gesture in different locations. What made this different was that Vase intended to make active use of this ceremonial gesture. Before the power of this blood sacrifice faded, Vase began to make his move. I am starting. Get ready. Ready. Begin the blood extraction. Every brain in a vat was connected to a lot of different devices. One of them could easily draw out a small portion of blood that circulated through the brain cells. Each of these drops of blood passed through numerous channels until they spurted into a small wooden bowl that floated in front of Ves's armored form. It went without saying that this blood was a lot more special. Taken from over 1,000 different brains with A-grade genetic aptitude, Vase could clearly feel that the precious liquid possessed a huge amount of untapped potential. The researchers of the CFA had harvested a lot of brains from old and accomplished officers. They all served as captains, commodores and admirals back when they were alive. Just because they neglected their exquisite talent in piloting mechs did not mean that they were mediocre in other aspects. Each of them leveraged their natural gifts to varying degrees. From accelerating their learning speeds to processing data a lot faster than their colleagues, these gifted fleeters all demonstrated enough excellence for their brains to be donated to the Brain Trust. If these decorated and accomplished naval officers were still alive, then their blood would have held a lot more potency. Alas, they had already died. That already sapped a lot of power from their lifeblood. Preserving their brains helped to retain what little extraordinary essence was left, but it was a paltry amount compared to what they were when they were at their greatest. Vase did not really mind. What the blood donated by all of the brains lacked in potency, they made up for it in quantity. As the simple bowl became filled with the blood harvested from all of the brains, Vase could clearly sense the fusion of different energies, each of which came from different sources. Far from causing a giant mess, the fusion of energies actually proceeded a lot more harmoniously than it should. This was because every blood donor was an officer of the proud and mighty Common Fleet Alliance. Each of them had their differences, but they also had a lot in common. It was the latter that enabled their blood to get along for the time being. Blinky, it's your turn now. Murrow. The Star Cat emerged from his helmeted head and immediately started to manipulate the amalgamation of spiritual energies attached to all of the blood. The goal was to homogenize the spiritual energies as much as possible. Blinky proceeded to do so by cutting off a lot of impurities that would only be detrimental to the outcome of this ritual. There was no time for finesse. The companion spirit cut off parts as long as he harbored any doubts about the usefulness of retaining them. Though crude, the process quickly reduced the differences between all of the energies and caused them to become more and more identical to each other. Blinky deliberately retained their spiritual imprints, not because it was too troublesome to remove them all, but because Vase intended to preserve this condition. The spiritual energies each came from humans who used to be highly accomplished CFA officers. Disconnecting these ingredients from the humans they used to belong to was a considerable waste. Vase also felt that retaining the markers that tied them to their original human identities fell in line with the spiritual product that he intended to make. Murrow. Once Blinky was done with removing as many impurities as possible in such a short time frame, he immediately commenced the next phase. The star cat opened his maw and began to release a huge amount of life-attributed energy. This was the spiritual energy that was almost unique to Vase. It was infused with the power to create life out of nearly anything. This time, Vase intended to create his new ancestral spirit with the spiritual remnants of over 1,000 CFA officers as the key ingredients. There was no need for Vase to add any other spiritual ingredients to the mix. Doing so might cause the resulting outcome to become more stable and sophisticated, but it also had a much higher chance of triggering a more destructive lightning tribulation. Since Vase had no intention of calling down lightning bolts that were powerful enough to sunder the dominion of man in half, he restrained himself and tried to keep this act of creation as simple as possible. That might not be possible in a few aspects due to the fact that he had taken ingredients from so many different sources, but the pre-treatment should have removed a lot of problematic variables. So far, not much about this creation process was particularly new to Vase. He was gradually breathing life into a brand new spiritual entity that not only exemplified the Fleeters, but also the belief in human supremacy. Yet if that was all that Vase intended to do, then there was no need for him to take so many precautions. This was only a small part of his full plan. Minutes passed by as Blinky continued to merge all of the different spiritual energies into a cohesive amalgamation that would form a singular personality derived from countless remnant human personalities. Even though Vase had never done anything like this before, he was pretty sure that the risks of failure were fairly low. He and Blinky had an excellent handle on the situation. Nothing strange occurred that hinted to them that their process was flawed. As the new spiritual entity slowly came into being, Vase clearly sensed the rituals around him at work. Shedding blood was just the first step. The Fleeters all received instructions to engage in nonsensical actions that nonetheless possessed great symbolic significance. They ranged from dancing in circles, while holding black scepters, to praising the coming of the spirit of human domination. Naturally, the Fleeters were more than reluctant to engage in these silly acts, but they followed instructions anyway. Their performance left a lot to be desired, but Vase did not really mind it. The vast majority of the crew members were sincere enough to contribute small parts of themselves to this ongoing effort. The effects were subtle but crucial. A lot of potential problems related to mashing the spiritual remnants of so many different personalities together never occurred. The personality of the new amalgamation exhibited a lot more stability than he initially expected. A sense of wonder and success started to emanate from the drying bowl of blood. Vase curled his lips into a grin. If this was the limit of his ambition, then there was no need to keep his newly obtained flower parasol within his reach. While Blinky was on the cusp of completing this crucial phase, Vase barked a warning towards Sigrund. I am about to commence the third phase. Keep a close eye on the activity of the brain trust. Make sure that the 5 alpha brains remain absolutely healthy and stable. Roger. Vase stepped forward. The floating blood bowl and Blinky seamlessly kept up with his movements. He only stopped when he reached the side where a special set of organic AI cores had been placed. Out of all of the brain units placed within the brain trust, 771 of them possessed a genetic aptitude score of A. 259 of them were characterized with a genetic aptitude score of A. Only 5 of the harvested brains were blessed with a genetic aptitude score of A+. This said a lot about the preciousness of the latter. Any potentate that managed to measure at this score when they reached 10 years old were usually snapped up in an instant. Vase found it agonizing to see that the Fleeters were so prejudiced against mechs that the former owners of these brains rejected the opportunities of their lifetimes. It was such a glaring misuse of strategic resources that he couldn't help himself from correcting this grave injustice. You may have wasted your opportunity to ascend to godhood in life, but I shall make sure you shall do so in death. This was perhaps the most critical sensitive phase of the process. Many of the software and hardware changes to the brain trust were solely designed to facilitate this unprecedented act. The dominion of man shall unite in blood. Blood began to circulate from the brain units to the brain trust and beyond. A huge amount of channels had been installed and repurposed for the express goal of enabling the blood to be spread across many other sections of the dreadnought. While the blood did not reach more than a few percentages of the Titanic hull, it was not really necessary for the blood to come into contact with the entire structure of the dreadnought. The intent was more important than the form. Besides, blood spilled by all of the crew members served as a nice substitute. The important part was that there were just enough conditions to form a crude and much larger version of the Karman system. Once the blood structure had been formed, Vase began to execute a series of actions that he had thoroughly considered in advance. He manipulated the newly created spiritual product into forming a pact with the enormous dreadnought. This was supposed to be impossible. The dominion of man was not a living mech, and the new spiritual entity did not possess a physical body that could circulate blood. This was why the 5 Alpha Plus brains were the key to his plan. They formed the nucleus of the brain trust. All of the lesser brains served as expansions according to the specialists who maintained this powerful array. You shall become the blood vessel of my latest creation. Vase anchored the new ancestral spirit to all of the Alpha Plus brains at once. This shouldn't have worked under normal circumstances, but the point of the brain trust was that it used neural interface technology to connect everything together. The brain units were only neurally connected to each other, but also the operating system of the dominion of man. Whatever the case, nothing unexpected occurred. Vase was successfully able to anchor the ancestral spirit to the 5 Alpha Plus brains due to these unique circumstances. Vase grinned when he saw that every condition had been satisfied. The dominion of man imitated a Karman mech well enough to function as a very rough and primitive version of a Karman warship. His latest spirit happened to satisfy the conditions of a Karman mech pilot due to the fact that he gained a body in the form of 5 of the most precious brains on this ship. The pact is made. The consequences of forging this critical spiritual connection under these abnormal circumstances were massive. A huge amount of pressure began to form above everyone's heads. The heavens themselves judged that an act of creation had taken place that clearly violated the natural order. The act was so daring and brazen that the reaction was bound to be fierce. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The reason why Vase began to cackle was because he actually managed to pull it off. He managed to forge a blood pact with 2 completely different existences that completely diverged from anything he had worked with before. The most extraordinary part about all of this was that he had centered his work around the Alpha Plus brains of the Brain Trust. The potential implications were enormous. Vase knew that blood pacts had the ability to increase the effective genetic aptitudes by a small measure. This caused him to come up with a bold idea. Was it possible to break the natural barrier that prevented mech pilots from attaining S-grade genetic aptitudes? Even if the blood pact was unable to make enough of a difference to increase the genetic aptitude of 1 Alpha Plus brain, what about 5 of them working in unison? They were so strongly connected to each other that they practically functioned as a single super brain. With the Karman system thrown into the mix, Vase theorized that what he had done might just be enough to do the impossible. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 5851 Under Heavy Strain. Chapter 5851 Under Heavy Strain. What Vase had just done was incredibly crude. The conditions were incredibly scuffed and inadequate. The dominion of man was not designed and built with the Karman system in mind. Yet Vase had managed to treat her as if she was a living starship solely due to the presence of the Brain Trust. Without this ridiculous organic element that just happened to share a faint but passing resemblance to a Karman system, he would have never concocted such a crazy scheme. The pact is formed. Vase managed to complete the most important step. He worked hard to take advantage of the available conditions and combine all of the disparate elements into a crude Karman warship. Yet even as Vase could feel the enormously powerful storm clouds forming above the dominion of man, he quickly grew concerned about the state of the fragile bond. His jubilation and laughter quickly faded, much to the relief of the fleeters. It was not exactly pleasant when they shared the same room with a mech designer who apparently experienced a bout of madness. What they did not know was that the reason behind Vase's abrupt change of mood might not be a positive turn of events. "What have you done, Vase?" Sigrund asked as he stood behind his workstation. The stress levels of all of the brain units have skyrocketed. The Alpha Plus brains are particularly showing signs of concern. Their readings have not only spiked to the point where they are heating up at a rapid rate, but their data is also getting scrambled. Nothing about this matches the scenarios that we have planned in advance. If this pattern persists, the most sensitive nerve cells of the Alpha Plus brains wear themselves out to the point where they are unrecoverable. The entire brain trust will collapse at that point. What did you do? Vase grimaced. The tribulation storm hadn't even arrived yet, and it already looked like his extremely bold and daring attempt to transform the dominion of man into the first Karman warship hit its first major hurdle. In hindsight, it might not have been a good idea for Vase to skip decades of careful experimentation and work on a dreadnought right away. The fact that he became confronted by a whole load of complications that never occurred when he experimented with his Karman mechs showed that his theoretical framework on the Karman system still had a lot of glaring holes. The good news was that the blood pact hadn't collapsed in an instant. The bad news was that the newly formed spiritual connection mimicked the behavior of a piece of string that was trying to hold up a weight that far exceeded its load capacity. It did not take Blinky's precise senses to figure out that the blood pact would not be able to hold for long at this rate. Vase offered a quick explanation to Sigrund and the Fleeters. I have employed a classified experimental design application to tie the ancestral spirit to the dominion of man. While the first step has proceeded as intended, the result is much less stable than I have anticipated. There is a clear disparity in strength between the two variables. Can you compensate for these complications? If not, I recommend we disconnect the brain trust from the rest of the dreadnought by force. The ship is already relying on her other AI core arrays to regulate her systems. It won't work. Vase shook his head. The pact has already formed. If you interrupt this process now, then the brain trust will have to be scrapped in its entirety. The dominion of man might not come out unscathed either. Our only choice is to commit and hope that we can fix this mess. Do your best to keep the 5 Alpha Plus brains as connected to each other as possible. It is vital for them to merge. Sigrund and the other Fleeter specialists clearly desired a lot more clarification from Vase, but they would never get their wish. Not only was Vase not allowed to divulge any details about the Karman system, he did not want the Fleeters to know how extensively he put the safety and the combat effectiveness of their dreadnought at risk. They would probably crucify him if they learned that his risky experiment had the potential to render the entire dominion of man and operator worse. While Sigrund quickly activated a few emergency measures that would hopefully extend the longevity of the brain units under strain, Vase and Blinky desperately tried to diagnose the problem. It soon became clear that Vase was dealing with multiple problems that all compounded in a blood pact that was far too weak and inadequate to cope with them at the same time. On a fundamental level, a traditional blood pact was a permanent spiritual bond between a Karman Mech pilot and a Karman Mech. In this particular case, Vase forcibly created an unconventional permanent spiritual bond with a newborn ancestral spirit and an improvised Karman dreadnought. There were many sketchy aspects about this model. The newborn spirit had only just come to life and was incredibly unstable. If Vase waited for the new spiritual entity to come into its own, the entity would have been able to increase the strength and resilience of the blood pact. Apparently, the strength of the current blood pact was mainly based on the pilot, due to the fact that the machine did not possess a strong or cohesive spiritual counterpart. This was bad, because the machine was not a relatively small and manageable mech, but rather a dreadnought that was 18 kilometers long. An ordinary blood pact was way too small and inadequate to form a stable connection with such a massive vessel. It did not help that the dominion of man did not possess an adequate Karman system either. The improvised blood channels only covered a small fraction of the immense capital ship, and the blood sacrifice of all of the crew members was not strong enough to serve as an adequate substitute. The brain trust was not able to handle the load either. Despite all of the preparations, the Alpha Plus brains were not merging properly, thereby making it difficult to form a theoretical, super brain that possessed an effective genetic aptitude score of S. The situation grew direr by the second. Alarms rang across the entire dreadnought while tens of thousands of spacers tried in vain to repair the issues plaguing their proud vessels. Their efforts were doomed to fail. At most, they might be able to delay the point where something important inevitably broke. Vase realized that it was up to him to fix the problem he created due to his recklessness. As the acute crisis weighed down on him, he refused to crumble under the pressure. Lesser people who became aware that their actions may have doomed one of the 8 precious dreadnoughts of red humanity would have panicked by now, but Vase had lived through so many comparable incidents that it did not take any effort for him to maintain his cool. In fact, he always worked best when he was put under pressure. The consequences of failure this time were so great that Vase entered into a highly focused state. His perception of the passage of time slowed down as he rapidly analyzed the huge trouble he was in. So many different variables had gotten messed up that it was difficult to sort them all out, but Vase did so anyway due to his unflinching belief that there were always solutions to every problem. It only took a few seconds for Vase to line out all of the acute problems and puzzle out possible solutions. The newborn ancestral spirit's lack of power relative to the dominion of man was the most fundamental problem. A weak pilot simply did not have the qualifications to mind meld with such a massive and unreasonably powerful machine. Bringing up the entity's strength was a crucial priority. The easiest way to solve this problem was to use Alexa Strian's companion spirit to rapidly nurture his latest creation. I shouldn't have left her behind. Vase blamed himself. To be fair, it was unlikely that his direct disciple would have been able to provide much help. There were clear limits to how much Maya was able to boost the growth of other spiritual entities. According to his original plan, the new ancestral spirit should have grown into power by absorbing the huge amount of spiritual feedback of people who believed in human supremacy. This was similar to how Gaia reached the threshold of true God in record time. However, the process of gathering spiritual feedback still took a bit of time. It did not help that the new entity was put under enormous strain shortly after its creation, thereby causing it to incur constant damage that the entity was struggling to regenerate. Vase actually found it rather admirable that the spiritual product was able to persist under the circumstances. He quickly activated a communication link with Dread Captain Argyle. Activate the second Caramond contingency plan. The commander of the dreadnought frowned. We will throw secrecy out of the window if we do that. Are you absolutely certain it is necessary? It is. Time is short. People need to praise and revere the supreme marshal that has once led our race to victory. The more they think about him, the more our new ancestral spirit can embody the aspect of human supremacy. It only took a single second for Volkert Argyle to make his decision. Done. I have transmitted the requests and instructions. Fleet Admiral Argyle will ensure that there will be no hindrances. What else do you require? Activate the third spark reactor contingency plan. That provoked a much stronger reaction from the Dread Captain. Maximizing the power output of the spark reactor is not a gentle process. Different energies will course throughout the entire hull. This may exacerbate our current problems. I know, but we don't have much choice. Just do what I say. I know what I am doing. Seeing that maintaining the status quo probably wouldn't lead to a good result, the Dread Captain nodded before implementing another dangerous plan. Anything else? Nothing more for the time being. Be prepared for shocks and other disruptive phenomena. Since the gentle approach isn't working, I am switching over to a more forceful approach. Don't be too alarmed if your ship jolts a few times. Vase cut off the communication channel before the captain could inquire any further. It took time for both contingency plans to come into effect, but they should hopefully start to make a difference within the next 2 minutes. Caramond, Caramond, Caramond. The second Caramond contingency plan was already starting to come into effect. The spacers serving aboard the Dominion of Man as well as all of her escort vessels had been instructed to think really hard about a heroic figure of humanity's past. Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl was the defining hero who broke the hold of the cosmopolitan movement and led the human race to conquer half the galaxy. Even though it had been many centuries since he died, the man was still famous enough to be in all of the history books. Now, as the Red Fleet executed a mysterious order that compelled it to use all of its media and public relations channels to put this legendary hero in the forefront of human society, his name began to occupy more and more people's minds. Caramond, Caramond, Caramond. The fleeters serving aboard the Dominion of Man were the most pious of all. They continually repeated the hero's name as if they were reciting a mantra. This was not a surprise as Vase had already primed them to worship Caramond Pearl for a lack of a better term. It was working. The newborn ancestral spirit that Vase deliberately modeled after the legendary supreme marshal of the human race was beginning to solidify. Unfortunately, it was not enough. Caramond wasn't growing fast enough to reverse the alarmingly rapid deterioration of the nascent blood pact. The disparity between strength and load was still too great. The ploy would have worked if Vase had chosen to bind Caramond to a Karman Mech or maybe a Karman Juggernaut, but a massive dreadnought was still too big. This was where the spark reactor came in. It took a lot of time to raise its power output, but Vase could gradually feel that the brain trust along with many other systems began to expend a lot more energy than before.